My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 5134 to chapter 5308. Her round little face was filled with anticipation. Benefactress, you must remember to come and pick me up in 2 days. Arbor nodded, and the little monk finally turned to look at First Elder Kong-in in satisfaction. Master, let's go. Heartless little thing. Kong-in could not resist scolding him with a smile. This little imp just loved to follow his benefactress around. They hadn't parted yet, but he already wanted to confirm a return date. He was only willing to leave after obtaining the benefactress's promise. After the two people left, Arbor turned to look at Mo Lien and said, I've already obtained the three-headed dog's blood, so I've been waiting for this batch of revival Bodhi grass to mature these past few days. It's about ready now. The matters here can be considered settled, so I plan to return to Splendid Villa and enter closed-door cultivation for a few days. This time, I have to wholeheartedly immerse myself in concocting the revival Bodhi pill. Arbor said with a frown, it's not easy to challenge a saint-rank pill above your level, and you can face failure at any time. So for this period of time. I know. Mo Lien grasped his hand. You can enter closed-door cultivation by yourself. I'll wait for your return at the villa. Xiaomu gave a MHM and nodded vigorously. On the other hand, Mo Lien glanced at her hesitantly. After calling out Xiao Qiao, he paused as if he wanted to say something. I know what you want to say. From his expression, Xiaomu knew what he was likely to say next. You want me to treat the matter of saving Murong Sun with a normal heart. You're afraid that even if I wholeheartedly immerse myself in it, there's a possibility of failure when the time comes, right? Don't worry, so many years have already passed. I've already accepted what I need to accept. Arbor looked at him seriously and said, this is my final effort as a disciple. If Heaven's will is like this, then when the time comes, I still won't be able to save her, Arbor said gloomily, then I'll accept my fate. Although she was sad, compared to the pain of being forcibly torn apart several years ago, she had mentally prepared herself now. In the future, she would be able to bear it. Alright, it's good that you understand. Mo Lien heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. She reached out to hold her hand and said, don't worry and go refine the pills. I'll take care of the matters at home. Arbor nodded. The two of them hurried back to the city and rushed back to the half-moon cliff. It was only at night that the news reached the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor's expression was inexplicable. He raised his head and glanced at the secret guard who reported, how is the person in the dungeon now? Completely stupid. The shadow guard lowered his head and said, this subordinate has checked repeatedly and confirmed that there are no traces of disguise. Yes. His Excellency the Great Emperor sighed and said, my son is still soft-hearted after all. The secret guard swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to reply. However, the Great Emperor could not help but glance at him when he saw that he wanted to say something. Pumpkin, if you have something to say, just say it. The secret guard gathered his courage and said, Your Majesty, this subordinate feels that you might have some misunderstandings about the Crown Prince. The Great Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked like he wanted to hear more. The secret guard said, this subordinate has checked. That medicinal powder is very stimulating. Not only will it cause King Duo Luo to lose his voice and become severely retarded in the short term, as time passes, his insides will burn and the organs inside will probably die. This painful process may last for 1 to 2 years before he completely returns to normal. The Great Emperor was stunned. Is that so? Yes. That secret guard nodded vigorously with an affirmative expression. Then this powder is my son's? It's not, Your Majesty. The secret guard said expressionlessly, according to this subordinate's investigation, this powder was personally ground by the Crown Princess. The Emperor nodded somewhat dazedly, then suddenly inhaled. But my son didn't add fuel to the fire? This didn't seem like him at all. His Highness the Crown Prince secretly ordered that subordinate named Xiaoyi to cripple all of King Duo Luo's spiritual power and cultivation after feeding him the powder, turning him into a complete cripple. Only then did the Emperor nod with a pleased expression. That's more like my son. My son is such a vicious person. He looks so harmless on the surface, but he's done so many ruthless things. Seeing the Emperor's current expression, the secret guard couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed like the crown prince's methods were vicious, and he was especially fond of the emperor. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to have even said that this King Duoluo was guilty of the most heinous crimes. If it weren't for the fact that the emperor wanted to keep him alive, he would have been sent on his way long ago. The emperor nodded with a gratified expression. That's what my son would do. The secret guard especially wanted to complain, can you not praise your son so shamelessly? This doesn't seem to be a good thing. The emperor praised a few times with a face full of approval, then turned to ask the secret guard, why haven't you left after reporting? The secret guard was truly speechless. He lowered his head and rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, then this subordinate will take his leave. All right. The emperor waved his hand and suddenly stopped him. Hey, wait. Right, that Zhu Fei, where is he now? The secret guard bowed and said, I've arranged for him to be in a courtyard in the south of the city. Your Majesty, do you want to see this person? If this Zhu Fei hadn't surrendered to the emperor and contributed the firearms distribution map of East and West 12th Street, perhaps this Dragon Flame City would have been in a state of panic for a while. A trace of coldness flitted through the emperor's eyes. No need. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes, only indifference and coldness. Go, take care of this person in secret, don't leave any traces. The secret guard nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He accepted the order and immediately left. How could he spare someone like Zhu Fei? In front of benefits, he could repay kindness with enmity and treat King Duoluo. No one knew if this person would completely betray them in the future. Such a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit naturally couldn't be left alive. Arbor was in seclusion in the domain of stars for a long time. When he finished concocting the soul-returning Bodhi pill, he opened his eyes. The pill in his hand was covered in golden light. It shone dazzlingly and eagerly wanted to fly out. Only after sticking a sealing talisman on the pill did Xiaomu manage to stabilize it in her palm. Xiao Qiao closed her eyes and entered a state of advancement once again. It was unknown whether it was due to her previous accumulation or not. He Chan and the others followed the scent of the medicine. They saw the little fellow sitting in front of the fine sky jade dragon with her eyes closed. As she breathed in and out, endless divine power was absorbed into her body from all directions. Each time Jojo advanced, there was a feeling of broadening people's horizons. It was the same at this moment. Arbor absorbed divine power for more than half a month on the main planet before it was enough to support her this time's leveling up. By the time she opened her eyes, more than a month had passed on the main planet. The little stoic's eyes were bright, and her fair face had a bit of rosy color. She appeared to be full of vigor. Hichin couldn't help but tsk lightly. You leveled up again. Watching Jojo advance was like watching her drink water. It was so fast that it made people want to sigh uncontrollably. Everyone said that it wasn't easy for female cultivators to cultivate. It would be even more troublesome, especially if they were unlucky enough to encounter the five spirits' reincarnation or advance during pregnancy. A single mishap and they might be struck to death by heavenly law. This time, Jojo successfully advanced from 7th level Divine Practitioner to 8th level Divine Practitioner. She skipped over the minor realms of initial success, phenomenal success, and peak. The problem was that she seemed to have advanced not long ago. Besides, it was already good enough that other people's cultivation didn't regress during pregnancy. Many people found it difficult to advance even half a step. Yet she. As expected, Jojo was different from the rest. Arbor glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal who wanted to say something but was hesitating. She waved her hand and said, "Speak." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt like the little stoic's queenly aura was becoming stronger and stronger. She waved her small hand, and a queenly aura that exuded dignity without being angry assaulted him. Jojo, is it strenuous to advance? It's not strenuous at all. Arbor looked at him in confusion. She raised her hand and looked left and right. She abruptly sent out a palm strike, forming a divine power vortex in the air. Soon, this power was pulled back by her again, and the divine power dispersed around her body and vanished into nothingness. Even Ma Shurchen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at this kind of willful control over divine power. Jojo, I feel like there's absolutely no one else in the world who has this kind of control over divine power. Ma Shurchen wasn't stingy with her praise. Arbor was overjoyed and nodded her small head. Not bad. Holy Sun Mayan, who had rushed over to watch the show after hearing the news, said indifferently, since she's pregnant, then, she should recuperate properly. In other words, she didn't need to be in a hurry to advance during this critical period. The little stoic, who was used to rebuking people, said expressionlessly, I've been recuperating all this time. I just feel like my cultivation keeps rising in my sleep, and I'm about to advance when the conditions are right. Mayan, why did he inexplicably not want to talk to the stoic? He couldn't even speak 3 sentences with the stoic before she shut him up. Follow the will of the heavens. Arbor added, I have to go out and meet the heavenly axiom. I wonder if it will give me a 5 spirits experience this time. I don't think so. Holy Sun Mayan said expressionlessly, during the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, it was not willing to strike you, let alone now. Yuan Shurchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think what the Holy Sun said makes a lot of sense. Jojo, why don't we just leave? Arbor shook his head. Facing is a matter of attitude. It doesn't matter if it comes or not, I can't avoid it. I have to face it head-on. Let it come. He-chan and Holy Sun Mi-yen twitched their lips at the same time. The 2 people speechlessly looked at the little stoic. The little girl's face was full of fighting spirit as she rushed out of the star field in a hurry. I think she is going to be disappointed, Holy Sun Mi-yen said expressionlessly. I think so too. A moment later Wei Zichin's personal maidservant, Xianyun, hastily ran to the forecourt to find Mo Lien. Ignoring that Prince Mo was talking to second Uncle Qiao, she walked up and bowed before saying, Madam wants His Highness the Crown Prince to quickly go to the inner courtyard to take a look. Eldest Miss seems to have come out of seclusion, but her expression is a bit off. What's off? Mo Lien's heart skipped a beat. She keeps shouting at the sky, come, come. Wei Zichin was extremely anxious. Ever since her daughter went into closed-door cultivation 3 days ago, she had been feeling uneasy and unable to let go. Now, her daughter had finally come out of closed-door cultivation. But from the start, she had been pointing at the sky and the earth, shouting something at the cloudless blue sky. She came over from the other end of the long corridor and discovered this situation. It was only when she got closer that she heard her daughter shouting, come, come. Come. Come for what? Wei Zichin walked over with a dumbfounded expression and hurriedly sent her capable maidservant to the front yard to invite His Highness the Crown Prince over. She wasn't proficient in cultivation and didn't know what was going on with her daughter, but she felt that something was amiss. She had to invite His Highness the Crown Prince over for her to be at ease. Wei Zichin walked over and cautiously called out, Jojo. At first, Arbor didn't hear, but after Wei Zichin called out a few more times, Arbor turned her head, her little face rosy. She looked at her mother and grinned. Mother! Wei Zichin saw that her daughter was fine and relaxed. Jojo, what are you doing? Arbor had been shouting for so long and was already tired. She took the handkerchief from Kai Chi and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She waved her hand nonchalantly. It's nothing, Mother. If you don't want to come, then forget it. Let's go to the living room. This heavenly Tao didn't come when it was supposed to, but when it wasn't supposed to, it was always blindly prattling. She had had enough. Arbor hugged her mother's arm and pursed her little lips. Mother, daughter's cultivation level increased slightly. I thought the heavenly Tao would test me, but I didn't expect, nothing at all. Wei Zichin nodded and looked up at the cloudless sky. It doesn't look like it's going to rain immediately. Jojo, you can cultivate, but don't push yourself too hard. You have to remember that you're pregnant with the imperial grandson. Arbor looked at her mother blankly. I didn't push myself. I was just sleeping, and my cultivation level inexplicably increased, and then I'm about to advance. The group of maidservants behind her couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. The little crown princess was blatantly showing off. He was showing off, right? No one could cultivate so easily and freely. What did he mean by his cultivation inexplicably increased just by sleeping? Was this a joke? Wei Zichin could not help but look at her daughter speechlessly. In the end, she could only say dryly, it's good that it's not hard. When the crown prince heard that his wife had come out of seclusion and rushed over, he couldn't help but cover his face. His wife was coming in the backyard. It was really shocking. He hoped that his mother-in-law was not frightened. Mo Lian had just stepped into the backyard when she heard a loud bang. A bolt of purple-red lightning in the sky suddenly smashed into the ground not far away from his feet. He was so scared that he instinctively retracted his legs and took a big step back. The little stoic was about to help her mother into the hall when she suddenly heard a clap of thunder coming from behind them. She quickly turned around. Wei Ziqin also jumped in fright and quickly turned her head to take a look. She saw His Highness the Crown Prince's innocent and pitiful expression as he stared at the mother and daughter pair with his beautiful phoenix eyes. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked up at the sky, then at hubby, and exasperatedly shook his head. It's sick. This heavenly law was truly an unreliable fellow. She had waited for it for the better part of a day, but it didn't strike a single bolt of lightning. Now that it saw hubby, it suddenly pointed the spearhead at him. Was it trying to infuriate her, so it wanted to take hubby down a notch? Was it really alright to take it so unreliable? Xiaomu hastily walked up to her pitiful husband and patted him placatingly. Don't be scared, it's just a paper tiger. It doesn't dare to really attack you, so it's just going to smash next to your feet to scare you. Wifey, why does it attack me when you provoke it? Arbor pondered for 3 seconds before saying seriously, it's probably because it doesn't dare to provoke me. His Highness the Crown Prince, my wifey is so arrogant, what should I do? Jojo, then you have to protect me well. Arbor nodded vigorously and patted his chest with a serious expression. The next time it dares to scare you, we'll go up to the sky and blast a hole in it. Wei Ziqin's mouth twitched as she looked up at the sky. It was still the same clear sky that seemed to have been washed clean by clear water. There was not the slightest shadow of thunder and lightning. She hurried forward and said to her daughter and son-in-law, it should be fine now, right? Was Xianxia affected by the lightning? Actually, how could anything happen to the crown prince? He was just used to acting pitiful in front of his wifey and hiding behind her to act coquettishly. Seeing the lingering fear on his mother-in-law's face, the crown prince hurried forward with a smile. Mother, it's fine. I was just caught off guard and was startled by the sound of the lightning. It didn't hit me anywhere, don't worry. Wei Ziqin saw that the crown prince was dressed in white and had black hair. His entire body was untainted, and he really didn't look like he was roasted by the lightning. Only then did she relax and nod with a smile. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the living room. Wei Ziqin suddenly remembered something and turned to her daughter. Jojo, you said you were going into seclusion for 3 days to refine pills. That pill, Arbor was silent for a few seconds before nodding. It's already a success. Then did Peak Master Moro? Arbor shook his head. No, I haven't given it to her yet. Wei Ziqin held her daughter's hand with a comforting expression. Jojo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Right, Mom is right. Mo Lian hastily interjected from the side, Xiao, just do your best in everything. Wei Ziqin nodded with certainty. That's right. Arbor pursed her lips at the two of them. She understood the logic, but it was difficult to put it into practice. Her heart was filled with hope. However, he was also afraid that this ray of light would eventually be drowned by the darkness. Don't worry. Mo Lian held her hand and gave her some encouragement. I believe in Jojo. Your alchemy skills are the best in the world. If even the pill you concocted doesn't work, then Morongsun truly had no hope. I have so much confidence in you, so how can you not have this confidence yourself? Looking at her husband's relaxed tone, Arbor reluctantly nodded at him and took a deep breath. Don't fear failure and move forward courageously. I'll feed Master the pill in a bit. Okay. Wei Ziqin felt comforted when she saw that her daughter's mentality seemed to have relaxed. You were in seclusion for more than 2 days, which means you spent about a month in the star domain to advance this time. Mother, this isn't considered long, Mo Lian said to her mother-in-law. The further you go, the longer it takes to advance. Until you enter the transcendent realm and enter seclusion to cultivate and advance, 1 or 2 years might not even be considered long. Thankfully, time flows 12 times faster in the star domain. 1 or 2 years, which is equivalent to 1 or 2 months in the outside world. Wei Ziqing sighed with emotion, and there was a trace of rejoicing. For a cultivator, this was considered an extremely short period of time. Her daughter's star domain was truly a natural treasure, saving them a lot of time on the path of cultivation. The three of them entered the hall and sat down. Wei Ziqing suddenly thought of something and said, "A few days ago, the Countess of Huainan came to visit and sent me an invitation card. The Count of Huainan's estate holds the Butterfly Night Banquet every year, and that day coincides with her 50th birthday. Therefore, they plan to hold the banquet at noon together with the Butterfly Night Banquet in the evening." Wei Ziqing held Arbor's hand and said, "The Countess of Huainan specially came to visit, and Mother was too embarrassed to reject her, so she planned to go there." Arbor nodded. It was naturally good for Mother to make more friends, and Arbor would not object to her attending such banquets. Although to her, banquets were never good, and all banquets were too boring. But she was her, and Mother was Mother. If Mother wanted to attend, then she should attend. As long as she took precautions to ensure Mother's safety, it would be fine. "Your sister hasn't come out of seclusion yet." Wei Ziqing sighed. Otherwise, this little naughty monkey would definitely not miss such a lively event. Arbor's brows moved slightly, and she said expressionlessly, "Then I'll go with Mother." After saying that, she almost bit her tongue and regretted it a little. Lord Jojo hated to attend boring banquets the most, if not for her mother's melancholy tone and the fact that she was alone with no one to accompany her, she would not have volunteered. Wei Ziqing could not help but want to laugh. How could she not see her daughter's vexed expression? She patted her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "Jojo, you don't have to force yourself." Arbor pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, "It's not particularly forced." Wei Ziqing couldn't help laughing out loud. After dinner, Arbor pulled Mo Lian into the star area, heading straight to the mountain behind Paradise Star. They stood in front of the ice coffin on the slope of Paradise Star for a long time. Until Mo Lian gently pulled her wrist. Only then did Xiaomu raise her hand. A pill with a hint of golden light slowly flew out from her palm and floated in the air, moving up and down slightly. Because it was suppressed by a sealing talisman, this sacred medicine was very obedient. Arbor took a deep breath and looked back at Mo Lian. The latter nodded slightly at her, raised his hand, and gently lifted the lid of the crystal coffin and moved it to the side. Xiaomu looked at Morong Sun's unchanging face and took a deep breath before taking a few steps forward. She stuffed the pill into Morong Sun's mouth, her movements slightly trembling. Although her heart was surging like a tidal wave, she pretended to be completely unconcerned on the surface. This pill rapidly melted the moment it entered her mouth. Without any movement, this sacred medicine would naturally take effect in the human body. Arbor and Mo Lian both squatted in front of the crystal coffin and waited for a while. Mo Lian reached out to feel Morong Sun's breathing, a hint of joy flitting through her eyes. "I think she's breathing." Arbor also hastily tried, and her heart thumped heavily. It wasn't an illusion, and it wasn't as if it was. There really was a faint breath. The little stoic's hands were tightly clasped together. She gently bit her lips and impatiently stared at the silent woman inside the crystal coffin. Would Master suddenly open her eyes? If Master opened her eyes, she would be able to see Jojo immediately. At that time, Jojo would definitely punch her and curse her for being a D**mn liar. Arbor suddenly shook his head. No, I can't hit Master. Even if Master wakes up, her body should be very weak. I can't hit her. Then I can only curse her. Yes, I'll curse her to death. No. I can't curse her to death. I saved her with great difficulty, so I can't let anything happen to her. Just as Xiaomu's imagination was running wild, Morong Sun quietly laid in the coffin the entire time, quietly, exhaling in a barely discernible manner. She did not open her eyes and look at Xiao with a smile as Xiaomu expected. Hence, she did not give Arbor a chance to properly curse her. Mo Lian worriedly turned to Arbor. "Jojo." "Yes." Arbor was not as dispirited and miserable as Mo Lian imagined. Instead, she turned to look at him with sparkling eyes and comforted him first. "It's fine, I know. Master has passed away for many years. Even if she used the soul-returning Bodhi pill to recover her vital signs, I'm afraid it will take some time for her to completely wake up. She will recover. Sir Jojo tightly clenched his fists. I have confidence that I can cure her. This was already a good start. She believed that Master would slowly recover her consciousness. Once she regained her consciousness, her recovery time would accelerate and shorten because Master was not someone who habitually admitted defeat. She believed that even if there was only a sliver of hope, Master would definitely do her utmost to recover herself. Mo Lian relaxed and grasped Morong Sun's hand. It's great that you can think it through. Even if Peak Master Morong wakes up in the future, it will probably take some time for her to recover her original cultivation. After all, she was sealed in ice for so many years after the Great Battle, so she probably lost all her cultivation already. Arbor clenched his fists. As long as she can regain her consciousness and slowly wake up, it's only a matter of time before her body recovers. Don't be hasty, she warned herself. Don't be hasty. Although waiting made people anxious, waiting was also a kind of hope in disguise. Everything was fine as long as there was hope. If she couldn't fix it the first time, then she would fix it the second time. If she couldn't fix it the second time, then she would fix it the third time and fourth time. There would be a day when Morong Sun would return to her original state. Just like in Shijiao City, he followed behind her and called her his disciple. At this moment, she still remembered that she had entered through the window and waved at her with a smile. Disciple, call me master? It will be fine, Arbor told himself. Everything will be fine soon. She had to believe in herself, and she had to believe in her master even more. She had said that she would protect him for the rest of his life. How could she go back on her words? A few days later, a continuous rain swept across the land of Dragon Flame City. Arbor regretted it so much. But who told her to agree to her mother's request in the spur of the moment? She had dug a hole for herself, so she had to jump into it even if she had to cry. Asking her to go out in this kind of weather was practically no different from forcing her to go to the execution ground. She hated rainy days the most. Her shoes would get wet the moment she stepped on them. Wei Ziqing sat in the carriage and stared at her daughter's gloomy stoic face. She wanted to laugh a little. Mother already said that it's fine if you don't come out with us on rainy days. It's fine if Mother attends alone. You have to do what you promised, the little stoic said sulkily. Wei Ziqing almost laughed out loud. Happy New Year, my friends, everyone, continue to charge forward together, do your best to protect yourself and resist the virus. Be healthy and eat well, believe in the future, believe that everything will get better. Her daughter's stoic face could store any emotion. After interacting with her for a long time, one would know that under this stoic expression, there were all kinds of emotions. Happy, depressed, irritated, angry. Sometimes, it was just a subtle change. Those who were close to her, such as Crown Prince Lian and Wei Ziqing, could see some clues from her small face. Sir Jojo sat upright and still, holding a jar of plums in his hands and popping them into his mouth. I haven't seen Kong Kong in a few days. Since we're going to Count Huainan's estate today, why don't we pick up Kong Kong? Wei Ziqing suggested. Okay. This little imp was a bit annoying, but she was inexplicably unused to not having him nagging beside her. Speaking of Kong Kong, Wei Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect the little monk Kong Kong to be related to little Mo by blood. Then what's his proper name? The little stoic couldn't help but be taken aback. She really didn't know Kong Kong's proper name. She heard her mother ramble on and asked curiously, Mo Kong Kong? Arbor's mouth twitched, and she suddenly said whimsically, how about I give the little monk a name? As the little monk's foster mother, wasn't it too natural for her to give her son a name? No need, no need. Wei Ziqing repeatedly waved her hand, feeling that she couldn't let her daughter cheat this little grandson of hers. I think we should just call him Mo Kong. It's simple and catchy, Wei Ziqing hastily said. It's easy to write. The little monk was literate and had outstanding literary talent. Wasn't her mother overly worried that the little monk wouldn't know how to write if she changed his name? Arbor pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly. That's fine too. Wei Ziqing chatted with her daughter the entire way, and the carriage soon arrived at the small path in front of Count Huainan's estate. Count Huainan's estate was located in a secluded area in the western part of the city. In front of the door was a small stone path that could only allow one carriage to pass through. The road was a little bumpy, and the whole journey would take about 15 minutes. Those who could receive an invitation from the Duke of Huainan's mansion were mostly the reputable madams and young ladies in Dragonflame City. There were madams and daughters of officials, as well as young ladies and madams of aristocratic families. Wei Ziqing's carriage was considered to have arrived rather late. When he turned to the gravel road in front of him, the road ahead was already blocked. He could vaguely hear the sound of quarreling coming from the wind. Arbor lifted a corner of the curtain, glanced outside, and immediately threw the curtain down. It was misty outside the window, and she could see the wet raindrops at a glance. Immediately, the little crown princess lost her interest in looking. Wei Ziqing knew her daughter's temperament very well, so she couldn't help but laugh. She also went forward to lift the curtain and looked through the rain for a while. There seems to be a collision between two carriages in front. Soon, the coachman who went to inquire about the news hurriedly came to the window in a straw raincoat and reported, "Madam, Crown Princess, a carriage in front has turned over, and now it's blocking the road." Wei Ziqing couldn't help but frown. This small stone path was the only way to Count Huainan's mansion. It would be troublesome if it was blocked. "Oh my God! What should we do?" Just as they were talking, a madam's exclamation came from a carriage behind them. The coachman reported to Wei Ziqing. "Looking at the situation, the road behind us is also blocked by an endless stream of carriages. There's no way to turn around. Madam, please wait in the carriage for a while. I'll go ahead to inquire about the news." "Thank you for your hard work." "Don't say that, madam. This old servant is doing his duty." The coachman, wearing a straw raincoat, hurriedly left to scout ahead. Wei Ziqing turned around to glance at Xiao Mu before placating her kindly. "Xiao, the Count of Huainan's estate should be sending people out to help maintain order. Let's first settle down and wait." Arbor made an "oh" sound, his face expressionless, but Wei Ziqing knew that his daughter was a bit impatient. "I heard that Count Huainan's madam is bedridden all year round." Arbor suddenly said, "Then this banquet is? Could it be a concubine of Count Huainan's estate?" "It's madam who personally organized it." Wei Ziqing hurriedly said, "How could such a big banquet be organized by a concubine of the family? It would be rude to outsiders." "But it's true that madam's health is not good." Wei Ziqing nodded. "I heard that Count Huainan seems to favor a second concubine of the family. It's said that the family's finances are all controlled by this concubine." Wei Ziqing wanted to laugh when she heard this. She glanced at her daughter and nodded. "Daughter, mother didn't expect that you would have the temperament of a nosy person." Her daughter expressionlessly looked at her mother and said indifferently, "Not at all." It wasn't that she was keen on being a nosy person, but that the little maidservants beside her chattered and casually told her. She basically knew about all the happenings in the family. One family was robbed today, and another family was married tomorrow. Wei Ziqing laughed and took her daughter's hand and patted it twice. "Second concubine's surname is Bao, and she also has a daughter. They are indeed very favored in Count Huainan's estate." At this point, Wei Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. Which family didn't have their own problems behind closed doors? Wasn't there a lack of cases of favoring the concubine and neglecting the wife? The more noble the family, the more wives and concubines, the more likely it was that a bowl of water would not be peaceful. Arbor said, "Oh." The mother and daughter were chatting when they suddenly heard two soft knocks coming from outside the carriage. Wei Ziqing lifted the curtain to take a look and saw that it was a person who looked like a steward. He was currently bowing towards their carriage. "Are the crown princess and the madam of the Qiao family in the carriage?" "This is the wife of Minister Feng of the Ministry of Justice. I have specially come to pay my respects to the crown princess and Madam Qiao." Wei Ziqing looked over from the carriage and saw a middle-aged lady pulling a dignified and elegant young lady out of the carriage together. Braving the rain, they came over to greet them. Wei Ziqing hurriedly said, "Madam Feng, don't be so courteous. It's raining outside. Don't let Madam and Miss catch a cold. Steward, quickly help them into the carriage. Now that the road ahead is blocked, we don't know how long it will take for them to pass through." That middle-aged lady smiled and bowed in the direction of Wei Ziqing and Arbor. "Thank you Crown Princess and Madam Qiao for your understanding. There's no need to be so courteous." Wei Ziqing was a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the madams and young ladies in the nearby carriages were about to get out of their carriages to greet them, she hurriedly exhorted loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to be so impatient. It's raining heavily halfway through the journey, so don't be in a hurry to get out of the carriage. It won't be too late to meet again when we reach Count Huainan's residence." The madams and young ladies all thanked the crown princess and Madame Qiao before settling down. Wei Ziqing giggled and patted her expressionless daughter with a smile, softly muttering, "Looks like they were all scared by you." Arbor snorted, "When did I scare them? She didn't sleep well yesterday and was muddle-headed the entire day. Tomorrow, before 12 a.m., she would make up for 2 more chapters. As long as these people didn't provoke her, they could get along well with each other, couldn't they? She wasn't a bipolar patient. Why would she cause trouble wherever she went? In fact, most of the time, she wasn't the one who made trouble. However, if others made trouble in front of her, she wouldn't be afraid of trouble." Wei Ziqing patted her daughter's little hand with a smile. She knew her daughter very well. In fact, she was the easiest person to get along with. As long as you didn't provoke her casually, she wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you for 100 years. She had been passive since she was a child and wasn't good at making friends with others first. And once she was annoyed, she would fight back fiercely. In recent years, his youngest daughter, Lin had also developed a temperament of, "If someone offends me, I'll definitely kill them," perhaps because she was influenced by what she saw. "Madam," the coachman came back in the rain and whispered to Wei Ziqing through the window, "I heard it. It's the concubine's daughter of Assistant Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Justice. Her carriage collided with Infanta Tao's. Now the second concubine of Duke Huainan's mansion is dealing with this matter with some maids, and it may take some time. Madam and the crown princess can stay in the carriage at ease. When the road ahead is clear, we can enter the mansion." Arbor frowned slightly. How did they collide? It seems that Infanta Tao's carriage wanted to move forward and accidentally collided with Assistant Minister Zhang's daughter's carriage. Commandery Princess Tao's carriage turned over, and Commandery Princess Tao was frightened. "Infanta Tao?" Arbor looked puzzled. "There are 3 Infanta Tao in the royal family. Everyone knows Infanta Wushuang. As for the other 2, one is Infanta Xingping, the daughter of Princess Hongyao. She married to Cangzhou 5 years ago. The other one is Infanta Fu, the youngest granddaughter of Great Elder Princess. She is 9 years old this year. She has been in poor health since she was a child and never attends banquets. Nobody knows her. There were very few princesses and infanta in the royal family of Mo who were infeft with territories." "Who was this Infanta Tao?" The coachman was surprised and said, "I heard second concubine call her Princess Tao." "Oh yes, that's the princess of King Zhang's mansion." With that said, Arbor remembered. "So it's her daughter. Who is she?" Wei Ziqing asked curiously. "He's sick in the head," Arbor said sarcastically. King Zhang's Mo Shikong's brain wasn't very good either. In any case, his entire family wasn't like normal people. Hearing her daughter's words, Wei Ziqing knew that her daughter didn't like Princess Tao. "This Princess Tao, she's not a princess." Arbor curled his lips. "She's Mo Shikong's sister." Seeing his mother's confused look, Arbor gave his mother a rare explanation. Mo Shikong is His Majesty's adopted son. His father and younger sister's family returned to Jing King's mansion after he became successful. With that said, Wei Ziqing understood instantly. She nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then this Infanta Tao?" "Oh, that's what some people call themselves." Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes. She didn't expect that Su Shitao, who had been reprimanded by the crown prince for her improper conduct, still dared to use Jing King's mansion's name and call herself a princess. "I'm really..." Arbor shook her head speechlessly. "I've never seen such a shameless woman." It was said that women were thin-skinned and all had a sense of shame. However, in Arbor's opinion, this Su Shitao didn't have the slightest sense of shame. All day long, her vanity caused her mischief and she acted in a haughty manner. She was clearly nothing, but she had to put on airs everywhere she went. She didn't know whether to say that she was ignorant or that the Prince of Jing was utterly ignorant. Arbor shook her head and chatted with her mother in the carriage. The coachman suddenly trotted over and said, "Crown Princess, Madam, the road ahead is clear. We can go now." Wei Ziqi nodded and pulled her daughter to sit properly. Soon, the carriage began to move forward, but the speed wasn't very fast. After about 7 minutes, they finally arrived at the main entrance of Count Huainan's estate. Before Wei Ziqi and Arbor alighted from the carriage, they saw a black-robed old mama quickly walk over with an umbrella in one hand. She hurriedly curtsied and went up to greet them. "Madam is slightly unwell and specially instructed this old servant to wait here for Madam Qiao and the Crown Princess." Then, she turned and nodded to the coachman. "I'll have to trouble you to drive the carriage directly into the front courtyard. Please follow me." Arbor sat down again. Just as the mother and daughter's carriage was about to drive in with the old mama, they heard an extremely sharp and untimely scolding sound. "Why can their carriage drive in, but ours can't? Could it be that our commandery princess is inferior to others?" The black-robed old mama stood in front of that troublesome servant girl and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" That servant girl was very unreasonable. At this time, she didn't even hold the umbrella and stood in the rain with her hands on her hips. She shouted at the old mama, "Are your dog eyes blind? You don't even recognize our commandery Princess Tao. What, you unruly old servant, are you thinking of rebelling?" The black-robed old mama was so angry that her face turned red. She had seen the invitation card and guest list sent by Madame. She really had never heard of this commandery Princess Tao. She really couldn't be blamed for being ignorant and inexperienced. At this moment, Su Shitao was sitting in a carriage with the curtains rolled up. A servant was crouching beside the carriage, waiting for this young lady to alight. Su Shitao looked coldly at the old nanny in green clothes. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. Then, he retracted the leg he had stretched out. At this moment, he was still sitting in the carriage, motionless. One had to earn one's reputation. As the eldest miss of King Zheng's residence, which part of her was inferior to others, why could other people's carriages drive directly into the Duke of Huainan's mansion, but she had to get off the carriage at the public passage and walk into the mansion with an umbrella like those madams and young misses. Although they had only walked for a few minutes, the symbol of their status was immediately different. All the carriages that could drive into the Duke of Huainan's mansion, which one of them wasn't a madam of an official or a miss of an aristocratic family? What did she, Su Shitao, owe him? She was also the eldest young miss of King Zheng's residence. Alright, at this moment, a middle-aged woman, Sun Yang, who was wearing a peacock green lawn dress and a golden cloth in her hair, walked up swaggeringly. She covered her mouth and smiled at the old nanny in green clothes. "So it's Nanny Lu, Madame's personal servant. It's really wrong of you to do this. This is Commandery Princess Tao of King Zheng's residence. You can't be so rude to others. Why aren't you kneeling to greet Commandery Princess Tao?" The old nanny in green clothes was stunned. Just as she was about to reply, she heard the young crown princess sneer through the curtains. "Commandery Princess Tao is so imposing. You dare to show off in front of this consort? Aren't you mighty?" Su Shitao was shocked. When this voice entered Su Shitao's ears, her entire body stiffened for no reason. It's her, that damned crown princess. This voice was unforgettable for her entire life. For a while, it even caused her to have nightmares again and again. After all, she didn't know how many times she had suffered in this person's hands. Now that she thought about it, her teeth itched with hatred. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi rolled up the carriage's curtain, revealing Wei Ziqi and her daughter sitting in the middle. Su Shitao glanced at them and couldn't help but avert her gaze. This person was dressed in a moon-white robe with a silver-red cloak, simple but not lacking in luxurious aura. The accessories in her hair were also very simple. There was only a phoenix hairpin with pearls in it, and 2 tasseled beads hanging from her temples, but it added a touch of glamour to her spirit. A person as cold as ice didn't need much decoration at all, because her movements were beautiful. She was like a noble lady from an aristocratic family who walked out of a landscape painting, but also like a person who was raised in the depths of the palace, burning incense and playing the zither all day long. In just one face-to-face encounter, Su Shitao felt that she was fiercely defeated. In front of this person, she was like the difference between a sparrow and a phoenix. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was very clear in her subconscious that it was the difference between cloud and mud. Su Shitao clenched her teeth and fiercely said to herself in her heart, "Illusion, everything is an illusion." She couldn't be more clear about the nature of this crown princess. What demure lady who walked out of an ink painting, what gentle noble lady who stayed in the depths of the palace, it was all an illusion. The person in front of her was someone who could easily cripple Su Shihua, Su Shitao's older brother. She was someone who could use power to intimidate her eldest brother, Mo Shikong. This woman wasn't as gentle, elegant, and dignified as she was now. She was an evil spirit, an Azura, a person who would never reason with you. Su Shitao took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a palace maid beside the crown princess shout at her with a stern face, "Bold woman, how dare you sit in the carriage and speak to the crown princess like this?" With a meaningful glance from Kai Chi, two black-clothed bodyguards immediately came out from behind the carriage and rushed to Su Shitao's side. Su Shitao didn't see what the two of them did, but he cried out in alarm. He felt his body become light as someone kicked him off the carriage. "Miss!" A servant girl with a plump figure and a thick braid cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help her up. However, before he could run far, he felt as if something had hit his foot. A numbing sensation came over him, and his legs went soft. He fell to the ground, half lying in the pond. Su Shitao was in a miserable state. After being kicked off the carriage by the black-clothed bodyguard, he immediately knelt down in the puddle, his knees hurting. Now, her pretty face was burning up, and she felt a burning pain on her face. She felt the gazes of the surrounding madams and young misses all land on her. Some were snickering with ill intentions, while others were pitying her. All of these gazes were like steel needles, piercing her body. Ah! Su Shitao's scream had just escaped her mouth when she suddenly felt pain in her throat. She couldn't make a sound for no reason. She knew that this was bad. This must be the dirty tricks of that little crown princess. That person was really vicious. It was just a few words of dispute between girls, and she actually poisoned her to make her lose her voice. Arbor glanced at Su Shitao indifferently. Seeing Su Xianxi's sorry figure drenched from head to toe in the rain, she immediately lost interest in continuing to chat with her. Such a brainless thing was not qualified to be Jojo's opponent. She had no interest in teaching this person a lesson. Ordering Saishio to lower the curtain, the young crown princess waved her hand for the carriage driver to leave with the blue-robed nanny. The old nanny surnamed Lu had witnessed this scene from beginning to end. She already had some understanding of the young crown princess's temperament. She knew that although this crown princess looked young, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. She did not dare to be negligent and led the young crown princess's carriage into the Count of Huainan's fu. Madame Count of Huainan personally welcomed the two in the main hall and introduced a tall young woman to Wei Ziqing with a smile. "Lu Ying, come and greet the crown princess and Madame Qiao." Lu Ying, the eldest legitimate daughter of Count of Huainan's fu, stepped forward and politely bowed to Arbor and Wei Ziqing. She said with a smile, "The crown princess and Madame Qiao's presence at mother's birthday banquet brings light to our entire count's fu." Wei Ziqing said with a smile, "No need to be so courteous." On the other side, the second madam of the count's fu, Madame Bao, hurriedly directed a few servant girls to help the dirty Su Shitao up. The second madam frowned and endured the strange smell coming from Su Shitao's body. She smiled brightly, "Miss Su, why don't you come into the fu with me to change clothes first? Your figure is similar to my daughter's. If you don't mind, you should be able to wear clothes." Su Shitao originally wanted to refuse and say that she disliked wearing other people's second-hand clothes and wanted to return home. But after thinking about how she had been tricked into such a sorry state, her desire for revenge couldn't help but stir. She gnashed her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't open her mouth to speak. Madame Bao was a little confused. She glanced at Su Shitao and asked tentatively, "Does Miss Su have other plans?" In fact, Madame Bao wanted Su Shitao to return to Prince Zheng's mansion as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be awkward if everyone stayed behind to face each other? Unexpectedly, Su Shitao agreed and followed her into the count's residence to change his clothes. Madame Bao thought that she had finally learned her lesson after being taught a lesson. However, she never expected that Su Shitao had stayed behind with the intention of taking revenge on that crown princess. Su Shitao didn't say anything on the surface, but he was actually filled with hatred in his heart. Before that barbaric crown princess came, second concubine had been so respectful to her that she didn't need anyone to teach her how to address her as Princess Tao. But now, although she hated those who changed sides, the most hateful person was still the crown princess who didn't give her any face. In the eyes of this crown princess, Was her Prince James residence really that unbearable? It was as if there was no need to care about him at all. Filled with resentment, Princess Tao was dragged away by Madame Bao to change her clothes. Wei Ziqin and Madame Count Huainan chatted for a while before walking out hand in hand. Madame Count Huainan said as she spoke, "I'll introduce you to a few friends." The two of them walked out on their own and left the young Crown Prince Consort behind. Arbor looked at his mother's back in a daze. He pursed his lips and turned his head to see Fong Luing looking at him with a smile. "I heard that the Crown Princess is a heaven-grade alchemist? Could you give Luing some pointers? Tomorrow, I'll make up for 2 more chapters." Arbor was a bit curious. "You're also an alchemist?" The other party smiled bashfully at her and nodded before shaking her head. She said, I'm just that. I'm not that skilled at refining pills. I can only succeed once or twice out of 10 times." Arbor blinked and comforted her gently, not understanding the situation. "Then newly refined pills will indeed be like this. You can refine them a few more times in the future, and it'll be fine once you're proficient." Yet Fong Luing smiled embarrassedly. I refine common pills like blood-clotting pills and body-strengthening pills every day. I've probably refined them more than 100 times already. Presumably, it's because I'm limited by my aptitude that my success rate is so low." Arbor, the little stoic, was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did normal people often fail when refining pills? At most, the majority of people would fail multiple times when refining new pills at the beginning. After they became proficient in the future, the only difference would be the success rate. The better ones had a higher success rate and could refine 2 or 3 pills. The worse ones could at least refine 1 pill at a time, right? She had never heard of any alchemist who would fail 8 or 9 times out of 10 after refining common pills several hundred times. How unlucky and lacking in aptitude would one have to be able to do this? When Arbor thought of this, she couldn't help but look sympathetically at Miss Fong Luing. This girl's appearance was upright and virtuous, and she didn't look like a clown. Fong Luing was very perceptive. When she saw Qiulamu looking at her, she hastily explained, "I've made a fool of myself in front of the Crown Princess. Luing doesn't have any aptitude for refining pills since she was young, and I previously invited several pill masters to teach me. They also said that Luing doesn't have any aptitude. But if it doesn't hinder the Crown Princess, I would be very grateful if the Crown Princess could give Luing some pointers." Arbor thought that she had nothing to do now, so she nodded at her. "All right then. First find a place and refine a pill for me to see." Hence, the little Crown Princess was so angry that she almost kicked Fong Luing twice. When this guy said that he didn't have any talent in alchemy, he was just being humble. It wasn't that she didn't have any talent in alchemy, it was that she didn't even have the slightest bit of basic medicinal knowledge. It was fine if she couldn't recognize all the medicinal herbs, but she couldn't even grasp the amount of medicinal herbs needed for the hemostasis pill. Therefore, not to mention failing 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was already giving her face if he didn't fail 10 times out of 10, the 1 or 2 chances of success were probably due to the luck of the god of creation. "You've thrown things out so carelessly. Has your furnace never exploded before?" "I did." Young Miss Fong gave the little Crown Princess a look of affirmation and nodded very seriously. "Because the furnace is going to explode every 2 to 3 days, my small medicine room has been moved to the most remote part of the court." The little stoic, she had almost nothing left to say. "Actually, have you ever thought that, instead of going through so much trouble, why don't you hire 2 pill refiners by your side?" The little Crown Princess tried to reason with this one-track-minded Miss Fong. "How can that do? I don't trust a single one of those pill refiners. I have to refine a body-strengthening pill for my mother so that I can nurse her body back to health step by step in the future." "You are doing this for your mother?" the little stoic asked hesitantly. Young Miss Fong nodded heavily and turned to look at the little Crown Princess. "Crown Princess, did I grasp the pill refinement method incorrectly?" The little stoic also didn't know how to explain it to her. If she told the truth, she was afraid it would dampen her enthusiasm, but if she told a lie, it didn't suit her personality. Hence, she simply changed the topic and said, "If you start learning basic pharmacology, you should be able to improve more. You can go to a pill shop to take a look and buy some basic pharmacology books. You can start by self-studying step by step. Feng Luing listened earnestly and nodded repeatedly, as if she had taken the little stoic's words to heart. Your mother took the body-strengthening pill, but it's not very useful now. When I first saw your mother, I thought her complexion was slightly sallow, perhaps due to spleen deficiency or eczema. But when I saw her again today, I discovered that her glabella is yellow with a tinge of black. This is a sign of being poisoned. What? Feng Luing lowered her voice and exclaimed, Crown Princess, you're saying my mother is poisoned? The little Crown Princess nodded with certainty. She is poisoned, and it's quite severe. It should be the kind of poison that has accumulated in her body over a long period of time and hasn't completely erupted yet. That's why she only looks weak. Feng Luing was both alarmed and furious, and her body actually tottered. She didn't expect that it wasn't that her mother's body wasn't well, but that someone had ulterior motives and poisoned her over a long period of time? But my mother has been receiving treatment for a long period of time. Why didn't the physician say that she... Feng Luing trailed off when she reached this point. She wasn't truly stupid and naturally understood that if the physician was intentionally concealing it, then it meant that the physician was colluding with the person who poisoned her. I have a bottle of self-made all-purpose antidote pills. Give one to your mother every 3 days, and you'll see results after 3 times. If the results aren't good, I'll give it to your mother at that time. Arbor added, but normally, as long as it's not a poison pill refined from sacred rank herbs, it's basically detoxifying. Feng Luing thanked him profusely and reached out to take it. She was just short of kneeling down and kowtowing to the little Crown Princess. Arbor waved his hand for her to stand up. Do you still want to learn pill refinement? Yes. Feng Luing nodded. Even if I'm not talented, I still want to read more medical books. Although I'm stupid, I'll learn for 2 or 3 years if other people learn for a year. There will be a day when I should also have some small achievements. Arbor pursed his lips. He took a piece of paper and wrote down a series of book titles for her. Follow this list and go to the pill house to buy books. Read them one by one. Even if you memorize them by rote, you'll still be able to memorize them. When the time comes, you can sort out all the questions you don't understand and ask me one by one. Feng Luing beamed with joy as she took the book list and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Crown Princess. Thank you, Crown Princess. Is young Miss here? A gentle voice came from outside the courtyard. Feng Luing hurriedly kept the book list in her inner world. She turned to Arbor and said in a low voice, from the sound of it, it seems to be second sister's servant. Crown Princess, please wait for a moment. I'll go out and take a look. Arbor grunted and waved his hand nonchalantly. He casually picked up the pill furnace that Feng Luing had placed on the table and touched it up and down. Although Feng Luing didn't know how to refine pills, this furnace was still a spirit tool. Feng Luing couldn't help but smile. This pill furnace is quite a coincidence. I accidentally found it in the market. I didn't expect it to be such a good spirit tool. As expected, your dog's hit luck is pretty good. Arbor thought inwardly. She then heard that servant girl's voice urgently ring out again. Eldest Miss, the servant is coming in now? Creak. Feng Luing pulled open the double doors with all her might with a sullen face and strode out. She blocked the doorway and coldly glanced at that maidservant who was sticking her head out to look around. What are you looking at? What are you doing in my pill refinement room when you don't have any rules? The maidservant hung her head and inwardly pursed her lips in disdain. She thought, if it weren't for my family's miss telling me to coax you over, who do you think would be willing to come to your crappy pill refinement room that's riddled with dangers? This damned place would explode at the slightest provocation. All the servants in the estate had always kept a respectful distance from this damned place. They had always stayed as far away as possible from this damned place. Did you think she liked coming here? If it weren't for, the maidservant's eyes swiveled, and she walked up to greet Feng Luing with a grin. She said with a smile, Eldest Miss, this servant came under orders to invite Eldest Miss and the Crown Princess to Willow Garden together. The banquet hasn't started yet. My family's miss has invited many patrician families' young misses to Willow Garden to admire the koi. Feng Luing looked disinterested and waved her hand. No need, I still have several pills to refine. That maidservant couldn't resist rolling her eyes and suppressing her bellyful of disdain. She carefully smiled and said flatteringly, "Then you can refine pills at any time. My family's miss said that it's rare for so many older and younger sisters to gather together. Hopefully, eldest miss won't neglect these guests. Besides, if you don't go, then the crown princess might want to go take a look." "Not going." The young crown prince consort's crisp words immediately made that last swallow back all the words she had yet to say. This crown princess was truly unreasonable. She had already spoken to this extent, but she actually flatly refused. This really was not giving her family's miss any face. If the little stoic knew this maidservant's unspoken criticism, she would definitely sneer and retort, "Face? How much weight is your family's second miss worth? She still wants me to give her face, heh." Servant Xiaomian greets the crown princess. That servant girl nimbly scuttled forward. Separated by the door, eldest Miss Fong Luing hurriedly bowed to Arbor. "Crown princess, our Willow Courtyard's pond has recently had quite a few precious species of koi fish." The second young miss was thinking. At this moment, the rain had stopped and the sky had brightened up. "I'll accompany the ladies to the Willow Garden. If the crown princess can honor me." "Is there something wrong with your ears? This consort already said that this consort won't honor you." This consort's words once again made the servant girl swallow her words. Fong Luing was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the little crown princess was in the room behind her, Miss Fong would have burst out laughing. He didn't expect the crown princess to be such a person. Her frankness and straightforwardness were simply adorable. The girl called Xiaomian felt her face heat up. The crown princess's merciless words were simply a slap to her family's miss's face. She really didn't give her miss any face at all. Xiaomian was here to invite someone. Asking the crown princess to go was secondary, but Miss said that she must invite eldest Mississippi. If she couldn't invite eldest Miss over now, she wouldn't be able to escape a beating either. That would be miserable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. The maidservant cried out pitifully, "Crown princess, eldest miss, our miss came to invite you with good intentions. The young misses of the various families are also waiting at the pavilion for the crown princess and eldest miss to go. If the two of you don't go, then wouldn't you be letting down the many young misses' good intentions?" As she spoke, she started to cry, feeling very wronged. Arbor walked out of the door, and his cold gaze landed on the maidservant. The corners of his lips curled up coldly. "Are you sure? Are you sure which aristocratic young misses are really willing to see this crown princess go?" Her purpose for coming today was actually to accompany her mother to visit her friends. If no one provoked her, perhaps after the lunch banquet, she would accompany her mother back. But if someone didn't have eyes and wanted to provoke her, then don't blame her for being merciless. Fong Luing couldn't help but frown. She thought of the young crown princess's words and associated it with the chronic poison in her mother's body. Now that she looked at this scheming and cunning maidservant by her second sister's side, the more she looked at her, the more she disliked her. Could her mother's chronic poison be related to second aunt and her daughter? All these years, second aunt had controlled the manor's finances and had long been itching to kick her mother out and take the position of the mistress of the household. It was just that her status was still a little low and couldn't suppress her mother. But if her mother's body gradually weakened, or even died, Fong Luing couldn't help but shudder. When she came back to her senses, her gaze towards the maidservant Xiaomian instantly became extremely cold. For a moment, Xiaomian thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her and couldn't help but look up again. Coincidentally, she met Lu Ying's cold and lonely eyes, which were sharp and sharp. Xiaomian couldn't help but jump in fright. Although this eldest miss wasn't someone who would be bullied and humiliated by others, because she was often addicted to alchemy and didn't know much about alchemy, she always looked a little silly. But seeing her today, it seemed that eldest Miss's aura was much stronger. Could it be because Xiaomian sneakily glanced towards Arbor, and she was secretly alarmed? Could it be because the crown princess was supporting her? Things were not looking good for them. If the crown princess supported the eldest miss and her daughter, then their second miss would have a hard time in the future. What? You? You're going to invite the crown princess to come to the Willow Garden to admire the fish? A surprised cry broke the laughter of the young ladies. Plop. Miss Gao of the right Prime Minister's family, in her nervousness, dropped half a bag of fish food into the water. The fish spread out in the water like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Many koi fishes crowded around and continued to fight for the food. Feng Mingyue, who had a slight smile on her face, turned to look at the girl who had cried out in alarm. "Miss Li, what are you doing?" Miss Li coughed a little awkwardly. "No, nothing. I just find it strange." That's true, that's true. Hee hee. She laughed dryly and looked at Feng Mingyue with a complicated gaze. Miss Feng didn't seem to have come to the last few gatherings in the palace. Feng Mingyue's expression stiffened slightly. The noble lady beside Miss Li hurriedly bumped into her. Miss Li instantly realized and laughed awkwardly again. Right. That was to invite the first wife's daughter. It would have been better if she didn't explain. Once she did, Feng Mingyue's face darkened even more. The noble lady beside Miss Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. What does Miss Li mean? Feng Mingyue maintained a stiff smile and secretly gritted her teeth. Did these legitimate daughters come together to slap her in the face? This Miss Li was only the legitimate daughter of the Honglu Temple's deputy minister, a lowly official. How dare she look down on a girl from the Duke of Huainan's mansion? Feng Mingyue was not a broad-minded person, and she had already exploded from Miss Li's words. The noble lady beside Miss Li hurriedly tugged at her foolish best friend and said to Feng Mingyue with an apologetic smile, "Miss Li is outspoken and didn't mean to ridicule second Mississippi Miss Feng. Please don't think too much." Feng Mingyue said with a fake smile, "So it's the legitimate daughter of Censor Jiang. I've always heard that Miss Jiang and Miss Li are good friends. You two are really close and inseparable." Miss Jiang smiled gently and didn't say anything. Miss Li was also tugged by her, so she didn't say anything. Feng Mingyue made a mental note of them and turned to look at the girl leaning on the edge of the pond. "Your Highness, what do you think of our pond?" "Not bad." Princess Tao raised her head proudly and pointed at a koi fish not far away. "Our mansion also has that kind of golden koi, and this, and that. We have all of these. Overall, the koi fish in your pond are 10% or 20% of the size of those in my mansion." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Princess Tao's EQ was really low. It was enough that she praised Prince Zheng's mansion in different ways, but she didn't need to say that the koi fish in their pond were less than 10% or 20% of those in Prince Zheng's mansion. Feng Mingyue's face darkened, and she couldn't help but call Su Shitao an idiot in her heart. If it weren't for Prince Zheng's mansion, she, as the daughter of the Duke of Huainan's mansion, wouldn't have to lower her voice and listen to her nonsense. Princess Tao's words immediately caused an awkward silence. Everyone silently stared at the koi fish in the pond, occasionally sprinkling some fish food, and fell into a state of silent observation. At this moment, a koi fish happened to jump out of the water. The girls laughed and pointed at the koi fish that jumped out of the water, laughing and shouting, "Look, look. Don't tell me this koi fish has become a spirit? It's so lively and active." Everyone slightly pushed each other. A few ladies originally wanted to squeeze to the railing to take a closer look, but in the end, they accidentally squeezed Su Shitao. Su Shitao's bent calf hit the railing with a dong. It was so painful that her face scrunched up and she screamed, Who hit this princess?" She was really unlucky. Previously, when he was kicked off the carriage by the crown princess's two bodyguards, his knees were heavily smashed into a puddle and were already bruised. Now that he was being squeezed and bumped by someone, he was afraid that he would bleed. She turned her head angrily and saw a familiar-looking woman. She took a few steps back. "You bitch again. Are you trying to make things difficult for me today?" Princess Tao flew into a rage and glared at the woman who took a few steps back. "No, it's not me, it's not." This was the concubine's daughter from Assistant Minister Zhang's family who collided with Princess Tao's carriage and caused it to flip over. Previously in the carriage incident, Miss Zhang had already experienced Princess Tao's fierceness and terrifying fierceness. Unexpectedly, the two of them bumped into each other again. But it wasn't her. It was the two ladies beside her who quickly stepped back after bumping into Princess Tao. Therefore, Miss Zhang, who was standing behind, happened to face Princess Tao's angry accusation. "You be *tch, kneel down." Su Shitao shouted angrily, pointing at Miss Zhang in front of her. Miss Zhang couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly looked at the ladies around her for help. But now, no one dared to block Princess Tao's anger for her. They hurriedly stepped back. Miss Li originally wanted to go forward and say a few words, but she was hurriedly stopped by Miss Jiang, who was beside her. The legitimate miss of the Zhang family won't sit by and do nothing, Miss Jiang whispered in her best friend's ear, let's wait for a while. As expected, the moment Princess Tao finished shouting, a faint voice came from behind the crowd, who was Miss Su asking to kneel down. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. A delicate and pretty woman in her early 20s slowly walked up and pushed her younger sister back. She glanced indifferently at the furious Su Shitao and said, don't think that you are a real princess just because others call you Princess Tao. All the ladies present couldn't help but gasp. They all looked at Miss Zhang, who was so blunt. The legitimate miss of Assistant Minister Zhang's family was really fearless. She didn't care about causing trouble for her family when she talked back to Princess Tao. As expected, Su Shitao was so angry that her hair stood on end. She pointed at Zhang Yuyan, trembled, and screamed, you say that again. Zhang Yuyan said with a sneer, as everyone knows, there are only 3 princesses in the Divine Land. Princess Wu Shuang is famous in the world. I don't need to say more. Princess Fu Fu is the granddaughter of Great Elder Princess. She's only 9 years old. The other one is a princess. 5 years ago, she married Songzhou for the sake of righteousness. She hasn't returned yet. What? There are so many people here, but no one knows that there is another princess in the Divine Land. Miss Li chuckled. Miss Jiang hurriedly pulled her silly best friend. Today, they had completely offended Princess Tao. A young lady with no rank calls herself a princess. I usually just take it as a compliment from my sisters. Don't tell me that you've really taken it to heart. Do you really think that you're a princess, berating the daughters of officials and making them kneel to you? If my Shu sister were to kneel down today, which of the young ladies present would have any face left? The daughter of an official in our Divine Land has to kneel down and apologize to a commoner lady with no rank. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Well said. Fong Luing clapped her hands vigorously and walked over with large strides. Just now, she had heard the noise by the pond from afar. When she rushed over, she found that it was Princess Tao of Prince Zheng's mansion who was throwing a tantrum again. Princess Tao was really a troublemaker. She was nothing, but she thought too highly of herself. When the noble ladies saw the young crown princess and Fong Luing walking over together, they were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly lined up to greet the crown princess, who was not to be trifled with. No one dared to neglect the young crown princess. Compared with the arrogant and domineering Princess Tao, she was the one who was not to be trifled with. As the young crown prince consort walked over, all the noble ladies and young misses she saw lined up to greet her. Every one of them was well behaved, without the slightest overstep. Their expressions were also more respectful than usual, almost all of them had their heads lowered, looking like quails. The young crown princess raised her small hand and waved, expressionlessly saying, no need to be so polite. The ladies repeatedly thanked her, then stood up in a well-behaved manner, retreated to the 2 sides and stood still. Dozens of ladies stood at the edge of the pond, absolutely silent. Fong Mingyue was extremely angry, staring at this elder sister who appeared with great momentum, and said with ridicule, elder sister really has a great aura. Now the way you act is more and more like the first madam's arrogance. Fong Luing sneered, younger sister, are you blind? In front of the crown princess, you dare to be so rude. Didn't you see that the other young ladies of the other families have already come forward to greet? Younger sister really doesn't know the rules, quickly come forward to greet. Younger sister, you have to give face to the Count family. Fong Mingyue secretly clenched her teeth, smiled apologetically, and bent her knees to greet. This little girl Fong Mingyue greets the crown princess. She slightly bent her knees and stood up straight, looking at Arbor with a smile. Fong Mingyue thought, the greeting is just for show. Thinking about it, I am the grandniece of old concubine Fong, the crown princess shouldn't not give me a little face. Kai Xiao. Unexpectedly, the young crown princess walked past Fong Mingyue with a cold face. Her small face didn't fake any expression, showing no intention of giving face to Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue's fake smile suddenly froze on her face, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This crown princess was too snobbish, facing her elder sister and facing her, it was two completely different faces. Could it be that she was looking down on her, a concubine's daughter? The young crown prince consort had a stoic and expressionless little face from beginning to end. For some reason, it became two different faces in Feng Mingyue's eyes. On the other side, Kai Xiao nodded after receiving the order. She stepped forward and kicked the back of Feng Mingyue's knee. Feng Mingyue, who was not paying attention for a moment, screamed, and fell forward, kneeling down heavily. Crown Princess, did the Crown Princess allow you to rise? Kai Xiao coldly said with a cold voice. Don't you know the rules? Kneel properly. Kai Xiao angrily shouted, scaring Feng Mingyue to the point that her heart slightly trembled. Arbor walked to the edge of the pond and asked someone to bring him a stool to sit on. Only then did he calmly look at Su Shitao, who was glaring at him. The little stoic raised her small hand and pointed at Su Shitao standing to the side. Just as Kai Chi was about to step forward, Su Shitao clenched his teeth and curtsied, "Greetings, Crown Princess." The little Crown Princess frowned. "Why are you still here? Why is there a shit-stirrer like you everywhere I go?" Su Shitao was already in such a sorry state at the entrance just now, but he actually followed her into the Count of Huainan's estate instead of returning home. She was loathsome just looking at him. Even his expression was distorted as he glared at this darling with hatred. Just looking at him was an eyesore. You aren't deliberately staying here to plot against this crown princess, right? Su Shitao almost bit his own tongue. This D*MN woman was truly sharp, causing him to be at a loss for words. This crown princess advises you to behave yourself. Arbor snorted. If you want to play tricks with me, I'll accompany you to the end. I just don't know if you can afford to play. Su Shitao's knees were a little sore from bending, but the little crown princess did not ask her to get up. As a result, the man could only stand there with his back half bent and his face half frozen. The anger in his heart was so strong that it was rushing to his head. However, Arbor was even angrier when he saw Su Shitao. The commotion just now was all because of this woman. Arbor now felt very annoyed whenever he saw Su Shitao and just wanted her to shut up. Su Shitao squatted until her legs went numb. She didn't even hear Arbor telling her to get up. A rush of blood rushed to her brain. The grievance in his heart was unstoppable. Who dared to give her attitude when she was in King Zheng's residence? All the servants in the mansion called her Princess Tao and flattered her. How could he be despised to this extent after casually entering the Duke of Huainan's mansion? Not only was he treated differently from the others when he entered, but he was also beaten up by the crown princess subordinates at the entrance. Now that the damned crown princess had seen her, she was picking on her again. She had already bowed to her in such a humble manner. What else did she want? Did she want to ascend to the heavens? The furious Su Shitao's mind went blank for a moment. He was so angry that he immediately straightened his body and roared, "Are you deliberately targeting me? Audacious!" Kai Xiao was also infuriated by this woman. These days, there were not many people who dared to be so impudent in front of the little crown princess. Many of the noble ladies took a few steps back in unison, and all of them huddled together on both sides of the road. Their eyes were filled with an inexplicable trace of fear. Crown Princess, I still have some matters to attend to in the residence. I will take my leave first. Crown Prince Consort, this subject is also, with past experience, no one dared to stay here and wait for the little crown princess to make a scene. Because at this moment, everyone was very clear that they didn't want to live too long just to watch the show. This fire could burn them at any moment. Not everyone's drama could be watched blindly. At the very least, they didn't dare to look at the crown princess in front of him. Perhaps he would have to suffer together with that brainless Miss Su. The young crown prince consort gave an expressionless grunt of acknowledgement, but the noble ladies hurriedly retreated as though they had been pardoned. Just as they were about to leave one by one, they heard Feng Mingyue's exasperated roar from behind them. What are you doing? Are you that afraid of the crown princess? Could it be that the ladies present don't even dare to say a word of justice? The noble ladies looked at each other in dismay and cried out in unison. Oh, please, Miss Feng is not afraid of death. If you want to help Princess Tao deal with the little crown princess, you can do it yourselves. Don't involve us, okay? It's obviously the crown princess who is bullying others. Even so, you don't dare to say a word of justice? At this moment, Fang Mingyue was so angry that she stood up straight. She stomped her feet and said angrily, I don't know how Mingyue offended the crown princess to make you dislike Mingyue so much that you want to punish us by making us kneel. Arbor lifted her small chin slightly. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi both understood and hurriedly stepped forward. Without saying anything, one of them kicked Fang Mingyue's back, and the other kicked Su Shitao's back. Their movements were exactly the same. As for Fang Mingyue and Su Shitao, their movements of being kicked to the ground were exactly the same. With two thuds, the two girls miserably fell to the ground. They were so angry that they couldn't help but want to curse. Crown Princess, so long-winded. The young Crown Princess shouted. Behind Saishio, two tall and burly old mamas immediately followed behind her. They raised their hands and slapped Fang Mingyue and Su Shitao on their faces. You dare to be so impudent in front of the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess ordered you to kneel, and you dare to make faces? Young Miss Su, second young Miss Fang, this old servant can only make an exception today to teach you the rules of seniority. Arbor expressionlessly watched the two old nannies give the two young misses a few slaps. Hearing the two's wretched screams, she couldn't help but frown. Stuff their mouths. Kai Chi waved her hand and shouted. Fang Mingyue was so angry that her insides burned, and she completely lost her sense of propriety. In this residence, she was pampered by her parents every day and doted on in every way. Who in the residence dared to be so bold and rude to her? This crown princess was abominable, abominable to the extreme. Fang Mingyue screamed and pushed away the two old nannies beside her. She jumped high, her hair disheveled as she screamed, I'll fight it out with you. Everyone was startled. Young Miss Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, second young Miss Fang, you can't. However, Fang Mingyue had long been blinded by anger. She raised her fist and rushed towards the young crown princess. Two hidden guards instantly blocked the young crown princess. Two pairs of cold eyes stared coldly at the person rushing over, as if they were looking at a corpse. Arbor only waved his hand indifferently and stood up from the chair, rolling up his small sleeves while he was at it. Move aside. You men don't need to interfere in the matters between women. The two hidden guards, when Madame Lu of the Duke of Huainan's estate heard the servant who hurriedly came to report that the second young miss had offended her superior and violently punched the pregnant crown princess, she almost fainted on the spot. Her entire body went limp on Wei Ziqin. Wei Ziqin was even more anxious. She stood up and shouted angrily, where is he? The servant was startled and quickly shouted, it's at the koi pond in the willow garden. The madam of the Duke of Huainan's mansion was so angry that she almost fainted. She hurriedly stood up with the help of someone. When she was about to step out of the front hall, she almost bumped into a woman who rushed into the door. That woman was decked out in gold and silver, and when she saw the sickly madam in front of her, she immediately cried out, Madam, you have to uphold justice for second young miss. What do I have to do? What can I do for her? Your daughter is so audacious that she even dares to lay her hands on the crown princess who is pregnant with a dragon fetus. I think she and you don't want to live anymore. Second Young couldn't help but wail loudly. She held Madam's hand and refused to let go. Madam, we don't know what exactly happened in this matter. How can you be so sure that it was second miss who made a move on the crown princess first? We'll know whether it's true or not when we go take a look. First Madam brusquely flung her hand away and said with a stern expression, moreover, so what if the crown princess made a move first? Can your daughter retaliate when the crown princess made a move? Let me tell you, don't say that the crown princess is pregnant with a dragon fetus right now and can't take the slightest fright. Even if she didn't. She hit your daughter, you have to endure it for me. You even rebelled and wanted to retaliate. You've lost your mind. I've always said that you have to teach your daughter well. And the result? You didn't listen. Now you've caused such a disaster for my family. Let me ask you, can you bear the responsibility? Second concubine sobbed and cried, First Madam, you can't leave my Mingyue alone. Old concubine Feng watched Mingyue grow up. If anything happens to her, we can't explain it to old concubine and old concubine. Explain it. I think you'd better explain it to His Majesty and the Empress first. If anything happens to the little imperial grandson, our entire family, your daughter, your mother, your 7 aunts, 8 aunts, 3 uncles, 6 aunts, and even that dog on the street, none of them will be able to escape. Young Madame Bao immediately slumped to the ground, unable to raise her head after being scolded by First Madame. She wanted to reach out and hug First Madame's leg, but she was kicked hard and rolled to the door. The old servant behind First Madame was also very fierce. She stepped on young Madame's foot and crushed the back of young Madame's hand before leaving with First Madame. Ah! Young Madame Bao twitched in pain and shook the back of her hand several times. She turned to the maidservant behind her with tears in her eyes. The maidservant also cried, "Second Madam, we have to hurry over. Otherwise, Second Miss will be at a disadvantage." Young Madame Bao gritted her teeth and quickly stood up from the ground with the help of the maidservant's hand. Go quickly. Xianxia, let Xianxia go to the front yard to invite old master. Right now, only her husband could save her precious daughter. Her Mingyue, why did she provoke that fiend Crown Prince Consort for no reason? First Madame and Wei Ziqin hurried to Willow Courtyard and almost fainted again as soon as they walked in. If it weren't for the 2 old servants supporting First Madame's body, First Madame would have already lost her balance. Madam, don't worry. Take a closer look. The Crown Princess seems to be fine. Wei Ziqin was also very anxious, but when she saw her daughter in the distance, her heart calmed down. Her daughter had never been bullied since she was young, so it was unlikely that she would be beaten up by the second miss of the Feng family. Therefore, the servant who sent the message must have misunderstood something. First Madame calmed herself down and took a closer look. Only then did she see clearly what was going on. There seemed to be 4 transparent seals around the little Crown Princess, trapping her within. As for the unreasonable second miss, she seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. She had gotten a large shovel from somewhere and was pounding on the impenetrable seal wall in front of her. Beside him stood 2 black-clothed secret guards with indifferent expressions. First Madame took a closer look and felt that these 2 young men had a hopeless look on their faces. What's going on? First Madame hurriedly asked the servants who were watching by the pond. The servant knelt down and said, "Madam, it's Second Mississippi. She's gone mad." Crazy? First Madame's face looked as though it had been painted with a layer of black paint. She was so angry that her liver hurt. She has indeed gone mad. He even dared to hit the Crown Princess. He really didn't want to live anymore. Why aren't you pulling him away? Are all of you dead? The servant was about to cry. It's not that we don't want to pull him away. It's just that the Crown Princess said to let Second Miss hit him and not to care about her. First Madame looked a little confused and didn't know what was going on. The little Crown Princess sat upright in the seal array. Her gaze was cold as she watched the Second Miss violently pounding on the barrier. Eldest Madame was so angry that she was about to ascend to the heavens and leave her body. She berated, "The Count Estate actually produced such a disrespectful thing like you. Why aren't you arresting this rebellious dog?" Madame Neilu shouted angrily. The servants didn't dare to tarry this time and hastily swarmed forward to tug at the unreasonable Second Miss Fong. Second Miss Fong had long lost her head from anger. She had been chipping away at that defensive wall for so long, but she hadn't even managed to open a freaking small hole. She was so angry that she jumped up and down and cursed non-stop. Now that she saw people coming to arrest her, she used a large shovel to hit them. 2 servants were caught off guard and were hit in the head by her shovel, bleeding profusely on the spot. Madame was so angry that she clutched her chest and cursed repeatedly, "Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. Are you all dead? Go up, bring her over here." Several burly mamas, along with several guards, dashed over. 3 to 5 people pressed Second Miss Fong to the ground and forcefully pinned her arms behind her back. They finally managed to subdue this shrew with great difficulty. The little Crown Princess sat inside her defensive wall from beginning to end and expressionlessly watched the commotion outside. Wei Ziqin hastily walked over. Separated by the defensive wall, her mouth involuntarily twitched as she called out, "Jojo." Arbor waved his hand and removed the defensive wall. He left his stool and strode to his mother's side to greet her. Wei Ziqin was too embarrassed to ask if her daughter was all right. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was completely fine. It was better not to ask the obvious, Mom. Arbor glanced at his mother and felt that his mother's expression was a bit conflicted and strange. Wei Ziqing coughed lightly and patted her daughter's small hand. It's fine, it's fine. Mom just wanted to ask you, what exactly happened? She was fine when she left just now, so how did second Miss Fong provoke her daughter so fearlessly in such a short time? The little stoic pursed her lips and said, how would I know? Wei Ziqing, he suddenly felt that he had nothing to say to his daughter. Fong Luiying, who was still standing by the side, hurriedly said, Madam, there's no need to worry. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that second sister's reaction was too extreme. How exactly did second miss offend the crown princess? First Madam reprimanded her harshly. The maids, whose faces were covered in dirt, lay on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They could only mumble obsequiously. We heard from second miss, it seems like, the crown princess, she. The maidservants were so scared that they didn't dare to finish their sentence. Standing by the pond, Su Shitao, who was covered in dust and dirt, couldn't help but scream. What else could it be? If she didn't abuse her power to bully others, how could second young miss possibly fight with her? Shut up. Who are you? First Madam stared at Su Shitao and asked coldly. Irritated by Mrs. Lu's contemptuous gaze, Su Shitao's anger erupted on the spot. Who am I? Who am I? She was so angry that her nose and mouth were slightly crooked. I am a guest invited by your Count of Huainan's estate. I am Princess Tao of the Prince of Zhang's estate. Your estate must give me an explanation for this matter. *it, these people, all of them didn't take her, Su Shitao, seriously at all. They kept asking who she was. Who was she? Shouldn't everyone know who she was? She, impudent. Who are you referring to? First Madam shouted. Immediately, two nannies stepped forward and slapped Su Shitao's hand, which was pointing in the direction of Arbor. Su Shitao was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he hadn't shouted yet. He was frightened by the second young Miss Fong's piercing voice. Fong Mingyue was so angry that she couldn't stop kicking and twisting her body. She was tied up with a rope by 3 to 5 servants and the old nannies. They dragged her to First Madam and pressed her body down to kneel on the ground. Seeing that she was disobedient, the nannies were so angry that they pinched her arm a few times. Fong Mingyue shouted even louder. She exerted force on her wrists and flung one of the old nannies away. She kicked a servant in the chest. Everyone only heard a crisp crack sound. That person flew out and was heavily thrown into the corner of the wall. Her head tilted and she was on the verge of death. It could be seen that Fong Mingyue's kick was a killing move. The second young miss climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "You dare to treat me like this? You wicked servants! See if I don't cripple you, ah!" The servants and old nannies were all silent out of fear. At this moment, they suddenly saw First Madam raise her hand and let a few nimble guards subdue the second young Mississippi. They couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all, the second young Miss's martial arts were not bad and her cultivation was already a level 5 spiritual master. It was indeed difficult for these low-level servants to deal with her. However, the guards beside First Madam were different. Each of them was a level 6 or 7 spiritual master. It was a piece of cake for them to deal with the second young Mississippi. Let go of me, you wicked servants. How dare you? Let go. Second young Miss Fong screamed. Her kicks and bites couldn't stop the guards from dragging her. They threw her in front of First Madam. Fong Mingyue felt like a dead dog being thrown to the ground. A trace of humiliation and hatred burned from the bottom of her heart. "Mrs. Lu, you dare to treat me like this? Aren't you afraid that when my father comes, he will give you 2 slaps?" At this moment, First Madam had already been helped to sit down. When she heard Fong Mingyue's words, she immediately sneered, "Fong Mingyue, you are indeed very bold. You dare to speak so presumptuously in front of your official mother. It seems that all these years, I have indeed neglected to discipline you concubine-born sons and daughters. That's why your concubine mother has taught you to be so undisciplined and out of control. Men, slap him." Fong Mingyue was forced to kneel on the ground by the 2 guards. She couldn't move at all. She could only watch the fierce-looking old maid beside Madame rolling up her sleeves and walking towards her. Feng Mingyue immediately screamed in panic, what are you doing? You dare to hit me? My father won't let you off. Father. Father. Mother. Father. Slap. A heavy slap interrupted Feng Mingyue's mournful cries. With this slap, Feng Mingyue only felt her mouth fill with a salty and wet taste. The maidservant Xiao Mian had sharp eyes and called out, "Young miss, your mouth is broken. You're bleeding." Feng Mingyue was so angry that she almost fainted. Since she was young, when had she ever suffered such grievances? That old maid was really ruthless. With 3 slaps, her ears buzzed and she saw stars. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and tears and snot flowed down her face. Mingyue, my pitiful child, ah! Little Madame Bao cried out in a shrill voice and stumbled towards them. She threw herself at her daughter and hugged her head tightly. She shouted, "Who dares to come forward? Who dares to touch my daughter? If anyone dares to touch my daughter, I will fight them to the death." "Pull second Madame away," first Madame said coldly. Madame, do you want to beat my daughter to death?" Little Madame Bao glared at first Madame with a pair of venomous eyes and shouted angrily, "You can't do this. My daughter is beautiful. If she is injured, can your Lu family bear this responsibility?" Feng Luiying immediately stood in front of her mother and shouted angrily, "Second Madame, you dare to speak to Madame like this? If you want to beat my daughter to death, then beat me to death first. Even if I become a malicious spirit in my next life, I won't let you evil people off. What are you all doing?" A man's angry shout came from the entrance of Willow Courtyard. For a moment, the bustling noises all fell silent. "I've made a fool of myself in front of the heir and lords." Count Huainan Feng Xiangue cupped his hands at a young gentleman behind him. The heir of the Duke of Jianping, Mo Kuan, had been waving the folding fan in his hand with a flirtatious smile. However, when he saw the little crown princess's expressionless face, he instantly froze. He almost knelt down in front of Count Huainan. "You should have said earlier that you invited the crown princess. If you said you invited her, we wouldn't have come. Aren't you tricking your father? Of all the people you could trick, you tricked your grandfather." His father, the old Duke of Jianping, was very wise not to come. Why did he have to come to the Count of Huainan's estate, this time? He met the little fiend. The heir of the Duke of Jianping slapped himself in the face. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Heir? Count Huainan looked at this young gentleman in confusion. Mo Kuan came back to his senses and silently lit a candle for himself. He smiled stiffly. Just now, there seemed to be a mosquito. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. However, Mo Kuan took a few steps back and deliberately put on a nonchalant expression. He waved his hand and said, Since Count Huainan has family matters to attend to, then this heir will not disturb you any further. Goodbye." "Eh? Your Highness? Your Highness?" Seeing that the crown prince was about to flee, everyone was speechless. "Stop right there." A clear voice rang out. Everyone watched as Mo Shitzi, who had run to the entrance of the garden in 3 steps, fell to his knees with a plop. The speed at which Prince Jianping's face changed was truly breathtaking. When he turned around while kneeling, a smile blossomed on his face like a blooming flower. Little brother greets sister-in-law. "Hello, sister-in-law. What bad things did you do?" The little stoic shouted coldly. The heir of the Duke of Jianping was about to cry. He looked at Arbor innocently and said, "No, I didn't do anything bad." No one knew that before he answered this question, his mind had gone through 1,000 twists and turns, recalling everything he had done in the past 5 days. He really didn't do anything bad. Then why did you run away when you saw me? Sir Jojo shouted, "You have a guilty conscience. Did you go out on the streets to rob an innocent girl again?" I don't dare, this younger brother doesn't dare." Mo Kuan waved his hand miserably. "This younger brother has been abstaining from meat and reciting Buddhist scriptures at home recently. I'm abstinent of worldly desires and charitable deeds. Even royal father said that this younger brother has recently made great progress. The little stoic pulled a long face. Is that so? Yes, yes. The king of Giant Pain's heir nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. He said pitifully, sister-in-law. Ever since this younger brother was taught a lesson by you. Then completely turned over a new leaf and became a new person. My royal brothers, can all testify. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but twitch her mouth, and she looked at this child sympathetically. Look at how scared this child was. Their family's Jojo's deterrence was increasingly surpassing Ling Ran's. If I find out that you're doing any illegal activities again, even your father can't protect you. Be careful of your dog head. Arbor clenched his fists tightly, and a handful of fine sand leaked out from between his fingers. Mo Kuan nearly pissed himself in fright, and he scrambled forward while howling repeatedly, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. I swear. I've already been taught a lesson by you, sister-in-law. I won't bully the villagers again, won't do any bad things again. *CK, Lil sister-in-law is getting scarier. Such a sturdy rock turned into fine sand in a matter of minutes in her small hands. Woo-woo, how scary, how can elder brother stand such a shrew, so scary, women are so scary, woo-woo. The little crown princess clapped her hands and waved expressionlessly like she was swatting a fly. Let's go. Thank you, sister-in-law, thank you, sister-in-law. Prince Mo was scared witless. He covered his head and scurried out of Willow Courtyard like a rat. He reckoned that he would have to take a detour whenever he saw Count Huainan's estate for the next 3 years. It was too scary. It was simply traumatizing. Prince Mo scurried out of Count Huainan's estate with his head in his hands and almost bumped into someone. Hey, little Kuan, what are you doing? Why are you walking so carelessly? You almost bumped into the crown prince. A helpless voice rang next to his ear. Mo Kuan's tease. The crown prince, who was dressed in a brocade robe and had his hair tied up by a jade crown, was staring at him with a serious expression. The crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace and the crown prince of the Duke of Linchuan followed behind. The one who spoke was the crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace, Mo Lu, who was looking at him sympathetically. He winked at him, telling him to be tactful. Big brother. I didn't do anything, I really don't have one. Mo Lian looked at him expressionlessly. Why do you look so guilty? Did you offend your sister-in-law again? His wife still had to follow his mother-in-law to Count Huainan's mansion on rainy days. She hadn't come back for so long, so he had to pick her up. The crown prince was in a bad mood when he saw Mo Kuan. This fellow was running away like a rat. He must have provoked Charles again. No, big brother. Mo Kuan waved his hand pitifully. Big brother, I've turned over a new leaf. The corner of Mo Lu's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and coughed softly. Elder brother, I see that little Kuan hasn't gone out to cause any trouble recently. He should have learned well. Mo Kuan nodded repeatedly and cast a grateful glance at the crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace. Mo Lian looked at him coldly. Have you seen your sister-in-law? Yes, I saw her. She's inside. Mo Kuan hurriedly said, there's a crazy woman. She's hitting my sister-in-law. Big brother, you should quickly go in and take a look. This person's brain went haywire and he almost bit his tongue after saying that. What? Mo Kuan couldn't care that much now. In any case, he was already unlucky enough. No matter what, he had to drag a few more unlucky people down with him. As long as he could successfully divert his brother's attention to others, he didn't care who he harmed, it was fine as long as he was fine. Greetings to the crown princess. Count Huainan stepped forward and bowed to Arbor with a complicated expression. Just based on the behavior of the Prince of Giant Pain's heir, he had a rough idea of this crown princess. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, why would the Prince of Giant Pain's heir be scared witless and run away? Moreover, which of the people around him wasn't a reputable official in court, but they all respectfully stepped forward to greet her with smiles like a spring breeze. Which one of them wasn't extremely courteous to the crown princess? From this, it could be seen that this expressionless little crown princess was quite powerful. Count Huainan's heart was in turmoil. He lowered his head to look at the weeping Madame Bao and his second daughter. He deliberated and said, "Crown Princess, please forgive my daughter. My daughter is still young and doesn't know the rules. I don't know why she offended the Crown Princess." "Husband." Madame Bao hugged her daughter and cried bitterly, "Husband, you have to save us. Madame is forcing us to our deaths." Count Huainan coldly swept a glance at first Madame Lu. The latter didn't fear his cold gaze at all. She seemed to be used to Count Huainan's attitude and coldly replied, "Husband, you don't know. When this madam came just now, I saw second miss punching and kicking the crown princess through the defensive wall. This is the attitude of an official. Is this the upbringing of second madam in our Count Huainan's mansion?" Count Huainan was rebuked by first madam and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. In the end, he only said dryly, "Then you don't have to beat them to death." "Husband, I'm not criticizing you, but there should be a limit to how much you spoil your daughter. Outsiders don't know and think that this madam doesn't know how to teach a concubine's daughter. But you don't know that in our Duke of Huainan's mansion, the daughters of concubines are raised and educated under the feet of concubines. Even madam can't interfere or make the decision." "Madam!" Madame Bao shouted angrily. "Did I say anything wrong?" First Madame Lu sneered, "Today, Feng Mingyue dared to be so impudent and boldly offend the crown princess. Isn't it all because Lord and second concubine spoiled her?" "Master, look at what Madame is saying." Little Madame Bao was furious. She clutched her chest and shouted, "How can this be caused by me and Master spoiling her? It's clearly, what is it?" First Madame couldn't help but sneer. Could it be that this stupid woman wanted to push all the blame to the little crown princess? She was too stupid, too hopeless. "All right, stop arguing." The Count of Huainan, Feng Xiangue, felt his face burning. With so many officials and colleagues present, his own family was in such a chaotic situation. How could he, the Count of Huainan, show his face? Crown Princess. Count of Huainan cupped his hands at the little stoic Crown Princess. "Please forgive my daughter's momentary anger for the sake of Grand Consort Feng." The little Crown Princess said crisply, "Unforgivable." Wei Ziqing covered her mouth with her handkerchief and coughed lightly to cover the laughter that almost came out. Her miss was a bit adorable no matter how she looked at her. Then she looked at second miss, who was kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair and a sorry figure, and felt even more disgusted. Count Huainan's old face stiffened slightly before he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Crown Princess, please forgive this old official's second daughter. She offended you just now and offended the Crown Princess. The two of them punched and kicked me in front of everyone." The young Crown Princess pointed at Feng Mingyue and Su Shitao. "They." Her small face was extremely solemn. "Beat me." Everyone, the Crown Princess could actually say these words so smoothly. "Beat you? Who beat you?" "Ah, no, beat you." She used a large shovel and kept hitting the defensive wall, but she didn't even touch a single strand of hair. "That counts as beating?" Count Huainan was drenched in cold sweat as he thought, today's matter is going to be troublesome. If the young Crown Princess was unwilling to relent and let his second daughter off, then today's matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Count Huainan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as his mind spun. He couldn't help but forcefully explain, "Actually, this matter, you can't completely blame Mingyue." Arbor turned to glare at Count Huainan. "Who else can you blame if not her? If she didn't insist on inviting this crown princess to this willow courtyard to look at some koi fish, how could there be so many troublesome matters?" The young crown princess pointed at Feng Mingyue. "It's her, she was the one who insisted on inviting me over." If Count Huainan could beat someone right now, he really wanted to raise his hand and slap his youngest daughter. "Are you stupid? Are you bored out of your mind? Why did you have to provoke such a big figure for no reason? You invited her over, and now you're riding a tiger and can't get off. It's really easier to invite the devil than to send the devil away." "Crown Princess. Can't she speak herself? Why does she keep asking you to interrupt her?" The young Crown Princess waved her hand impatiently, directly interrupting Count Huainan's words. "Just now, she hit this princess 168 times. Now, this consort wants to return the favor to her. Do you think this is fair? Everyone looked at the little crown princess in bewilderment. They saw that the crown princess's little stoic face was brimming with a sense of righteousness and seriousness. Her expression looked very serious. Everyone didn't think much of it and nodded their heads in agreement. There was nothing wrong with that. He had hit the crown princess 168 times, so it was reasonable for the crown princess to demand that he return the favor. Big bow, the young crown prince consort shouted. A small golem covered in black light emerged from the star field with a whoosh. The moment he landed, his body expanded to the height of an adult. He cupped his fists at Feng Xiangui's family and said, "Uncle Feng, sorry for the offense. The crown princess has ordered that second Miss Feng be beaten 168 times. Execute it now. Anyone who obstructs the execution will be beaten as well." Then, under Feng Xiangui's stupefied expression, the golem moved and jumped forward. Without another word, he picked up second Miss Feng, who was lying in Madame Bao's arms, and punched her chest. Ah! Second Miss Feng was hit to the ground, and she curled up in pain. The golem de Bao didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex and stood up by grabbing second Miss Feng's hair. Like a sack of rice, she grabbed second Miss Feng in her hands and slammed her left and right. Madame Bao fainted from anger. The maidservants and nannies on the side anxiously called out, "Second madam, second madam, second madam." Feng Xiangui gaped at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This crown prince consort, in front of him, in front of all the court officials, just like this, treated her daughter like a piece of rag, letting the mechanical puppet swing her back and forth for fun. His old face was so angry that it was distorted, and he was panting heavily. If he could make a decision, he definitely would not let her treat his daughter like this. But now, who could help him? Stop. Feng Xiangui finally could not hold back his anger. Stop. Tell me clearly, which crazy woman has the guts to hit your sister-in-law? When Mo Lian stepped into Willow Courtyard with a cold face, she immediately saw the situation. The golem, de Bao, was currently showing off its might in the garden, holding a rag in its hand, and was currently flinging it left, right, up, down, and down. There were only dong sounds that sounded like heads hitting the brick floor, and for a moment, people were dazzled. The Duke of Eternal Peace's heir, Mo Lu, could not help but raise his hand to support his forehead. He coughed lightly and said, "Elder brother, this place is so messy. Why don't we go to the front hall and wait for sister-in-law?" At this time, Mo Lian had already silently retracted her leg from Willow Courtyard's entrance. She expressionlessly made an end sound, "It's so messy, let's go." Mo Kuan, this brat, sure enough, nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. How was this a crazy woman violently beating his wife? Wasn't this his wife teaching some unlucky fellow a lesson? His wife was teaching someone a lesson, so he could not spoil his dear little cutie's mood. He quickly retreated and went to the front hall to wait for her. Mo Kuan held onto a large tree with one hand, trembling as he hid behind the tree, only daring to reveal two black eyes. As he looked, he could not help but shudder. Lil's sister-in-law was definitely not to be provoked. Once provoked, she would immediately go berserk. Who the hell could endure this? Your Highness? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. Feng Boi's eyes were really sharp. He caught a glimpse of Prince Mo's figure that was about to leave Willow Garden and immediately called out loudly. As if he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years, he rushed forward with tears in his eyes and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said in a tearful voice, "I beg your Highness to uphold justice for this humble subject. My second daughter is about to be taught a lesson by the Crown Princess. Your Highness, please give the order for the Crown Princess to stop." The group of old courtiers looked at each other and stared at Grand Duke Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? It was well known that the Crown Prince doted on his wife. Who in the entire divine land did not know this? Don't you see that even the Crown Prince doesn't want to get involved in this mess? You actually ran to His Highness to look for trouble. You even dare to ask His Highness to issue an edict to order the Crown Princess to let your daughter go? Did you eat some lofty leopard's guts? You're so arrogant that there's no end to it. At this moment, the little Crown Princess also saw her husband and her eyes suddenly brightened. When Mo Lian saw Xiaxia's expression, He joyfully strode forward and grasped her hand as he said, Xiao, did you know that the rain outside has stopped? Since it's not raining, let's go back. Fangboy looked at His Highness the Crown Prince in astonishment. His Highness did not seem to care about what he said just now. Why did he say something completely unrelated the moment he opened his mouth? If that was the case, could it be that his tearful words just now were all for nothing? At this moment, Debeo had completed his 168th beating. He also released second young Miss Feng and threw her to the side. His gaze then turned to Su Shitao, who was hiding at the side. Su Shitao was about to faint from fright. Her entire body trembled as she cried out in alarm, Don't come over. Arbor, make this beast stay away from me. If you dare to treat me like this, my Prince Zheng's estate will not let you off. How do you want to not let her off? Prince Mo, who originally had a gentle smile on his face, immediately turned ruthless. His cold and sharp gaze shot towards Su Shitao. The latter jumped in fright and almost fell to the ground. Su Shitao's lips trembled, and her entire body couldn't help but shiver. She shook her head and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, I didn't mean it that way. Arbor raised a small hand and ordered, Debeo. Yes, little master. Debeo jumped in front of Su Shitao. His metal square face revealed a comical smile at her. You just beat Master 168 times. According to the rules, all of this should be returned to you. Now, I'm going to beat you 68 times. Are you convinced? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Su Shitao shrieked, When did I beat her 168 times? The one who beat her through the defensive wall was Feng Mingyue from the beginning to the end. Not me. Master said you beat her, so you beat her. The golem roared angrily. It stretched out its legs and jumped. Its jumping power was excellent, and it quickly pounced in front of Feng Mingyue. Without a word, it picked her up and beat her up just like how it had done before. Su Shitao covered her face and cried out bitterly. She kept shouting, Big brother, save me, big brother. The little crown princess clenched her fists. She wanted little steel teeth and said nonchalantly, Beat them up until they have to make a detour when they see me in the future. Annoying, who had the time to chat with these orioles and swallows every few days? If she couldn't raise them properly, she would beat them up until they were all obedient when they saw her in the future. When the Empress received the news, it was already dinner time. Hearing that the young crown princess retaliated against the miss of Prince Zheng's mansion and the second miss of Count Huainan's mansion, she held her chopsticks in a daze. Empress? Empress? Zhenju, who was always by her side, called out to her softly. The Empress came back to her senses and said with a sigh, She looks like me. She looks exactly like me when I was young. If she could make a move, she would make a move. Who would be willing to talk nonsense with you all day long? She was indeed Bai Wuxia's daughter-in-law. She was still as elegant as she was back then. The corners of the palace servants' mouths twitched. They coughed lightly and lowered their heads without saying a word. Men, pass on my orders. The Count of Huainan did not teach his daughter well, so he was fined half a year of his salary and suspended from court for half a month. As for the second miss of the Feng family, she actually dared to beat up the crown princess and the young imperial grandson in public. Just punish her. Punish her to go to Xian nunnery to cultivate for half a month, so that she can get rid of the evil aura all over her body. Crown Princess, the Feng family sent an apology gift. There are a total of 3 carriages parked outside the palace. The little crown princess was fiddling with a poisonous plant that she had recently cultivated. When she heard this, she didn't even raise her head. Accept it. What apology gift? It was clearly a gift from Feng Luing to thank her. First, Madame Lu's illness should be getting better. Little Madame Bao followed her weeping daughter to the nunnery to take care of her. When she returned half a month later, eldest Madame's illness should have almost recovered. Dad, big brother, boo-hoo. Su Shitao, who was in pain all over his body, lay on the bed and cried while pounding the bed, I don't care. I've been beaten to such a miserable state. I'm in pain all over. Big brother, you must seek justice for me. So he also gnashed his teeth and said, Kong, you must give your sister an explanation for this matter. Explanation? Eunuch, you asked His Highness to give Su Shitao an explanation. What does His Highness want to explain? How can he explain it? Can His Highness climb over the wall to the East Palace with a sword and beat the Crown Princess in front of the Crown Prince? Or can he rush to His Majesty and the Empress with a whip and ask for an explanation? Consort Xianxia sneered, Su Shitao, if you ask your big brother to seek justice, who can do it for your big brother? Sister-in-law. His Majesty said that Count Huainan didn't manage his family well, and his family was in chaos. He couldn't even manage his family well, let alone deal with the court affairs. Now, His Majesty personally issued an edict to punish Count Huainan's salary. Not only that, but he also ordered Count Huainan not to attend the court for half a month. Do you know how Count Huainan's unruly girl is now? She was sent to Xiyu nunnery by the imperial family to cultivate. His Majesty said that if she can't learn the rules and wash away the hostility on her, she shouldn't return to the capital. Do you understand? Don't return to the capital. Do you think His Majesty doesn't want to punish you? But you're smart enough not to fight with the Crown Princess directly. So His Majesty can't find a reason to punish you. But your brother, your big brother, he was implicated because of you. His Majesty even dismissed him from the inspection mission in Guangnan City and sent other imperial envoys to him. Enough! Mo Shikong shouted angrily and stopped Consort Xianxia's endless words. Xianxia couldn't help sneering. She glanced at Su Shitao, who was lying on the bed and howling, and her eyes were full of disdain and disgust. Do you think the second daughter of Count Huainan will have a good life in the future? The person she offended was the Crown Princess. Right now, the entire capital knows about her feisty temper. Do you think she can find a good family in the future? Who would marry such a girl? A woman who had been ordered by the emperor to go to Xiyu nunnery to cultivate, devote herself to doing good deeds, and wash away her hostility, who else would dare to want her? She's completely finished. Have you said enough? Mo Shikong roared. Sister-in-law, I know. Do you dislike our family? Do you think that our family has come back and divided your properties in the prince's mansion? You've always despised our family. You think that we're outsiders and shouldn't fight with you for the gold, silver, pearls, and jade of this prince's mansion, and shouldn't come back to annoy you, right? But I am Big Brother's younger sister after all. Before you say these heart-piercing words, have you ever thought that I am your sister-in-law, Big Brother's younger sister? I'm just speaking the truth. If I said something unpleasant, please forgive me, younger sister. Princess Consort Jing could not help but sneer. I know. Sister-in-law, you've never treated us as your family. Younger sister, what are you talking about? You're His Highness's younger sister. How could His Highness not care about you? I'm sure Princess Consort doesn't have this idea. A soft voice emerged in the midst of all the crying and shouting. The Princess Consort of Jing, Xianxia, was so angry that she felt dizzy. She sat on the armchair and pursed her lips, her sharp eyes shooting mercilessly at the person who spoke. Lin Wan'er was so frightened that she almost jumped up from her stool. She hastily shrank to Mo Shikong's side and tightly clung to his sleeve, calling out pitifully, Your Highness. Xianxia, enough is enough. The man reached out and wrapped his arms around his beloved concubine's waist, glaring fiercely at Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. As she laughed, tears flowed down uncontrollably. Mo Shikong, sooner or later, you will be harmed by these people. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Today, she said these words and was unwilling to say anything else. Xianxia threw down these words and immediately got up to leave. Su Shitao burst into tears and shrieked, Big brother, look at sister-in-law, look at what my sister-in-law said. Is our family a plague? Don't we have the right to stay in the Prince of Jiangsu? Younger sister, don't cry. The Princess Consort didn't mean it that way. Lin Wan'er hastily stepped forward to coax her. However, Su Shitao didn't give her any face and even flung her hand away in disdain. Linsher, you're just a concubine. What are you doing in my room without any manners? Is this young lady's boudoir a place where a lowly person like you can enter? Linsher seemed to be frightened. She stood up from the bed and retreated a few steps, one hand clutching her stomach as she looked at Su Shitao with teary eyes. Tao Mo Shikong berated and stepped forward to support his beloved concubine. Su Shitao pounded the bed and shouted angrily, "Big brother! You actually yelled at your own younger sister for this shameless concubine. This woman came to our fu with no status and a pregnant belly. Do you know that the streets and alleys outside are all talking about your romantic affairs? Everyone is laughing at our Prince of Xianxia. How do you want me, an unmarried girl, to find a good family to marry in the future? Others think that our Prince of Xianxia is foul and full of shameless sluts." "Shut up." Mo Shikong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. His younger sister's words were like a slap to his face. Moreover, it was a series of slaps that burned his face. "Woo-woo, Your Highness, this concubine cannot live anymore." Mrs. Lin called out coquettishly and threw herself into Mo Shikong's arms. While rubbing her eyes, she cried, "This concubine actually insulted an unmarried miss like this. This concubine can only take my child to die with me. Woo-woo, no one is willing to give this concubine and my child a way out." Mo Shikong hurriedly hugged her waist lovingly and whispered, "Wan-er, don't be sad. Sister is just spouting nonsense. Don't listen to her nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he glared angrily at Su Shitao and shouted sternly, "Tao, you're really too presumptuous and audacious. Big brother already told you not to provoke that crown prince consort, but you just didn't listen. Now that he's beaten up like this, he's not even willing to settle down even though he's bedridden. Your eldest sister-in-law is right about a few things. The Count of Huainan was fined his salary and suspended from court by the emperor. Big brother was also implicated by this matter. The incident in Guangnan City was a warning from the emperor to your big brother. If there's a next time, your big brother may also be unlucky. So you really have to cultivate your body and mind well. Don't make trouble again. During this time, stay at home and don't go anywhere." The next day, the sky was clear and the sun hung high above the treetops. Early in the morning, the little crown princess led a group of children to the imperial garden to stretch and do some morning exercises. Mo floated around her twice and kept circling around her. Arbor stopped what he was doing and tilted his head to look at her. "Do you have something to say to me?" Mo, who was floating around, nodded with a dazed expression. Arbor waved at her and asked her to sit beside him. "What do you want to say?" "Why don't you try using my gold-beaded talisman pen and see if you can write on the jade talisman?" Mo's ability to express herself was very problematic. She seemed to find it difficult to express what she wanted to say. Arbor wanted her to see if she could write down her request directly. Upon hearing this, the dazed emoji repeatedly nodded her head. She circled Xiaomu in circles and finally found a home for her. This soul floated down beside Arbor and held the gold-beaded talisman pen that Arbor took out. Sure enough, she carved a line of small words on the jade talisman. Arbor took the jade talisman and looked at it. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked hesitantly, Are you sure you want to do this?" The dumbfounded Mo nodded. "You saw me use medicine to save people before and thought that I might be able to make this kind of pill? So the last few times you circled around me, you actually wanted to ask for this?" Mo nodded repeatedly. There was no expression on her dazed face, but Arbor could feel that she seemed to be relieved. It was as if she was finally able to express what she wanted to express. Her face was full of relief. "But you're only half a soul right now. If you want this pill..." Arbor suddenly paused and had a look of realization. "You know where to find your main body, don't you?" Mo nodded again. "But once you start taking this pill, if you stop taking it one day, it might cause you to be poisoned. Also, if you continuously take it for 100 days, there might be no turning back. Are you sure you want to do this?" Mo nodded without hesitation. "Or perhaps, after you consume it, you will even forget about me." Mo was stunned. Then, he waved his hand at Arbor. Xiaomu curled her lips in a rare smile as she patted this soul. "I respect your decision and will give you the pill later. But before that, I have something for you." With a wave of her small hand, a ball of light flew to the top of her palm and floated up and down. Little Monkey, who was lying at the side, immediately jumped up and sniffed. "Wow, there's the smell of an ancient sacred beast." Kong Kong, Guang Guang, the little monkey, and Mo all gathered around and stared at the ceiling light above Arbor's palm, blinking their eyes. Within the ball of light, there was a small snow-white thing curled up. Its entire body was buried in its large furry tail. Only a small snow-white horn on its small head could be seen swaying slightly. Arbor raised his hand and touched the ball of light. He sighed softly and said, "This is the little unicorn that my master cut open. It was born before a month and was born with a congenital deficiency. That's why it grew very slowly. Perhaps it still needs 100 years or 1,000 years before it can awaken. Or perhaps it won't be able to come out for generations. But I feel that it's very lonely. You're also very lonely. If the two of you can be companions in the future, it's actually quite good," Arbor said warmly. "Just like a long, long time ago, Xianxia and I were companions in the void. It's really hard to survive alone in such an empty place like the void. It's much better to have a companion by your side. Regardless of whether it could speak or not, regardless of whether it could wake up or not, as long as there was something by her side, she would at least feel that there was an end to her path. There was still some hope in life, wasn't there?" Just as Arbor finished speaking, a small emerald head popped out from behind her neck. Xianxia, who was rocking back and forth with 2 tender leaves on its head, called out, "Master, don't be sad. Xianxia will always be by your side." Eh? Why did Xianxia feel like someone was holding its head and lifting it up? Its 2 black beady eyes kept blinking upwards. After looking for a while, it realized that Crown Prince had arrived at some point and was currently holding it up and throwing it behind his back. Xianxia hurriedly used its 2 thin branches to hook onto his collar and hung it on the back of his neck. It huffed and puffed. Master Crown Prince was a bad silver. Every time he saw Xianxia by the little Masta's side, he liked to throw it out and kick it out. Emoyi reached out to take the little unicorn's ball of light and held it in her hands. When her dazed face turned towards Arbor, she tried her best to squeeze out a stiff expression that didn't look like a smile. Arbor said expressionlessly, "This soul fragment of yours isn't like the main body. There's no need to force yourself to make a difficult expression." Emoyi hurriedly restrained the strange expression on her face and nodded repeatedly. She held the little unicorn and gestured with her hands. Little Monkey said from the side, "Big sister, my sister said that she also wants to give you something in return." "There's no need." Arbor's face was stoic as she said expressionlessly, "Your sister is penniless now. The Sun Moon's secret realm that she used to live in is now with me. What else could she have? What could she give?" Hee hee. Little Monkey hurriedly gestured at Moyi and nodded repeatedly. "Big sister, you're right. My sister is a pauper now." Arbor glanced at Mo and saw her holding the ceiling light with both hands with a dazed expression. He couldn't help but facepalm. Mo Lian laughed and said, "If you give it to her, she will only praise you like this. Don't tell me you want her to be like this for the rest of her life, holding on to this little unicorn?" Arbor muttered, "It's so hard for me. I'm really worried about this dumb little fool." After pondering for a moment, she took out a jade tablet from her pocket and tossed it onto Emoli's body. A red string was attached to the jade tablet and slowly hung it around Mo's neck. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Although it's only half a soul, it's still a powerful soul. It can still use the storage talisman." She instructed Mo to put the little unicorn into the storage talisman first. After doing all this, Mo lowered his head and caressed the jade talisman around his neck. He fondled it lovingly. "Why can a soul like her touch the storage talisman that you drew?" Mo Lian couldn't help but ask curiously. "In the past, I couldn't see people with soul bodies. However, I can still touch this half-soul body of hers. How do I explain this?" Arbor pursed her lips and said with a rueful expression, "This is probably what they mean by the 3,000 great Daos are all connected by a mysterious force." Little Monkey nodded profusely at the side. "Big sister's meaning can be explained with one word, fate." Mo Lian nodded and laughed loudly. "Mo, look here," Arbor suddenly called out to her. Mo, who was in a daze, turned his head and stared at her. The plain-clothed, wooden, and expressionless little stoic extended her right hand and spread open her fingers. Clusters of snowflakes trembled in her hand as if they had a mind of their own and formed a white sphere that continuously spun back and forth. The little stoic's eyes flickered, and she flicked her slender hand backwards. A snowball shot into the rockery behind her with a whoosh. In no more than a second, the entire rockery crumbled from the inside out with a rumble, shattering into a pile of mud and foam. Fortunately, she had already set up defensive walls around this area before she acted. The loud noise was completely isolated and didn't attract other people's attention. Mo's wooden eyes suddenly moved, and she subconsciously extended her hands and clapped with all her might. "Do you understand now?" Mo nodded vigorously. "Give it a try." Mo floated forward a few steps and extended her right hand accordingly. In a split second, clusters of electricity floated back and forth on her palm. However, even after a long while, she still couldn't fuse them into a sphere. Arbor expressionlessly walked to her side and demonstrated again. He asked coldly, "Do you remember now?" Mo nodded again. The little monkey standing behind them couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. She didn't know if it was her misconception, but she kept feeling like her older sister was an idiot. She nodded at everything she was asked, but when she did it, she was clumsy and didn't do anything properly. Arbor patiently repeated the process several times until Mo succeeded. She fused the clusters of electricity in her hand into a small ball of lightning and flew it over, exploding with considerable power from the inside out. The little monkey excitedly jumped up and clapped repeatedly, shouting, "Older sister, you succeeded." Mo looked at the little stoic with bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. She pointed at the small ball of lightning above her palm. However, Arbor merely glanced at her expressionlessly. He reached out and gently brushed aside the snowball in his hand. That snowball rapidly elongated and abruptly transformed into an ice bow. A long ice crystal arrowhead condensed in his right hand. With a single arrow, the row of ground in front of him exploded with a boom, as if millions of arrowheads had split open at the same time and exploded into pieces. Snow explosion spell, explosive arrow. 9 Heavens lightning sword. Skills chapter, Earthwood technique. Xiaomu taught Mo the Spirit Division Records techniques that she had learned and mastered one move after another. She patiently demonstrated and practiced them over and over again until she grasped them. Lord Kong Kong and Lord Guangguang supported their chins with one hand and sat at the stone table in a daze. "Wow. What do you think the benefactress is doing? She wants to teach a second version of her. It's obvious." Lord Guangguang nodded his little bald head. "I really pity you weak chicken humans. One fierce woman is already very scary, and in the future, there will be 2 fierce women. How are you going to spend your days like this? Do you think, should I recite a mind-clearing incantation for benefactress? What should we do with such a huge amount of hostility?" As he spoke, the slow-witted Mo held a sword that flickered with lightning as he swiftly leaped down from the sky, and his sword seemed to have slashed apart the sky as he fiercely descended to the ground. Everything in this area of the garden was completely destroyed. Everything was reduced to nothingness when the sword fell. Ba, flowers and grass are all living beings. Benefactresses, please don't cause any more destruction. The little monk puffed up his chubby cheeks and nagged very solemnly. Little Monkey jumped up and applauded with all his might. Although his sister was a little stupid, she was born with outstanding talent. Even if her intelligence was not high enough, her foundation was still there. In just half a day, she was able to learn so many moves. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Arbor kept his thunder sword and took a step forward. He raised his hand and patted Mo's shoulder. "In the future, if someone chases you into the void, my sword will be the first to not let him off." Mo's mouth twitched, revealing a stiff smile. Little monk Kong Kong rested his chin on his hands. He turned his head and looked at Prince Mo, who was sitting beside him. Under the golden sunlight, that elegant and handsome crown prince was also supporting his chin with his hands. He was staring at the female benefactor. There seemed to be a light flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, Crown Princess." Kai Shou hurriedly walked along a small path and called out while looking back and forth. Arbor waved his hand and removed the defensive barrier. Kai Shou turned her head and saw everyone appearing in front of her. She also saw the ruins of the rockery and the flower bed. She opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff a duck egg in it. Heavens, the crown prince and his wife, this early in the morning, said that they were going to take a stroll in the garden. They actually raised a corner of the garden to the ground. Let's go back and have lunch." Little Monkey jumped up and raised his little hand to cheer. Mo floated 2 steps forward and tilted her head to look forward. She saw that under the light of the sun, a beautiful woman in plain clothes was walking beside the crown prince. The fragrance of the two plants was like the background of a painting. In an instant, it was as if it could be frozen into eternity and could never be forgotten. Friend? Two words floated in her heart. Close friend. After the song ended, the leaves in the garden rustled down. The woman left the zither and stood up to bow to the roof in front of her. She stood there silently for a long time. For a long time, there was no sound in the garden. Only the cold wind brushed past her face. The woman in thin clothes slightly lowered her head. She did not make any sound. Until an unknown amount of time later, a faint voice came from the roof. You can leave. Only then did the woman raise her head slightly and call out, Young master. Young master Omega Kotoku glanced at her coldly. Just this icy glare made Miss Rand swallow her words. After bowing, he turned around and left the garden. Xianxia lay on the eaves and looked up at the dim starry sky. Holding a wine pot in one hand, he looked into the dark night with a cold gaze. Duga Ling floated to his side and sighed. What should we do? I received the exact information today. That king of Duoluo is completely useless now. I don't know if he's gone crazy or if he's lost his mind. In any case, he can't be used anymore. Many of the men we sent out have been encircled by the Crown Prince's men in the past 2 days, and there have been many casualties. Do you think there's a need to continue? I just didn't want him to be so happy. In the end, the decision she made herself even more unhappy. Xianxia tossed the wine pot and flipped over to sit up. He drew a long sword with one hand and flew out of the room. He brandished his sword in the room to vent the anger in his heart. If we attack the imperial city now, what do you think our chances of success are? With the resources and connections we have now, there's a chance of success, but the ancestor hasn't given the order. His theory of nibbling is already unrealistic. Right now, the heavenly fate has been exposed, and several underground bases have been destroyed. If we continue to develop according to his method of encroachment, we will be defeated one by one sooner or later. Omega Kotoku young master stabbed the camphor tree in front of him, leaving a deep sword mark on the tree. Second young master wants to. Duga Ling stood behind him with a frown on his face. Acting on his own? Heh. Omega Kotoku young master sneered and put away the sword in his hand. He turned to look at Duga Ling and said indifferently, Ancestor is old in the end. Many of his decisions are no longer suitable due to the changes in the times. He raised his head and covered his eyes with one hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at the dim starry night sky. Just like many things, if you don't fight for them, you won't be able to get them even if they're placed in front of you. The pill hall's mutated pill is rumored to be in the final stage of development. Omega Kotoku young master's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Go and get one. Young master? That person inherited the power of the ancient Mo Lien. If we don't rely on external help, how can we defeat him? Duga Ling hurriedly bowed and said, Please reconsider. This mutated pill was no joke. Once consumed, the young master might not have a high chance, but there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he would turn into a corpse puppet. Of course, with the young master's talent, he didn't believe that would happen. At most, the young master would awaken a special ability. Look at little 5, isn't he doing well now? Omega Kotoku young master smiled faintly. Say, since we're close to him, why don't we try it first? Xian, Duga Ling called out helplessly. Xianxia raised his hand to stop him from continuing and turned to walk out of the garden. Tomorrow at this time, I want to see a level 5 mutated pill. Duga Ling was silent for a moment. In the end, he didn't call out to him and watched him leave. The next evening. Eastern Palace. Your Highness, you're finally back. When Kai Xiao saw the crown prince step through the door, she hurriedly went up to greet him. She hurriedly said in a small voice, This afternoon, after the crown princess received a message from a mechanical bird, she has been sulking until now. Mo Lien secretly scolded her father in her heart. She had dragged him to the imperial study to discuss this and that endlessly. Look, his wife was angry, hence, he hastily ran inside, lifted the bead bracelet, and entered the inner hall. Sure enough, he saw the little stoic sitting on the bed with a fuming expression. She had pulled out a pillow and was pounding it with all her might. Emolien's heart shuddered nervously for no reason. Could it be that the person his wife was hammering was his true self? He didn't feel that he had offended his wife today. This morning, he only took advantage of the fact that his wife was sleeping soundly and secretly kissed her twice. He shouldn't have been discovered, so why was he beaten by his wife? When Arbor looked up, he saw Jojo's lotus hesitating as she leaned against the shelf of treasures next to the door. She dawdled and didn't come forward, and her two black, beady eyes were looking at him with an aggrieved expression. "You're back," the little fellow called out weakly. "Wife." Emolien hastily ran over and scooped her into his arms. He had an expression of admitting his mistake. hit me, don't hit the pillow. This husband came back late today. Hit me hard. This husband will definitely come back on time tomorrow." Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. This guy's serious expression as if he was asking to be hammered was both amusing and infuriating. Arbor looked down at the pillow on his lap. "You think it's you? What did this guy do to have such a guilty conscience? Did he think Jojo was hammering a lotus as soon as he stepped in? Could it be that he had really done something wrong? What did you do today?" "I didn't do anything." Emolien quickly looked at his wife magnanimously and reached out to grab her small hand, rubbing it against his chest. "Jojo, feel it if you don't believe me. Hubby's heart is beating passionately for you. I don't dare to deceive you in the slightest." Arbor's mouth twitched, and he expressionlessly pulled back his hand and pounded the pillow. "Did you know? That person ran away." Who ran away?" "Xianxia, Huang He used a mechanical bird to send me a message today, saying that she was rescued by someone. Snow Island has also been turned into a mess by someone. It looks like I've reached the end of my days as the island master." Emolien, his wife was angry at him for reaching the end of his days as the island master, but it turned out she wasn't angry at him for returning late. "Who saved Xianxia? Does Huang He know?" "Huang He sent a message saying that those people didn't act like normal people. They all seemed to be speed superhumans. They didn't directly clash with the island's army. Instead, they used a surprise attack to directly rescue her and then retreated." The little stoic fumed. "Although our people killed several speed superhumans, we didn't have time to conduct a large-scale search. This group of people came quickly and retreated even faster. They left after rescuing her. Didn't you already order Huang He to get rid of this woman?" Emolien couldn't help but be stunned when he recalled this matter. Huang He said there was some progress on the antidote. "I originally wanted to try it out on Xianxia again, but who knew?" Arbor clenched his fists. "But with her broken body, she probably won't live for long even if she's rescued. I just don't understand what Tianyun is after. As far as I know, Tianyun will never save a useless person. So this Xianxia should be useful in some way?" But Huang He also said that Xianxia's body is strange. Several of the corpse puppets that had been used to test the medicine had already died. Xianxia, on the other hand, has tried several kinds of antidotes and taken no less than 100 kinds of medicines, but she's still alive. That means Xianxia isn't just a mutant with a special ability. Emolien took over Arbor's words and continued to analyze, or perhaps, this Xianxia has taken some high-level mutated pills from Tianyun? Could her body be reinventing itself in ways we don't know about? Arbor was shocked. He sat up straight and carefully considered Emolien's words. He nodded solemnly. So she might not die immediately. As long as this body doesn't collapse, maybe it can make a comeback? This is only one of our inferences, so it might not be completely correct. Emolien held her hand comfortingly. After all, if Tianyun can really produce this kind of medicine that can continuously refine the human body by force, it can create even more monsters that can't be killed. It's impossible for it to continue lying dormant. At this point, the two looked at each other and suddenly said, "We have to have Huang He and the others come back as soon as possible. I've already notified him." Arbor clenched her fists. She wasn't sure what this heavenly fate wanted to do next. What effect would kidnapping Xianxia have on the big picture, or was it that Xianxia actually had a secret they didn't know about? For example, perhaps her body could be modified again? Arbor shook her head. There was no point in thinking too much now. She should summon Huang He and the others back as soon as possible. How's Mr. Su's research going at the small base in Beiwang Valley? Arbor thought of this and hesitated for a moment before saying, why don't we invite Mr. Su and the others back as well? We can discuss it with Huang He and the others and see if the two sides can piece together useful information to make progress in research. Mo Lian nodded solemnly. I was also thinking the same thing. I'll have someone inform Mr. Su and the others to set off immediately and join us here. When the time comes, let Mr. Su and Huang He discuss what to do next. Arbor nodded. We can have the people who killed the Heavenly Fate come back in batches. Arrange for them to be gathered at Duan Yu's place first. We'll see when the time comes. Previously, the Heavenly Fate's people attacked Songzhou, so they didn't know what they would do next. Arbor hoped that they could deal with the Heavenly Fate again while ensuring everyone's safety. There shouldn't be much time left for them to use. The Heavenly Fate's recent actions all indicated that they might not be far from a large-scale outbreak. Have every city prepare for security. Arbor said expressionlessly. Pay special attention to protecting the water sources. Okay. The people of the city defense team have to patrol 24 hours a day without stopping. This is especially true for those who are transmitting messages and setting up defenses on the drum towers. Every defense point has to be under constant surveillance every minute. Prince Mo nodded repeatedly. Have His Majesty give the order to cancel all unnecessary gatherings. Arbor said coldly, have those orioles and swallows stay at home peacefully and don't cause trouble in front of me. If they have nothing to do, gather them and go dig a moat or build a wall or something. She was not a good-natured person. If she was provoked, she would not give face to anyone. If he told you to dig a canal, you had to dig it. If he told you to build a wall, you had to build it. Don't even talk about a delicate young lady. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, you had to build it when Jojo told you to. All right, my wife. I will explain everything to our father. Prince Mo smiled and nodded. He thought to himself, my wife is really awesome. She's so comprehensive in everything she considers. In this way, the workers digging the canals and building the defensive walls would definitely not run out. The rear could be replenished at any time. The next day, a protective notice was posted in the central square. The defense level of Dragon Flame City had been raised to the highest level. Entering and exiting the city gates had to be checked, and the transmission of messages had also begun to become tense. More people were assigned to guard the water source area of the entire city. A smokeless war had been quietly arranged without anyone knowing about it. On the other side, Huang He gathered a group of alchemists on the snowy island and led them to board a large ship. He turned his head and glanced at the island they had stayed on for many days. If there were no accidents, their return to Dragon Flame City this time would be the day when the battle with the Heavenly Fate Empire was imminent. If I don't live, you will die. Life and death were not in anyone's hands. Fairy, we have already followed your orders and removed all the resources on the island. Do you want to burn it? Burn it. Fairy Yellow Crane silently glanced at the snowy island, her gaze landing on a wooden plaque in front of the island. Countless lines of fire flew with the wind and landed on the snowy island, instantly igniting the entire island. Set off. Fairy Yellow Crane raised her hand and shouted. The large ship set sail and sailed into the Forgotten River. 3 months later. The entire Qiao residence was filled with jubilation. All the servants were busy inside and outside for the little tiger's 100th day banquet. Arbor returned to the Qiao residence with Prince Mo yesterday, planning to stay at home for a while. Recently, her stomach was growing rapidly, and her pregnancy was becoming more obvious. Mother saw that her stomach was so big and nervously followed her around all day, worried that she would bump into something. However, she didn't have any problems. She could still walk as if she was flying, jump up and down, jump over walls, and flip tiles without any problems. She was the clearest about her own body. She checked her pulse 3 times a day, and every time, she was very healthy and normal. The key was that there was still no reaction, and she could eat and sleep. Counting the days, she reckoned that she would be able to meet baby Mo in another 3 months. Thinking of this, she felt happy for no reason. Recently, her husband was so busy that he couldn't even see the sky and earth. Day and night, he was busy dealing with the information gathered from all over the world. Many small fortifications were constantly harassed by the small forces of the Heavenly Fate Empire. Like probing, like provocation, there weren't any obvious movements, but they were always like rats in the gutter. From time to time, they would crawl out and make a bunch of noises. It was very annoying. In addition, a medium-sized matter also happened in the 3 continents recently. There was an organization called Bright Light that was rapidly rising in various large cities in the 3 continents. Especially in the capital cities of the 3 continents, they had established quite a reputation and won over the faith of many people. It was said that this organization specialized in teaching the general public how to deal with the Heavenly Fate Empire. The entire organization worshipped an omnipotent Holy Maiden. Why not? Hearing the 2 words Holy Maiden, Arbor felt like she had eaten a fly. Holy Maiden or Holy Maiden? None of them seemed to be good people. She once again thought of the saintess of the Sun Moon Temple, Niaoguang. She had escaped so quickly. Ever since Du Chenjiang left, it was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. She had not been seen again. Now that he thought about it, he missed it quite a bit. Arbor thought to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold arc bright light, using light to illuminate the entire earth. Crown Princess, Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Kai Xiu excitedly rushed in from outside and said with a happy face, Young Master Duanmu, young Miss Qi, and the others have returned. Arbor stood up and walked out quickly. Duanmu Qing and the others had come out of seclusion a few days ago. They had all gone to the western outskirts Eastern Peak Mountain to undergo the heavenly punishment. After Duanmu Qing consumed the holy fruit, he had been absorbing the power of the holy fruit drop by drop. He had been in seclusion in the star field for so long, and he had broken through to the 8th level of God Master. His talent was indeed shocking. As for Xianxia and the others, they had all stepped onto the steps of God Realm experts and rushed to the East Peak Mountain to experience the 5 spirits' reincarnation. These few days, the Dou family head, who lived near the East Peak Mountain, was scared out of his wits. The 5 spirits' reincarnation tribulation seemed to be free. It was as if it was crazy and kept descending on the East Peak Mountain. It was to the extent that after several days, half of the entire East Peak Mountain was flattened by the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire tribulation. The entire Dou family simply wanted to cry but had no tears. They really didn't expect Duanmu's cultivation realm to also jump so quickly. After eating the holy fruit, it was as if he was assisted by the gods. Arbor cursed inwardly, but her footsteps continued to quicken, and she swiftly ran out of the door. Qi Xuanchuan's group of 7 strode into the court and immediately saw the little stoic dashing toward them with a big belly. Everyone was scared out of their wits by her, and they hastily sprinted forward. They surrounded her and clamored, Jojo, why are you running? Why are you running so fast? You can't run right now. It's fine, it's fine. Arbor waved her hand and reflexively rubbed her belly. You guys don't know, but sometimes when I'm too lazy to move, Baby Mo will even urge me to come out and exercise. Everyone looked at her with indescribable expressions. It's true. Arbor nodded and rubbed her belly in all seriousness. Baby Mo isn't like his dad. He's very obedient. Xianxia couldn't help but giggle when she saw her serious expression. She pulled her small hand and said, Aya, my Qiao, it's like several years have passed since we parted. I think you've really changed a lot. You guys have been in the star domain for so long. It's been several months, right? According to the time flow 12 times faster, isn't it several years since we parted? Xianxia quickly nodded and pulled her small hand, saying, Don't worry, we won't go anywhere after this. The little girl looked at her with a grin. We'll just wait for baby Mo to be born. I want to hug my eldest nephew as soon as possible. Okay. When Wei Ziqin entered, she happened to see a group of young men and women chatting and laughing around her precious daughter. She quickly walked up and said with a smile, Jojo, your friends. Xianxia turned around and greeted with a smile, Hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Hello, hello. Wei Ziqin grinned from ear to ear. Since your friends are here, let's sit down together. Due to the recent ban issued by the imperial court, no one dared to go out for gatherings or meals. The various families would secretly hold a banquet in their own mansions so that their families could gather together to celebrate. the Qiao residents originally wanted to do the same. They wanted to hold a low-key 100th day banquet and celebrate with their own family members. Unfortunately, they couldn't resist the attentions of the relatives of the officials inside and outside the imperial court, as well as the wives of the aristocratic families. Many honored guests came uninvited, and the ceremonial carriages sped away like a wisp of smoke from the mansion's entrance on Changle Avenue. Even after turning a corner, there was still no end in sight. Fortunately, there were plenty of ingredients in the house, and the servants were diligent, so it wasn't like they didn't have anything to eat at the last minute. As such, the Qiao estate could only go with the flow and host a banquet to invite all the guests. Fortunately, the weather today was pretty good, so the residents set up dozens of banquet tables in the garden. The banquet wasn't very particular. The male and female guests were arranged to sit in the same garden and eat at separate tables. It was very lively. Although second Aunt Rensher came from a low-ranking official's family, she was very generous and appropriate in her dealings with people. She helped Wei Ziqin entertain the female guests. Madame Feng of Count Huainan's estate has arrived. Madame Ren smiled and said to Wei Ziqin, eldest sister-in-law, go and greet Madame Feng. I'll take care of things here. Wei Ziqin nodded with a smile. She went forward to welcome Madame Feng and walked to the side to exchange greetings. Feng Luiying, who was following behind the woman, spotted Arbor with her sharp eyes. She strode over and said with a chuckle, greetings to the Crown Princess. The young Crown Princess nodded slightly and glanced at her mother and Madame Feng. She said, Madame Feng's complexion looks much better. It's all thanks to the Crown Princess's nourishing food prescription. After so many days of recuperation, my mother's illness has mostly recovered, Feng Luiying said with a smile. How's your study of basic pharmacology coming along? It's all thanks to the Crown Princess's guidance that I've more or less grasped basic pharmacology. Yesterday, my hands were itchy, so I tried to make a hemostatic pill again. I didn't expect that I would succeed on my first try this time. I even made 2 pills. She had been overjoyed at the time. When she saw the young Crown Princess today, the first thing she wanted to do was share this good news with the little stoic. The little stoic nodded expressionlessly. Since you want to walk the path of pills, you have to continuously study. Feng Luiying hummed in agreement and nodded repeatedly. I will continue to work hard. Amidst the festive and lively laughter, Saichi hurried over and leaned over to whisper something into the young Crown Princess's ear. The little stoic's unperturbed expression shifted slightly, and she asked absent-mindedly, where is he? He's outside. Our people stopped him. Let him in, the young Crown Prince Consort said with a cold expression. Tianyun actually sent people to deliver gifts to the Qiao estate. Since they dared to send gifts, she, Arbor, wasn't someone who didn't dare to accept them. Following the sound of bright laughter was a familiar face from Arbor. She was dressed in a bright red robe, and her hair was not tied up or tied. She was very confident and at ease as it scattered behind her back. Tianyun star-picking Hall's Hall Master, Du Galing. Following him in was a row of people holding red brocade boxes of various sizes. There were about a dozen or so people, and all of them were dressed very jubilantly with red streamers tied around their heads. The guests looked at each other in dismay. At first, they couldn't figure out the situation. Little stoic, we meet again. Du Galing smiled and waved his fan. He tilted his head and looked at Arbor. Long time no see. I missed you. Today is the Qiao Residence's 100th day banquet. Our young master misses you so much that he sent me here to deliver a gift. I didn't know what kind of gifts would suit your taste, so I casually picked some. I hope you like them. Just as the little Crown Princess was about to lose her temper. Unexpectedly, the little stoic expressionlessly nodded and waved her hand, saying, put it away. F***ck, this little stoic truly accepted anyone's gift. They looked at the handsome young man in bright red clothes in front of them. He didn't seem to have good intentions. Why didn't the little Crown Princess teach him a lesson? Since you gave me a gift, I won't beat you up today. Scram. The little Crown Princess said expressionlessly. Everyone was speechless. Du Galing restrained himself, and his mouth secretly twitched. Soon after, he coughed lightly and said, I have a special gift for you. Do you want to see it? Arbor's small stoic face stared coldly at him with her grape-like eyes. Tell me everything in one go. So much nonsense and so clumsy in giving gifts. It was annoying. Zhuge Ling coughed and opened the lid of the box, revealing 2 bloody fingers. Everyone jumped in fright and cried out in alarm. The little stoic's eyes chilled, and in the blink of an eye, she opened the thunderclap sword and held it in her hand. Her icy voice seemed to spread out from the depths of hell. Are you seeking death? Ayaya, don't hit me first. Take a good look at whose finger this is. Zhuge Ling cried out with an aggrieved expression, this is truly a special gift, stoic face. Take a good look. The little stoic couldn't be bothered to look at those 2 bloody segments. She only felt that they stung her eyes. This guy dared to do this at her little nephew's 100-day banquet. If she didn't beat him to death, people would think she had a good temper. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Ling took a step forward and insisted on showing her the brocade box. Quickly take a look, quickly take a look. This is the finger of your great enemy. It's true, it's true. I'm really not lying to you. Take a look. Arbor paused in his action of slashing with the thunderclap sword, and a faint, sharp glint flitted through his eyes. Xianxia? When she spat out these 3 words, her chilly voice fell into everyone's hearts. They intuitively felt like a string of ice beads rolling into a bead tray, crisp and clear. Her first thought was Xianxia when it came to her great enemy. There weren't many people in this world who could be considered her great enemy. The only one who escaped recently and fell into the Heavenly Fate Empire's clutches was this person. However, she saw Zhuge Ling looking at her with a grin and an approving expression. I knew the little stoic was the smartest person in the world. Could it be that he really guessed correctly? Arbor's gaze shifted slightly, but his small face didn't show much emotion. The young sir said that he also didn't know that the old man would send people to kidnap Hall Master Mu. In his heart, he felt very apologetic. Stoic, we didn't send people to do this. The little stoic looked at him expressionlessly. You ran here especially to explain this matter? Even if you didn't do it, it was your Heavenly Fate Empire. You're all jackals of the same lair. When the 2 words Heavenly Fate Empire entered their ears, all of them exhaled in unison. They all looked incredulous as they glared at Zhuge Ling. This red-clothed young sir was actually a person of the Heavenly Fate Empire. Currently, His Highness had already ordered a manhunt for people of the Heavenly Fate Empire in the entire Dragon Flame City. Who would have thought that this young master's guts would be so bold? As a person of the Heavenly Fate realm, instead of hiding at home, he actually dared to appear at the Qiao Estate's 100-day banquet. He even bowed so much to the Crown Princess. Everyone couldn't help but look at the young Crown Prince Consort in puzzlement. They all secretly thought, the Crown Prince Consort and this young master of Tianyun seemed to be very familiar with each other. Could it be that they are acquaintances, or even friends? Everyone stole a glance at the young Crown Princess. Seeing her cold expression, they did not dare to make any wild guesses. As for everyone's suspicions and guesses at the banquet, it had absolutely nothing to do with the little stoic. What other people thought had nothing to do with her, and she was never someone who cared about how others looked at her. However, what annoyed her the most was Zhuge Ling's real intention for coming here to deliver 2 bloody fingers. Eh? You can't just barge in, you can't barge in. Outside the courtyard, several servants' shouts could be heard, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Stop. The royal guards standing guard around the Qiao estate promptly appeared at the courtyard's entrance and blocked the group of people who were hurrying over. How dare you block our holy maiden's path? Go away. Following that shout, the 2 guards of the Qiao estate were sent flying through the air with a slap, crashing straight towards the banquet. All the guests couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Just as the 2 men were about to crash onto the banquet table, 2 black figures suddenly appeared and swiftly grabbed the legs of the 2 guards. Both of them jumped back and steadied the 2 guards. Only then did everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The 2 guards were a little frightened. Even though they had steadied themselves, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Ah, someone's here to cause trouble. Zhuge Ling hurriedly moved to the side and patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. The little crown princess turned to look at the arched entrance of the court with a frosty expression. She saw a group of people crowding around a white-clothed woman, weapons in their hands. All the guests hurriedly stood up and gathered towards the center. Everyone looked at these uninvited guests with an indescribable panic. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with a tinge of tension. Both sides silently raised their guard. Jojo. Second Aunt Ren hurriedly pulled on her sleeve and looked at the intruders with surprise. Who are you people? Why have you barged into our Qiao estate? Qiao Zhongbang and Second Uncle Qiao also asked with a cold expression, Who are you? State your name. This is our holy maiden of Zhaoguang. A woman in a green dress with a cold expression strode to the front of the group and coldly glanced at everyone. She raised her chin high and spoke slowly, The holy maiden is here. Why hasn't anyone come forward to greet her? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing an expression of looking at an idiot. They had naturally heard of Zhaoguang, an organization that had been developing very well in the past 2 months. However, in the eyes of the madams and misses of the aristocratic families, such a non-governmental organization was nothing more than a small sect for the commoners to play around with. Naturally, they wouldn't put them in their eyes. But they didn't expect that Zhaoguang would take themselves so seriously. Not only did they barge into the Qiao Estate's 100-day banquet, they even asked these madams and misses to greet them. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Arbor patted Second Aunt Ren's hand to appease her. He retracted his hand and waved it casually. He didn't want to say anything more to these people from Zhaoguang. In an instant, 7 or 8 shadow guards, including the 2 men in black who had appeared earlier, emerged from the crowd at the same time. Without saying a word, they stepped forward to chase the holy maiden of Zhaoguang and the others away. The woman in the green dress was immediately angered. Her eyes were wide open in anger as she raised her hand to block one of the secret guards. Don't act recklessly. This is our holy maiden of bright light. You guys, eh? All of you. Let go, let go, let go. What do you want? Seeing that Arbor had sent a group of secret guards to chase them away without saying anything, the Saintess of Light and the others were obviously angry. Everyone, please don't be in such a hurry to chase him away. Dressed in a white dress, the Saintess of Light spoke up. Her long hair was tied behind her back, and her hands were crossed in front of her lower abdomen. Her posture was dignified and demure. Under a set of red pomegranate gemstone headwear, her skin was fair, her cheeks were delicate, and half of her face was covered with a white veil. She indeed looked holy and radiant, and she had a pure and clean appearance. But what kind of person was Arbor? At a glance, she felt that this woman was a bit like Niayaoguang. Unfortunately, Niayaoguang's figure was even more graceful and ethereal than this woman in front of her. She was also slightly taller. I wonder which one of you is the crown princess? This humble girl greets you. The Saintess of Light nodded slightly, and her expression didn't seem very respectful. Impudent. Kai Shou coldly reprimanded, Who do you think you are? Crown princess, is she someone you can meet whenever you want? Arbor slightly waved her hand, expressionlessly letting the 2 maids withdraw. The 2 of them were separated by a few empty tables, coldly looking at each other. Arbor clearly saw a trace of disdain in this holy maiden's eyes. Ah, she really has guts, Arbor secretly thought. Last time, the person who showed this kind of look to her, I wonder if their bones have turned cold. She did not expect that today, there would be someone who dared to show this kind of look to her in public. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Holy Maiden heard that a person of Tianyin appeared in the Qiao residence, so she specially came to eradicate evil. Unexpectedly, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was really shocked. The green-robed woman loudly said to the crowd. At this time, Holy Maiden Zhaoguang also calmly said, Everyone says that the Crown Princess and Tianyin are irreconcilable. But I did not expect that on the day of Crown Princess's nephew's 100th day banquet, Tianyin would send the star-picking Hall's Hall Master to deliver such a big gift. Right and wrong, black and white, all lies in the human heart. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Whether the Crown Princess is black or white, it is clear at a glance. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. What the hell, what does this Holy Maiden Zhaoguang mean? Was it to accuse the Crown Princess of colluding with someone from the Heavenly Fate Circle? She really has guts. Didn't she see that the ladies and ladies of the aristocratic families were all smiling at the young Crown Princess with a respectful expression? After several small banquets, who knows what the Crown Princess's temperament is like? If you don't provoke her, with her cold temperament, she will not think of making things difficult for you. If you insist on provoking her, perhaps blood will be spilled on the spot. Clearly, today's banquet was going well at the beginning, but now it seems that there will be an unforeseen event. Everyone silently retreated a few steps, and could not help but look at Holy Maiden Zhao Guang and her entourage as if they were looking at a fool. Could it be that these people had been living a good life for too long and wanted to stay in jail for a while? Or were they here to provoke the crown princess? What was he after? Could it be that he wanted to make a name for the entire organization by provoking the little crown princess? Just how muddle-headed was their little lousy organization, rushing to court disaster in front of the little stoic crown princess? Based on everyone's understanding of the crown princess, they were afraid that this matter would not end peacefully. After the Holy Maiden of Light finished her impassioned speech, she realized that none of the hundreds of people present paid any attention to her. Everyone retreated a little further, very kindly leaving an open space in the middle for the people of the Radiant organization. Let Zhao Guang perform and let it continue to court death. As the audience, they just watched silently. Once they received the order from the little crown princess, they could escape at any time and not watch this liveliness of life and death. It wasn't something that could be casually watched. Now that you're watching the liveliness in the Qiao estate, the grass at your grave will probably grow tall next year. Arbor held her sword in one hand and lightly swiped it with her white hand, instantly covering the sword with a layer of sizzling electric current. She pointed her long sword at Zhao Guang and coldly enunciated each word. Today, if you can't defeat me, you will certainly die a violent death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they retreated a few steps out of fear. Defeat me or die, choose. Arbor said coldly. The thunderclap sword emitted a light screeching sound as if it sensed something. As the Holy Maiden's closest maidservant, the woman in the green dress was clearly already completely dumbstruck. No, was there something wrong with this crown princess's brain? If a normal person was exposed to be involved with a public enemy, the evil sect, they would definitely give a proper explanation. Who knew, this person actually didn't explain at all. Not only that, but she even openly provoked the Holy Maiden and spoke such harsh words to their Holy Maiden. Was this the reaction a normal person should have? Wasn't she living too recklessly? Didn't she completely disregard what everyone present was thinking? You. The Holy Maiden didn't seem to expect the little crown princess to have such an odd reaction. After being dumbfounded for several seconds, she reflexively took a step back. She gazed at the stoic-faced crown princess warily. What do you want? Didn't I already give you a choice? Shut up. Arbor kicked out a sandalwood stool in front of her, which directly crashed into the Holy Maiden's face. The Holy Maiden jumped in fright and hastily turned around to dodge. But the instant she turned around, she froze on the spot. There was no other reason other than the little stoic crown princess, who was standing behind her and kicking the stool away, actually appeared in front of her now. She was still standing behind her just now. The Holy Maiden hastily looked back and saw that the little crown princess had long disappeared from her original position. Teleportation, this crown princess could actually teleport? The Holy Maiden was alarmed. The two were so close that she reflexively shrunk back in fright. However, she had just shrunk back a step when that crown princess spread her fingers and pinched her neck. From the looks of it, he was going to break her neck. Don't mess around. The Holy Maiden shrieked and hastily covered herself with a defensive barrier. The little crown princess's fingers abruptly passed through her defensive barrier. Everyone saw it clearly. The crown princess's 5 slender fingers really did pass through the Holy Maiden's defensive barrier. Just as her 5 fingers were about to grab the other party's throat, she saw a strong force coming from behind. Zhao Guang was involuntarily pulled back by a fierce force and fell to the ground with a loud bang. He rolled back several times before barely stabilizing his body. Arbor turned around and saw a middle-aged woman with a cold expression standing in front of him. She had her arms crossed and was looking at him coldly. Aunt Fei, are you crazy? How can you treat our saintess like this? The woman in the green dress couldn't help but scream. She rushed forward and helped the saintess up. Zhao Guang was dragged back by the middle-aged woman, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Just now, she had hit her waist. Now, with the help of her personal maidservant, Han Su, she stood up. Her entire face was distorted from the pain. Fei Gu said coldly, if I didn't do anything, the saintess would already be a dead person. Supper. Xianxia is here. Kill them all. Kill them all, Arbor said coldly. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being hammered by a huge hammer. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. Oh my god, this is the result of provoking the little crown princess. The little crown princess was the kind of person who could go berserk at any time. They couldn't afford to provoke her. Crown princess, please wait a moment. The middle-aged woman, Aunt Fei, hurriedly said. You people of the Holy Maiden are in charge of everything. How dare you meddle with our crown princess? You can't blame anyone for your own death. Aunt Fei got into a defensive stance, and a spiritual aura appeared in her hand as she shouted, Crown princess, please think carefully. This is your nephew's 100-day banquet. Could it be that you want to spill your blood over the 100-day banquet? The young crown princess paused for a moment. She turned her gaze and saw the round, chubby, and adorable little fellow in Xiaoyao's arms. The recklessly flashing lightning on the thunder crash sword slowly subsided. Arbor stared coldly at the radiant saint and the others. I'll give you 1 minute to pack up and get out of my house immediately. In the future, if I see you swindling people on the streets again, don't blame my sword for being merciless. We're here to look for Tianyun. Before the radiant saint could finish speaking, Aunt Fei covered her mouth. The latter cupped her hands towards the young crown princess with a serious expression. Crown princess, please forgive us. Radiant Saint has no intention of opposing the crown princess. Our standpoint is actually the same as yours. The young crown princess sneered. The debts between Tianyun and I are still vivid in our minds. We will ask them to pay us back one by one. As for you, it has nothing to do with me in the first place. It's best if we don't interact with each other. If any of you insist on provoking me, I will let you know how red tomorrow's flowers will be. How beautiful tomorrow's sunset will be. Why aren't you scramming? The young crown princess coldly shouted with a stoic expression. Aunt Fei took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Just as she was about to drag the radiant saint away, she suddenly heard a strange roar from behind. They all turned their heads to look, only to see a rotten face suddenly appear behind them. The guests who saw the corpse puppet's rotting face screamed in unison and retreated in panic. Although they were still very far away from the corpse puppet at the arched door, the corpse puppet's face really gave everyone a fright. Suddenly seeing such a thing, no one would be in a good mood. Especially when that thing actually pounced forward and wrapped itself around a member of the Radiant Light. The bright light female disciple screamed in fright, her face almost sticking to the corpse puppet. The madams and young misses almost fainted when they saw the scene. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it was their true body that was in close contact with this corpse puppet, they would be scared to death. He could not help but sympathize with that female disciple of the Bright Light School. This woman looked to be in her early 20s, yet she was bitten by a corpse puppet. Her life was over. How pitiful. Quick, pull this thing away, quick. Saintess Zhao Guang said angrily with a cold face. More than 10 male and female disciples of the Radiant Light sect took out unique iron hooks from their inner worlds and threw them out in unison, hooking the corpse puppet from all directions. The iron hook pierced through the skeleton's limbs and firmly hooked onto it. Because the corpse puppet's 2 arms were hooked by several iron hooks, it finally let go of the woman it was gnawing on. Oh my god, it's already gnawed beyond recognition, a madam from an aristocratic family blurted out. Everyone looked over and saw that the Radiant Light female disciple who was being gnawed on by the corpse puppet just now was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Her nose seemed to be gasping for air. It looked like she was about to die. From beginning to end, the young crown princess merely watched this scene with a detached eye. Now that he saw the female disciple lying on the ground with her mouth slightly open, as if she was having difficulty breathing, he only glanced at her coldly. Heavenly Fortune, it's the Heavenly Fortune Hall's people who brought the zombies here. A Radiant Light disciple unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the innocent-looking red-clothed man, yelling sternly, "Kill him, kill this Heavenly Fortune Hall's head. It's him, it's this scourge who's harming people." Duga Ling impatiently glanced at the young crown princess and said with an aggrieved expression, "Poker face, I really didn't bring her here. I swear, I purely came here today to deliver a gift." If I brought this ugly thing here, I'll immediately suffer heavenly punishment of being struck by lightning. Dugu Ling raised 3 fingers above his head and swore with conviction and conviction. Arbor coldly glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to that female disciple. Come, seize them all. This princess has changed her mind. These people repeatedly came to her residence to cause trouble. If she didn't deal with them on the streets, then anyone could come to her Qiao estate to cause trouble in the future. There really wasn't the slightest bit of discipline. Furthermore, their acting was so fake and lousy that she really didn't have any interest in continuing to watch. If you wanted her to explain things to others, it would take a lot of effort. She didn't even want to think about it. She simply didn't waste words with you when she gave orders. What do you want to do? The radiant light holy maiden couldn't help but panic, and she vigilantly stared at Xiaoya's entourage, who were approaching step by step. Don't mess around, I'm warning you. Crown Princess, as expected, you colluded with the Heavenly Fortune Hall long ago. The radiant light holy maiden said angrily, otherwise, why would the Heavenly Fortune Star Picking Hall's Hall Master come to the Qiao estate to deliver gifts for no reason? Tell us, you should give everyone an explanation. I see that you two have a good relationship. Don't tell me that you two are close friends. The Holy Maiden of Light asked harshly. Her eyes under the veil looked very righteous. Aunt Fei frowned. Just as she was about to say something, the green-dressed maidservant Han Su rushed forward and shouted, Saintess, please take out the holy fruit and save our suffering sisters. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding bright light disciples all knelt down, throwing their iron hooks on the ground and throwing their weapons aside. They formed a circle and kowtowed to the bright light Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, please save our suffering brothers and sisters. Saintess, please save us. Saintess, please save us. The guests looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. Logically speaking, the female disciple of the Radiant sect who was lying on the ground had been bitten to this extent by the zombie. Why were these people kneeling on the ground and praying to their holy maiden to save her? Everyone knew that after being bitten by a zombie, there was a 10% chance that they would turn into a monster. There was no way to save them. If there really was a medicine in this world that could save people bitten by a zombie, then this monster wouldn't seem so scary. However, they saw their saintess looking at them with a compassionate expression. She sighed and said, My pitiful brothers and sisters of bright light, you have devoted yourselves to the cause of exterminating corpse puppets and saving the world. As the Radiant sect's holy maiden, I will not let my brothers and sisters bleed in vain and die in vain. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to save you, I am willing to do anything. The saintess is gracious, the saintess is gracious. The surrounding fools were kneeling and kowtowing, creating a ruckus at the Qiao estate's entrance. The cold smile on Arbor's face tightened even more. When Prince Mo entered, he initially thought that he had entered the wrong door. He didn't know what these demons and ghosts at the entrance were singing, but they completely blocked his words of wife, this husband has returned late. Wife, what's going on, what's going on? Prince Mo stepped through the door, his gaze coldly sweeping over the faces of all the guests. When everyone saw that this crown prince had arrived, they hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, calling out Your Highness and Crown Prince. There was even a very quick-witted official who very nimbly explained, Your Highness, none of us here caused any trouble. These people at the entrance were brought here by Zhaoguang, and that female immortal who is being kowtowed to is the saintess of Zhaoguang, Yuan Maui. What a joke, if the great crown prince remembered them, how could they have any good days in the future? They had to explain the situation clearly. They had completely obediently come to the banquet to present gifts and absolutely didn't have any other intentions, nor did they dare to have any other intentions. If this saintess of Zhaoguang hadn't barged in with people, the banquet would still be fine. Yes, yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise. It was indeed the saintess of Zhaoguang's sudden arrival that caused such a mess at the entrance. Wife. Prince Mo hurriedly grasped his wife's small hand. When he saw his wife's expression, his handsome face immediately stiffened, and he angrily questioned, Who made the crown princess angry? His wife's stoic face puffed up in anger. Who actually dared to make his wife angry on the day of the 100-day banquet? They were simply tired of living. Without waiting for Kai Shou to speak, the fastest aristocratic madam on the side hastily explained, reporting to Your Highness the Crown Prince, this really isn't a matter of us guests causing trouble. Originally, we were all properly celebrating the birthday of the Qiao estate's little young master. Who knew that Tianyun would actually send some hall master to congratulate us? Then the holy maiden of Zhaoguang brought people in and accused the crown princess of having a close relationship with the hall master of the Heavenly Fate Hall. She must be involved with the Heavenly Fate Hall. This madam was very eloquent. In just a few sentences, she had recounted the whole story, and all the guests present nodded their heads. Yes, it really has nothing to do with us. Your Highness, it's him. It's them. They made the crown princess so angry that she couldn't speak. This is really devoid of conscience. The guests cursed at the same time. Not only did these people cause trouble at the Qiao estate's young master's 100-day celebration, they even gave 2 bloody fingers to the crown princess. Not only that, he even gave a corpse puppet to the Qiao estate's young master. That's insane. The crown prince grew angrier as he listened, and smoke seemed to be coming out of his head. Yuba, capture these people for us. This crown prince wants these people to know one thing. Anyone who comes to the Qiao estate to cause trouble must die. They really had nothing better to do, coming to his wife's family to cause trouble. His wife was already suffering so much. She was pregnant, yet she still had to be tormented by these bastards. They deserved to die. Wait. The holy maiden of Zhaoguang couldn't help but cry out. What was going on? Why did the divine province's crown prince suddenly return? Didn't they come to an agreement that they would find someone to delay the crown prince so that he wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time? They had to try their best to finish this show in the shortest amount of time possible. But what was going on now? How could they continue with this show? The crown prince had already appeared, so how could they continue with this show? The Saintess of Bright Light was anxious and resentful. She quickly shook off the hand of one of the hidden guards and continued, no matter what, Your Highness, please let us save people first. The show had to go on, and it had to go on. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for them to come here today. Us sisters are in danger. We have to save them immediately. These freaking guests were all freaks. They clearly knew what the truth was, and they had personally witnessed the close relationship between the crown princess and the head of the Tianyun Hall. But now, in front of the crown prince, they only knew how to push the bright light out as a scapegoat. They didn't talk about anything else, but said that the bright light had angered the crown princess, so they hurriedly tried to distance themselves from the bright light. Could these people be any more shameless? The Saintess of Bright Light clenched her teeth. She didn't expect that these people from the aristocratic families and the officials were all the same. They didn't dare to go against the little crown princess, so they pushed the bright light out as scapegoats. Shameless to the extreme. Take them away. Mo Lian waved his hand impatiently, and more hidden guards bounced out from the four-sided horned canopy, forcibly expelling the Radiant Light Group's group of people. The Saintess of Bright Light and the others struggled and shouted, What are you trying to do? Are you not even giving us a chance to save people? Let go, bastards. Don't use your status and power to bully good people like us. The group was beaten to the ground by the Dark Court guards led by Hades Ba, and they struggled with all their might. As the two sides were in a stalemate, the Saintess of Bright Light struggled to climb out of the crowd. She rushed to the side of the Bright Light female disciple who was lying on the ground on the verge of death. She lifted her head with one trembling hand, her face full of tears. Just as a secret guard rushed up, the Saintess of Light suddenly raised her hand and revealed a small white jade porcelain bottle in front of everyone. She shouted, I have a way to save this sister who was bitten by the zombie. I really need a way. Arbor stared coldly at the woman in front of him with a gloomy expression. Saintess Zhaoguang also knew that her acting was quite stiff. According to reason, if these shadow guards hadn't come up to disturb the situation, it should have been the various disciples of Zhaoguang crying bitterly and begging her to save this sister. Then, she thought about it again and again. Considering the big picture, she reluctantly took out the porcelain bottle to save him. But now, after being beaten up by these people, she had no choice but to jump to the last step. She raised the porcelain bottle in her hand and shouted. Everyone's gaze was naturally focused on the porcelain bottle in her hand. The Saintess of Bright Light took a deep breath and poured out a pure green crystal fruit from the bottle. She held it in her hand and showed it to everyone. This is the one and only holy fruit in the world. It's the spirit of all trees, the holy tree. The fruit that it bears. It can cure all poisons in the world, including zombie poison. Following the Saintess of Radiant Light's every word, Xiao Mu's eyes instantly turned into two icy, deep pools. This holy maiden of Zhaoguang actually said that her porcelain bottle contained holy fruit. She really couldn't help but ask her a thing or two. If the holy tree of all wood was in the hands of this holy maiden of light, then what was Qiuqiu in her star domain? If the holy maiden of light was the one who controlled the holy wood, then what was the origin of the holy wood that Sir Jojo comprehended? What a joke. This holy maiden of light actually came to her and said that she had a holy fruit. The green fruit that she took out was indeed somewhat similar to the holy fruit that Qiuqiu gave her. However, the fruit that Qiuqiu gave her was furry and emerald green. The one that the holy maiden of light took out was as smooth as a mirror. Although it was green, it didn't give off the feeling that it was full of vitality. Arbor stared coldly at the holy maiden of light, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. Her eyes seemed to freeze with ice. At this moment, everyone on the scene had a very surprised expression on their faces as they whispered to each other. Arbor vaguely heard some people say, "I've heard from a madam that this holy maiden of light has comprehended the power of the holy wood of the five spirit origins. She's very capable." Yes, I heard that she can summon the holy wood and use the vitality of the holy wood's origin to revive the dead. As long as someone swallows a holy fruit, no matter how sick they are, they can immediately come back to life. Is that so? Aya, that's really too amazing. If that's the case, even the king of hell won't be able to snatch someone from the holy maiden. If that's the case, then isn't she more powerful than a pill master? Isn't that so? Just as everyone was whispering, a burst of joyous laughter suddenly erupted beside the holy maiden of light. He's alive. He's alive. He's alive. Thank God. Our sister has finally come back to life. The disciples of the holy maiden of light knelt down again as if they were worshipping a miracle. They prostrated themselves on the ground and muttered, "The holy maiden's great kindness will never be forgotten. Saintess, I will never forget your kindness." Arbor looked on coldly from the side, watching these people cry and laugh as they put on such a show. There was not the slightest extra expression on his face. Jojo. Wei Ziqin had a perplexed look on her face as she walked to her side and asked in a low voice, What are they doing?" "Oh, it's just an act. Mother, just take it as a joke." Wei Ziqin couldn't help but stare blankly. "But why are they acting in front of our Qiao estate?" This was exactly what Arbor wanted to know. However, looking at the scene in front of her, she thought that she could guess a thing or two. Today, her little nephew was holding a 100th day banquet, and those who had come to the Qiao estate were all famous officials, nobles, and prominent families in the city. With Zhaoguang doing such a thing at their doorstep, it was bound to raise the reputation of the entire organization. He wanted to use their family as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, it also depended on whether the little crown princess would give them face. "What are you still standing there for? What's there to see in such a fake show?" Mo Lian said impatiently. "Aren't you going to take them all down?" Hearing this, Yuba and the rest did not hesitate. They hurriedly pounced forward and started punching and kicking. They did not care if they caught the people of Zhaoguang. No matter if they were men or women, they would beat them up first. The holy maiden of light and the rest were all stunned. Especially this holy maiden. She really did not expect to be treated like this. She had already put in so much effort to put on such an act, so how could this crown prince still be so unreasonable? Didn't he see that the holy fruit she took out saved a female disciple on the brink of death in front of everyone's eyes? Didn't he know what this meant? This meant that she, the Saintess of Bright Light, could revive the dead and resolve the series of disasters that Tianyun had created. She could save those normal people who had been infected by corpse poison. As long as she wanted, as long as she was willing, that entire Bright Light could save even more people from the abyss of suffering in the future. As the crown prince of the divine province, how could he be so short-sighted? Just because of that little crown princess, he could disregard the country's important matters. How could he be so selfish and let down the trust of the divine province's citizens and his ancestors? When the Saintess of Bright Light thought of this, she suddenly felt a pain in her head. Someone had actually pressed her head down and slapped her into kneeling on the ground. What are you doing? The saintess flew into a rage, and her body couldn't help but twist back and forth in their hands. You. Ah. Stop slapping, stop slapping. How could the saintess of bright light be a match for the court guards after her head was slapped several times in succession? Together with Aunt Faye and the rest, they were all subdued by the hidden guards on the spot and forced to kneel on the ground in 2 obedient rows. Speak. Arbor spoke faintly as he stared at the saintess of bright light kneeling at the very front and asked, "Where did you place the holy wood fragment?" This saintess of bright light was truly quite an interesting person. She came to the door herself and allowed the sapling Chocho to sense a bit of the power of the holy wood in her body. Indeed, the saintess of bright light didn't lie. She had indeed used the power of the spirit of the holy wood. Unfortunately, it wasn't as she had boasted, that she had comprehended the power of the wood spirit's origin on her own. Just like how the holy water sect had borrowed the power of the holy water back then, this saintess was also the same. Borrowing and comprehending on one's own were definitely completely different. Chocho told her through divine sense that the holy wood fragment was not with the saintess of light at the moment. Its aura was faintly discernible, so it should have been hidden by the scheming saintess. I don't understand what you're talking about. Saintess Zhao Guang's heart trembled slightly. She opened her mouth and said this. Arbor didn't waste any more words with her and shot a look at Yuba. The latter nodded and lifted the bright light holy maiden up. He called out to his brothers of the nether court guards to take down the men and women of the bright light holy maiden and drag them out of the door. From the looks of it, there was an 80% chance that everyone here was going to be imprisoned. Only then did those people from Zhaoguang shout out in panic, Don't. Your Highness, Crown Princess. We are Zhaoguang's people, no, not Tianyun's. That's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are the sects that are fighting against the heavenly fate together with the people of the divine land. You can't do this to us. There are only so many of us for our holy fruit. You can't arrest us, you can't drag us into prison. That's right. We are the saintess. Io. The noise was quickly silenced by a few kicks from the underworld court guards. The hidden guards didn't care whether they were making a fuss or not. After all, they had received His Highness the Crown Prince's orders and only cared about dragging them out. Chocho's last fragment is related to this woman. She can't die for now. Moreover, the origins of this woman and her organization were quite suspicious. They had to be thoroughly investigated. When Xiaomu turned around to look, she saw that Du Galing had left at some unknown time. He had left quietly and soundlessly and had long since disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but frown. People from Tianyun and Zhaoguang had entered her Qiao estate's gates at the right time. Could it be that there really wasn't any connection? She couldn't help but suspect this. Tianyun and Zhaoguang, did they have some kind of connection? Wife, don't get angry with idle people. The Crown Prince held her hand and consoled her in a low voice. These people aren't worth getting angry with, understand? Arbor nodded and looked up at him. Didn't you send a message back earlier saying that you had some matters to attend to and might not be able to make it back in time? I wanted to come back earlier to accompany you. Crown Prince Mo smiled as he paused while holding her small hand. Speaking of today's matter, it is a bit fishy. I was held back by some matters, and this group of people barged into our home. I feel that there might be some connection between the two. Arbor knew that her husband was especially sensitive when it came to matters. Since he said so, then there really was a problem. You mean to say that the people who caused trouble for you might be from Zhaoguang? Perhaps, they wanted to use some trivial matters to hold you back, so that you wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Wife, this is telepathy, isn't it? I thought that my wife might need me, so I hurriedly finished the matters at hand and came back. Prince Mo lowered his head and winked at Arbor. As expected, many people with bad intentions have come to our home again. Mo Lian tugged Arbor's small hand. Jojo, don't worry. Hubby is here for everything. They won't be able to bully our family. Arbor grunted and nodded. Right now, I want to figure out what's going on with this holy maiden of Zhaoguang. She has the aura of a seed fragment. According to Chocho, this should be the last fragment. Once Xiao collected all the fragments, its holy wood spirit would be completely recovered. In other words, it would be a piece of cake for it to produce holy fruits in the future. Mo Lian nodded. Then we still have to ask that saintess. The banquet became lively again. Although everyone was toasting each other and eating and drinking with smiles on their faces, Xiaomu could tell that these people were more or less contemplative. It was probably because the holy fruit just now was too shocking. At this moment, everyone was still immersed in their own thoughts. His Highness the Crown Prince had captured the holy maiden of Zhaoguang. Then, the people in their organization would not let this matter rest. After all, she could save thousands of saintesses of radiance who were poisoned by the corpse poison. On Changle North Street, in a very inconspicuous courtyard. In the depths of a dark and narrow path, there was a small, dark, and cramped woodshed. The mournful sound came from there. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Mu Xiaoxue clenched her hands tightly as she followed behind her father, Mu Jinghong. She didn't dare to look at the gloomy and dark surroundings. Ever since she returned to the City of Shadows, the city lord's wife, Shui Yan, hadn't let her have a good day. Mu Xiaoxue was worried about her mother. She didn't eat or sleep well in the City of Shadows. Now that she heard that her father Mu Jinghong knew about her mother's whereabouts, she begged Mu Jinghong to bring her along. Accompanying her were her two senior brothers Zhao and Gu Yishuan. Although she had her senior brothers to take care of her in the City of Shadows, these men weren't of much use. In front of the city lord's wife, Shui Yan, they could only be obedient. They weren't Shui Yan's match at all. Speaking of Shui Yan, Mu Xiaoxue was really angry. She relied on her status as the city lord's wife and was in charge of the City of Shadows to bully her from time to time. Not only did she embezzle her food and clothing expenses, she even took some cultivation resources. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxue couldn't help but grit her teeth. Immediately, the image of the city lord's wife's vicious expression and her arrogant voice appeared in front of her. Since Miss Xiaoxue is a cripple, it means that there is no use in giving her these cultivation resources. It's better to give her cultivation resources to the other disciples with good aptitudes. So what if she was a normal person and a cripple? A cripple couldn't have her own cultivation resources and couldn't try to awaken her meridians. Yes, her age didn't meet the criteria for awakening her meridians, but there was still an inextinguishable flame hidden in her heart. She wanted to embark on the path of cultivation. She also hoped that she could be like Mu Feixia. Even if her cultivation was average, she would at least be a low-level spirit master with an inner world. That would be enough, alright, as long as she could become a low-level spirit master, even if it was only level 1, as long as she could comprehend any of the 5 spirit energies between heaven and earth, even if it was only the 4th or 5th level of water spirit or wood spirit, it would still be much better than nothing. She really didn't have high expectations for herself. She really didn't have high expectations. However, even so, the heavens weren't willing to give her such a small hope. Every time the city lord's wife said the word cripple, it was like holding a sharp dagger and firmly stabbing into her heart. Her heart was already riddled with holes and there was no way to reverse it. Creak. As the door of the woodshed was pushed open by Mu Jinghong with one hand, a terrifying and stifled cry of pain came from inside. That cry was like the roar of a suppressed beast. When it fell into Mu Xiaoxue's ears, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her hair standing on end. Schwer. Gu Yishuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He hurriedly supported his beloved junior sister and looked at her tenderly. Junior sister, watch your step. Zhao Yi frowned and brushed Gu Yishuan's hand away. He then took Mu Xiaoxue's hand and helped her walk inside. He reminded her in a low voice, Junior sister, this place is dark and damp. Be careful not to step on nails. Looking at Zhao Yi's attitude, Gu Yishuan could not help but feel a knot in his heart. It was true that he had only joined the City of Shadows not long ago, but his sincerity toward his junior sister was no less than anyone else's. This senior brother Zhao Yi, it was fine if he always found fault with him, but in front of a beauty, he always wanted to compete with him. It was simply hateful. Zhao Yi supported Mu Xiaoxue and stepped into the cramped and dark woodshed. He glanced at the person behind him and deliberately stretched out his leg to kick Gu Yishuan. This kick caused Gu Yishuan to stumble slightly, delaying the two by half a step. Gu Yishuan was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Yi led his junior sister into the woodshed. A trace of resentment emerged in his heart. The seed of resentment was buried in his heart. He only needed to stimulate it a little every day and it would grow as if it had taken root and sprouted. Damn Zhao Yi. Gu Yixuan gritted his teeth and followed in. Because his steps were too big, he kicked the door frame, making a bang sound. Mu Jinghong frowned and turned to look. He said coldly to Gu Yixuan, "Be careful." "Yes, master." Gu Yixuan was shocked. He hurriedly bowed and did not dare to show the slightest anger on his face. Mu Jinghong was too lazy to care about his disciples. This Gu Yixuan, if it were not for his daughter Mu Xiaoxue asking him to accept him as a disciple, with his ordinary aptitude, he would not be qualified to enter the City of Shadows. It was only because of the power of the Gu family behind Gu Yixuan. Although the Gu family was not a first-class aristocratic family, it could still be ranked as a second-class aristocratic family. It seemed that there were some redeeming qualities. Mu Jinghong's footsteps suddenly stopped. From his angle, he could see a thin and shriveled figure curled up in the corner. His whole body was pressed against the firewood like a thin piece of paper. He looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and had a pitiful look. Xianxia. Mu Jinghong's voice was trembling with fear. He did not expect that in just a short period of time, Xianxia would be tortured to such an extent that she did not look human. These people were really abominable. Mu Jinghong's eyes were wide open as he walked forward quickly. Mu Xianxia, who was curled up beside the pile of firewood, could not help but twitch slightly. Her whole body shrank behind the pile of firewood. This kind of feeling of resistance and rejection was very obvious. Xianxia. Mu Jinghong did not care about how dirty she was. He strode forward and pulled this weak woman into his arms. At this time, he saw Mu Xianxia's bony face clearly. Mu Jinghong's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He could not help but cry. "Xianxia, how have they treated you during this period of time? How could a dignified and elegant woman be tortured to such a state?" She had fallen into Arbor's hands. That evil woman from Arbor had actually sent people to make his Xianxia look like this. "Mother, mother." Mu Xiaoxue was also scared out of her wits by her mother's current appearance. She screamed twice and knelt down in front of her mother. Mu Xianxia's dim eyes suddenly lit up. She reached out her bony hand and groped in front of her as if she wanted to grab Mu Xiaoxue's hand. However, when Mu Xiaoxue saw her mother's dark, bone-like claws, she hesitated and subconsciously shrank back. Although her movements were very fast, Mu Xianxia could still see her daughter's movements clearly even though her vision was blurry. Her retraction of her hand was like a heavy punch to Mu Xianxia's heart. Mu Xianxia's heart twitched. The sound that came out of her mouth was as if she had been run over by a wheel. She called out Xiaoxue in a deep voice and raised her trembling hand again. This time, Mu Xiaoxue braced herself and reached out her hands. After all, under the strict gaze of her father, Mu Jinghong, if she retracted her hands again, it would definitely cause her father's dissatisfaction. Right now, in the entire City of Shadows, the only person who could protect her was her father. Naturally, she wouldn't provoke her father's anger over such a small matter. However, when her mother's bony and incomparably cold hands touched her, Mu Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. It was really like a pair of hands of a dead person. Not to mention the lack of warmth, there were even rotting acne on the back of the hands. She didn't know what kind of feelings her father had for her mother. He was actually able to carry a person who looked like a skeleton and was covered in rotting sores. No wonder the city lord's wife, Shui Yan, hated her mother so much. Compared to the city lord's wife, it was obvious that her father's love for her mother, Mu Xianxia, was unquestionable. Mu Xiaoxue took a deep breath and used almost all of her strength to hold Mu Xianxia's bony hands. With this touch, she felt that her mother was missing two pinky fingers. She was so shocked that she almost let go. Mu Xianxia said intermittently, "Xiao, Xiao Shui." "Jinghong." Mu Jinghong hurriedly hugged her and said in a deep voice, "I'm here, Xianxia. Don't worry, your illness will definitely get better. I will send the best people to treat you. However, before I reach an agreement with the second young master, I will have to trouble you to stay here for a few more days." Mu Xianxia spent a lot of effort before slowly nodding her head. I know. However, she knew her own body better than anyone else. This body was about to collapse. After experiencing so many medicinal trials, she was already lucky to be able to hold on until today. However, she didn't know how long she could hold on. She knew in her heart that once her body completely collapsed, she might turn into a pile of meat paste or something even uglier. She didn't want to frighten her daughter, Xiaoshui. Her Xiaoshui was so perfect. She was like her in every aspect. This girl has a brighter future. She can't stay in a place like Tianyun. She can't. Mu Qingya grabbed Mu Jinghong's hand tightly and said word by word with great difficulty, I want you to promise me one thing. It doesn't matter if I die, but our daughter, she can't join the heavenly fate, Mu Qingya said in a low voice. I want her to break away from the heavenly fate, break away. Qingya, don't get agitated. Mu Jinghong hurriedly said to Mu Qingya, Qingya, why would you say that? When did Xiaoshui join the Heavenly Fate Academy? Mu Qingya held Mu Xiaoshui's hand. She looked a little nervous. Even if you don't have it now, it doesn't mean that you won't have it in the future. I'm already, almost, about to die. They have no humanity. Xiaoshui is my daughter. She meets the conditions in all aspects. They will want, demand. Jinghong, for the sake of our many years of husband-wife relationship, you must help Xiaoshui, help her, break away. Mu Xiaoshui was silent. Her face was as heavy as water. Despite her mother's bony claws pressing down on her hand, Mu Xiaoshui's heart did not waver. One of her mother's hands was obviously missing 2 fingers. When she held her hand, it made Mu Xiaoshui shudder. Whether her mother did not let her join Tianyun was for her sake or not, it was hard to say. After all, with her current identity as an ordinary commoner, if she did not join Tianyun, she would not be able to live a good life. Dawdle in the City of Shadows, with that woman Zhuyen in the City of Shadows, Mu Xiaoshui would never have a good life. Other than joining Tianyun, what else could she do? Mu Xiaoshui secretly gritted her teeth. If she joined Tianyun, her fate would probably change greatly. If she listened to Mu Qingya's words, he was afraid that he could only muddle along like this for the rest of his life. In front of Mu Jinghong, Mu Xiaoshui did not dare to say anything. She just lowered her head in silence. Mu Qingya said, if Tianyun must use my daughter, then Mu Roxuan can help. Anyway, she has already taken the improved medicine. Okay. Mu Jinghong nodded and looked at the skinny woman in her arms with a gentle expression. Qingya, don't worry. I have heard everything you said. You will get better. You will definitely get better. You are such a strange woman. God must be reluctant to let you go like this. Mu Jinghong held Mu Qingya's hand and sighed softly. Mu Qingya showed a self-deprecating smile. Is it? God? She never believed in God, nor did she believe in fate. Heaven had never been kind to her, or even to her daughter. Otherwise, her daughter would not be like her, born a cripple. This was the heavens being unfair to her and her mother. God had never given her any hope, nor had he given her any tenderness. So why should she be kind to others? This was especially true for those talented geniuses who seemed to have saved the world with their own protagonist aura. None of them could feel the pain of being a mediocre human. No one could understand her pain, unwillingness, and resentment. These people should be like Long Chuyun and experience what it felt like to walk down from the altar and into the abyss. Why did she have to be an ordinary person who was at the mercy of others just because she worked so hard? Arbor has a lot of secrets. Mu Qingya held Mu Xiaoshui's hand and said in a hoarse voice, you'd better avoid her. She's not someone you can handle. This person who had been reborn was like a demon who had returned from hell. Her daughter, Mu Xiaoshui, was definitely no match for this woman. Whether it was in terms of strength or intelligence, it was impossible to surpass them. The best method was to warn Xiaoshui to stay away from this woman, stay away from this evil spirit, the further the better, and never provoke her for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, the more Mu Qingya said, the more indignant Mu Xiaoshui became. She had suffered at the hands of Arbor too many times to count. Every time he saw this woman, Qiao Mu, he would suffer at her hands without exception. Why did even her mother look down on her and say that she was no match for others? She was unwilling, indignant, and her heart was filled with anger. Wasn't it because that woman's cultivation was much higher than hers that she dared to speak and act so presumptuously? If only she, Xiao Muxue, could have this ability. Who knew who would be the one begging whom now? If I didn't guess wrongly, Arbor not only has a portable spirit domain, he might also have the spirit of the holy wood. The holy wood of the five spirit origins? Mu Xiaoxue's eyes were crimson red, and flames of jealousy shot out wantonly from the depths of her heart. She had heard her mother mention that Arbor had inherited the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl that her mother, Lan Chuyun, had given her. Now, her mother said that not only did he have a portable spirit domain, he might even have the spirit of the holy wood. According to the news from Shuntian Prefecture, it should be close to the mark. Arbor not only has sacred water, but also has the holy wood. Perhaps he is hiding some secret that we don't know. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes abruptly shot out a strange luster. I heard that the Talisman Hall has a soul swap talisman that can smack. Before Mu Xiaoxue could finish her sentence, Mu Qingya slapped her with a trembling hand, causing her to yelp in pain. Silly. Mu Qingya stared at her daughter with disappointment. If the soul swap talisman can be used, do you think Mother can't fight for you? Xiao Mu is a cultivator. She has already experienced the five-spirit reincarnation and broken through to the godly realm. Mu Qingya laboriously enunciated each word. With your normal person's soul energy, do you think? Can you swap out her powerful soul? If you do it rashly, you will probably only be consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Qingya supported her body with difficulty. Daughter, actually, being a normal person may not be unhappy. I only know that if I become a normal person with no accomplishments and don't strive for anything, I might just live a mediocre life without obtaining anything. I can't accept it. Mu Xiaoxue's voice choked with sobs. She pushed Mu Qingya's arm away and ran out sobbing while covering her face. Xiaoxue. Mu Jinghong roared in displeasure. Mu Qingya, on the other hand, coughed violently due to anger. Jiaoyi hurriedly said, Master, I will go out and take a look at junior sister. Master, I'll go see junior sister too. Gu Yishuan hurriedly followed. If something happened to his junior sister, Gu Yishuan felt that he might not be able to live on. His junior sister's crying appearance just now really made one's heart ache. Mu Qingya grabbed Mu Jinghong's hand tightly and said intermittently, Look after Schwerer. You have to look after Schwerer. She understood Schwerer's thoughts too well. A daughter resembled her mother. Schwerer was just like her. She was so competitive and wanted to fight against fate. However, fate was not something that could be explained in a few words. Mu Jinghong nodded repeatedly. She hugged Mu Qingya and said in a deep voice, Take good care of your body. When you are better, I will bring you and your mother back to the City of Shadows. Mu Qingya smiled bitterly. I am afraid that I won't be able to get better. She knew her own body best. Huang He and those B*****s had probably used no less than 1,000 kinds of drugs on her. Her body was on the verge of collapse. It was only a matter of time. I won't. Mu Jinghong hurriedly shook his head. Since Patriarch Qin is willing to send so many people to save you, it means that he won't let you die so easily. Family head Qin will definitely send people to settle you down and save you. You can relax, you must relax, okay? Qingya, we still have a lot of good days to live in the future. Don't worry, as long as you get better, I'll deal with that bitch Shui Yan and let you follow me back to the City of Shadows. I'll let you be the city lord's wife. Mu Qingya's lips curled into a smile. If you're serious about treating me well, then you must take good care of Schwerer. I'm afraid something will happen to my daughter. Don't worry, I will. I will definitely protect our daughter and won't let anyone bully her. Mu Qingya nodded tiredly. Mu Jinghong's hand suddenly grasped Mu Qingya's hands tightly. When he touched her two broken fingers, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Qingya, don't worry, I will talk to second young master again. I will definitely ask them to let you go as soon as possible. Mu Qingyao only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She knew very well in her heart. Mu Jinghong couldn't say anything in front of second young master. Second young master was willing to give him some face and let him bring his daughter to visit her. This was already considered generous. As for men's vows and sweet words, it was fine to just listen to them. She, Mu Qingyao, had lived a miserable life and was not tolerated by the heavens. She didn't want her daughter to walk down her old path. It was too hard and not worth it. She shouldn't let her good years go to waste. Mu Xiaoxue's cries reached Gu Yishuan's ears from afar, causing his heart to clench. He couldn't bear it. He walked over quickly, and from afar, he saw Zhao Yi, that grandson, hugging his beloved junior sister, whispering something under a cluster of flowering trees. Gu Yishuan's expression became very ugly on the spot and a trace of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to take a few steps forward and pull Zhao Yi away, he heard Zhao Yi whisper to Xiao Shui, "Junior sister, don't be so unhappy. Hall Master Mu is also thinking for you. That soul exchange talisman might really hurt you. Then what do you think we should do?" Mu Xiaoxue said indignantly. "My mother can't even save herself. I'm just a weak woman. How am I supposed to protect myself in the future?" Zhao Yi immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, junior sister, I will definitely protect you." Mu Xiaoxue sneered in her heart. However, Gu Yishuan interrupted first. "With your cultivation, you can't even defeat one of Qiao Mu's fingers. What are you going to use to protect Xiao Shui?" "What did you say?" Zhao Yi jumped up in agitation as if he had been stung by a bee's tail. Gu Yishuan snorted coldly. "If you really care about junior sister, then you should come up with a better idea for her." "What do you mean?" "Junior sister." Gu Yishuan approached the two with a gloomy face. "Think about it. Do you really want to exchange your soul into that evil woman's body? If you want to take over her body, then you have to give birth to her child. Not only that, you have to face her paralyzed face all day long. Are you willing to do that?" Mu Xiaoxue had a look of realization and shook her head. "I don't want to give birth to her child. I don't want to." She wasn't willing to bear that kind of pain. On what basis? On what basis should she, a pure and noble young lady, help that slut bear a child? Bah, don't even think about it. Moreover, she, Mu Xiaoxue, was a prideful person. The man she wanted had to be the best in the world, the perfect and flawless. How could she take over someone else's husband? She didn't want that. Moreover, that man's heart was filled with other women. She couldn't tolerate such a thing happening to her. The man she wanted had to give his heart and soul to her alone. He couldn't have any other thoughts. Gu Yishuan cracked a sinister smile. "Junior sister, what you want is only that person's talent. It's her life's opportunity." "Yes, yes." Mu Xiaoxue nodded. She almost had a nightmare. If she really took over that woman's broken body, she would be pregnant and have to raise her child in the future. She really wanted to vomit to death. Looking at that stoic face every day was too painful. No, Gu Yishuan was right. She only wanted that woman's natural luck. It was an opportunity that she couldn't live without. As for that rotten body, she didn't want it. Gu Yishuan's eyes flashed with pride. He looked at Zhao Yi and said, "I heard that our Tianyin's talisman hall has a talisman called the Universe Reversal Talisman." Zhao Yi's heart trembled. "That's the most powerful talisman the Talisman Hall has made in all these years. What do you want?" "What, is eldest senior brother's deep love for junior sister all an act? You don't even dare to steal a mere universe reversal talisman? You want me to steal a talisman from the Talisman Hall?" Zhao Yi almost shouted. In the end, his rationality pulled him back. He had no choice but to lower his voice and spit out those words. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up when she heard the words Universe Reversal Talisman. That's right, how could she forget that there was such a talisman in the world? This talisman was practically tailor-made for her. She needed this talisman. She wanted this talisman, she wanted to transfer all of that woman's destiny and all of her good fortune to herself. She, Mu Xiaoxue, was destined to take everything from that woman, including her cultivation, her portable spiritual domain, the holy wood, the holy water, everything. Just the thought of it made Mu Xiaoxue's blood boil. It was as if she had already succeeded and taken over everything that the B*TCH had. Ah, fate, is fate unfair to me? If it was unfair, she could fight for it. She could try her best to defy the heavens and change her fate. Ha ha ha, thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxue could not help but giggle. She really wanted to obtain this inverse the universe talisman. She couldn't help but look at Zhao Yi expectantly. Seeing this, Guishuan couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Zhao Yi, oh Zhao Yi, it's not so easy to pretend to be a Casanova. Once Zhao Yi stepped into the Hall of Talismans and Spells to steal talismans, he would teach him a lesson he would never forget. Zhao Yi loved and cherished this junior sister from the bottom of his heart. When he saw that she was looking forward to him, his heroic complex surged and he hurriedly nodded at her. Don't worry, junior sister. As long as such a talisman really exists in the Hall of Talismans and Spells, I will get it for junior sister even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. Zhao Yi solemnly promised. Senior brother. Mu Xiaoxue was overjoyed. She moaned and fell into Zhao Yi's arms. She hugged the man with a tender and affectionate look on her face. Zhao Yi immediately hugged her soft waist. His heart was filled with joy as he lowered his head to ask for a kiss. Mu Xiaoxue was secretly angry, but in order to trick Zhao Yi into giving her his unswerving loyalty, she had to bite the bullet and let him kiss her. But when she felt her lips turn cold, she felt nauseous. Resisting the urge to vomit, Mu Xiaoxue pretended to smile at the man. Zhao Yi's heart was in turmoil. He reached out and hugged the woman he loved tightly. He felt like he was floating. It felt like even if he had to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, there was nothing to be afraid of. In order to make little junior sister happy, he was willing to risk his life. He was willing to do anything for her. Guishuan gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was a brainless man. He was destined to be his stepping stone. Even he, who had joined the organization halfway, knew about the Talisman Hall. It was the most mysterious place in the entire sect. But in order to trick Zhao Yi, Guishuan spared no effort. I heard that Master Luo from the Talisman Hall has been by young master's side recently. As the deputy hall master of the Talisman Hall, he should have such an important talisman with him. Zhao Yi was not a complete fool. He was not completely blinded by beauty. Hearing Guishuan's words, he turned around with his junior sister in his arms. He stared at Guishuan and sneered. Is there such a coincidence? Guishuan shrugged and smiled pretentiously. Coincidence or not, we will only know when we see it. What do you mean? What I mean is, Master Luo is an important member of the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talisman Hall. Even if he does not have the inverse the universe talisman with him, he should at least know who has it now. Zhao Yi's eyebrows were completely tied into a dead knot. Was Guishuan tricking him? If he were to ask Master Luo such a sensitive question, then, Senior Brother Zhao, am I making things too difficult for you? Mu Xiaoxue, who was buried in his arms, raised her head and asked gently. Zhao Yi hurriedly hugged her tightly and said with a smile, no problem, I'll leave this matter to Senior Brother. For the beauty in his arms, what was so difficult about climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire? Zhao Yi was hot-headed and immediately agreed. It was worth it to fight for his junior sister. Greetings, second young master. Mu Jinghong was led to the back garden. Mu Jinghong glanced at the man who was standing in front of the stone table, leaning slightly to practice calligraphy with his back facing her. Mu Jinghong forced a smile and bowed to the Omega Kotoku. Second young master was dressed in a purple robe. He stood tall and straight in front of them. Oh, you came at the right time. It's City Lord Mu. A laugh came from the courtyard entrance. Mu Jinghong turned around and hurriedly bowed again. Mu Jinghong greets eldest young master. Eldest young master Qin waved a small gold fan and smiled. City Lord Mu need not be so courteous. We are all family. Have a seat. Mu Jinghong cupped his hands in greeting and respectfully sat down on a stone stool in front of the two. He got straight to the point. Young master, when can this subordinate bring Hall Master Mu back to soaring heaven? Bring him back? Young Master Omega Kotoku glanced at Mu Jinghong with a spurious smile. City Lord Mu, have you forgotten? Father has already handed Flying Paradise to me. Flying Paradise is now under my jurisdiction. Isn't it right for me to keep Hall Master Mu? Young Master Omega Kotoku sneered. Could it be that Hall Master Mu is only subservient to me on the surface and is actually working for Father? Young Master, you're exaggerating. Mu Jinghong hastily defended himself. Flying Paradise was previously managed by family head Qin, but now it's considered second younger brother's subordinate. Eldest young Master Qin interrupted Mu Jinghong with a smile and winked at him. Second younger brother naturally has his own reasons for keeping Hall Master Mu. City Lord Mu, if there's nothing else, it's better for you to return early. He truly understood this younger brother of his all too well. His younger brother was eccentric, and obstinate. Once he set his mind on something, he would carry it out to the end. For example, it was his decision to leave Mu Xianxia in Changle Villa. Mu Jinghong was truly too naive to think that he could influence second younger brother's decision. Mu Jinghong nodded gratefully at eldest young Master Qin. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him and naturally knew that eldest young master was giving him advice. That's right, this second young master's temperament was extremely unpredictable. It would be more appropriate for him to return and seek help from family head Qin first and ask him to make a trip here. Even if he wanted to reason with this second young master, there was probably nothing he could do. This young master had never been an easy person to talk to. Thinking of this, Mu Jinghong didn't delay any longer. He stood up and bowed to young Master Omega Kotoku and eldest young master before hastily bidding farewell and leaving. Young Master Omega Kotoku's icy gaze stared fixedly at the man's departing figure. After a long while, he glanced at eldest young master. This younger brother never knew that eldest brother was so compassionate. Eldest young Master Qin gazed at him innocently. What do you mean? Didn't you remind Mu Jinghong to leave as soon as possible and not confront me head-on because you wanted to tell him that he can't rely on himself alone? He can't save Mu Xianxia on his own. If we want to save her, we have to ask Father for help. Eldest young Master Qin couldn't resist chuckling as he waved the small fan in his hand. What are you saying? Mu Jinghong and I are not related in any way, so why should I help him? On the other hand, second brother, you had Ling send 2 fingers to the little Stoic's family on their wedding day. This gift is too original. I guarantee that the little Stoic won't like it and will even secretly remember you in her heart. You're not her. How do you know she won't like it? Eldest young Sir Qin waved his fan and said with a grin, of course I know. I was lying on the roof opposite her house at the time and saw everything. You didn't see the little Stoic's complexion. Tisk, it's so dark, it's comparable to the bottom of a pot. Omega Kotoku looked at him silently. Second brother, don't blame me for not teaching you a few moves. You can't woo a girl like this. Say, who would freaking be happy if you sent her 2 bloody severed fingers on her wedding day? Why don't you learn from eldest brother and have Ling send her a pile of good stuff? Although the little Stoic doesn't like it on the surface, she'll still accept it all. She's a girl, after all. Sending her some shiny things is better than sending her bloody ones. Omega Kotoku glanced at him silently before standing up and walking towards the woodshed. Eldest young Sir Qin was startled and hastily followed after him, shouting the entire way, second brother ran, why are you looking for her again? I'm telling you, if you want the little Stoic to be happy, why don't you cut to the chase and kill this woman? She really won't like it if you give her a finger today and an ear tomorrow. Her body is currently undergoing the 3rd stage of mutation. That's right. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled as he spread his hands. Otherwise, Father wouldn't have let people rescue her. To tell the truth, since you won't kill her, then you might as well do us a favor and let Mu Jinghong bring her back. At that time, the little Stoic will definitely be looking for trouble with Mu Jinghong and won't be able to find trouble with us. What do you think of eldest brother's idea? The second young sir couldn't be bothered with him and quickly left. Eldest young Sir Qin stopped in his tracks with a grin and waved the small fan in his hand as he muttered to himself, if you do this, you'll only drift further and further away. Who do you think the little Stoic is? Don't try to guess the little Stoic's thoughts, you won't be able to guess them even if you did. The next day, Zhao Guang gathered over 1,000 disciples and sat silently in front of Dragon Flame City's capital office. They didn't do anything out of line and only sat there silently protesting the crown prince's order to capture their holy lady. This incident attracted countless commoners from all over the streets to watch. Everyone who passed by the capital office couldn't resist stopping to take a look at Zhao Guang's meditating disciples. Everyone wanted to know how the capital office would deal with them. After all, Holy Lady Zhao Guang's methods were exceedingly formidable and could save a dying person bitten by a zombie. But even so, she was still no match for His Highness the Crown Prince and was currently being held captive in the capital office's prison. The Holy Lady and her entourage were all imprisoned for the reason of causing trouble for no reason. About 16 hours had passed since yesterday's incident. It could be assumed that Holy Lady Zhao Guang's days in prison weren't too pleasant. It rained in the morning. Although it was dusk now, the stone tiles on the streets were still damp. A low-key and luxurious carriage pulled by 4 spirit horses stopped in front of the capital office's gate. The carriage's curtains were gently brushed open. Everyone was stunned when they saw the person who came down from the carriage. He saw the little stoic crown princess slowly walking down the stairs with a cold and delicate face. Last night at the banquet, the young crown princess was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the crown prince to rest. She slept until noon. If it wasn't for Kai Shou's reminder, she would have forgotten about the sacred maiden of bright light and her entourage. Everyone's gaze landed on the young crown princess's cold face, and they couldn't help but praise her beauty in their hearts. Unfortunately, her cold and jade face was covered in a layer of frost all day long, and there wasn't the slightest trace of a bright and beautiful smile. It was icy cold to the extreme. Crown Princess. Kai Shou held her hand, and her footsteps paused slightly. The little crown princess followed her gaze and looked at the people kneeling on both sides of the capital office. The light in the young crown princess's eyes flickered as she spoke coldly. Since they are so worried about the holy maiden, why don't we throw them into the prison as well and let them accompany their holy maiden? Everyone, *CK, this young crown princess's train of thought was indeed completely different from the rest of the world. When she saw other people sitting quietly in protest, she actually directly detained this group of people. Her attitude was clearly, I want to see how many people you Zhaoguang can provide. No matter how many people came, they would be detained without mercy. After all, the little crown princess was not an ordinary person, and she would not indulge them. Zhao Guang and the other disciples who were sitting still and not doing anything were all stunned at this moment. They looked in the direction of the crown princess in a daze, almost thinking that they had heard wrongly. Record all of these people in the book. Record their cultivation level and spiritual energy. Record them clearly. As Qiamu spoke faintly, she walked towards the capital governor's office and coldly tossed out, have them go to Chess Mountain Spirit Mine to mine or another day. Since they're all so free, give them something to do. Yes. The secret guards beside the young crown prince consort all hung their heads, forcibly suppressing their smiles. Tell me, are these people from the Zhaoguang sect stupid? How could they casually provoke the little crown princess's patience when they came? Wouldn't they be in trouble immediately? The male and female disciples of the Zhaoguang sect who were sitting quietly were also dumbfounded. They were about to stand up in protest when the little crown princess said coldly, if there's any resistance, kill them without mercy. Following her words, hundreds of figures scuttled out from all directions with a whoosh. They were on guard, and the defense was tight. They stared coldly at the restless Zhaoguang disciples. Everyone, Arbor had already suppressed a bellyful of anger at the little tiger's 100th day banquet yesterday. If they still wanted to provoke her today, she would make sure that they would not be able to bear the consequences. Reporting to the crown princess. A slightly older Zhaoguang disciple stood up and bowed to Arbor. We're not here to go against the imperial court, nor to make things difficult for the crown princess. Just based on you want to make things difficult for this crown princess? Arbor bluntly rebuked him. What a joke. That person was instantly choked speechless. That's true. Who could make things difficult for the crown princess? Yesterday, it was this crown princess who did not want to spill blood at the 100th day banquet. Today, I don't have so many scruples. She said coldly, since you people want to follow your saintess, then this crown princess will fulfill your wish. It's not the crown princess, it's not. The senior disciple wanted to say something, but the young crown princess waved her hand impatiently. If you don't believe me, you can try resisting. The little stoic's icy gaze swept over everyone. Let's see if this crown princess can do anything to you. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak for a moment. Even the onlookers scattered like birds and beasts, obediently returning to their own homes to look for their mothers. What kind of joke was this? If they continued to watch, they might even be treated as members of the Radiant Light and be arrested as well. Not everyone's drama was worth watching. At least, in their impression, the Crown Princess drama wasn't very interesting. Take him away. Serene Bai raised his hand, and a group of hidden guards immediately rushed forward to arrest all the Radiant Light disciples and detain them in the capital magistrate's office. When the capital magistrate, Chao Jieto, rushed out upon hearing the commotion, he could only look at the young crown princess with a bitter expression. He deliberated again and again before still rubbing his hands and saying pitifully, "Please forgive me, crown princess. This many people, our capital magistrate's prison really can't hold all of them. How about we transfer them to the Ministry of Justice's prison?" He tried to discuss this with the young crown princess. Chao Jieto's old face was bitter. What he said was the truth, there was no falsehood. After all, the capital office's prison was only so big. It could fit one batch, but not the other. Chao Ju's worries were not groundless. The young crown princess's face was taut, she waved her hand and said, "No need. It doesn't matter if the prison can't fit them. Tomorrow, we'll transfer them to Chess Mountain to help the commoners mine." Chao Ju's foot slipped, he immediately felt that the young crown princess was really not a bad idea. Chao Ju chuckled as he followed the young crown princess all the way inside. "Crown princess, do you want this official to bring that sacred maiden Zhao Guang out of the prison?" Letting the crown princess run to that kind of dark place with a big belly, it really wasn't very smart. If by chance His Highness the Crown Prince were to find out, he would definitely chop him up. That's why Chao Ju hurriedly asked with a smile. The young crown prince consort agreed after some thought. If she went to that gloomy and smelly prison, her shoes would get dirty from all that stepping. She then nodded at Chao Ju and said, "Bring her to the hall. Just her alone is enough. I have something to ask her." "Okay." Chao Ju immediately accepted the order and left. Not a moment later, he ordered someone to bring a girl to the main hall. Compared to yesterday's fairy-like girl, this sacred maiden today was certainly comical. Not to mention her drooping long hair, it also appeared greasy. Her head looked like it was stuck with a piece of dung, and her entire person emitted a sour stench. When she saw Arbor, she immediately became somewhat crazy and shouted with a stern voice, "Let me go. You woman, what right do you have to capture me?" "Ah." Arbor's pair of cold eyes looked at her. He also didn't talk nonsense with her and went straight to the point, "I just want to ask you one thing. Where did you hide the sacred wood seed fragment?" The sacred maiden Zhao Guang, who was currently baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, heard this, her eyes clearly flashed slightly. She then said, "I don't know what you're talking about. What seed fragment? I simply don't understand." "Is that so?" Xiaomu swept her an indifferent glance before beckoning with her hand. Immediately, two hidden guards stepped out from behind her, pushing a large, round wooden barrel. "This is the barrel of bliss invented by His Majesty. I thought it was quite useful, so I brought it for you to try," Arbor said coldly. "You don't have to thank me." The Saintess of Bright Light panicked on the spot. She looked at that large circular wooden barrel in a daze, then at Xiaomu, who didn't look like she was joking. She shook her head repeatedly and shrieked, "No, you can't treat me like this. I am the Saintess, the Shining Light Saintess. You can't do that." "I can't." Arbor's eyes didn't even move. He just raised his hand and waved it gently. Two shadow guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed her arms, dragging her towards the barrel of bliss. "No, no, no, let go of me, no." The Saintess of Light panicked. Her entire face revealed an anxious expression. She hurriedly cried out, I really don't know what you're talking about. What sacred wood, what, no, no." Her entire body was already pressed against the barrel of bliss. Her pupils contracted as she stared at the hundreds and thousands of little snakes and insects in the barrel. She was so frightened that snot and tears flowed down her face. She saw a little snake suddenly raise its triangular head from the barrel and spit out a black snake tongue at her. The Saintess of Light's limbs froze. Her body went limp and collapsed. She repeatedly cried out, I'll talk, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. I'll talk. Xiamu hummed an acknowledgement before saying with a nod, I know that a curse has been cast on your divine conscious, so there's a defensive barrier outside your conscious. Whenever you're threatened by an external force, being searched, or being suppressed by a dictum talisman, you'll automatically choose to explode your soul. Arbor looked at her calmly. This technique reminds me of Shintujing. Shintujing once said that the barrier in her conscious was set up by Grand State Preceptor Li La. Now I have reason to suspect that this Li La is related to your radiant light. Or let me put it this way, does your radiant light belong to Tianyun? No. How can our radiant light belong to Tianyun? We're against Tianyun. When we joined the organization, we swore that Tianyun and I cannot coexist together. The radiant light saintess shook her head repeatedly and hurriedly explained. Arbor really didn't believe the person in front of her at all. She grabbed her hair and pinched her face without pity. She asked word by word, You're called Yuan Maui? Yuan Maui was really scared. This little crown princess in front of her was like a devil that had crawled up from hell. When her 5 ice-cold fingers pinched her face, the radiant light saintess felt a chill quickly climbing up from the bottom of her heart. It was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. She nodded with tears and snot flowing down her face. She started to regret accepting this mission to provoke this ghost crown princess. No wonder, there were so many people present at that time. Even if she exposed the close relationship between the crown princess and Tianyun's upper echelons, no one dared to question this little crown princess. This was probably because they had long been subdued by this little crown princess's terrifying methods. Crown princess, please let me go, crown princess. The way the little crown princess smiled coldly at her was filled with endless eerie coldness. It was terrifying to look at. I'll tell you everything I know. As long as it's something crown princess wants to ask, I'm willing to tell you. That would be great. Arbor nodded and loosened his grip on the saintess' hair. Tell me, where did you hide the seed fragments? This was what she wanted to know the most. As for the rest, they were all trivial matters. Seed fragments, hide. No, I didn't hide them. Yuan Maui hurriedly shook his head, revealing a cautious expression. The crown princess is wise. This lowly one is definitely not lying. It's true. Although this lowly one doesn't understand what the crown princess means, this lowly one doesn't know. But from what the crown princess said, it should be. Wait, listen to me, I'm done. Yuan Maui's eyes widened in fear. She hurriedly used both hands to support herself on the edge of the wooden barrel to ensure that her head wouldn't be pressed down and come into intimate contact with the thing in the barrel. Speak. Arbor didn't want to waste any more words with her and bluntly asked, Speak clearly. Yes, it's this lowly one who doesn't dare to lie to the crown princess. Yuan Maui answered honestly. That holy fruit is, I know. This was what she was worried about. This holy fruit didn't seem to be fake, but it was an imperfect half-finished product. It seemed to have been produced by external forces. Xianxia said that the last seed fragment contained the power of the wood spirit's origin, which surpassed all the previous fragments. As such, it wasn't strange for someone to produce a semi-finished holy fruit. But the problem was that the fruit produced by these people with brute force was only 1/10 of the original holy fruit. Furthermore, such a barbaric method would only inflict significant damage to the holy wood fragment. There was no benefit to it at all. Xianxia was worried that the fragment of the holy wood was on the verge of death, which was why its aura was so faint. She was very anxious to know what happened to the fragment. When she interrogated the holy maiden Yuan Maui, she did not show mercy at all. She did not mind using the most vicious method to pry the whereabouts of Xianxia's fragment out of this woman's mouth. This concerned her most important partner, so this matter could not be neglected or sloppy. Yuan Maui swallowed her saliva and said, The fragment was collected by our radiant light saint. And I was only fortunate to have worn this fragment for a few days. So it left a trace of its aura and was detected by you. At this point, Yuan Maoi's eyes flickered slightly. Basically, everyone in Tianyun knows what I have in my hands. Everyone knows that not only do I have holy water, but I also have the holy wood. You should know this too, right? You deliberately let me detect the aura of the holy wood fragment. But what I want to know is, what makes you think that I will compromise and ask you for the location of the holy wood fragment? She glanced at her indifferently. Holy Maiden of Radiant Light, let me ask you again. Do you belong to Tianyun? The Holy Maiden of Radiant Light immediately shook her head as if she had been insulted, flatly denying, no, no. Our Radiant Light has nothing to do with Tianyun. The reason why our organization could grow is all because we gathered together to maintain the peace of the three continents, create prosperity together, and attack Tianyun. Arbor curled her lips. You almost made me believe you. Unfortunately, she did not believe a single word this woman said. Say, if I use you as bait, would your saint be willing to take out the holy wood fragment in exchange? Yuan Maui hurriedly shook her head like a rattledrum. No, impossible, impossible. She shook her head and said, the fragment is in the hands of the sage. The sage values the fragment more than his life. How could he exchange it for me? Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and patted Yuan Maui's face. There are exceptions to everything, aren't there? Yuan Maui felt that the little crown princess's hand was as cold as a dried-up bone in the depths of a cold lake. She couldn't help but shiver a few times. She really couldn't understand the young crown prince consort at all. What did she mean by that? I heard that the headquarters of the Radiant Light is located in an abandoned temple in the western suburbs of Dragonflame City. Yuan Maui did not know where the little crown princess's hearsay came from. In fact, not many people in the outside world knew the location of their headquarters. Ever since it was set up in the temple, other than the members of the temple, no outsiders had ever entered or exited. The little crown princess was able to find out the location of the Zhaoguang headquarters overnight, which made Yuan Maui shudder uncontrollably. She didn't know whether to say that the crown princess was powerful or that the crown prince was powerful. The methods of this couple were truly frightening. She now recalls the crown prince's pair of ice pearl-like phoenix eyes coldly staring at her yesterday. Thinking about that scene, she can't help but shiver. She, Yuan Maui, must really be tired of living. She was actually so stupid to accept such a stupid mission, walking right into a trap and sending herself to the Qiao estate's front door. Right now, she really has the heart to die. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have listened to other people's urging. They even said that after completing this mission, there would definitely be a special reward when they return. What reward? Her little life is about to be lost because of her. Say, what do you think Tianyun is planning? Supporting you, the Radiant Light, carrying the banner, winning over the hearts of the people everywhere. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to collect more experimental subjects? Arbor faintly looks at this radiant saintess. Yuan Maui shrinks back in fright. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll talk. Seeing that her hands are about to be forcefully thrown into the barrel of bliss, Yuan Maui screams in fright and hurriedly says, I swear, I really don't know the relationship between Tianyun and the Radiant Light. I'm just an orphan girl. Since I was young, I didn't have any other skills. I was picked up by someone. The saint said that I'm smart and quick-witted, more than enough to be a saintess. What I do every day, is to feed that piece of sacred wood fragment. It's true. Every word I say is absolutely not false. Crown Princess, it's true. Feed? Arbor's eyes are incomparably cold. What do you use to feed? Use blood. The saint told me to feed the fragment a drop of blood every 3 days. I just did it. Seeing the little crown princess fly into a rage, looking like she wants to give her 2 slaps, Yuan Maui hurriedly begs for mercy. I also don't know. The saint told me to do it. I just did it. Crown princess, spare me. Crown princess, spare me. This time, the saint gave me a mission. He wants me to bring people to the Qiao residence to make a scene. It would be best if we could blow up the matter of you and Tianyun so that everyone knows about it and become famous in the 3 continents. who knew that this crown prince consort was such a stubborn person? She didn't even have the chance to make a fuss before she was directly dragged off to the capital magistrate's prison. She really had 18 lifetimes of bloody misfortune on her. At this moment, this Yuan Maui no longer had the ethereal aura of a saintess. She had the appearance of a scoundrel. She cupped her hands and hurriedly said to the young Crown Princess, "Crown Princess, spare my life. Crown Princess, spare my life. I, Yuan Maui, am actually just a hooligan on the streets. Being the saintess of this nuisance is just to make a living. Please let me go. I swear, I won't dare to come to your house to cause trouble again." Even if she had 180 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to go to the Qiao estate to cause trouble again. Wasn't he just making a ruckus and almost losing his life? Arbor sized her up and looked at her thoughtfully for a while. That maid by your side? Ah, right. You're talking about Han Su. She was sent by the saint to my side. She knows more than me. She told me to do everything. This saintess of bright light's pig brain didn't seem to be very bright. Only when the young crown princess mentioned it did she have a flash of inspiration. If there was a problem, she could let her maid, Han Su, take over. That's right, this Han Su was the one sent by the saint to only know her. Everything has nothing to do with me, Crown Princess, Yuan Maui begged bitterly. I beg you, Crown Princess, please let this lowly one off. You can treat this lowly one as a fart and let him go like this. Arbor stared expressionlessly at the woman who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. It was really hard to imagine that at the 100-day banquet yesterday, in front of everyone, this woman was actually a fairy who had descended from the heavens, like a holy light descending from the heavens. With such a scoundrel appearance, if anyone were to see it, they would definitely be taken aback. When Han Su was brought up, she was struggling with all her might. Her pair of eyes were as big as copper bells, and she was charging around like a calf, unwilling to give in. Holy maiden, what are you doing? When she saw Yuan Maui lying limp on the ground, Han Su was so angry that her eyes widened and she scolded, "Holy maiden, stand up for me. Why are you lying on the ground like this? Our Xiaoguang's face has been completely thrown away by you." Yuan Maui said angrily, "I'm the one who's going to be killed by you all. If you didn't make me go to the Qiao estate's entrance to act out that scene, how could I possibly be so unlucky? Isn't it good for me to stay at home and eat well? Why would I have to suffer in prison? Han Su, you were the ones who made me do this. Explain yourself to the Crown Prince Consort. Don't drag me down with you." Han Su couldn't help but laugh at her scoundrel appearance. This woman was originally recruited by the organization because of her beauty and the fact that it was a little interesting when she pretended to be a holy maiden. But now, she was covered in grease from head to toe and looked like an auntie on the streets. Even the only advantage of her beauty was gone. It's still hard to say who's dragging who down with you. Han Su couldn't help but scold, if the organization wasn't kind enough to take in a wandering beggar like you back then, would you be able to eat well and drink well? Right now, you're still on the streets with a family of beggars, continuing to starve. Why don't you think about who gave you the good days you're having now? Your whole family can live in a big house and eat white rice now. Who gave you the benefits? Huh. You're really an ingrate. Now that something has happened, all you want to do is shirk responsibility. What did you say? Han Su, you damned girl, you actually dare to speak to me like this. Yuan Maui pounced forward furiously, each pouncing accurately. Unfortunately, this person was also quite comical. How could he be Han Su's match when he was so weak? She was slapped to the ground by Han Su. Arbor couldn't be bothered to watch the two of them fight, so he gave a look to the two secret guards beside him. He ordered his men to drag the two of them away and throw them to the side. Han Su cursed and kicked Yuan Maui again and again. Yuan Maui, who had his hair pulled and beaten by Han Su, looked even more miserable now. If an outsider did not mention it, at first glance, they would really think that she was a beggar on the street. How could they connect her with the glamorous holy maiden of bright light from yesterday? Arbor was speechless as he looked at the two of them. With a wave of his hand, he had someone bring in Aunt Fei whom he had met yesterday. From the looks of it, Yuan Maui and Han Su weren't as calm as Aunt Fei. Arbor couldn't be bothered with them and turned to talk to Aunt Fei. This Aunt Fei's personality was rather calm and she answered very quickly. No matter what Arbor asked, she would obediently answer. It seemed like she was really cooperating. Aunt Fei was very clear that she had to cooperate. If she didn't, she could only cooperate. After all, the life and death of her group was in the hands of the little crown princess. And she, Aunt Fei, admitted that she wasn't that old. After so many years, she still hadn't lived enough. Naturally, she didn't want to die in this capital governor's residence for no reason. This servant used to be a member of the Pill Hall. Aunt Fei answered very honestly. It was only because I had to help cultivate the sacred wood that I was transferred to the Radiant Light. Arbor had already guessed that the Radiant Light and Heavenly Fortune were related. Now that he heard Aunt Fei's words, he once again confirmed his guess. Who didn't know about the flying heaven burrowing earth plucking stars concealing moon chasing sun hall? Adding in the talisman incantation hall and the pill hall, Heavenly Fortune had a complete set of pill talisman techniques. Han Su is also a member of the pill hall, Aunt Fei said. Hearing this, Han Su's face instantly darkened. Aunt Fei, are you tired of living? However, Aunt Fei only said indifferently, I've never been tired of living. Everything I do is to save my own life. Save your own life? Han Su couldn't help but sneer. Aren't you worried that you'll be punished by others if you speak too much nonsense now? I'm worried. Aunt Fei nodded. But what did I say? I only told the Crown Princess that I'm a member of the Pill Hall. She didn't clearly state where the Pill Hall belonged to. Han Su was so angry that she laughed. She stared coldly at Aunt Fei. The saint said that you're not of the same mind as us. Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. From the start, you never thought of working together with us. Then this old servant advises you not to be so stupid as to cause trouble at the Qiao estate. Did you all listen to my advice? Aunt Fei smiled and shook her head. I already said that there wouldn't be a good ending. Also, I didn't receive any orders from above to go to the Qiao estate to put on such a strange show. Han Su was furious. This was an order from the saint, an order directly given to me. What? You don't even care about saints now, do you? Aunt Fei only shook her head and said faintly, I can guarantee that even if the two of you return after completing the mission, you will be cleaned up. Do you believe me? Han Su couldn't help but shudder. Her entire body trembled. Then, she raised her eyes and glared at Aunt Fei. Don't make irresponsible remarks and threaten others. I won't be scared out of my wits just because you say a few words. Aunt Fei smiled and shook her head. Is that so? In fact, she was also very curious as to why the saint had given Han Su such an order. Just how great was the enmity between the saint and the young crown prince consort that he actually planned such a great show to ruin her reputation? Unfortunately, the little crown princess was still a powerful character. Such a small trick would not be able to make things difficult for her. In the end, the only ones who were at a disadvantage were the people from the Radiant Light Empire. The little crown princess had caught them by the tail and would never let them go again. The light was exposed, in the western suburbs of Dragon Flame City, in an inconspicuous and dilapidated temple. Looking at the man sitting at the top, who was silently turning the teacup in his hand, Gu Yishuan hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. Family head, what this lowly one said is all true, all true. I have the jade recording talisman as proof. Qin Hong glanced at him, and a man with a gloomy face standing beside him walked forward a few steps. He lifted Gu Yishuan up from the ground and snatched the jade talisman that he presented. Zhao Yi's words sounded from the jade talisman, act tonight. Don't worry, junior sister, I will definitely get this heaven and earth reversal talisman for you. Wait for my good news. Qin Mu snorted. Go inform Luo He and tell him to be careful of the traitor. Yes. The gloomy man, Ziqin, turned and cupped his hands at family head Qin. He was about to stride out the door. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a gust of cold wind blew in, blowing up the broken branches and leaves on the ground of the ruined temple. Second young master, what are you doing? Scram. Without another word, Qin Xian gave Qin Grass a heavy slap on the face and pushed him to the side. Qin Grass was furious. He raised his hand to cover his left cheek and narrowed his eyes at the second young master's back. His gaze was full of hatred. His dissatisfaction with this second young master rose again and spread like weeds. The second young master was indeed very condescending. He was so rude and unreasonable to him, the number one eunuch by family head Qin's side. His attitude of being at his beck and call clearly treated him, Qin Grass, as a mere dog. Despicable, young master Omega Kotoku strode in. Behind him, eunuch Wang Chung dragged a person in his hand like he was dragging a dead dog. There was a loud bang. Wang Chung smashed the person he was dragging to the ground, eliciting a pained cry. Family head Qin, who was sitting at the head of the table, stared coldly at the scene before him with a dark expression. With a deep shout, family head Qin forcibly suppressed the anger that surged into his heart. Second brother, what are you doing? Eldest Xianxia Qin, who didn't mind the commotion, chuckled as he strode through the door. He cocked his head and stood at the side, unruffled in the midst of chaos, obediently becoming a spectator. He didn't say anything and just looked at his father with a faint smile on his face. When family head Qin saw his expression, he became even angrier. Both of his sons were very outstanding, but the problem was that they had never truly treated him as their father. No matter what they did, they had to go against him, as if everything he did to them was wrong. Damn it, family head Qin calmly glanced at his two sons before his gaze landed on the man lying on the ground and wailing. The man's legs were crippled, and he was now lying there half-drooping, like a dying dog. Why did you drag Patriarch Mu here? Qin asked coldly. Oh my, is this really the Mu family head of our dignified talisman aristocratic family? Ayayaya, long time no see, you've really changed a lot. A light laughter came from the side. Family head Qin coldly glanced over. Deputy Hall Master Tu Wei, who was originally standing at the side, couldn't help but purse her lips and shut her mouth. It's been a while since I saw this Mu family head. He really is a capable person. Despite having two crippled legs, he can still work for his master. He really is a good dog blessed by the heavens. Tu Wei inwardly laughed and sized up Mu Jingfeng, who was half lying on the ground. Compared to his previous spirited and handsome appearance, this Mu Jingfeng was currently as shabby as an old man who picked up scraps on the streets. Oh my, this down-and-out appearance. If it weren't for the fact that his eyes were somewhat similar, Vice Hall Master Tu Wei simply wouldn't dare to recognize this person. In the past, Mu Jingfeng could be considered to be a good-looking man, but now, she couldn't bear to look at him. Mu Jingfeng was also considered a member of their Hidden Moon Hall. However, ever since the previous failure to encircle and annihilate the Mu family and Mu Jingfeng's legs were burned by His Highness the Crown Prince, Tu Wei no longer had any intention of making use of this cripple. What good was a man whose legs were crippled and could no longer stand up useful? Speaking of which, she had always left him in some corner of the Hidden Moon Hall and didn't care about him for so long. If she didn't see him again today, she wouldn't even remember where he died. Unexpectedly, this Mu Jingfeng still had some tricks up his sleeve. From the looks of it, who knew when he defected to Master, Tu Wei was a little dissatisfied. This Mu Jingfeng defected to Master, yet he didn't even tell her. She had wasted a lot of mutation pills for him previously. Mu Jingfeng was like a bug as he struggled to crawl on the ground, trying to roll to family head Qin's feet. However, under young Master Omega Kotoku's gaze, Mu Jingfeng stepped forward. Huang Chong took 2 steps forward and stepped on Mu Jingfeng's back, preventing him from moving forward. Second brother, what are you doing? Qin Hong glared at young Master Omega Kotoku in displeasure, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. This son of his was truly becoming more and more outrageous. As the saying goes, even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at the face of its owner. Family head Qin would also feel that he had lost a lot of face for treating his subordinate like this in front of him. Qin Chao couldn't help but shout excitedly, second young master. Don't go overboard. No matter what, Mu Jingfeng is now considered master's subordinate. Aren't you afraid of chilling the hearts of your subordinates by doing this? Young Master Omega Kotoku gave Qin Chao another slap across the air, directly slapping him back a few steps and heavily knocking into a Buddha statue covered in dust. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Chao clutched his chest and coughed heavily a few times. He felt that young Master Omega Kotoku's palm strike was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, as if a huge mountain was covering him. His chest was about to split open. Tisk, why don't you just stay by the side? Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? Eldest young master waved the fan in his hand and added with a smile. Xianxia secretly clenched his teeth, clutching his chest that was about to shatter. He coughed heavily a few times and retreated. Family head Qian's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Filled with anger, he glared at his son and said, "What are you going to do?" "Father, I told you not to provoke her." Family head Qian was furious. "How did I offend her? Which eye of yours saw me provoking him? On the other hand, the imperial court has been suppressing us, the Heavenly Fate Society, every day. They've even found a way to seal our entire Qin estate and moved everything from our house into the national treasury." Fortunately, he had long made arrangements. Before the Crown Prince and the young Crown Princess returned to Dragon Flame City from the River of Forgetfulness, he had already ordered people to move all of the estate's valuables back to the headquarters. Even so, those large items, as well as property deeds, were all confiscated. Their losses were disastrous. Not to mention that His Highness the Crown Prince was like a mad dog, leading people to search their Qin estate's shops in the capital all day long. It caused their Qin family to be unable to make ends meet, and all of their valuable shops were completely sealed. If not for Tianyun's deep foundation and having businesses all over the 3 continents, even cash flow would be a problem right now. Fortunately, those pill and talisman shops could not all be closed. These shops were still relatively profitable. Qinhong was absolutely indignant at his son's words. Who would provoke that god of plague every day for no reason? It was already extremely fortunate that they were not provoked. "All right," young Master Omega Kotoku looked coldly at his father. "Still denying it?" Xiangcheng kicked Mu Jingfeng's body, causing him to tremble in pain as he cried out in a trembling voice, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, save me, Master. Master." Qinhong scolded with a cold face, "Enough. Number 2, what exactly are you trying to say? Why did you send him to do that kind of senseless thing?" "What senseless thing? Speak clearly." Qinhua said angrily. Eldest young Master Qin raised his hand to Yan and whispered, Father, don't be afraid to admit what you did. Didn't you send family head Mu to bring people from Zhaoguan to the Qiao family to cause trouble?" Qinhong was silent for a moment before saying coldly, "Jingfeng, what's going on?" Mu Jingfeng sprawled there like a puddle of mud as he cried out tearfully, Master, it has nothing to do with me. Master, this, Before he could finish speaking, Wang Cheng kicked him in the head. Young Master Omega Kotoku said coldly, "The facts are all there. You already admitted it earlier. What, you want to go back on your words in front of father?" "And no, it's not." Mu Jingfeng shook his head repeatedly and tried to crawl forward with all his might, but his back was stepped on, so he could not crawl forward. It was indeed me. I sent the Holy Maiden to the Qiao residence, to teach that evil girl, Arbor, a lesson. Right, since Master handed Zhaoguang to him to manage, as the Saint of Zhaoguang, with such great authority, why couldn't he seek some benefits for himself? She deserved it. That evil little girl deserved it. Did he do anything wrong? What did he do wrong? His mistake was to give birth to such a rebellious daughter who had no ancestral teachings and had no father in her eyes. If Arbor hadn't gone overboard, he wouldn't have ended up like this. His good son-in-law had used the black fire to burn off his 2 legs, forcing him to struggle at death's door in this world. Was it too much for him to ask someone to ruin this evil woman's reputation? This was retribution. She deserved this. What a hateful woman. She had captured all of Saintess Zhaoguang and her entourage. He had even arranged such a big show, but it didn't hurt her at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he knew his daughter too well. She was not a person who liked to explain. He asked Sacred Maiden Zhaoguang to bring a group of people to the Qiao residence to cause a ruckus, publicly pointing out that this evil woman was related to the upper echelons of Tianyun. In that case, he wanted to see her fall from grace and have a miserable ending. He did not want her to have a good life. What? He had already been harmed so miserably by that couple. Was it wrong to take revenge once? Where did he go wrong? Damn evil girl, why didn't she get her retribution? She treated her father like this. She deserved to fall from grace and die without a burial place. Wang Cheng kicked him a few times. Under the second young master's signal, he withdrew his foot from Mu Jingfeng's back. Father, you've heard clearly. Qin Hong coldly stared at his son and said after a while, although Jing Feng acted on his own initiative, this matter doesn't affect our Tianyun at all. How can it not affect us, father? Eldest Xianxia Qin blinked and said, this Mu Jingfeng acted on his own initiative and dragged Xiaoguang's men to the little stoic. Do you know? The little stoic has already guessed that Xiaoguang is one of our people. Impossible. How is it impossible, father? Eldest Xianxia Qin rolled his eyes. He truly didn't want to ridicule his old father's stupidity. The little stoic is very quick-witted. Do you think she doesn't know anything? As long as you reveal even the tiniest bit in front of her, she'll immediately know. She'll be able to follow the clues to find out everything. Qin Hong was rather disapproving of his son's high praise. He coldly glanced at Mu Jingfeng before shifting his gaze to eldest young Sir Omega Kotoku. What do you want to say? Mu Jingfeng acted on his own initiative to avenge a personal grudge and used the organization to do things, causing Xiaoguang to be exposed in front of others. Father, I hope you can punish this person immediately. Punish? Mu Jingfeng panicked on the spot and hastily waved his hands, shouting repeatedly, and no way. Master, you can't punish me. I sincerely work myself to the bone for the organization. I absolutely don't have any other intentions. Father. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled and said, you're right to punish him. This Mu Jingfeng can't accomplish anything and is good at spoiling things. I feel that there's really not much use in keeping him. And no, I have uses. I have uses. Mu Jingfeng hastily crawled forward and prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Qin Hong. Master, spare my life. Master, spare my life. I won't dare to act on my own initiative in the future. I will listen to everything, obey master's orders. Qin Hong grunted and nodded faintly. Mu Jingfeng can't die for the time being. I still have some use for him. Eldest young Sir Omega Kotoku's gaze instantly turned frosty. Oh? Is it to deal with her again? Family head Qin flew into a rage on the spot and slapped the armrest heavily. The armrest of a good sandalwood stool was immediately smashed into ashes, raising a cloud of dust that fell to the ground. I don't need you to meddle in my business, family head Qin said angrily. You two brothers should mind your own business. As for my future arrangements, you don't need to care about them, Qini said coldly. Don't forget that I'm now in charge of the Hidden Moon Hall. Mu Jingfeng is my subordinate. If you want to beat or kill him, you have to leave it to me. Omega Kotoku smiled coldly. Is that so? Seeing that the father and son were about to quarrel again, eldest young master smiled and waved his fan, saying, all right, as a son, it is inconvenient for me to interfere in my father's matters. Second brother, don't be so stubborn. Let's go first. As an old father, he also wanted face. Of course, he would protect Mu Jingfeng no matter what, lest he lose face in front of his two sons. As for this Mu Jingfeng, he could still quietly deal with him the next day. There was no need for him to have a direct conflict with his father at this time and put both parties in an awkward position. Second young master coldly glanced at Mu Jingfeng. With just one glance, Mu Jingfeng's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Second young master's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, making him feel guilty and afraid. He had a nagging feeling that this second young master, who was as gloomy as a ghost, would not let him have an easy time in the future. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Eldest young master was very good-natured, however. He beamed at Mu Jingfeng and glanced at the subordinate beside her. What? Why are you still in a daze? Hurry and help family head Mu up. That subordinate hastily stepped forward and was about to reach out to help Mu Jingfeng up, but Mu Jingfeng kept dodging him. He could not trust anyone now and was unwilling to let anyone near him. He glanced at Qin Hong with some trepidation. At a time like this, only family head Qin could save his life, so he had to firmly cling on to family head Qin's thigh. Qin Hong swept him a glance and waved his hand. Take him away. Mu Jingfeng still wanted to brush off other people's hands, but he dropped the idea under family head Qin's glare. His entire body was carried away listlessly, and he resented Crown Prince Mo for ruining his legs again. If not for that good son-in-law of his, would he have fallen to such a miserable state today? Jinghong, you're begging me, family head Qin said coldly. When do you plan on letting Qingyao go? Young Master Omega Kotoku did not utter a word and turned to leave. Family head Qin was so angry that his eyes turned vertical as he loudly rebuked, "Stop right there." However, young Master Omega Kotoku did not seem to hear him and left without even looking back, leaving behind family head Qin, who was angrily clutching the armrest on the other side. The armrest turned into ashes once again in this family head's hands. Eldest young Master Qin giggled and waved his hand. "Since there's nothing else, this son will take his leave first." "Eldest, wait." Family head Qin bellowed. This son of hers, one after another, always made her worry. Eldest young Master Qin turned back to look at him in shock and asked in confusion, "Does father have any other instructions?" "Recently, our underground base has been heavily raided by the Crown Prince of China. Have you thought of any countermeasures to deal with it?" Eldest young Master Qin tapped his head with his small golden fan. This son hasn't thought of anything yet. This son will think about it later and inform father. Qin Yi's hands trembled with anger. "You." "Yes, father. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." After saying this, eldest young Sir Qin hurriedly slipped away. What kind of joke was this? Was this something he could come up with? Why is he oppressing his son instead of looking for a solution to the problem that the elder ancestor entrusted to his father? He really shouldn't have done that. When eldest young master stepped out of the ruined temple, two people flashed to his side and bowed. The two beautiful men secretly glanced at the eldest young master's expression and asked softly, "Young master? Go find someone to deal with him." "Today?" Hong Yi asked with a smile. "Could it be that you want to wait until we return to the headquarters?" "Aya, what a pitiful man. How did he offend our eldest young master?" Hong Yi shook her head. "Don't worry, young master. I will give you good news in the next 2 days." "Wait." Eldest young Sir Qin suddenly called out to Red Coat, who was about to leave. "Who is that?" Following eldest young Master Qin's finger, Hong Yi frowned and said with a laugh, "Oh, that person seems to be the Gu family's young Master Gu." "Young master doesn't recognize him?" "You've met him during past experiential training or banquets." "How could I possibly know that kind of idler?" Eldest young Sir Qin rolled his eyes irritably. What Gu family? What Gu family's young master? How could someone from that kind of second-rate patrician family enter eldest young Sir Qin's eyes? Hong Yi couldn't resist twitching his mouth, and he nodded exasperatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Eldest young sir, what kind of person are you? How could you possibly remember that kind of young master from a last-rate patrician family?" "Of course, there's no need to remember him." Eldest young Sir Qin hummed in response and swept that person a glance. What did he come here for? Hong Yi and Qing Xing looked at each other before replying in unison, "This subordinate will go investigate right away." These people were really worried about him. They always waited for him to give them instructions before they knew how to act, and they never said they wanted to act before him. Don't you think it's hateful? When Mo Lian returned at night, Arbor recounted the interrogation of Yuan Maui to Mo Lian. "It's indeed hateful." Mo Lian nodded. "If Zhao Guang belongs to the Heavenly Fate Society, then this matter is very clear. They want to use Zhao Guang to make a name for themselves and then swindle some people into joining. In the end, they can openly use these people as medicinal primers and test subjects." Arbor nodded. "I also think so." The little stoic gnashed her teeth. "They're truly incomparably hateful. They always act as they please. These people use the banner of resisting the Heavenly Fate Society, but they're actually big liars. If we can deal with them." "Dealing with them is only a trivial matter," Mo Lian said after pondering for a moment. "The most important thing is to expose this organization's true colors to the world. Jojo, although you don't care what outsiders say about you, I don't care about you. But I don't like them splashing dirty water on you. I hope that everyone can understand that this Zhao Guang is the Heavenly Fate Society's subsidiary organization. Its existence is to deceive everyone." Mo Lian grasped the little fellow's hand. "Don't worry, I'll investigate first. When the time comes, I'll bring people to wipe out their nest in one fell swoop." After all, at present, Zhao Guang still had a very outstanding reputation among the people. If they rashly attacked and killed them, it would seem that their side was unreasonable. If you put all the evidence under the sun, no one will dare to say anything. He didn't like to hear that his wife was fierce and heartless. His wife was the softest person in the world. The little crown princess blinked her eyes and rubbed against him. Emolienne lowered her head and touched her belly. She couldn't help but laugh. Jojo, I think you look like a ball now. What? How dare you call little master fat? Chocho suddenly jumped out of the star domain and bounced back and forth on Prince Mo's shoulder. You're done for, Your Highness. Do you know that if you offend my little master, you'll be out of luck? Arbor was speechless. Shut up. Master, Your Highness said you're fat. Chocho turned his head and cried out pitifully. I'm reprimanding him for you. Emolienne couldn't help but be amused and annoyed. She reached out and poked Chocho. What do you know? I haven't finished speaking. I wanted to say that even if my wife turns into a ball, she'll still be the cutest ball in the world. Humph, Chocho made a face at him and pretended to be serious. Sweet words. Master, let Chocho tell you, a man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. You have to be careful. When a man says sweet words, nothing good will come out of it. Arbor glanced at Emolienne. The latter immediately turned merciless and punched Chocho out of the room. He calmly took his wife's hand. Baby, let's not talk to him anymore. Let's rest early. Arbor touched his stomach expressionlessly. The baby is here. Emolienne chuckled and kissed her hand. You're the big baby, he's the little baby. Xiaomu involuntarily twitched her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Debao is so noisy. I don't want to become like him. What noisy? That's called talking too much. He's here to talk to you. You're so quiet. If Debao doesn't know how to talk, the two of you will be speechless. What's so fun about that? So you want to make a talkative robot, right? Arbor chuckled and allowed this fellow to carry him to the bedside. Prince Emo lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Jojo, what do you think we should name baby Emo? Don't we already have a name? Arbor yawned and wanted to find a comfortable place to lie down. Emolienne was stunned. His wife couldn't be planning to name the child baby Emo, right? He was going to die of laughter. Oh yes, I heard that you gave Kong Kong a name. Emo Kong Kong. My mother gave it to him. Emolienne, later on, I felt that it was better to call him Emo Kong. When the child grows up and finds out that his name is Emo Kong Kong, wouldn't he be depressed? Wouldn't baby Emo be depressed then? Our surname Emo can actually be paired with a nicer name, Emolienne whispered to his wife. He lowered his head again and was speechless. His wife had fallen asleep in an instant. She had left him alone and quietly fell asleep. What an annoying fellow. She fell asleep after just 3 sentences. He lowered his head and rubbed his face against hers. He pulled her into his embrace and patted her gently. Recently, the little stoic had become more and more sleepy. It must be that the late pregnancy announcement had tired her out. Emolienne stroked her face with heartache and pulled up the blanket while she was at it. If Lord Xiao was awake, she would definitely rebuke him. Only your family name can be matched with a better name. Those with the surname Xiao, the surname Duan, and the surname Mu can also match with a better name. What's wrong with baby Mo? Big treasure, little treasure, and baby Mo are compatible. The next day, Arbor turned over and was about to sit up when he was almost scared by someone who was crawling on his bed. The little stoic was skillful and kicked him over in passing, directly kicking that crawling little person 3 meters away. With a loud bang, he slammed the door. Kai Xiao, Kai Chi, and the others, who were guarding outside, swarmed in. They held their swords and sabers with solemn faces, and shouted, "Who is it? Who is it? Insolent assassin, how dare you trespass into the Eastern Palace?" Wah, wah, wah. Sir Guangguang was sobbing with tears and snot. His entire body was plastered to the back of the door, and he was crying so aggrievedly that his tears were dripping. Arbor glanced at his little leg that was sticking out of the blanket and silently retracted it. He coughed lightly and looked sternly at the child. That kick just now should have been quite heavy, but anyone who opened their eyes and saw a head moving back and forth next to them would have the same reaction. Alright, she nimbly kicked out and nimbly retracted her leg, and her movements were incomparably swift. To be honest, she was almost stunned by her own skills. Xiaomu moved her small mouth and solemnly asked, "How is it? Bring it over for me to see." Master Guangguang pursed his little mouth and cried out pitifully, "What do you mean bring it over for me to see? I'm not an object." "What do you mean bring it over? Shouldn't you be carrying it over?" Kai Xiu was speechless and carried the nagging congealing mirror to Arbor's side. Arbor reached out and touched his bald head. "Aren't you an object? You're congealing mirror, not a human." Congealing mirror's holy spirit angrily stared at her. "Woman, speak more politely to Master Guangguang." Kai Xiu knocked his little bald head. "Speak more respectfully to your elders." What elder?" Congealing mirror was so angry that he almost stuttered. He was a damn 10,000 years old congealing mirror. These little brats were all his juniors, but they dared to act as elders in front of him. Master congealing mirror, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit. Arbor laughed and hugged him to his side, touching his bald head again. "What are you doing sneaking around my bed in the middle of the night?" Being asked like this, congealing mirror lowered his head and touched his fingers in embarrassment. "I came to take a look at my stomach." "What?" No, I came to take a look at my contractor." Master Guangguang proudly raised his head. "Contractor looks really good looking." Arbor sat up straight and hugged this child to his lap. She understood the meaning of his words and lowered her head to touch her stomach. "Guangguang. Master Guangguang." Congealing mirror shook his head and snorted at Arbor. Arbor speechlessly looked at him. "Master Guangguang, I have a question to ask." Guangguang proudly raised his head. "For the sake of benefactress's good attitude, say it." Xiaomu gave him a light smack. "Speak properly." Why did benefactress come? Whenever she heard the words benefactress, her head would hurt. Guangguang also looked depressed. Not knowing if it was because he had been spending too much time with that little monk recently. Benefactress heard it and inexplicably called benefactress. "Women. Call me auntie." Arbor rudely rubbed his little face. "What?" Guangguang turned pale with fright. "You want me to call you aunt?" Holy shit, he was a 10,000-year level light condensing mirror holy spirit, and he actually had to open his mouth and call this 17-year-old child aunt? "You must be joking." Arbor pinched his chubby hand with a serious face. "If you dare to yell again, I'll beat you until you start doubting your life." Lord Guangguang's round face was completely puffed up. "You, woman, you, pa. Wah, you really hit me." Lord Guangguang cried out miserably. Don't hit me. I just took some time to come and see my contractor. I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction." Xiaomu stopped and pinched his small face. "Tell me honestly, is this contractor of yours?" She rubbed her stomach. "Baby Mo?" Ever since the incident where the light condensing mirror Holy Spirit entered her conscious and disappeared without a trace, Arbor thought left and right, where did this guy run off to? Thinking back and forth, she could only think of running off to Treasure Mo's conscious. There was no other reason. This light condensing mirror was like a weird uncle all day long, staring at her stomach when he had nothing to do. It was too obvious. Light condensing mirror vigorously nodded his big head. This fellow revealed a wretched smile and chuckled. "Baby Mo is much more powerful than all of you. In the future, I must support him and let him walk on a bright path." Ha 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 ha. Xiaomu seized the opportunity to rub his bald head. "Alright, don't daydream all day long. It's hard to say who will support who." She felt that this little baby in her belly should be quite powerful. Perhaps he did not need anyone's support. This fellow, condensing mirror, might be overconfident. Hearing her words, condensing mirror pursed his lips unhappily. "Don't underestimate me, woman. Call me auntie." Arbor patted him again. "I'll hit you." Condensing mirror was furious. Auntie, your sister." He is a 10,000-year-old condensing mirror. Does he have no shame? When baby Mo comes out, I will have a helper. Condensing mirror's Holy Spirit said the words in his heart. Is that so? Arbor raised her brows slightly. Are you sure baby Mo will come out to help you and not mother? Humph. Lord Guangguang turned his little head and hopped off the bed with his two short legs. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. You will know when baby Mo comes out. Ha 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 ha, my little master must be the best in this world. Crown Princess, do you want the subordinate to beat him up? Kaichi rolled up her sleeves and turned to ask the little Crown Princess. This fellow was seriously asking for a beating. Every time she saw him with his hands on his hips and his little belly sticking out and laughing wildly, she could not help but want to beat him up. The little Crown Princess silently twitched the corner of her mouth. She shook her head and waved her hand. Forget it. Let him play on his own. Oh right, have you sent that batch of people over? Yes. Kaichi nodded. With our people watching over them, I think they will not dare to be impudent. How long does the Crown Princess intend to let them dig in Chess Mountain Spirit Mine? Dig for how long? Arbor was stunned. It depends on the situation. This group of people would first be imprisoned in the Chi Mountain Spirit Mine. When the time came for the Bright Light Organization to fall, all of them would be dealt with. Jojo's Ren has been busy this morning? Yes, Crown Princess. Kai Shou smiled and reached out to help her up. Then, she went forward to wash up. Is there any movement in the city today? Yesterday, it was said that the second miss of Count of Huainan's mansion sneaked back from Xiyu Nunnery and was kicked out by the first madam. That second miss has stayed in Xiyu Nunnery for 3 months, hasn't she? Arbor was slightly stunned as he shook his head with a smile. Yes. Isn't that so? Kaichi answered with a smile. Madam of Count Huainan said that second miss didn't know the rules and ran out of Xiyu Nunnery without permission, so she punished her by kneeling at the gate. The little Crown Princess's hand that was holding the towel paused. Ah, you're still kneeling at the gate? She's kneeling. Kaichi smiled. It seems that the first madam really dislikes her. How could she be disliked? The poison in her body was finally cured. Naturally, she would take some measures to deal with Madame Bao and her daughter. Moreover, His Majesty's imperial edict happened to be here. The first madam was a smart person and naturally knew how to deal with that concubine's daughter. But His Majesty's edict is to let Feng Mingyue go to Xiyu Nunnery to cultivate for half a month, right? Kaichi covered her mouth and smiled. But His Majesty added that if she can't learn the rules and wash away her hostility, she's not allowed to return to the capital. Now, the Countess of Huainan insists on saying that second Miss Feng is full of evil energy and has to continue cultivating in Xiyu Nunnery. Kaishou couldn't help but laugh. That poor second concubine is also kneeling at the door with her daughter, begging First Madam to open the door. Arbor shook his head. It was indeed amusing. The capital had been silent for so long. Finally, there was something to talk about over tea. Night. The entire capital seemed very lonely under the night wind and cold rain. The ruined temple on the western outskirts, however, was emitting waves of blood-curdling screams. Mu Xiaoxue, who was wearing a white undergarment, was dragged to the ruined temple. She was so scared that her face was pale. Her eyes were darting around, and her hair was standing on end. When she saw the man who was beaten badly and hung on the beam in the ruined temple, Mu Xiaoxue almost fainted. Eldest senior brother? It was Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was stripped naked and hung on the beam, spinning back and forth in the air. He looked very frightening. The skin on his back had been beaten to a pulp, and there wasn't a single part of him that was intact. Mu Xiaoxue was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a thud. Father, father, father. No, she had to go back and find father. She had to send a message to father. Yes, she had to send a message to father. Mu Xiaoxue wasn't so stupid that she couldn't be saved. At least, she remembered that she had to ask Father Mu Jinghong for help in this situation. She didn't know what was going on, but she had a faint premonition. Did eldest senior brother end up like this because he was caught red-handed trying to steal Luo He's Qiankuan reversal talisman? That's why he was hung from the roof beam like this and was beaten black and blue all over. She felt that her guess was very close to the truth. Especially when she looked up and saw the gloomy man sitting above. When she recognized him as family head Qin, the bad premonition in her heart became more and more serious. And standing next to family head Qin was a young man with a pale face who looked like a gloomy wind. Who else could it be but Luohe? Since Luohe was here, it meant that Zhao had really tried to steal the talisman. As expected, he had been caught red-handed by Luohe. Mu Xiaoxue waved her hands frantically, trying to clear her name. No, it's not me, it's not me. It has nothing to do with me, eldest senior brother. She took out her communication jade talisman and was about to send a message to her father when her elbow was struck by a cold light. Ah! Mu Xiaoxue screamed and felt a sharp pain in her wrist. The communication jade amulet in her hand fell to the ground. A surge of earth elemental energy rushed over and crushed the communication jade amulet on the ground. Mu Xiaoxue slumped to the ground and hurriedly moved her legs backward. She muttered to herself, "It's none of my business, it's none of my business." Mu Xiaoxue. Qin Hong's cold eyes scanned her face and stared at her thoughtfully. Seeing this, Luohe stepped forward and bowed. He said in a low voice, "Master, Miss Mu Xiaoxue is Mu Qingya, Hall Master Mu's daughter." I see. Only then did Qin Hong's expression soften. He nodded with a smile. So she's Hall Master Mu's daughter. Then we're family. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly nodded and said, yes, I am Tianyin's daughter. We are family. Mu Xiaoxue cried out, yes, Ma, patriarch. We're family. I haven't seen you much before, Qin Hong said with a smile. Luohe gave a fake smile. That's because Hall Master Mu is very protective of his daughter. Patriarch, Hall Master Mu, and City Lord Mu all value this daughter very much. Oh, so she's Jinghong and Qingya's child. No wonder you look so good, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Qin Hong put on a caring face and nodded at Mu Xiaoxue. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxue was so scared that her soul almost left her body. However, family head Qin was smiling kindly at her, so she had no choice but to stiffly force a smile. She got up and knelt down, kowtowing to Patriarch Qin. Mu Xiaoxue said softly, Xiaoxue doesn't know, why did Patriarch bring Xiaoxue here in the middle of the night? You really don't know? Luohe smiled sinisterly. That smile almost made Mu Xiaoxue's heart stop beating. Your good senior brother Zhao came to my room in the middle of the night, wanting to steal the universe reversal charm. He confessed everything. It was all your doing. What? Mu Xiaoxue had already calmed down by now. Putting on a puzzled expression, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes like a little white flower and said in a sobbing tone, Grandmaster Luo, family head Qin, please don't listen to senior brother's nonsense. I never told him to steal anything. That charm, I've never heard of or seen it before. Why would I tell senior brother to steal it? Zhao Yi, who was hanging from the beam, naturally heard little junior sister's words. He hurriedly shook his body. He was puzzled. Why would little junior sister say such a thing? Was he thinking too much when she was so eager to distance herself from this? Oh, you didn't? Qin Hong put on a loving smile and chuckled. But your good senior brother has already confessed to us. It's because of you that he stole the universe reversal talisman. You've never heard of the heaven and earth reversal charm? Qin Hong chuckled at him. I don't think so. This universe reversal talisman is most effective on ordinary people like you. Mu Xiaoxue could not help but bite her lower lip when she heard the words ordinary people. She hated it when people called her an ordinary person. An ordinary person. She was an ordinary person. She was born an ordinary person. Moreover, she was an ordinary person who had no hope of ever becoming an ordinary person. Patriarch Qin. Mu Xiaoxue wiped her tears and cried, I really didn't ask senior brother to steal. Qin Hong waved his hand at her, indicating for her to continue listening. This heaven and earth reverse talisman can steal a cultivator's luck and fortune. It is indeed a good talisman. Whereas in our talisman hall, we've only successfully drawn one in all these years. TSK, don't you think it's precious and top-notch? Mu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up, and she almost could not control the desire in her heart. There really was, the talisman hall really had the heaven and earth reverse talisman, that belonged to her, Mu Xiaoxue. If Xiaoxue had this talisman, she would definitely be able to defy the heavens and change her fate for the rest of her life. She was going to rise. Mu Xiaoxue clenched her jade-like hand in excitement. Her entire body could not help but tremble slightly. Heaven and Earth Reverse Talisman. She wanted it. She wanted this Qianquan reversal charm. Qin Hong was best at reading people's expressions. Now that he glanced at Mu Xiaoxue, he knew what she was thinking. Qin Hong couldn't help but laugh. This Mu Xiaoxue's expression was very greedy. She was just an ordinary ant, yet she dared to put on such a front in front of him. It was really interesting. Luo he stuck out his pale tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He smiled sinisterly. It seems that Miss Mu is really interested in this charm. She was interested, of course she was interested. She was so interested that she was about to die. Mu Xiaoxue quickly restrained her expression. Thinking of the current situation, she shook her head and pretended to be pitiful. No, I didn't ask senior brother to steal it. Believe me, this really has nothing to do with me. Is that so? At this moment, Zhao Yi, who was hanging above, really heard Mu Xiaoxue's excuses clearly. Mu Xiaoxue wanted to push the blame to him again and again. Even if Zhao Yi was a fool, he finally understood what was going on. Mu Xiaoxue wanted him to take the blame alone and didn't care about his life at all. Junior sister, how can you do this? Zhao Yi roared, but a whip lashed out at his legs, causing him to howl in pain. Mu Xiaoxue was so scared that her face turned pale. She clutched her chest with both hands and cried softly and pitifully, "Senior brother, don't accuse me wrongly. I know, you want to drag me down with you. You want to attract my father's help. But at this time, father won't come to help me. Useless man. You can't even steal a charm, don't drag me down with you if you want to die." Mu Xiaoxue roared angrily in her heart, but on the surface, she pretended to be scared. Zhao Yi was so angry that he kept swinging his legs, his body swinging back and forth in the air. Mu Xiaoxue, how dare you treat me like this, Mu Xiaoxue? Who am I doing this for? Who am I doing this for? Mu Xiaoxue gritted her teeth in anger. This stinky man, if he was really doing this for her, he wouldn't have betrayed her when he was in trouble. This useless stinky man still wanted to drag her down with him. She was not going to die with him. As long as she refused to admit it, even family head Qin and Great Master Luo would have to be reasonable. She was the biological daughter of Hall Master Mu and City Master Mu. Before killing her, they should at least consider their father and mother first, right? As Mu Xiaoxue thought about it, she felt as if she had taken a calming pill. She calmly knelt there and said obediently, Master Luo, I was really wronged. I didn't. I never asked senior apprentice brother to steal a universe reversal talisman for me. In that case, it was your senior brother who wanted to steal this talisman to please you? Luo he asked as he glanced at Mu Xiaoxue with a gloomy expression. Mu Xiaoxue, on the other hand, knelt obediently and did not say a word. Although she didn't say anything, her silence indicated that she agreed with Luo He's statement. It was Zhao Yi himself who wanted to please her, that was why he came to steal the amulet. She did not instruct him to do so. She didn't do anything. She was just a little white flower drifting about. How could she instruct others to do this and that? Senior apprentice brother Zhao had completely misunderstood her intentions. He didn't have the ability and still wanted to steal a charm from Great Master Luo. What else could he do when he was caught red-handed? Just obediently accept the punishment. Why did he have to expose Xiaoxue? Could it be that two people being punished together would be more comfortable than one person being punished? Luo he stared at Mu Xiaoxue with a gloomy expression. After a long time, he laughed out loud. This woman really dared to say anything. She was indeed Mu Qingyao's daughter. She was cunning and selfish enough to give up on everyone around her when something happened. Zhao Yi couldn't accept it and shouted angrily, Xiaoxue, why are you doing this to me? Why? Xiaoxue wanted him to be the scapegoat and he accepted it. But Xiaoxue's attitude, this attitude of wanting to cut ties with him, what was going on? Everything he did was for Xiaoxue's sake. In the end, did he have to tell her that everything was just a joke? Mu Xiaoxue didn't even look at Zhao Yi and knelt there obediently. She said with tears in her eyes, I hope Master Luo and Master Luo can help me. All right. Master Luo laughed devilishly and opened his fingers. Suddenly, 5 attack talismans shot out from his 5 fingers. They instantly pierced through Zhao Yi's body. Ah! Zhao Yi struggled with all his might and broke free from the beam and fell heavily to the ground. He curled up his body and felt as if there was a big hole in his chest. There was a terrifying gust of wind violently blowing in from the outside. These 5 offensive talismans caused his already broken body to be unable to withstand this power. Instantly, it became riddled with holes. Ah! Zhao Yi fell right in front of the little white flower Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue was so frightened that she quickly stood up and took a few steps back. She really didn't expect Master Luo to be so ruthless and kill senior brother Zhao Yi in one move. She really didn't expect it. Master Luo wanted senior brother Zhao Yi's life. Seeing senior brother Zhao Yi crawling on the ground like a worm, Mu Xiaoxue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't want to kill senior brother Zhao Yi. How could she expect Master Luo to be so ruthless? Master Luo actually killed someone for a talisman. He killed senior brother Zhao Yi. Killed. Mu Xiaoxue was so scared that her face turned pale. She retreated step by step and bumped into a dusty shrine. Scary. It was too terrifying. Grandmaster Luo actually killed someone. He killed senior brother Zhao Yi. Mu Xiaoxue had nowhere else to retreat to. She could only stick close to the old Buddha statue. Her eyes were filled with fear as she stared at Zhao Yi, who was squirming on the ground. There was not a single part of Zhao Yi's body that was still intact. As he crawled, he left a long trail of blood on the ground. He wanted to crawl to Mu Xiaoxue's side, grab her hand, and call her one last time. Although this junior sister of his had caused him to suffer in the end and even caused his death, he didn't want to hate her. He didn't want. Zhao Yi tried to crawl forward, but the last thing he saw was Mu Xiaoxue's face, which was twisted with fear and anger. His hand never managed to touch her. Mu Xiaoxue was so frightened that she climbed up the shrine and stayed far away from him, avoiding him as if he was the plague. In the end, Zhao Yi died under the shrine. He had died in this wretched temple of Qifeng. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoxue heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Zhao Yi was dead, the crime of theft would naturally fall on the dead man's shoulders. She was Mu Xiaoxue, the young miss of the City of Shadows. In this lifetime, she couldn't bear the slightest bit of stigma. Besides, she was innocent. Even if it was just a small theft, she wouldn't allow it to tarnish her reputation. No, absolutely not. It seems that Miss Xiaoxue is relieved. Luo, he smiled mischievously at Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue's slight smile instantly froze on her face. Qin Hong immediately waved at her and put on a kind expression. Miss Xiaoxue, then, how about we make a deal? What? Mu Xiaoxue nervously stood close to the shrine, one hand tightly gripping the small offering table behind her. On this gloomy night, inside a dilapidated temple, she was the only one who had to face family head Qin and Grandmaster Luo. The people standing beside her were all their guards. She, Mu Xiaoxue, was alone and helpless. Even if she wanted to go back and get help now, it was too late. Now she could only take one step at a time and see what family head Qin had to say. Mu Xiaoxue very stiffly smiled at Qin Hong. Family head, if there's anything, you can just tell me. I am a member of Tianyun. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for the organization. Ha ha ha. Qin Hong clapped and laughed. Xiaoxue is indeed a good child. Hall Master Mu is the backbone of our organization and has contributed a lot to our organization. Xiaoxue, you really want this universe reversal charm, right? While speaking, Qin Hong flipped his palm slightly and revealed a jade talisman flashing with purple light. Mu Xiaoxue's heart suddenly jumped. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the jade talisman in Qin Hong's hand. She asked with a trembling voice, Family head Qin, Master, really? Is it? Of course, you can come over and touch it. Somehow, Mu Xiaoxue felt as if she was being carried by a string. Trembling, she walked to Qin Hong's side. She touched it, she really touched it. The jade talisman that could change one's luck was in her hand. If she immediately used it, In front of Master Luo and family head Qin, Mu Xiaoshui didn't dare to act rashly. Luck was important, but the premise was that she had to be alive. If she was dead, what was the use of being able to change her luck? How is it? Qini whispered seductively to her, don't you feel that this little talisman is in control of your own fate? Indeed. Just like the legends said, all you had to do was open this universe reversal talisman in front of that person. Soon, all the good fortune of the person you want to take away will be transferred to your side. You're no longer a cripple, family head Qin said with a smile. His voice was low and filled with an indescribable charm. You will become the brightest star in this world. You will obtain indescribable opportunities and luck. Your life will immediately be painted with bright colors. Your name, Mu Xiaoshui, will definitely be passed down for eternity. Everyone will praise you endlessly. Mu Xiaoshui became more and more excited. Yes, it was just as family head Qin had said. As long as she, Mu Xiaoshui, had this universe reversal talisman, she could completely change her fate and her future. As long as he had this talisman, everything would no longer be an illusory dream. Mu Xiaoshui took a deep breath. She couldn't control her excitement. Holding the talisman in her hand, she felt as if she had the whole world. An indescribable excitement rose from the bottom of her heart. Patriarch Qin. Mu Xiaoshui couldn't hide the excitement in her heart, tightly holding the jade talisman in her hand. Qin Hong smiled, as long as you can help me with one thing, then, this universe reversal talisman is yours. Mu Xiaoshui's heart was filled with anticipation and hope. Her eyes completely lit up at that moment, as if they were illuminated by thousands of stars. Okay, I'll do it. Mu Xiaoshui nodded and said, Patriarch, whatever you want me to do, I can do it. Don't worry, it will be something within your ability. Qin Hong smiled and nodded to Mu Xiaoshui, I won't make it too difficult for you. Qin Chao. Qin Chao's face was gloomy as he appeared beside Mu Xiaoshui like a ghost. With a perverted expression, he stuck to Mu Xiaoshui's back and sniffed. Mu Xiaoshui was frightened by him and screamed, shrinking her body and hiding beside Qin Hong. Ha ha ha. Qin Hong smiled faintly, Xiaoshui, don't be afraid, Qin Chao is just joking with you. Xiaoshui, take him with you in the future. With his help, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. When Mu Xiaoshui saw Qin Grass's sinister and narrow face, she was so scared that her heart trembled. However, on the surface, she still obediently agreed and asked in a soft voice, what does Patriarch want Xiaoshui to do? Qin Hong smiled and stared at her with a strange light in his eyes. I heard that when Jiawei City was besieged by corpse puppets, you were also there. Yes. Mu Xiaoshui was a little confused. Qin Hong waved to her, don't worry, I just want you to run over and put on a show, just like this, it will be. Mu Xiaoshui carefully walked to Patriarch Qin's side and listened. The more she listened, the more the smile on her face bloomed. In the end, a bright smile bloomed on Mu Xiaoshui's face. Patriarch, don't worry, Xiaoshui will definitely live up to Patriarch's expectations. Xiaoshui will definitely handle this matter properly. Patriarch, please wait for my good news. Good, ha 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 ha. Qin Hong laughed and clapped his hands, nodding repeatedly. I was right about you. Good boy, once you finish this matter, this inverse the universe charm will be yours. Thank you, family head. Mu Xiaoshui immediately knelt down and bowed to family head Qin emotionally. If she could really obtain such a magical talisman, she was willing to pay any price. Moreover, it was just as family head Qin had said. It really wasn't difficult to do this, as long as she did this, everything would be fine. Mu Xiaoshui took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face. Qin Hong was also very satisfied with her attitude. What he wanted was for Mu Xiaoshui to work for him wholeheartedly. With such a strong goal, Mu Xiaoshui would definitely not let him down. Alright, Qin Chao, you can send Miss Mu back. Qin Hong waved his hand, pretending to be tired. No need. I can go back by myself. Mu Xiaoshui was shocked. To be honest, she was still a little scared to see Qin Chao's dark and narrow horse face in the middle of the night. Instead of letting him send her back, it would be better to walk back by herself. Unfortunately, family head Qin didn't want to satisfy her wishes. He smiled and waved his hand. I'm afraid it's too far for you to walk back by yourself. Let Xianxia carry you for a while. We'll be back soon, Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia made a gesture with a fake smile. Please, Miss Mu. Half of Mu Xiaoxiu's body stiffened. When she laid on Xianxia's back, she felt that she was lying on a piece of cold rotten meat. When Xianxia's hands held her legs without any scruples, Mu Xiaoxiu was even more ashamed and resentful. She felt that his hands were like poisonous snakes, grabbing her legs and causing her to feel pain. However, she didn't dare to say anything. Now that her life was more important, Mu Xiaoxiu just buried her head and let Xianxia carry her all the way out of the dilapidated temple. After the two left, Luo he turned to look at family head Qin. Family head, you're giving Miss Mu a glimmer of hope so that she can risk her life for you. Xianxia laughed out loud. So what? Luo he shook his head and smacked his lips. Miss Mu looks like a smart person, but I didn't expect her to be so stupid. You don't understand, Luo he. Xianxia said with a smile, you don't know how an ordinary person feels when they see a glimmer of hope in front of them. Now that Mu Xiaoxiu knows that she finally has a glimmer of hope to embark on the path of cultivation, become stronger, and become a powerhouse, don't you think she'll fight desperately for it? It's this talisman that gave her hope and a glimmer of light. Xianxia's lips curled into a sly smile. Luo he shook his head and said with a smile, she doesn't know that this universe reversal talisman is just a half-finished product. Even the Hall Master said that the effect of this talisman would only last for 3 days. In other words, this talisman could indeed transfer someone's luck, creation, and everything else. However, once the time was up, everything would turn into an illusion and vanish into nothingness like a bubble. However, experiencing the path of becoming a powerhouse for 3 days would drive Mu Xiaoxiu crazy. Before she got it, she would at most have fantasies. However, if one were to lose this kind of unparalleled power again after having it, Luo he shook his head. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to Mu Xiaoxiu. No matter how strong a person's mental fortitude was, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a fatal blow. On the other side, Mu Xiaoxiu, who had a strong fantasy in her heart, was sent back home by Xianxia. Her current residence was also on Chang'an North Street. She had found an inconspicuous house to stay for the time being. Yes, that's enough. Put me down. When she came back to her senses, she found that Xianxia had already carried her back to her room. Mu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but feel a little angry. This Xianxia, along the way, had been very unruly with her. Now that he had put her down, he did not forget to take advantage of her body, which made Mu Xiaoxiu very unhappy. However, this person was sent to his side by family head Qin. It was probably because family head Qin was worried about her and wanted to send someone to keep an eye on her. She didn't dare to have a direct confrontation with this Xianxia, so she could only coldly say to him, "All right, you can leave now. I'm home." However, Xianxia licked the corner of her lips and said with a smile, "Miss Mu, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about Master's arrangements. From today onwards, Master wants me to follow Miss Mu." Xianxia took a step forward, almost sticking to Mu Xiaoxiu's body, and sniffed again. Mu Xiaoxiu cried out in shock and took a step back, bumping into the bedpost with a thump. "What's the matter, Xiaoshui?" City Lord Mu's voice came from next door, making Mu Xiaoxiu's heart slightly calm. Father was next to her. She was not afraid. Xianxia generously opened the door and welcomed the angry City Lord Mu in. Mu Jinghong saw a man in his daughter's room and was about to flare up on the spot. But when he looked again, he recognized that it was Jinghong's personal guard. "Why are you here?" "City Lord Mu, you don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that I will be by Miss Mu's side in the future. No matter where she goes, I will go too." Mu Xiaoxiu was so shocked that her face turned pale. What did he mean? Was this stinky man going to follow her to the toilet? Wasn't he taking advantage of her? Of course, Mu Jinghong was very angry. It was just that Xianxia was a very loyal dog by the patriarch's side. It was precisely because one had to consider the master's face before beating a dog, so he naturally couldn't be too harsh. Thus, with a cold expression, he swallowed his anger and said, "My daughter is still an unmarried young lady after all. I believe that family head Qin's arrangement was to have brother Qiao be her personal bodyguard and not follow her like a shadow. Qin Grass laughed and gave Mu Jinghong face. Alright, I will visit Miss Mu at this time tomorrow. After saying that, he left through the window. Mu Xiaoxue immediately burst into tears and threw herself into her father's arms for comfort. Mu Jinghong was very angry. He pushed her and asked, "Why did you provoke such a big Buddha in the middle of the night?" "Father." Mu Xiaoxue told him what had happened. Of course, she did not say that she had instigated Zhao Yi to steal the talisman. She put all the blame on Zhao Yi. Mu Jinghong was very angry. "You really can't do anything right. Forget it. Since this matter has happened, we can only take it one step at a time." Mu Jinghong patted his daughter's hand comfortingly. "Don't worry. With me here, Qin Grass will not dare to act recklessly. It's about Patriarch Qin's matter. Father, I will definitely do it well." Mu Jinghong sighed and stroked his daughter's hair. "It's really hard on you. If you can really get that inverse the universe talisman, it will be your good fortune." Mu Xiaoxue nodded excitedly. "Yes, father, I will definitely do my best." Family head Qin's request wasn't difficult. Mu Xiaoxue felt that she would definitely be able to complete the task properly. At that time, the universe reversal talisman would be hers, no one would be able to stop her from taking the next step. She would obtain the inner world, the spirit realm, the supreme arts, and the cultivation of the god realm. Ha, ha 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 ha, ha, Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Arbor had just gotten up and was dragging a string of little radish heads to the garden to stretch his limbs as usual. On the other side, Kai Xiu hurried over with a group of people and bowed to her. What happened? If there was nothing, Kai Xiu would not have rushed over like this. Crown Princess. Kai Xiu's face was red with anger. It's Count Huainan's second concubine and second Mississippi. They're kneeling in front of the Qiao estate's entrance and are currently kowtowing and complaining of injustice. What? Arbor's eyes instantly turned cold. Why did she run over to the Qiao estate to cause trouble again? That's right. She was in the Eastern Palace and was separated by many palace doors. Naturally, he couldn't mess with her. These people could only be picking the soft persimmons to pinch. Elder sister. Arbor was still angry when she suddenly heard Xiao Liner's voice from the star domain. She casually let her out. Xiao Liner pounced on her as soon as she came out. Elder sister. I want to find a place to advance. Arbor nodded and turned to call a hidden guard over. Bring Liner to a secluded place to advance first. Elder sister. Xiao Liner glanced at her with a grin and then noticed that her expression was not right. What's wrong? Nothing, go advance first. There's something at home, elder sister will take care of it. When Xiao Lin heard that something happened at home, she immediately called out. Elder sister, then I'll go back with you. There's no rush to advance first. It's fine. Arbor glanced at her younger sister and hesitated for a moment. Xiao Liner hurriedly said, Elder sister, how can I not go if something happens at home? Us sisters are of the same mind, our sharpness can cut through metal, and everything can be easily solved. I want to go, I must go and take a look. Arbor could not help but laugh inwardly. Looking at her younger sister's situation, it seemed to be all right, so she nodded. Her parents and family had not seen this younger sister for a long time, so it would be good to see her first. If Xiao Liner suddenly wanted to advance later, then let her go to East Peak Mountain. In any case, that mountain had already been flattened by Qi Xianxian and the others, so it would not be a big deal for her to cause more destruction. At most, she would make that unlucky Dou family head cry again. Thinking of this, Arbor's expression turned slightly better. She pulled her younger sister's hand and said, then come with me. Xiao Lin nodded and rubbed her fists. I want to see who dared to cause trouble at our home when I wasn't around. She was definitely going to twist that person's head off and kick it around like a ball. Arbor looked at her younger sister's spirited appearance and could not help but find it funny. She nodded and said, it's second concubine and young miss from Count Huainan estate. Xiao Lin was at a loss. I don't know them. Second young miss, you naturally don't know them. Kai Shou angrily called out from the side. If you see those two, you might want to slap them. Elder sister Kai Xiao is such a good-natured person, but even she said that. Those two are definitely not good people. Xiaolin harumphed and rubbed her little fists. Elder sister, let's go. Let's go see what they're up to. Arbor raised his hand to summon Qing Wan and let everyone jump on. Qing Wan did not need a pass to enter and leave the palace. The guards at the gate only raised their heads to take a look and let him pass. If the little crown princess wanted to leave the palace, who would dare to stop her? Anyone who tried to stop her would be unlucky, humph. If he offended the crown prince, he might still be able to survive. But if he offended the crown princess, he would be doomed. On the other side, Arbor took Qiao Lin, Kai Xiao, and Kai Chi to the entrance of the Qiao mansion. Before they even landed in the distance, they saw a group of people crowding at the entrance of the Qiao estate, craning their necks to look. The young crown princess's face darkened. She turned around and nodded to everyone. She put away the blue wand and a group of people floated down. A group of passers-by who were watching the show suddenly saw someone descending from the sky and hurriedly raised their heads. With one look, they were shocked. One person repeatedly shouted, "The crown princess is back, the crown princess is back." Immediately, the people in front of the entrance scattered like birds and beasts. They ran in all directions like a swarm of bees, as if Arbor would slap them to death. Everyone took to their heels and ran faster than rabbits. Qiao Lin's mouth could not help but twitch. These people are quite tactful. How could they not be tactful? Your elder sister is so scary, who would dare to blindly watch the show at the entrance of the Qiao estate? After the crowd dispersed, they didn't go far, secretly hiding in the streets and alleys. Hiding in a corner, they squeezed their heads and slanted their eyes, continuing to watch the entrance of the Qiao estate. It's just that they didn't dare to approach. At the entrance of the Qiao estate, there really were two white flowers in full bloom kneeling, one old and one young. The two were kneeling side by side in front of the Qiao estate, wailing as if at a funeral, "What injustice, what guilt." One voice at a time. Before Qiao Mu could flare up, Qiao Lin had already leaped forward and kicked that old white flower's back. "Whose family are you mourning at? Who let you come to our house to cry?" Wei Ziqin, who originally had an awkward expression, didn't know what to say to this second concubine mother of the Count of Huainan estate. Suddenly shouted at by her daughter, she hurriedly looked up, and her anger couldn't help but turn into joy. She saw her younger daughter holding her older daughter's hand, the two of them stepping through the door together. Xiaolin supported Arbor's hand. Seeing that the little white flower was about to pounce on her older sister, she hurriedly kicked it away. "You dare to bump into my older sister's stomach? I'll kill you." Wei Ziqin hurriedly covered her younger daughter's mouth, hurriedly saying, "Young lady, don't fight and kill all the time." This daughter was really worrying. If she had a fierce reputation in the capital, how would she find a good family in the future? "Mother," Xiaolin pulled down Wei Ziqin's hand, "I just came out of seclusion and you're already talking about me." Wei Ziqin couldn't help but smile and pat her hand, "You child, mother isn't talking about you, mother is worried." Forget it, forget it. Let's talk about this later. These two people from the Count of Huainan estate had to be dealt with first. It was really annoying to have them in front of the door. When these two womenfolk kneeled in front of the Qiao estate, Wei Ziqin could only tell the men in the family to hide in the rear courtyard to avoid a confrontation. Xiaoya wanted to rush out with her sword, but she hurriedly stopped her. There was already a large crowd outside waiting to watch the show. If Xiaoya really took out her sword to chop them, wouldn't the streets know tomorrow? Sister-in-law. When Xiaolin saw Xiaoyao, she hurriedly ran over. "Aya, what did I miss in seclusion? Look, this is my little nephew?" Peony was hugging the tiger cub. She had put away her sword, but her face was still filled with indignation. Now that she saw Xiaolin run over, she finally smiled. "Lin Er's out. That's amazing. At such a young age, he's about to break through to level 7. Xiaolin Xiaolin. Buys by S's by her buys Lin Test, S buys, S, Lin Tet est, Lin test by T. Xiaoyao smiled and nodded, holding Xiaolin hand and exchanging a few pleasantries. When she saw the two people kneeling in front of the door from the corner of her eyes, her expression immediately changed. These two women actually dared to kneel in front of the Qiao estate and ruin their family's reputation. How hateful. I'll deal with it, Arbor said with a sullen face. This mother and daughter pair came for her, and it originally had nothing to do with the family. However, because of her, the family was implicated, and Arbor felt very apologetic. When Wei Ziqing saw her daughter's expression, she knew that she was thinking too much again, and hurriedly consoled, "Daughter, don't think too much. We're all family, there's no such thing as implicating." Arbor nodded slightly. I know. She was in a bad mood when she saw this kind of thing. After all, 2 days ago, someone came to the 100-day banquet to make a scene because of her. Fortunately, she controlled herself and didn't kill them. Otherwise, wouldn't the 100-day banquet be stained with blood? She walked slowly to the two weeping women and said coldly, "Get up." Madame Bao Jr. trembled and quickly knelt in front of her daughter. She cried, Crown Princess, please don't be angry. It's already been 3 months. You can't let a beautiful girl like me spend the rest of her life in a nunnery like this." Madame Bao Jr.'s words made it seem like it was her idea to ask Feng Mingyue to go to the nunnery. "This is His Majesty's decree." Arbor said coldly, "I think you mother and daughter are stupid. You can't even distinguish between His Majesty's decree and this Crown Princess's intention? His Majesty's decree is not your decree. Now that you're pregnant with the dragon fetus, you can say whatever you want." Madame Bao Jr. curled her lips angrily, but she quickly put on a smile and said with a flattering smile, "Crown Princess, it's not that this lowly one wants to overstep the rules, but His Majesty ordered my daughter to go to the nunnery to cultivate for half a month. It's already been 3 months. Crown Prince Consort, shouldn't you be appeased by now? Besides, Mingyue contradicted you back then because she was childish and shouldn't be like this. But it's already been 3 months, and Mingyue has already received the punishment she deserves. Please forgive her." Madame Bao Jr. wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and cried, "Crown Princess. Mingyue's life in Xiyu Nunnery is really poor. 3 meals a day are thin porridge, and there isn't even a side dish to accompany the porridge. Crown Princess, why do you have to do this? This punishment should be enough." Wei Ziqing was eager to protect her daughter and said angrily, "Nonsense. Second aunt, what are you saying? What does it have to do with the Crown Prince Consort whether or not your daughter can come back? It's not like the Crown Princess ordered her to suffer in the nunnery. Madam Qiao, do you think this is appropriate? If it wasn't for the Crown Princess, His Majesty wouldn't have ordered Mingyue to be punished." Madame Bao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked heartbroken. Originally, His Majesty had ordered Mingyue to stay in the nunnery for half a month. But now, it has already been 3 months. Little Madame Bao continued to cry, "Crown Princess, you have to know your limits, don't you? There has to be a time limit for this punishment." "Shut up." The young Crown Princess coldly scolded, "What do you want?" Madame Bao Jr.'s eyes rolled and she quickly put on a fawning expression. "This subject hopes that the Crown Princess will go to the Count of Huainan's estate and personally explain this matter to Madame and take my daughter back to the estate." Wei Ziqing heard this and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You want the Crown Princess to send your daughter back to the Count of Huainan's estate? Do you think you have the face to do so?" Madame Bao Jr. couldn't help but vomit blood in anger. How could she not have the face? She was also the second madam of the Count of Huainan's estate. This matter was originally caused by the Crown Princess. She asked the Crown Princess to send her and her daughter back to the estate and then explain it to First Madam. Wasn't it right? Wicked woman. Wei Ziqing finally understood. She was so angry that her face turned pale, and she pointed at Madame Bao Jr. and shouted, "What a wicked woman. Your madam chased you and your daughter out of the door and refused to let you two in, so you came to our Qiao estate. You want to use the Crown Princess's name to send you and your daughter back to the estate? You really have a good plan." Wei Ziqing angrily scolded and pointed at Madame Bao Jr. "Don't look at me like that. Who do you think you are? You have the face to come here and ask the Crown Princess to do you and your daughter a favor?" Madame Bao Jr.'s face was covered in dirt after being scolded by her. On the side, Feng Mingyue couldn't help but say angrily, "Shouldn't I? I suffered so much in the nunnery for so many months because Fang Mingyue's cry was hurriedly covered by Madame Bao Jr., who rushed forward. On the way here, she had repeatedly exhorted her daughter to not get into a conflict with the young crown prince consort. Otherwise, did she really plan to live in the nunnery for the rest of her life, who knew that his daughter was still so impulsive? He didn't keep an eye on her and almost caused trouble again. If she argued with the crown princess at this time, they definitely wouldn't have a good time. Especially now that the little crown princess's belly was so big, if she bumped into something and blamed it on them, Madame Bao Jr. couldn't help but tremble and almost didn't dare to continue thinking. If the dragon fetus was damaged, it was very likely that the entire Count Huainan estate would be executed. Perhaps the wicked first madame's words would be true and even the dog in front of their house wouldn't be spared. When she thought of this, Madame Bao Jr. trembled again. She quickly grabbed her daughter and looked at Wei Ziqing's group with a smile. Madame Qiao. Madame Bao Jr. said with a smile, "Say, what are we arguing about? Actually, this is a very small matter, huh?" Shut up. Wei Ziqing didn't want to see the woman in front of her at all. This shrew actually wanted her daughter to compromise and give them face. What did she think her daughter was? What did she think she was? Her daughter was the crown princess. If she ran to send a concubine's daughter back to the mansion of Count Huainan, what would she do? Little Madame Bao was really daring. Her wishful thinking made Wei Ziqing want to go up and give this woman 2 tight slaps. Reason told her that she had to remain calm and collected. She had to maintain her dignified and virtuous demeanor as the madam of the Qiao estate and the mother of the crown princess. But in reality, she only wanted to go up and tear apart this idiot in front of her. Xiao Lin'er also wanted to go up and kick the mother and daughter, but she was stopped by Arbor. The little crown princess said indifferently, "We don't have to do anything. Someone will come and take care of them." Madame Bao hugged her daughter and shivered. The word cuisine that came out of the little crown princess's mouth sounded as if the mother and daughter were trash that could be thrown away at any time. Terrifying, Madame Bao Jr. hurriedly tugged at her daughter and thought about how to continue singing. She heard a servant hurriedly report from outside, "Madam, the crown princess. The madam of Count Huainan and eldest miss are here." Clang. Madame Bao Jr. collapsed on the threshold in fright. Then she felt someone kick her in the back. She couldn't take it and fell forward, almost falling flat on her face. The madam of Count Huainan and Fang Luing rushed over. Looking at the madam of Count Huainan, she was so anxious that she even forgot to put on her cloak. She stepped through the door and kicked that shrew Madame Bao Jr. to vent the anger in her chest. As soon as Fang Luing entered, she hurriedly greeted the crown princess and Madame Qiao. After Madame Count Huainan gave her greetings, she also hurriedly grabbed Wei Ziqing's hand and said, "Big sister Qin, it's all younger sister's fault for not disciplining the concubines in the manner. They actually ran over and disturbed your family's peace." When Wei Ziqing saw Madame Count Huainan, her expression finally relaxed. "Madame's words are too serious. It's just that this mother and daughter pair came to my Qiao estate's door early in the morning, kneeling, crying, and howling. They really did cause a lot of trouble for my family. In addition, this mother and daughter pair even wanted the crown princess to send them back home. This is really unreasonable." Madame Count Huainan was so angry that she fell backwards. She turned and shouted at a group of burly mamas, "What are you all still standing there for? Why haven't you taken them away yet? They're all insensible things." Madame Count Huainan harshly scolded, "You're just a concubine's child. You actually dare to beg the crown princess for grace and shamelessly ask people to send you back home? You deserve to be a concubine for the rest of your life, you unpresentable thing." Madame Bao Jr. was so angry that her hands trembled. She shrieked, "Older sister, your words are too unreasonable. Mingyue is the Fang estate's concubine's daughter and master's biological daughter. Ah, what are you doing? Let go, let go, let go." Before Madame Bao could finish speaking, several old maidservants grabbed her by the arms and lifted her up. Arbor looked on coldly and didn't say anything. Xiao Lin'er inwardly cursed, "Serves them right." She glared fiercely at Madame Bao and her daughter. What the hell, running to someone's home early in the morning to howl about a funeral was truly uncultured and infuriating. Fang Mingyue was also lifted up by someone. She cried out in fright, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't Mother say that this method would definitely work? Mother said that as long as she and her daughter knelt in front of the Qiao estate and forced the crown princess to send them back to Count Huainan's estate, it would definitely work. But now, why did things turn out contrary to their wishes and go in the opposite direction? Where was first Madame taking them to? Madame Bao Jr. was also panicked. She yelled, "Older sister, what are you doing?" Older sister? Older sister, where are you taking us to go? Where? The Countess of Huainan sneered, "Go where you should go." Madame Bao's the crown's estate's cesses? Madame's. If Master finds out later, he definitely won't let you off. Ah, ouch. Young Madame Bao was secretly pinched by the maidservants. It was so painful that tears came out of her eyes. The Countess of Huainan sneered, "Don't worry, I promise you and your daughter will live well in the nunnery for the next few years." There was no way out for them. Madame Bao almost fainted when she heard this. Her beautiful daughter was going to spend the rest of her life in a nunnery. How could that be? Send them there. Madame Count of Huainan shouted angrily and turned to take Wei Ziqing's hand, saying, "Sister Qin, don't worry. I promise I'll send someone to watch them this time and won't let them come out to cause trouble again." Little Madame Bao still wanted to bite and curse, but her mouth was covered by the old mamas. With 4 people carrying 1 person, it was as if they were carrying pigs. They carried the 2 people out of the Qiao estate. From beginning to end, Wei Ziqing and the others only watched coldly from the sidelines. As they watched the mother and daughter being forcefully carried out, the depression in their hearts dissipated slightly. That mother and daughter pair were truly too outrageous. They had been causing a ruckus since early morning until now. Even though Wei Ziqing's health had always been good, she still felt a bit tired at this time. Who could endure such a ruckus? Arbor stepped forward to support her mother. "Mother, are you all right?" Seeing her daughter's worry, Wei Ziqing hurriedly shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just that they've been causing a ruckus since early in the morning. My head hurts a bit. Mother will be fine after returning to her room to rest." Xiaoyao hurriedly said, then quickly helped Mother back to her room to rest. Count Huainan's madam was also embarrassed to continue staying here. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Sister Qin, go rest. We'll come back another day to apologize." Wei Ziqing nodded and was helped back to her room by the maidservants. Feng Luiying slowly walked to Arbor's side and said in a low voice, "The crown princess, second sister, and the others have really gone too far this time. They've made the Qiao estate restless. My mother and I both feel very ashamed." Arbor nodded slightly at her. "If your mother makes the decision to send her to Xiyu nunnery again, will Count Huainan," Feng Luiying couldn't help but snort. "That's His Majesty's decree. Even if it's my father, she wouldn't dare to defy the decree." Arbor made a sound of agreement and said indifferently, "Then let her continue to cultivate her body and mind in the nunnery. It doesn't matter if she cultivates for a year or so. Moreover, the mother and daughter pair are so talkative. They've probably caused a headache for everyone in Xiyu nunnery." Feng Luiying's eyes turned and she immediately understood. "Crown Princess, please don't worry. My daughter knows what to do." Arbor nodded his head and asked someone to send Mrs. Lu and her daughter out of the house. Then, he followed Xiaoyao back to her room to see her chubby little nephew. Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Jojo, you were talking to Miss Feng at the door for quite a long time." "Yes, I gave him a few instructions. Miss Feng is a smart person." Arbor teased his little nephew who was lying on the bed with a hand-sewn cloth tiger in one hand. The little guy was quite mischievous. He looked at Sir Jojo and only thought about moving every few days. That laziness made Arbor want to laugh. "This kid looks like my brother who?" Jojo said. "Isn't that so? Look at him, he looks so dignified and lazy." "If he doesn't look like him, then does he look like me?" Xiaoyao said disdainfully. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a laugh coming from outside the door. "How am I lazy? Younger sister, help me be the judge." Xiaoyao covered her mouth and laughed. She turned around and glared at her husband who was striding through the door. "You're back so early today. Business has been sluggish recently, and there's not much business in the shop. I saw that there weren't many people, so I gave the workers a break early and let them go back to rest early. Brother whose ironware shop was only one street away from their home. Usually, it didn't take long for him to go back and forth. Ever since Xiaoyao gave birth and took care of the baby, brother who had been slacking all day. From time to time, he would close the shop and go home to take care of the baby. Xiaoyao laughed and scolded him for not doing his job. She glanced at Xiao Hu and said with a smile, "Our son is really like you, mischievous. If it weren't for the fact that we have other shops at home to support our livelihood. With that lousy ironware shop of yours, I think the two of us would probably starve to death." Xiao Hu laughed good-naturedly and patted his head. The family doesn't lack this bit of money from me. Wife, I was just trying to pass the time, so I opened a shop for fun. Brother Xiao Hu's craftsmanship is pretty good. Arbor nodded and said, "The swords that we sent to the guards last time are also very handy for everyone." That's good, that's good. Xiao Hu laughed heartily. He was very happy to be able to help his younger sister. Eldest brother, sister-in-law. Jolan's voice sounded from outside the door. Xiao Hu hurried to open the door and welcomed his younger sister in with a smile. "Hey, you sisters-in-law, have a chat. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look and bring you some snacks." Sister-in-law. Xiao Lin bounced forward and called out with a grin, "Quick, quick, let me see my fat nephew, ha 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 ha. I'm also an aunt now." Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh and beckon to the lass. Jolin flew to the bed and picked up all kinds of toys to tease the lazy child. "Ha ha ha, he's so funny." Arbor rolled his eyes. "You're funny, your whole family is funny." Xiaoyao, seeing the two sisters teasing the child in front of the bed, Xiaoyao's heart was filled with happiness. When she turned back, she saw her husband striding over with a large tray in his hand. When he entered, he yelled, "Here, the snacks are here." Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. Later, Prince Imo naturally heard about this when he came to the Qiao estate to pick up his wife. Without another word, His Highness the Crown Prince immediately sent someone to the Duke of Huainan's estate to find the old uncle and harshly reprimand him. The old uncle, who was originally furious and wanted to settle the score with eldest madam, was so scared that he immediately wilted. His Highness the Crown Prince had said that if he dared to bring the mother and daughter back within 3 years, his title as a count would be over. As such, for the sake of his title and future, no matter how much his heart ached for his concubine's daughter, Feng Xiangue did not dare to bring her back. Mrs. Lu's heart was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for the Crown Prince's timely arrival, she would have been punished by the old master to kneel in the ancestral hall. On the other side, Madame Bao and her daughter, who had been carried to Tsiyu Nunnery and locked up in the nunnery, received reliable and accurate information. The Duke cancelled the trip and withdrew the carriage that was originally sent to pick up the mother and daughter. Feng Mingyue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was so angry that she made a scene in the nunnery. She smashed, and threw everything she could. How could this be? Does father not want us anymore? Feng Mingyue shouted angrily. Why is it like this, mother? Didn't you say that as long as we show our faces at the count's residence and cry, father will compromise? Also, you said that as long as the crown princess agrees to let us go back, everything will be fine. And the result? How could that be *tch agree? She doesn't even have time to deal with us. How could she be so kind as to agree? Feng Mingyue shouted angrily. Now, everything is over. We can't go back. Okay, stop arguing. Madame Bao was annoyed by her daughter's argument and couldn't help but turn around and yell at her daughter. Feng Mingyue widened her eyes and stared at her mother, who had always obeyed her, in disbelief. She cried out miserably, "This was all your idea? You're yelling at me now? You're yelling at me? Now I can't go back. I'm going to spend my best years in this shabby nunnery. This is all you're doing." Originally, we only needed to wait quietly. Maybe in another half a month, the Count's estate would send a carriage to pick me up. It's you. You insisted on sneaking back now. You insisted on letting that slut embarrass me and send me back to the Count's estate to suppress First Madame's arrogance. And the result? My face was slapped to the ground and slapped hard. Madame Bao was so angry that she almost vomited blood and died. She stared at her daughter and roared, "Enough, Who am I doing this for? You're still blaming me? You're blaming me? Fang Mingyue was startled by her mother's red eyes. She quickly shrank back and cried out gloomily, I don't want to blame you, it's just that your thinking is too perfect and too simple. In the end, things didn't go as planned. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The door of the nunnery was slammed twice. Seeing that no one came to open the door, one of the fat nuns kicked the door open with a bang. What's all this noise about? The fat nun shouted. She raised her large hand and slapped the crying Fang Mingyue in the face. Fang Mingyue was stunned. In a moment of carelessness, she was slapped onto the hard bedboard, and her nose was almost crooked. Madame Bao screamed and jumped up, looking like she was going to fight the fat nun to the death. However, with her mediocre martial arts, she couldn't withstand one move from the fat nun. She was sent flying to the side of the cabinet by the fat nun's large hand. With a dong sound, his big head knocked against the cabinet door, and a bloody mark was left on it. Madame Bao screamed in fright. Fang Mingyue was also angry. She threw out a fireball to attack the fat nun. However, although the fat nun was large, she was very nimble. After everyone moved to the side of the door, they quickly threw out a wave of spiritual energy and knocked away Fang Mingyue's attack. Fang Mingyue was so angry that she wanted to go crazy. However, because the other party's martial arts were stronger than hers, she couldn't do anything to them. The fat nun quickly rushed forward, grabbed Fang Mingyue's elbow, and forced her down onto the wooden bed. His other hand quickly swiped under her nose. Fang Mingyue couldn't hide the panic on her face. She immediately jumped up from the bed, pointed at the fat nun and shouted, You, what did you inhale for me? Miss Mingyue and second concubine, just stay and see you nunnery and cultivate. The fat nun glanced at them coldly and shook her head indifferently. She put away the medicine bottle in her sleeve and winked at the nun next to her. That person also quickly walked forward, grabbed second aunt's collar, and sniffed the contents of the small medicine bottle for her. This was a good item that Miss Fang had sent over. She said that it was harmless to the body, but it would make the mother and daughter less noisy and quieter. You. Fang Mingyue wanted to shout, but she suddenly felt that her throat was very dry. After coughing twice, he was surprised to find that he couldn't even make a sound. How could this be? Fang Mingyue's eyes widened in horror. She looked back at second concubine, Madame Bao, who also had a bewildered expression. Madame Bao was holding her forehead with one hand. When she found that she couldn't speak even if she wanted to, she repeatedly made several hand gestures to her daughter. The mother and daughter gesticulated for a long time, their expressions growing more and more frightened. She turned around and saw the fat nun smiling coldly at the two of them. The medicine sent by eldest young Miss Fang was indeed extraordinary. With just a sniff, the mother and daughter pair immediately became mute. Excellent. During this period of time, the nunnery had not been very peaceful. The mother and daughter pair had been causing trouble all day long. It was so annoying. Now, everyone could have a peaceful period of time. When eldest young Miss sent someone to deliver the medicine, she also said that they could sniff the medicine every 7 days to ensure that it would be quiet. The two of you should obediently live in Siyu Nunnery. It won't be too late to return to the capital when second young Miss Fang can sweep away this vicious aura. After saying this, she gave the other nun a look. The two of them turned around and left at the same time, closing the door with a bang. Little Madame Bao rushed to the door. She wanted to curse but found that she could not utter a single word. She could only forcefully pound on the door, causing the door to rumble loudly. How did she end up in such a bad situation? Little Madame Bao was really puzzled. She had secretly brought her daughter back to the capital to lift the ban on her daughter's hair cultivation. How did it end up like this now? Little Madame Bao turned around to look at her daughter, whose cheeks were red and swollen and was silently crying. She did not feel good in her heart. She walked forward and pulled Fang Mingyue, gesturing and speaking in front of her. Her original intention was to tell her not to worry and to relax. Her father, Count Huainan, would definitely find a way to pick them up. But then she thought of the news she received, saying that Count Huainan changed his mind before leaving and would not come to pick them up. She could not help but feel discouraged. What should she do in the future, when Mu Jingfeng was carried up, other than being able to move his neck? He could not move any part of his body. The more Qin Hong looked at Mu Jingfeng, the angrier he became. What happened? Last night, 2 assassins broke into his room. The guard said this and did not continue. A trace of anger rose in Qin Hong's eyes. Did second brother send someone to do it? Ever since second young master left, our people have been keeping an eye on their movements. The people around second young master, including young master Dugu's group, haven't made any movements. Qin Hong slapped the ground beside Mu Jingfeng's leg, creating a deep pit. Mu Jingfeng was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly. He wanted to retract his leg, but he was powerless. Boss sent someone to do it. Qin Hong gritted his teeth and said angrily, "These 2 children are simply demonic." Seeing how his 2 sons were so protective of the little demoness, he wanted to help his sons get rid of this troublemaker. If it wasn't for this demoness obstructing them, their Tianyun wouldn't have been exposed so early. It's all because of this little demoness. It's all because of this demoness. Mu Jingfeng looked pleadingly at Qin Hong. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Qin Hong looked at him coldly, assessing in his heart whether this person still needed treatment, and whether it was worth saving. After a round of evaluation, family head Qin took out a medicine bottle from his bosom and poured out a black pill. Do you dare to eat it? Qin Hong sneered at Mu Jingfeng. I'll say the ugly words first. This level 5 mutated pill may cause your body to rapidly collapse. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Qin Hong curled his lips coldly at Mu Jingfeng and smiled. The worst outcome is that you'll become a rotting corpse without any thoughts. You know that. But there is another possibility. It will let your body undergo 3 different stages of transformation and mutation. Of course, each stage of transformation will give you a new life. Your crippled legs will be able to stand up, and your body's functions will probably recover. You will become stronger each time. Qin Hong looked at Mu Jingfeng and saw a strong desire to live flash in his eyes. This is the strongest mutation pill that our Tianyun has developed so far. The effect will be much better than those basic mutation elixirs that are sprinkled all over the streets with night cobbirds. The probability of mutating into a corpse puppet will also be much smaller than that. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Mu Jingfeng couldn't speak, but the desire in his eyes was very obvious. Yes, he wanted to try. Of course, he wanted to take a gamble. He wanted to live, not die. Now that there was such a good opportunity in front of him, how could he let it go? Rather than living in a half-dead state with only his neck that could move, he might as well take a gamble. He had no choice at all. There was only one path in front of him. After taking this level 5 mutation pill, he would definitely be able to regain a new life. Don't show such a yearning expression. Qin Hong couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Although the probability is much smaller than the basic mutation elixir, you still have a high chance of becoming a corpse puppet. After all, your current body is so dilapidated that I can't say anything about it. Qin Hong sneered, but don't worry. Even if you become a walking corpse, you will definitely have the most transformation ability among the corpses. We also have research that shows that after taking the mutation pill and becoming a corpse puppet, there may be 2 to 3 stages of evolution and transformation. Of course, the most successful type is the perfect corpse puppet. This kind of corpse puppet is much stronger than the previous ones. It may have its own thoughts and may look no different from a human. You may not be able to find it at all if you walk in a crowd. Ha ha ha, do you want to become a mutant or a perfect corpse puppet? The road is under your feet. Work hard. Qin Hong gave a look. Immediately, a guard stepped forward, lowered his eyes, and took the pill from Qin Hong's hand and went to Mu Jingfeng's side. Mu Jingfeng hurriedly opened his mouth, looking expectant. When the pill entered his mouth, it turned into an ice-cold bitter liquid that slid down his esophagus, and Mu Jingfeng fell into a deep sleep. However, he could still feel that his body was undergoing a purgatory training. It was as if his entire body was being roasted over a fire. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, his entire body was boiling with heat. Qin Hong chuckled, regarding Mu Xiaoxiu's matter, I still need you to give her a hand. I hope you won't disappoint me. In a small alley beside Changle Resort, Mu Xiaoxiu was fuming with rage, wishing she could skin the person in front of her alive. Xiao Shui. Senior apprentice brother. When Mu Xiaoshui heard the voice, she couldn't help but struggle for a moment. She turned her teary eyes to Gu Yixuan, who had hurried over. What are you doing? Gu Yixuan rushed over and angrily grabbed Mu Xiaoshui from under Qin Chao's arm, shielding her behind herself. Mu Xiaoshui hated this B***** so much. She had planned to visit her mother, Mu Qingya, this morning. Actually, she wanted her mother to come up with a plan. Who knew that the servants would stop him outside, saying that without the second young master's orders, no one could go in to visit. Thus, Qin Grass hypocritically came over and said that he could help her in. If Gu Yixuan hadn't happened to come over, Mu Xiaoshui wouldn't have known how to get rid of this ugly man. Qin Grass wasn't angry at being pushed away by Gu Yixuan. He chuckled and looked at Gu Yixuan, saying sarcastically, so that's how it is. Gu Yixuan's heart thumped. He knew what Qin Grass meant. Qin Grass knew that he had told family head Qin, but no one else knew. He had been secretly happy that Zhao Yi was dead and no one could testify, so this matter wouldn't be mentioned again. But seeing Qin Grass today, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He was afraid that Qin Grass would shoot his mouth off, so he hurriedly smiled apologetically. So it's Lord Qin Grass. Qin Grass chuckled at him and turned to leave, leaving behind a thought-provoking sentence. A fair lady is indeed a gentleman's mate. Mu Xiaoshui was very puzzled. She hid behind Gu Yixuan and asked softly, Senior brother Gu, what did he mean by that? Gu Yixuan smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Oh right, junior sister, did you come here early in the morning to see master's wife? Yes, mother is very resourceful. I want her to give me some ideas about what I'm doing. Gu Yixuan persuaded her. Master's wife is being detained by the second young master. It's not easy to see her. The last time master went, it took a lot of persuasion for the second young master to give master some face. Mu Xiaoshui lowered her head dejectedly. I know. Gu Yixuan took her hand and smiled. Let's talk about something happy. I've already persuaded father to join our organization. In the future, our Gu family and the City of Shadows will be considered one family. Really? Of course, this is all thanks to junior sister. Gu Yixuan smiled. I've already reported it to family head Qin. Family head also said that he will reward junior sister in the future. Mu Xiaoshui pursed her lips and smiled. What credit? It's what I should do. Right, what about the Lin family? Heh. Gu Yixuan couldn't help but sneer. There hasn't been an answer yet, but it should be soon. They had no choice but to agree. Don't forget that Lin Miao and Lin Zhen are both in our hands. Mu Xiaoshui smiled faintly. Sister Miao and the others are really. Forget it, let's not talk about them. By the way, senior brother, why are you looking for me? Junior sister, I'll go with you tomorrow. Is everything almost ready? Yes. A cold light flashed in Mu Xiaoshui's eyes. Little junior sister, although your work is important, your own safety is also very important. Gu Yixuan said, but don't worry, I will protect you with my life. Thank you for your help, senior brother. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked back. Gu Yixuan took the opportunity to curry favor with his little junior sister. After sending them into the house, he turned around and saw Qin Grass standing not far away, waiting for him. A cold light faintly appeared in his gloomy triangular eyes. Gu Yixuan was startled and hurriedly stepped forward. Is something the matter, Lord Qin Herb? Gu Yixuan, don't play dumb. Tell me, how much are you going to give me to keep my mouth shut? Qin Grass chuckled. Gu Yixuan's heart almost jumped out of his chest, but on the surface, he put on a calm face. If Zhao Yi's matter was exposed to his junior sister and master, he would definitely suffer. Gu Yixuan secretly gritted his teeth, and could only accept Qin Grass's threat helplessly. Lord Qin Grass, we are all working for the family head, you don't have to be like this. Gu Yixuan smiled and rubbed his hands. He took out a bag of spirit coins and stuffed it into Qin Grass's hands. Qin Grass waited, snorted, and turned to leave. You brat, be careful. Until he walked far away, Gu Yixuan spat out indignantly, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. What a villain, he reported Zhao Yi, Could it be that it was for him? Wasn't it for the sake of the organization? Even the family had praised him for his loyalty. This Gene Grass, damn it, he actually used this to threaten him. He couldn't do anything to him now, but when he grew up, he would definitely teach this person a lesson. Achoo. Arbor rubbed his nose, sat on the bed and asked with a sleepy face, "What time is it?" Kai Xiu went forward and said, "It's almost noon." "Crown Princess, did you not sleep well last night and catch a cold?" "No." Little Crown Princess waved her hand and said, "Maybe I slept too much. It's strange recently, I always feel sleepy." He raised his hand and touched his stomach. She repeatedly checked his pulse several times, and found that there was no problem. She even nervously invited several imperial physicians to diagnose him, and the results were naturally the same as her own diagnosis. Even Kai Chi couldn't help but laugh at her. "Crown Princess, if you can't diagnose the problem, do you think those ordinary physicians can?" She actually understood this simple logic, but she had done it inadvertently. Amen. When baby Mo comes out, she must tell her child how much she, as his mother, worried about him. "Crown Princess." Kai Chi stood at the side with clean clothes, and asked curiously, "This servant wants to ask you a question." "If you have something to ask, just ask. Why are you hesitating?" Little Crown Princess took a towel to wipe her face and replied casually. "Yes, that's the one." Kai Chi asked with a face full of curiosity, "Crown Prince Consort, your medical skills are so brilliant. Then, can you diagnose whether the baby is a little imperial grandson or a little imperial grandson?" The little princess. Arbor frowned. He put down the wet towel and pretended to sigh, "I really can't diagnose it." Deep down, she was curious as well. He had used his inner vision many times, wanting to take a look at baby Mo's appearance. Unfortunately, the only thing he could see with his inner vision was that it was enveloped in a cloud of white mist. He couldn't see anything. She was depressed for a while and felt a little conflicted. It was so difficult to see the child. Kai Xiu glanced at her, "What's the hurry? Won't we know once the child is born?" In any case, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, it would definitely be a smart and healthy baby. His Majesty and the Empress are looking forward to it. Kai Chi stuck out her tongue and nodded mischievously. "That's true. Women!" Lord Guangguang exclaimed as he squeezed in from outside. "I see the red sun hanging high in the sky. The weather is very good. This seat has been born for so long, but I have never gone out for a stroll. Today, shouldn't you be a guide and bring this seat out for a stroll?" Kai Xiu's mouth twitched. Kai Chi rolled up her sleeves with a grin. As soon as Guangguang sees her action, he immediately takes a step back and forcefully beckons with his two small hands. A few heads immediately appear behind him. The little monk calls out, "Ba, benefactress. Call me mother." Arbor expressionlessly puts down the fine-toothed comb in her hand and turns her head to correct the little monk. The round-headed and plump little monk smacks his small mouth and looks at her with a bit of embarrassment. His cheeks are red and tender. After smacking his lips for a long time, he sneakily calls out, "Mother, mother." Arbor suddenly feels that his little appearance is like a thief, which is a bit comical and laughable. She curls her lips and beckons him over. The little baldy immediately rolls over. His chubby little arms and legs rush in front of her like a whirlwind. She patted his optical head. "Don't hang out with weird people all the time. Although that person's head is bald like you, it doesn't mean that he's a vegetarian monk like you." The little monk immediately nods his head and repeatedly complains, "Guangguang secretly drank wine yesterday. Drinking wine and eating meat, he's really not cut out to be a monk." With this interruption, Guangguang Darren immediately forgets what he wanted to say to the woman. He jumps up and angrily shouts, "Who wants to be a monk like you? Who told you that I'm a monk? Inexplicable, this family is really inexplicable. Crown Prince and Crown Princess are not normal. Mo, who is in soul state, is also not normal. Little monkey, little monk, and so on are all abnormal. Other than Guangguang Darren, there are no normal people here." Arbor takes out a carrot and feeds it to the little monk. "Where do you want to go to play? Let's go shopping." The little monk's eyes are sparkling. Ba, although this little monk doesn't like shopping, I can accompany mother to go out for a walk." PFFF. Kai Shou almost faints from this little imp's smile. With that serious little appearance, he doesn't like shopping. Wherever there's a lively atmosphere, that's exactly what they're talking about. It's been a long time since we went to Kaidai Pavilion to eat. How about, I take you to Kaidai Pavilion for a meal? Everyone raises their hands and feet in agreement. No matter where they went, it was better than being cooped up in the house. Kai Shou took the clothes handed to her by the maidservants and helped Arbor put them on. Then she said with a smile, His Highness the Crown Prince left the city early this morning. If His Highness were here, he would be able to accompany the Crown Princess out for a walk. Yeah, today's weather is really good. Alright, it's already noon. What's the point of going for a walk? Forget it. Besides, the cold wind was howling, and it was almost the end of the year. It was better to wait until spring came before going for a stroll. Female benefactor. Arbor raised his hand and pinched Kong Kong's little face. You have to call me mother. If you call me mother again, I'll beat you up. Lord Guangguang hurriedly squeezed to the little monk's side and slandered, Look, this mother of yours likes to use violence to make people submit. Xiaoxia Pui, Guangguang Darren had also been beaten by her before. Kong Kong took advantage of the fact that he was half a head taller than Sir Guangguang and looked down from above. He raised his hand and patted Sir Guangguang's bald head. Ba, children should be obedient. Niangqin hitting you is also a kind of expression of love. What? Sir Guangguang almost fainted from anger because of the little monk. What the hell, does this child know how to speak? Also, what kind of action was that just now? That action of patting his head, he did it so skillfully. Holy shit, I'm a 10,000-year-old senior, yet I'm being touched on the head by a 5-year-old, does it have to be so ridiculous? Arbor put on a thick cloak and looked at herself in the mirror. She raised her hand to pinch her face. I've gotten fat. Master, last time, Crown Prince already said that you've gotten so fat that you look like a ball. The little treant jumped onto her shoulder and said, You've realized it yourself, haven't you? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. What did I realize? I realized. Cho, you like to jump around so much. No wonder Jojo's lotus threw you out again and again. Master Cho looked at his little master gloomily. You love Crown Prince more than Cho. Arbor was speechless. She pulled the 2 tender leaves on top of his head. Alright, I'll take you out with me. The little treant danced on Arbor's head and shouted, Is there anything fun? Is there anything fun? Yes, there's a shadow play troupe that came to the capital recently. They have 5 shadow plays every day. Really? The little monkey was also energized when he heard this. He ran up and asked, What play? What play? 5 plays a day, and each play is different. You'll only know what to play when you go. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the group in high spirits, she agreed to take them to eat first, then to watch the shadow play. Everyone went out noisily. Since they weren't in a hurry, they simply got into a carriage and headed towards Changle Street in a lively manner. After leaving the Eastern Palace, Arbor hesitated for a moment. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, her eyes narrowed. What's wrong, Crown Princess? Nothing. Arbor lowered the curtain, a cold smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't sensed wrongly just now, then, someone was secretly watching the Eastern Palace gate. What were they watching for? Arbor raised a small hand and gently touched his stomach. At the same time, 2 men dressed as passers-by standing guard outside the Eastern Palace looked at each other. One of them lowered his voice and said, Hurry up and inform them. Our people haven't acted according to plan, and the Crown Princess has already come out. The other person nodded and then laughed in a low voice, Isn't that just right? It saves us a lot of trouble. Originally, he still had to think about how to reasonably lure the little Crown Princess out of the depths of the palace. He might even have to make a trip to the Qiao estate. But now, everything was going smoothly. This was a good start. It seemed like there was hope for today's matter to succeed. Crown Princess, your cultivation is much higher than ours. Was there something watching us in the dark just now? Kai Chi asked in a low voice in the carriage. Her expression was grave. Don't worry, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Whoever comes looking for trouble won't have a good ending. Kaichi's heart calmed down a little. Speaking of which, there really wasn't anyone in this world who could escape unscathed after provoking the little crown princess. Arbor smiled and called out, "Yuba." A black shadow appeared at the window of the carriage, and a low voice sounded, "Crown Princess, what are your orders? Is there any movement in front of the Qiao estate? Just now, my subordinates sent word that there were hidden sentries watching the Qiao estate. But now they've all retreated." Arbor's lips curled into a sneer as he muttered to himself, "It seems that there are people who aren't afraid of death coming to make trouble." Since that was the case, then she would send them off so that they could reunite in the underworld. It was almost the new year, so it would be more lively and not too lonely. On the other side, Mu Xiaoxue, who was waiting for news, was pacing back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. The number of guards at the Qiao estate's entrance suddenly increased. Is it because that brainless second concubine and young miss of Count Huainan estate went to the Qiao estate to make trouble yesterday? That's why the number of guards in front of their door suddenly increased. "Miss Xiaoxue, there's no need to worry." Qin Chao smiled as he pushed the door open. "We can set off now, Miss Xiaoxue." Mu Xiaoxue frowned. "Didn't we agree to lure them to the Qiao estate?" This woman was now deep in the palace. They couldn't find the exit even if they wanted to make trouble, only by luring them out to Changle Street could they make their move. Moreover, they had already arranged all the hidden sentries and people, intending to make this matter as big as possible. No need. Qin Chao waved his hand, smiling unscrupulously. "Today's matter is exceptionally smooth." The crown princess left the palace on her own, and she came out in a carriage. Our hidden sentries reported that the carriage is heading in the direction of Changle Street. And it's the busiest and most lively area, near Kaidai Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Mu Xiaoxue couldn't help but laugh. "My goodness, even the heavens are helping us." Gu Yishuan also smiled and said, "Junior sister, I wish that we will be victorious on this trip." Qin Chao's eyes turned, faintly looking at Mu Xiaoxue. "Miss Xiaoxue, we can set off now. If we go now, we can coincidentally meet that person's carriage." Mu Xiaoxue smiled confidently. "The crown princess of Shenzhou. The future mistress of Shenzhou. Are you ready to die?" Mu Xiaoxue's eyes shot out a poisonous light. Mississippi. The streets are so lively. Little Monkey leaned against the window, looking at the people coming and going outside, and couldn't help but sigh. It's almost the new year, everyone has to come out to buy things. In another 2 days, the streets will be even busier. Is the new year fun? Little Monkey asked curiously. Of course it's fun. Arbor raised his hand and stroked her hair. This year, we'll spend the new year in the palace. At that time, we'll bring my father and mother in. Let's celebrate the new year together. When Little Monkey heard the word lively, his eyes couldn't help but smile. A spirit horse pulled their carriage and walked slowly on Changle Street. When they reached a crowded place, the carriage slowed down even more. Seeing the Kaidai loft from afar, the Little Monkey pointed at the signboard and shouted, "Little sister, is this the place? I can read Kaidai Veranda." "Yes, let's get off the car." Kaichi nodded with a smile and pulled Little Monkey up. Just as the group was about to step off the carriage one by one. Who would have thought that waves of exclamations could be heard from outside? A cold glint flashed across Arbor's face as he ordered, "Kill whoever dares to come." "Yes." Yuba and the others replied in a low voice. Then, there was a brief moment of chaos on the street. A carriage barged in from the corner of the street. Just as it was about to collide with Arbor's carriage, it was quickly stopped by a few hidden guards. The shadow guards swung their swords down without hesitation, flipping the carriage over with a few strikes. At this time, people were coming and going on the street, and it was quite lively. Seeing this situation, the crowd dodged to the sides. The crowd looked up and saw that the roofs of the 2 carriages beside them had been blown off. Pieces of wood fell down, and there was a hurried scream from the carriage. Then, the 2 people in the carriage flipped out. The first to stumble out was a handsome young man. His movements were quite vigorous. When he turned around, he wrapped his arms around a young lady who had rolled out behind him and caught her in his arms. The 2 of them hugged each other in public with their skin touching. The one hugging was naturally Gu Yishuan, and the one in his arms was Mu Xiaoxue. Gu Yishuan hugged Mu Xiaoxue. His blood was boiling as he hugged his beloved junior sister. He spun around in the air before landing on the ground beautifully. At this time, the carriage and arbor had already stopped. The passers-by also hid at the side and stopped to watch. Seeing this scene, many aunts and uncles couldn't help but point at Gu Yishuan and Mu Xiaoxue, who were hugging each other, and whispered in secret. Although the laws between men and women were not that strict in China, no well-educated girl would hug a man on the street. "This is indecent," a middle-aged woman said with a twitch of her mouth. "Isn't that so? Look at her dress, she's a girl. How can she casually hug a man like this?" Everyone was cursing and scolding as they surrounded the carriage and pointed at it. Mu Xiaoxue only felt flustered and hurriedly pushed Gu Yishuan. "Senior brother Gu, let me down first." Gu Yishuan was originally restless, but when he heard Mu Xiaoxue's words and saw the disdainful looks of the ignorant people around him, he didn't dare to act rashly and quickly let go of Mu Xiaoxue's hand. Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly tidied her clothes, coughed lightly, and turned her head. Her eyes met with the little crown princess's cold and heartless dark eyes in the carriage. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, staring at her without blinking. His emotionless appearance made Mu Xiaoxue shudder violently. Stay calm, stay calm. You must stay calm." Recalling what family head Qin had asked her to do, Mu Xiaoxue repeatedly warned herself. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Yes, he had to be calm. He had to be calm. He couldn't be afraid, and he couldn't retreat. She, Mu Xiaoxue, had no way out. Where could he retreat to? The luck transfer talisman was still waiting for him. He absolutely could not retreat. Retreating was a fate worse than death. Mu Xiaoxue took a step forward, organized her words, and put on a stiff smile. "My daughter, Mu Xiaoxue, greets the crown princess." As soon as these words were spoken, the people on the streets and alleys almost fled. The little crown princess was here. Some of the commoners who had never seen the little crown princess before were all muttering in their hearts. Even if they hadn't seen the crown princess before, her great name was like thunder in their ears. The little crown princess's ruthless methods and her ruthlessness were also widely known among the commoners. There was even a saying among the commoners that no one should look at the crown princess. They firmly remembered this saying. When they saw the crown princess, what they should do was run. Some of the commoners hurriedly covered their heads and ran. However, when they ran to the end of the street, they bumped into the barrier. "Can't get out. Why is there a barrier here?" Everyone retreated in confusion. Is this the legendary, risking one's life to watch a show? The little crown princess didn't know what happened to these strange people. She only stared coldly at Mu Xiaoxue for a long time. She slowly opened her mouth and said coldly, "Are you here to die today?" On the other side, Xianxia and Jolin were strolling along Changle Street, picking out little sugar figurines from a candy stall. What's going on? Why is there a barrier here? Xianxia turned around and walked a few steps. She frowned and reached out to touch the air in front of her. A ripple of water flowed in front of her. A barrier really appeared where she touched. What's going on? What's going on? Xiao Liner pinched two little sugar figurines and ran to Qi Xuanxuan's side. She happened to see the two people shaking their heads dejectedly as they turned around. "Hey, stop. What are you two doing?" Jolin stopped them out of curiosity. The two people sighed and said, "You must have realized that we can't get out now. We are forced to go back and watch the crown princess." Sigh. The other person had the word listless written all over his body. "Are you forcing us to risk our lives to watch the show?" "Actually, we don't want to watch, but we can't get out now. What else can we do but watch?" Xiao Liner couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "Uncle, you actually really want to watch the show, right? Why are you speaking so pitifully? Actually, you don't have to go back. You can just stand here. This kind of barrier will disappear on its own in 2 to 4 hours." The two of them rubbed their noses in embarrassment when their thoughts were exposed. What? Xianxia was stunned. Where is the crown princess? Isn't she at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion? She is surrounded by so many people. One of the uncle pointed forward and said kindly, "Two young ladies, you are still young. It's best that you don't risk your lives to watch the show." Qi Xuanxuan's eyebrows twitched. She turned her head and waved at her friends who were dozing off on the doorstep. Fatty, Mata, Luyu, come over quickly. The little fatty, Ko Hongwen, immediately jumped up and ran to Xianxian's side. Wife, what orders do you have? Do I have to pay for it? Here. Give you a head. Amused, Xianxian patted his arm and said, someone has secretly blocked off the road to Changle Street. I reckon they have set up barriers on both the front and back streets. They seem to be targeting Jojo. What? Who would be so bold as to secretly mess with our Jojo? Ko Hongwen was furious. His other friends who were slowly walking overheard him and immediately gathered around. What happened? Let's go and take a look at the entrance of the Kaidai Pavilion. Where's Jojo? Jojo has arrived at Kaidai Pavilion? Xianxian nodded. She wrapped up the few sweets in her hands and shouted, Fatty, pay up. Then, she led her group of friends and angrily ran towards the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion. Who would be so bold as to cause trouble for their Jojo? They must be tired of living. That's good too. Mata stretched his limbs and said cheekily, I haven't moved since I came out of seclusion. Today, I should be able to find someone to loosen up my muscles. Who would have thought that Mu Xiaoxue would be the one to barge in? She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to find her mother, and now she had delivered herself to her doorstep. Arbor sneered, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Since she had delivered herself to her doorstep, then, he would reluctantly teach her a lesson on behalf of Mu Qingya. Arbor glanced behind him, and two shadow guards rushed forward, about to attack Mu Xiaoxue. Gu Yishuan quickly stepped in front of Mu Xiaoxue and pointed his sword at the two shadow guards, shouting, Stop! How could the two shadow guards listen to him? They glanced at the sword in his hand with disdain. One of the shadow guards didn't move, but the sword in Gu Yishuan's hand suddenly caught fire. The fire burned up his arm in an instant. Gu Yishuan was so frightened that he hurriedly threw his sword to the ground and patted his sleeves. Everyone only heard a clang sound. He looked down and saw that the sword had been melted by the bright yellow fire, leaving only half of the sword hilt. It crackled under the sparks from time to time. Everyone was stunned and looked up at Gu Yishuan, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Mu Xiaoxue only felt a trace of anger rush up to her chest. Damn it, he really knew how to embarrass himself. What use could he have if he couldn't even hold his own sword? He was no different from that Zhao Yi. They were all trash, useless trash, useless trash. Mu Xiaoxue was furious, but she still had to put on that elegant and refined smile on her face. Senior brother Gu, don't get into a conflict with the crown princess. It's just a small misunderstanding between us. It'll be fine as long as we clear things up. Mu Xiaoxue called out softly and gave Gu Yishuan a gentle push. Gu Yishuan hurried down the slope and muttered, Little junior sister, you're so kind. You can talk to her. Mu Xiaoxue clenched her fists in anger and coldly watched the man retreat behind her. She cursed Gu Yishuan's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. Unexpectedly, among the onlookers, a middle-aged woman laughed. Haha, young man, I advise you to go back quickly. If you want to learn how to be a hero and save a damsel in distress, then you need to have real ability. Exactly. Everyone chattered and laughed. You can't even last one move in front of our crown prince consort's subordinate. Young man, don't try to show off. Hurry and take your whatever junior sister and scram with your tail between your legs. Everyone burst into laughter. This was the scene that Xianxia saw when she pulled Shaoliner over. He could not help but ask curiously, Eh? What's wrong with these people? Why do they all seem to be on Jojo's side? Little fatty Ko Hongwen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He muttered softly, We have to help even if we don't want to. Our family's Chow isn't a good person. If they don't help her and get beaten up, no one can save them. What are you talking about? Xianxia immediately raised her voice. She hated it the most when people said that her family's Chow was tough. Not even little fatty, her family's Chow was the most kind-hearted little fairy in the world. There was a soft spot in her heart. Humph, she was not the fierce little devil that people said she was. Little fatty hurriedly chuckled. Ah, nothing. I'm just saying that Jojo is very pretty. Look, from afar, Jojo's stomach is so big. Do you think it's a twin? Xianxia immediately shook her head. That's impossible. Jojo herself is an outstanding pill master. If it were twins, she would have told us long ago. That's true. The little fatty, Ko Hongwen, had finally gotten over the previous matter. He grinned as he followed beside his wife. Wife. Don't call me that. Xianxia pursed her lips and secretly glanced at him. However, she couldn't suppress the sweet smile on her face. Who's calling you that? Our wedding is almost on schedule. It'll be soon. Let's call you in advance, hee hee. Humph, Xianxia pulled Shaoliner over and pointed to the front. Over there, over there. Let's go and take a look. When the group arrived at Kaidai Pavilion, they heard Gu Yishuan angrily shouting at the people around him. What do you know? Who asked you to talk nonsense? Senior brother. Mu Xiaoxue's tone became more serious as she glared at Gu Yishuan. Why was she talking nonsense with these ignorant people? She still had serious matters to attend to. When Gu Yishuan saw Mu Xiaoxue's gaze, his mind became clearer. He nodded and retreated to the side. However, his eyes were still fiercely glaring at the women who were mocking him. The little crown princess sat upright in the carriage. Behind her, a row of little radish heads were curiously looking at Mu Xiaoxue and the others. Woman! Do you need this lord's help? Lord Guangguang shouted. The little monk raised his hand and patted his head. Don't call mother a woman. Is she not a woman? Lord Guangguang angrily brushed away the little monk's hand. I'm seriously warning you. Don't touch my head again. Your head is very similar to mine. Kong Kong had a serious expression. When I touch your head, it feels like I'm touching my own. Kai Xiao almost laughed out loud. She hurriedly went forward and pulled the two little radish heads to her side. She reached out and covered the little monk's mouth. Don't be noisy. The crown princess is doing something serious. You two shouldn't go over and cause trouble. Oh. Lady Guangguang curled her lips and unwillingly crawled back 2 steps, sitting beside Kai Xiao and the others. Mu Xiaoxue bowed to Arbor again. Crown princess, long time no see. The last time we met was in the underground black market of Jiawei City, right? Wow, is there something wrong with you? The little monkey blinked his eyes and could not help but cry out, not long ago, I saw you at the River of Forgetfulness. Back in the Fectus secret realm, weren't you chased and beaten by that big sister? Have you forgotten? Mu Xiaoxue was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The last thing she wanted to talk about was the Fectus secret realm. That evil woman from Arbor had chased after her and Luo He's group with teleportation talismans. She had beaten them until they had no choice but to give up everything in the secret realm and escape with the stairway talisman. This incident made her deeply realize that it was impossible to achieve anything without strength. This evil woman before her had relied on her strength to bully others, bully an ordinary woman like her who had no cultivation at all. It was simply hateful to the extreme. Mu Xiaoxue fiercely glared at the little monkey and said coldly, Children, don't interrupt. I have something to say to your sister. Little monkey curled his lips and looked unhappy. Arbor patted her and comforted the little monkey. She then turned to look at Mu Xiaoxue with a cold smile. Your mother, how is she? When Mu Xiaoxue heard the woman in front of her ask about her mother, she immediately thought of her mother's scrawny and terrifying appearance. She was good. What was good about her? Her mother was almost tortured to death by them, and this was considered good? Mu Xiaoxue forcibly suppressed her anger and put on a bright and gentle smile. Mother, she's fine. She practically squeezed the word fine out of her teeth. What was fine? Not at all. This was all thanks to Arbor, who had tortured her mother so many times, causing her mother to end up like this. This vicious woman, why didn't the heavens just strike her with lightning and kill her? The heavens were indeed unfair. Arbor, this vicious woman, had done all kinds of bad things, and even treated her, an ordinary person, so ruthlessly and viciously. Why was the heaven still unwilling to accept her? Why? Mu Xiaoxue clenched her fists tightly and smiled carelessly, pretending not to care. She asked gently, I wonder if the crown princess still remembers what happened in Jiawei City? At that time, you participated in the Academy's Tianyuan ranking finals and went to Jiawei City. Do you still remember? Hearing her mention Jiawei City several times, Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He looked Mu Xiaoxue up and down. Mu Xiaoxue, as a disciple of Tian Yuan, what do you want to do by appearing so openly in my Dragon Flame City? Provoking the imperial power? Or provoking me? Wow. Hearing the crown princess's words, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone cursed at the same time. She's from Tian Yuan? What? I really couldn't tell that such a weak and delicate girl is actually a member of that evil organization, Tian Yuan. She's not a corpse puppet, is she? Wow, this corpse puppet has evolved into such a dignified appearance? *CK, she's mixed in with the crowd. A corpse puppet is no different from us. Who was a corpse puppet again? Mu Xiaoxue was so angry at those foolish commoners that she was about to ascend to the heavens. Originally, she had gathered these spectators for the next stage of her show. Who knew that these onlookers would not cooperate with her performance at all? Not only that, they would stand on the crown princess side all day long and criticize them. Damn it, why hasn't there been any movement from the hidden sentries and agents they planted among the crowd? Mu Xiaoxue glanced at Qin Chao. Qin Chao gestured at her and nodded silently. Mu Xiaoxue's heart immediately relaxed. No problem. Zither Grass had already arranged everything. They just had to wait for the show to begin. Mu Xiaoxue took a deep breath and instantly squeezed out 2 drops of tears. She cried pitifully, "Crown Princess, why are you slandering my daughter? My daughter is just an ordinary girl with no cultivation at all. Why do you want to frame my daughter and say that I'm a Heavenly Fate disciple? Your mother, Mu Xianxia, is the Hall Master of the Heavenly Fate Flying Heavens Hall. Everyone knows this." Arbor smiled coldly and interrupted her sobbing. "What are you trying to do? Why don't you get straight to the point?" Mu Xiaoxue secretly gritted her teeth. "Crown Princess. If I speak too harshly, you'll definitely think that I'm talking back to you. But this matter. Then don't talk about it." Arbor waved his hand and gave the 2 hidden guards a look. The 2 immediately understood and reached out to grab Mu Xiaoxue without hesitation. Mu Xiaoxue was so flustered that her expression changed. She knew very well that if she were to fall into the hands of the crown princess, she would definitely suffer. Qin Chao frowned and flew up to stop the 2 shadow guards. He turned around and shouted at Mu Xiaoxue, "What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and get to the point." She was about to be beaten to death by the little crown princess, yet she was still blabbering over there. He really didn't know what the family head saw in this girl. How could she be someone who knew how to act? She was more like a hypocrite. "Crown Princess, don't avoid answering." Mu Xiaoxue shouted, "You should remember the incident at Jiawei City very clearly. That day, you beat up an Ihanji from Medicine King Island. It was that day, there were zombies." Ah. Her voice came to an abrupt halt. She turned around and saw that it was a bystander who took off his shoe and threw it at her head. Heavens, that was a smelly shoe. He actually threw it at her beautiful, intelligent, generous, and gentle Mu Xiaoxue's head. Mu Xiaoxue's expression immediately changed, and she couldn't help but scream. When the bystanders saw her like this, they pointed at her and scolded her. The daughter of the Tianyun Hall's head still dares to question the crown princess here. What do you want to question? You people from Tianyun have done all kinds of bad things. Do you not care about your own lives at all? No, listen to me, listen to me. Mu Xiaoxue shouted, but before she could speak, she was splashed with a basin of unknown water, drenching her from head to toe. Ah. Aha. Mu Xiaoxue screamed and jumped up, unable to bear it any longer. She jumped up and down and screamed like a madwoman. She simply couldn't stand these stupid good-for-nothings anymore. What were these people doing here? If you want to watch the show, then just watch the show. Why are you acting crazy? One moment they threw a smelly shoe at her, the next they splashed her with some kind of foot-washing water. Ah, heavens, what kind of unruly people were these? Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly tidied up her wet hair. After her hair was splashed with water, she shook her hair and suddenly felt that her entire head smelled like salted fish. Mu Xiaoxue was on the verge of death. She suddenly pointed at the woman who had splashed the water and yelled, "Kill her! Kill her!" Everyone was shocked by her. The woman with the empty basin took a few steps back and looked at Mu Xiaoxue in horror. Mu Xiaoxue's face was contorted. At that moment, Mu Xiaoxue's entire body seemed to have contorted. Her face was filled with rage and murderous intent. Everyone was so frightened that they couldn't help but retreat. Arbor looked coldly at the disheveled Mu Xiaoxue and smirked. He had no one to blame but himself for his own humiliation. She raised her hand slightly, and dozens of secret guards appeared out of thin air, blocking the crowd of onlookers. The little crown princess said coldly, "No one can kill the innocent on the streets of my imperial city." The crowd of onlookers seemed to have eaten a calming pill. Only then did they put away their panicked expressions and exclaimed excitedly, "Crown Princess! Crown Princess! Crown Princess!" Mu Xiaoxue was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. What was she doing here today? Was she here to establish the little crown princess's prestige among the people? No, 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 no. Why did things take such a sudden turn and become like this? It was all that crown princess's fault. Damn it, she didn't give her a chance to finish her words. This wretched woman, this vicious wretched woman. Did she think that she had won? Today, she would definitely ruin her reputation and consign her to eternal damnation. At the same time, outside the western suburbs of Dragonflame City, Mo Lian jumped down from her horse and bent down to touch the weeds by the road. With a single touch, the originally emerald-green vegetation immediately withered and rotted. Xiao Yi hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, this is? Is this the effect of the medicine?" Mo Lian nodded slightly. "This area is full of poisonous weeds." It was just that they had no effect on him. His medicine was about to break through to the god level, and under the catalysis of the ancient Mo Lian, his medicine had also improved greatly. He was just short of an opportunity, or perhaps an epiphany. He could successfully advance to a god-level apothecary. Indeed, this opportunity was something that could only be encountered and not sought after. But now, the concentration of his medicine was basically comparable to that of a god-level apothecary. However, he did not know if there were any god-level apothecaries in this world. After all, it seemed that there were very few heaven-level apothecaries in the 3 continents. Poisonous plants and flowers like this were no longer of any use to him. On the contrary, once they came into contact with his medicine, they would wither and curl up endlessly. This was the terrifying part of the medicine's reverse nourishment. Not only could he reverse poison these things to death, but he could also absorb part of the essence of these poisonous weeds and flowers. The neurotoxin devil grass that Ding Ting Ding used to poison him could no longer have any effect on him. Look around. Mo Lian waved her hand and asked Xiao Yi to lead the group to pour tea. Have you all taken the antidote pills? Be careful. Yes, sir. The crowd dispersed. After half a cup of tea, they quickly gathered back. Xiao Yi cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, after crossing a collapsed mountain in front, we will reach the thatched forest. That ruined temple is on the abandoned slope outside the thatched forest." What's a collapsed mountain? Mo Lian frowned. Your Highness, it should be the Dou family's residence. East Peak Mountain. Oh. The Crown Prince nodded. Is it the mountain that Duan Muqing and the others went to the 5 spirits reincarnation and flattened? Exactly. Your Highness, Xiao Yi replied meticulously, this subordinate has gone to take a look. The mountaintop is completely bald. It's just that the Dou family's residences are all located halfway up the mountain, so the impact shouldn't be too great. It's just a bare mountaintop. It looks funny. Crown Prince glared at Xiao Yi. You talk too much. Does this prince need you to explain so much? Xiao Yi immediately shut his mouth and looked around, but he did not speak for a long time. If you have something to say, just say it. Prince Mo, who couldn't stand this pretentious act, glared at his subordinate. Xiao Yi hurriedly said, Your Highness, I've taken a look. There's a small town with white households over at the thatched forest. It's less than 10 li away from the ruined temple. Do you think these residents will be killed? Mo Lian frowned. Bring some people with you to take a look. Remember not to alert the enemy. He had to go back and discuss this matter with his wife first. All right, I'll get to work now. Xiao Yi hurriedly waved his hand and had the Night Pavilion disciples gather by his side. Your Highness, you should go back as well. It's getting late. After dinner, the crown princess should be thinking about you. Mo Lian deeply agreed. The little crown princess would think about her husband every time she ate. This habit was really too good. As expected, she was a baby that he raised single-handedly. How wonderful. Prince Mo glanced at his subordinates and turned to mount his horse. Then you guys take care of it. This crown prince will be returning first. He wondered if his wife was getting impatient from waiting in the palace and had to hurry home to eat with his wife. Respectfully sending off Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yi and the others secretly laughed as they lowered their heads. Prince Mo pretended not to hear their laughter as he rode his horse and rushed towards the city. It was all because of Tianyun's wild ambition. It was almost the New Year's Day and he didn't have any idle days to pass. He was busy all day, busy settling the accounts. Now, he even had to go to Zhao Guang's headquarters to check. He was so busy that he was like a spinning top, unable to turn around. If it wasn't for Tianyun playing tricks all day, at this time, he should be by his wife's side at all times, accompanying her, and baby Mo Lian urged his horse all the way back to the city and hurriedly rushed towards the palace. He galloped all the way to Changle Street. When he was about to turn the corner, he heard the spirit horse suddenly neigh and almost stood up. Mo Lian slightly knitted his brows and reached out to press down on the reins, pressing down this restless spirit horse. The spirit horse snorted and tested the edge with its hooves. Mo Lian waved his hand and a black flame suddenly broke through the barrier in front of him. A faint buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the air. He actually didn't know that on the way back to the palace, there was a man-made barrier here. He really had big dog guts. At the same time, just as the crown prince was about to use brute force to break through the barrier. Suddenly, two people in the crowd spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. The spectators were originally enthusiastically shouting for the crown princess, crown princess. In the end, they were shocked by this unforeseen event and hurriedly separated to the sides. 2 pale-faced young men kneeling on the ground appeared in front of the crowd and fell into the young crown princess line of sight. Ha ha, ha. Backlash. Ha ha. Xianxia laughed in schadenfreude. She pointed at the 2 youths and laughed, so it's you guys. You set up a barrier on Changle Street. It seems like the barrier was broken from the outside. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. If he wasn't strong enough, why did he have to set up a barrier? In the end, he still ended up getting slapped in the face. Ko Hongwen's eyes lit up. Maybe the crown prince is back. Just now, he had seen that the barrier was quite sturdy. It should be a barrier set up by more than one 7th level God Realm expert. To be able to break through the barrier of 2 Deity Realm experts in one fell swoop, this terrifying strength was probably only His Highness the Crown Prince. At this moment, the 2 Deity Realm experts actually spat out blood and fainted on the ground. It could be seen that when the person broke through the barrier, he intentionally added something. The backlash directly knocked out the 2 Deity Realm experts. Terrifying. Qin Grass shuddered slightly and hurriedly gave Mu Xiaoxue, who was stunned on the spot, a wink. Quick, 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 if they didn't hurry, they might not even have the chance to retreat once the powerful enemy broke through the barrier and invaded. He had to quickly finish what he had to say and quickly retreat. The people needed time to think. These ignorant and unruly people would know who was the human and who was the ghost. Mu Xiaoxue understood and nodded. Suddenly, she opened her arms and shouted sternly, listen to me, all of you quiet down and listen to me. At this moment, she didn't care that she was drenched from head to toe and that she smelled like salted fish. She also didn't talk to the young crown princess anymore so that she wouldn't be angered to death by her words. She continued to speak as she took out a sound-amplifying profound artifact and shouted, you've all been deceived. Citizens, you've all been deceived by the sanctimonious woman in front of you. Do you know? This woman, although she's not an apothecary, she has medicine to treat corpse poison. She has it. When she was in Jiawei City, she saved one of her companions in front of countless people, Mu Xiaoxue said. As soon as Xiaoxue's voice was heard, a shill hiding in the crowd immediately stepped forward and shouted, yes, that's right. Yes, now that Miss Xiaoxue mentioned it, I also remember that I was also in Jiawei City at that time. The corpse puppets in the city were in chaos and everyone was panicking. At that time, one of the crown princess companions was fighting with a corpse puppet and was accidentally bitten on the wrist by a corpse puppet. That's right, that's right. A few uneven voices sounded from the east and west of the crowd. Arbor couldn't help but smile. Oh? When Jiawei City was in chaos, you all saw it very clearly. You even remembered her name clearly. Miss Xiaxia, you call her so intimately. The voices of the shills suddenly stopped. Mu Xiaxia braced herself and continued, you don't need to change the topic. What we're talking about now is that you have a sacred medicine that can cure corpse poison. Do you admit it? Do you admit that you have a medicine that can cure corpse poison? But you're a sanctimonious, selfish, and hypocritical woman. You never thought of sharing this sacred medicine with the world. You secretly hid it and didn't take out the sacred medicine to save more ordinary people. You just watched as the citizens of the 3 continents were plagued by corpse poison and walked the path of corpse puppets, turning into walking corpses. You could have saved them. You venomous woman. Arbor curled his lips and casually glanced at Mu Xiaxue. So this was the big show they were talking about. That's right, once the sacred medicine was exposed, the citizens would resent the crown princess who had the sacred medicine but refused to take it out. Everyone was like that. As long as the matter did not fall on him, it did not matter what happened. Once something happened to him, saving his own life would become their only goal. Now, there was a saintly medicine that could save all of their lives, but the crown princess was still hiding it, unwilling to take it out. This was selfishness, this was inhumane, and would indeed incite public anger. Even if she used her martial prowess to suppress everyone present today. However, she believed that the news would spread to every corner of the 3 continents by the next day. She, Arbor, would become the most vicious woman in the 3 continents, a sinner, but did she really have the ability to save so many people? She didn't. Although it was very frustrating, this was the truth. She was powerless to save everyone present. After so many days, only one holy fruit was produced. Coincidentally, it was given to Duan Muqing. If it wasn't for such a coincidence, Duan Muqing's life would have been in danger. He might have had to do as he had thought and sacrifice himself to save his own life. Taking a step back, if the holy fruit could be mass-produced, in her heart, she was unwilling to do so. That was because she had to consider whether her most important companion, Qiuqiu, could produce holy fruits without restraint. Would such an action have any negative effects on it? If it would affect or hurt Qiuqiu, then sorry, she would never sacrifice Qiuqiu's life for the so-called common people. She wasn't that noble. She was just an ordinary girl from the start. That was all. Actually, she had already discovered that if the holy fruit was cut open and consumed with water, there would be some effects. However, it couldn't completely cure the poison, and the effects were completely different from consuming the holy fruit. After the holy fruit was cut open and consumed, it still needed to be combined with the medicinal effects of a high-level medicine master. It could extend the life of others for another year or so. That was all. Furthermore, she had never said that she was the savior of the world. She couldn't selflessly sacrifice Qiuqiu's life to save the common people. It would take some time to develop a cure for this poison. Not now, and definitely not to sacrifice Qiuqiu's life. Xianxia and the others all realized that something was amiss and hurriedly ran forward to surround the young crown prince consort. They glared fiercely at those restless commoners. Do you want to die? Don't do anything, Arbor said calmly. Although she wasn't a particularly selfless person, she still had a bottom line. At least, she wouldn't let her friends kill these defenseless commoners. She couldn't do it. Human nature was selfish. She knew all about it, and she couldn't withstand any probing or attempts. These people knew that she had the holy medicine and wanted to have it to save their lives. Their original intentions weren't wrong. However, they were no match for her. Mu Xiaoxue had grown a brain. She really did a great job today. She exposed her possession of the holy medicine in front of so many people, forcing her to submit or not submit. No matter what she did, she would suffer great losses. It was impossible for her to submit. If she didn't submit, then she would definitely become the public enemy of the people of the 3 continents. She would become a vicious woman. What a good plan. As expected of Mu Qingyao's daughter. Who said that the crown princess has the holy medicine? A cold voice came from outside. Prince Mo galloped over on his horse and dismounted from a distance. He did not rush straight into the crowd. He leaped off the horse's back, and in a flash, he was already beside the young crown princess. You people, after listening to Tianyun's lackeys blabbering here, you immediately feel that the crown princess has mistreated you? Mo Lian said coldly. Whoever suspects that the crown princess has the holy medicine, stand out. Your Highness, Xiaoxue knows that you want to protect the crown princess, but, before Mu Xiaoxue could finish her words, she felt a huge force hitting her chest. Qin Grass's pupils shrank. He knew that if he didn't make a move now, Mu Xiaoxue, an ordinary person, wouldn't be able to survive this attack. However, even with his strength, he might not be able to survive the crown prince's attack. But Mu Xiaoxue had to be saved. He hurriedly shouted, Mr. Mu, what are you waiting for? His figure flashed as he grabbed Mu Xiaoxue and fled. At the same time, Mu Jingfeng roared angrily and suddenly blocked in front of the two of them. He turned his hand and pushed out a tyrannical divine power to collide with the attack. With a loud bang, Mu Jingfeng stumbled back a few steps with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his body had been modified to have copper skin and iron bones, so he could still withstand it. Mu Jingfeng? Mo Lian pulled Xiaomu along and cast him a glance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Arbor also coldly stared at the man in front of him, his gaze sweeping over him. What a Mu Jingfeng, he actually dared to appear in front of them. After he failed to encircle and annihilate the Mu estate with his men, he had been hiding his head and tail for quite a while. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here at this moment? Moreover, his strength had greatly increased, and he was actually able to receive one of Mo Lian's moves. Arbor turned to look at her husband. Mo Lian nodded slightly at her. He should have used Tianyun's medicine to completely transform him. I remember that I used sacred fire to burn his legs last time. That's impossible. Xiaomu grasped the situation at once. How could his legs suddenly turn for the better after being burned by the black fire? Moreover, looking at Mu Jingfeng's current appearance, it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. His entire person even exuded a strange glow. Arbor, you didn't expect this, did you? Mu Jingfeng's voice was abnormally loud and clear. You didn't expect that I would be able to walk in front of you alive and come to see you, right? Mu Jingfeng glared at his daughter with a face full of hatred, emitting a trace of ruthlessness from head to toe. His gaze didn't seem like he was looking at his own daughter at all. It was as if he was looking at a mortal enemy. In the depths of his eyes, there wasn't a trace of friendship toward his daughter. There was only an overflowing hatred and murderous intent. Arbor couldn't be bothered to look at him. Deep down, she already knew what kind of person Mu Jingfeng was. Thus, even when Mu Jingfeng revealed such an expression of great bitterness and hatred toward her, she didn't have much of a reaction. What was there to be angry about? If she got angry with him, wouldn't it be hurting her own body? In any case, she had long lost all feelings for this person. If they met again, they would just be strangers. However, now that Mu Jingfeng once again stood on the opposite side of her and Lian, then, she was sorry. Arbor took out a black ferrule and indifferently stared at Mu Jingfeng in front of her. Mu Jingfeng, since you've appeared, then let's settle the scores from before. Unfilial daughter. Mu Jingfeng angrily pointed at Arbor and sternly shouted, You unfilial daughter. You're already so vicious and merciless to your father. It can be seen that you don't have the slightest bit of compassion for others. You clearly have the sacred medicine in your hands, yet you aren't willing to contribute it to save the common people. You unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. Why do I, Mu Jingfeng, have a daughter like you? Then I'm really sorry. Arbor abruptly raised his ferrule and slammed it down with a fiery light. Mother had no choice but to choose a useless old thing like you. I also feel very regretful. You dare? Mu Jingfeng raised an arm, and a godly armor appeared on it. He stretched out his leg and took a step forward, blocking the sudden line of fire. He gritted his teeth, and a large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This little girl, after not seeing her for so long, it seemed like her cultivation had improved quite a bit. Mu Jingfeng. Are you alone? How big of a deal do you think you can accomplish? Tianyun is too unfilial, isn't he? He let you risk your life alone, yet he didn't give you the corresponding manpower, Arbor coldly said. Do you know? If you forcefully stick your head out, you'll lose your life. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but shudder. Disgraceful thing, you actually dare to speak to your own father like that. At the same time, old Master Mu, who had received the news, rushed to Changle Street with a group of clansmen. When he saw Mu Jingfeng, old Master Mu could not help but be stunned. Back then, Mu Jingfeng had failed to create chaos and left in a sorry state. Old Master Mu and the rest had all witnessed it with their own eyes. But now, his body was actually fine, and he was able to stand here in such high spirits. This was truly shocking. No one knew what was going on with this Mu Jingfeng. Old Master Mu's face darkened, and he could not help but shout angrily, Jingfeng, do you really want to take this path? Becoming enemies with the family and his own daughter's life and death enemy, Mu Jingfeng turned to look at old Master Mu. Father, I've long had no way out. Fifth uncle Mu Jingyang stomped his feet in irritation. Mu Jingfeng, you've let down the entire Mu family. For your own selfish desires, you opened the Mu family's doors to Tianyun. Not only did you bring people to the Mu family to plunder talismans, you even want to kill your own daughter and family. You're simply insane beyond words. Eldest uncle, if you still have a bit of conscience, quickly turn back. Mu Wuzi, who was standing beside his father, also spoke up. Mu Jingfeng could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. What a pretentious act of hypocrisy. Turn back? Do you think I can still turn back at this time? Let me tell you people. If I, Mu Jingfeng, weren't forced by you all, would I have walked on this path of no return? Every single one of you here has a part in forcing me onto this path of no return, he shouted angrily, his old face flushed red. It's all your fault. Arbor could not help but roll his eyes. Why are you all talking so much nonsense with him? This kind of person will push the blame to others no matter what he does. He's a reasonable person, and he always feels that he's not in the wrong. Jingfeng, you've disappointed me too much. Old Master Mu shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Mu Jingfeng sneered. Don't change the topic. What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be talking about my good daughter now? That's right. A few shills in the crowd spoke up again. The crown princess, for her own selfish desires, did not contribute the sacred medicine to the 3 continents. She is truly too selfish and heartless. We can't let such a person become our crown princess. Yes, we can't let her continue to be the crown princess and the future empress of the divine land. Right, right. From beginning to end, there were only a few scattered voices in the crowd, adding fuel to the fire and stirring up the crowd's emotions. However, the crowd was hesitant. They looked at each other and then at the crown prince and the old concubine. These two were not people to be trifled with. If they could avoid provoking them, no one in the crowd wanted to court death by provoking these two people. It was just that, the allure of sacred medicine was still too great. Among the crowd, there were also a few hot-blooded youths who were encouraged by a few supporters and started shouting, the crown princess should hand over the sacred medicine. Yes, hand it over. Hand over the sacred medicine so that we can benefit the commoners. Xianxia was so angry that she roared, benefit you bunch of repulsive people? You might as well feed it to pigs. What did you say? A few youths angrily glared at Xianxia, looking like they wanted to fight at the slightest disagreement. Xianxia suddenly flung her cloak to the ground and hooked her finger at those red-browed and green-eyed youths. Come at me, weaklings. As long as you can take 3 moves from me, I'll immediately kneel and kowtow to you to apologize. How could the youths endure such provocation? They immediately jumped out in anger and threw a few punches at Xianxia at the same time. Little Fatty was enraged when he saw this. These people actually dared to gang up on his wife. Did they eat tigers, wolves, and leopards' guts, or were they too happy living and tired of living, daring to hit his wife? Just wait for death. Little Fatty's hand moved, and a fierce double-headed hammer appeared in his palm. He swept it across and mercilessly sent 2 of the youths flying. They were the ones who made the first move, so don't blame him for being merciless. Mu Xiaoxue was protected by Qin grass as she retreated a few steps, her face full of fear. The instant the crown prince made his move, she genuinely felt a sense of impending death assaulting her. She was almost killed by the crown prince's tyrannical power. Almost, just a little bit more. Fortunately, Mu Jingfeng came out to protect her, and only then was she able to hang on to her life. The more it was like this, the more she hated her powerlessness to resist. Why did everyone treat her like this, treating her like she was the mud under the roof that could be exposed and stepped on as they pleased? She, Mu Xiaoxue, was born with such an unlucky life. Why did everyone have cultivation, but she didn't? The more she thought about it, the more she hated and raged. Mu Xiaoxue secretly gritted her teeth and tightly clenched her fists. There would be a day when she would rise up. There would be a day when she would trample all these people who looked down on her beneath her feet. Set up the formation. Old man Mu angrily shouted and turned to nod at Arbor. Let the Mu family deal with Mu Jingfeng. Jojo, do your thing. Arbor grunted, but his gaze would occasionally follow the Mu family's people. These people set up a formation to deal with Mu Jingfeng, but it was more than enough. After watching for a while, Arbor retracted his gaze and turned to look at Qi Xuanchuan's group, who were ganging up on the youths. Originally, those few youths wanted to beat up Qi Xianxia, but in the end, they were beaten up by Little Fatty and Luyu instead. It was truly pitiful to not have a brain. Qiamu shook her head speechlessly. Mo Lian took a step forward and said to the people who were looking at each other, "Don't be instigated by people with ulterior motives. Jojo doesn't have any sacred medicine. However, what I can tell you is that the crown princess has always been in a place you can't see, silently working hard to develop an antidote for the corpse poison. As for the antidote, we've already made some progress. The crown princess subordinates, Fairy Yellow Crane and the others, have already successfully produced the second stage of the antidote. It can be combined with the medicinal power of a high-level pharmacist to prolong the duration of the corpse poison's outbreak. In other words, even if you're bitten by a corpse puppet or accidentally get hit, you won't be incurable in the future. This kind of antidote can work with the medicinal power to delay the time it takes for you to turn into a zombie. It can be extended for 3 years at most. Moreover, this prince believes that within 3 years, your crown princess will definitely lead her team to develop a true antidote. The matter of the antidote will be announced in the Heavenly Pill Hall within 3 days. At that time, you can go and find out for yourselves. It'll be clear at a glance who's right and who's wrong." Everyone couldn't help but become agitated when they heard this. In their impression, His Highness the Crown Prince was very aloof and arrogant. How could he explain so much nonsense to the commoners? This time, it was definitely for the sake of the Crown Princess that he explained it so clearly to them. What made them even more excited was that the Crown Princess had been leading Fairy Huang He and the others to make the antidote for the corpse poison. They all knew about the Heavenly Pill House. Fairy Huang He was a yellow-level alchemist in the Heavenly Pill House. Everyone knew how good her alchemy skills were. And His Highness the Crown Prince also said that he would announce the official news within 3 days. This could not be a lie. His Highness the Crown Prince was a man of his word. How could they not believe what he said? They had almost been tricked by Tianyun and had almost wrongly blamed the little crown princess. A woman immediately knelt down and sincerely apologized. "Your Highness, this commoner was thinking too much just now. This commoner is brainless and almost believed those vicious people from the Tianyun Empire. They had ulterior motives and misunderstood Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please forgive me, Crown Princess." Everyone hurriedly prostrated themselves and kowtowed repeatedly begging for forgiveness. This was the scene that An Wushuang saw when she arrived on a wild horse. She did not even have the time to ask, who is causing trouble for my sister-in-law on Changle Street, before she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Third young Master Fu urged his horse to follow behind and called out, "Wife, don't be anxious. With His Highness around, you still have to worry about what will happen to the Crown Princess." Princess Wushuang blinked and turned to look at Third Fu. "It seems like nothing happened." Third Fu nodded with a smile. "I knew it. With His Highness the Crown Prince involved, anything big can be turned into a small matter and nothing can be turned into nothing. My brother is indeed capable." Princess Wushuang nodded repeatedly and turned to run down from the horse. Third young master Fu hurriedly ran over and grabbed his wife's hand. He said with a smile, "Wife, actually your husband is also very capable." Princess Wushuang turned to glance at him and snorted. "Learn from your brother." "Yes." Third young master Fu nodded quickly, held the princess's small hand and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely learn more." Princess Wushuang nodded in satisfaction and walked quickly to Arbor's side. She smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I heard that something happened to you at the entrance of Kaidai Brothel on Changle Street." I hurried over to take a look. "What can happen to me?" Arbor snorted. "They're just a few flies. They've been living comfortably and want to come out and get beaten up." Princess Wushuang turned her head to look at the flies Mu Xiaoshui and Mu Jingfeng. She grinned. "Oh, so that's what happened. Sister-in-law, I'm relieved that you're all right." Princess Wushuang pointed at Mu Jingfeng, who was being besieged by the Mu family. Don't worry about it." Arbor took in Wushuang's hand and said, "If there's nothing else, let's go back." "Stop right there." Mu Xiaoshui couldn't take it anymore and yelled. Qin Chao grabbed her back, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could almost squeeze a fly to death. The current situation was very unfavorable to them. If they rashly made a move against these people, he might not be able to win. This Mu Xiaoshui still dared to provoke them at this time. She really wasn't afraid of death. Mu Xiaoshui had truly lost her mind from anger. Originally, at this time, she would hide like a quail. Later, when no one was paying attention, she would quickly beg Zither Grass to take her away. However, she really couldn't tolerate the anger in her heart. How could this arbor be so abominable? The matter of Jiawei City and the holy medicine had been exposed, but it didn't affect her at all. These stupid unruly people. After a few words from the crown prince, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. Were they pigs? They were all so stupid, it was a waste of their lives to be born. Mu Xiaoshui was burning with rage. Clenching her fists, she couldn't stop herself from shouting, "You've all been deceived by her. What antidote? What research? There's no such thing." Mu Xiaoshui pointed at the row of idiots kneeling on the ground and shouted, "She has the holy medicine that can cure all diseases. Do you understand holy medicine? Any poison or disease can be cured with one pill. Some of you have seen the scene of the Holy Maiden of Light using the holy fruit to save people. Aren't you curious as to why this little fruit can bring the dead back to life? Because it's the fruit of the holy wood, one of the 5 spirit origins. And the Holy Maiden of Zhaoguang only produced a holy fruit because she had a fragment of the holy wood. And this crown princess of yours, she has an entire holy wood. She is. Shut your stupid mouth and stop talking nonsense." And Wushuang shouted angrily, "Zhaoguang? What Zhaoguang? The imperial court has already investigated Zhaoguang. It's a lackey of your Tianyun. Recruiting disciples everywhere is just to recruit some common people to be their test subjects. Tianyun is already notorious, but Zhaoguang is like the warm winter sun, attracting the poor people's attention. You're fooling the common people, fooling the world. Now you dare to stand out and spout nonsense on Changle Street. Tianyun is the most shameless person in history." Following in Wushuang's powerful words, the kneeling commoners all roared in anger. Zhaoguang's intentions are truly hateful. It's true. They, Tianyun, don't think it's enough to torture innocent people like us. Now they've openly formed a Zhaoguang, responsible for recruiting us, and then secretly killing people inside. They've really calculated everything. Disgusting. Bah. The crowd cursed angrily and glared at Mu Xiaoshui as if they wanted to skin her alive. "Bad woman." One of the children stood up and spat in Mu Xiaoshui's direction. "Jinx. Evil spirit. Evil spirit." Everyone shouted loudly and spat in Mu Xiaoshui's direction with a look of disdain. Mu Xiaoshui was so angry that she burst into tears. Arbor really did have holy wood. Why couldn't these people understand human language? Why was it that everything she said was wrong? Why was it that when the crown prince only said a few words, these foolish people would think that everything the crown prince said was right? Qin Grass looked at everything in front of him and knew that the situation was hopeless. The best time had passed. They had wanted to incite the anger of the people, but they had failed. The crown prince resolved a crisis with just a few words. he was really amazing. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that these people were just smart people who understood the situation and did not dare to go against the crown prince and crown princess. However, once the seed of doubt was planted, it would grow day by day, take root, and grow strong. In the future, these seeds of suspicion would become the most unstable factor in divine country. On the other side, the Mu family members who were besieging Mu Jingfeng had formed a formation to trap him. Old Master Mu was the first to make a move. He twisted Mu Jingfeng's arm and pressed him to the ground. Mu Jingfeng only felt that this formation had gathered most of the Mu family's strength, causing one of his knees to go weak, and he was pressed to the ground. Arbor glanced at Mu Jingfeng and saw him being pressed there. His eyes were scarlet, and it looked like he was about to mutate again. She was afraid that the Mu family fools would be at a disadvantage, so she secretly tugged at her husband's sleeve. Mo Lian immediately understood and threw a black flame over. It turned into a circle and tightly bound Mu Jingfeng like a chain of fire. With a sizzle, the clothes on Mu Jingfeng's arm were instantly burned to ashes. He could not help but roar, "Arbor, Arbor." Mu Xiaoxue shuddered and suddenly turned her head. As if she had discovered a new continent, she pointed in that direction and shouted, "It's him. I recognize him. It's him." Everyone was startled by her ear-piercing roar and subconsciously looked in the direction she was pointing. Mu Xiaoxue casually called out, "I recognize him. It's him, it's him." Back in Jiawei City, he was the one who was bitten by a zombie, and it was Qiao Mu who saved him. You all believe that I'm telling the truth. Everything I said is true. Back then, he was on the verge of death. It was Arbor. Not only did Arbor save him with the holy fruit, but he also completely recovered. No, it's even a level higher than before. There was nothing wrong with what she said, but it was all made up by Mu Xiaoxue herself. As an ordinary woman, she naturally could not tell what Duan Muqing's current realm was. However, this nonsense was in line with the actual situation, other than not being too obvious when he was on the verge of death. Arbor did use the holy fruit to save Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing's cultivation had indeed improved greatly because of the holy fruit. Not only had he broken through to the divine realm, but his cultivation speed was also countless times faster than ordinary people. As a result, he was able to advance very quickly in the divine realm. Little Fatty stood protectively in front of Duan Muqing and glared at Mu Xiaoxue. T. How could he be on the verge of death? You're the one who's about to die, you're the one who's about to die. Duan Mu was bitten by a zombie, but did you know? Duan Mu was a heaven-grade alchemist. During this period of time, he has been using medicine to prolong his mutation time. Xianxia hurriedly nodded in agreement, yes. You don't have the ability, yet you insist on saying that he relied on external medicine to heal himself. What kind of intentions are you harboring? That's right. Duan Muqing suddenly pulled up his sleeve, revealing a wound for everyone to see. This is the wound from the zombie's claw. I have to treat it every 3 days. With the antidote produced by Jojo and the others, along with my own medicine, the wound will be a little better. But soon, this wound will burst open again, and the color of decay will appear again. Nonsense, he's spouting nonsense. Mu Xiaoxue shouted anxiously. This wound was clearly fresh, and the blood was bright red. This meant that Duan Muqing had scratched himself just now. However, how could those foolish citizens listen to her explanation? Their voices were so loud that they drowned out her weak voice. Bitch. Pest. Don't speak anymore. You're still trying to frame the crown princess. You're still trying to frame a good person? You're just a B*TCH from Tianyun. What right do you have to spout nonsense here? Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. The crowd was in a frenzy. Everyone's faces flashed with anger. Mu Xiaoxue was completely dumbfounded. She had never encountered such a situation in her entire life. She was like a sinner being dragged in front of everyone. Everyone was spitting and cursing at her as if she was an unforgivable sinner. But, she was clearly telling the truth. She had clearly seen it with her own eyes. Why? Why did no one believe her? At this moment, Mu Xiaoxue was completely out of control. She tore off her elegant little white flower mask and screamed at the crowd around her. But no matter how loud she screamed, she could not drown out the voices of the crowd. Her voice was completely drowned out by a few people's shouts. Mu Xiaoxue stomped her feet in exasperation and turned to look at Qin Chao, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Wasn't Qin Chao sent by the family head? Why did he always look like a bystander? Why didn't he speak up for her? Qin Chao only smiled coldly at her. His gloomy eyes made her shudder. Miss Mu, you failed. It was obvious that there was no turning back now. Mu Xiaoxue had failed. She had completely failed. TSK, with Mu Xiaoxue's weak fighting strength, she was still unable to win against the fierce crown princess. Qin Chao's cold words almost made Mu Xiaoxue cry and kneel down. Failed? What did failure mean? Failure meant that she would not be able to get the inverse the universe charm. She would not be able to get it. No, humans were like this. Once they had hope and fell into pain and despair, it would be harder to accept than when there was no hope at all. Mu Xiaoxue was in such a situation now. She had thought that her life would be turned upside down. But now, her only hope seemed to have been shattered. She could not accept it. She really could not accept it. Give me another chance. Lord Qin Grass, please give me another chance. Mu Xiaoxue collapsed in front of Qin Grass with a thump and tugged at his sleeve, begging him to let her go. Qin Grass sneered, pulled back his sleeve, and glanced at her. Master had ordered that regardless of success or failure, he was to bring this woman back. It seemed like she still had other uses. She couldn't just die like this. Moreover, this woman's looks were not bad. He still had to plan. Qin Grass smiled gloomily at Mu Xiaoxue and lifted her up with one hand. He turned around and was about to jump onto the roof and leave. A black light whizzed towards his chest. The speed of the black gold arrow was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, it had already arrived in front of Qin Grass. Zither Grass didn't panic. He activated his defensive barrier to block the attack. When he turned around, he was already sweating. Countless lines of fire, like small black snakes, slithered towards him, so fast that it was almost suffocating. At this critical moment, in order to save her life, Qin Grass could not care less about Mu Xiaoxue in her arms. Then, he threw her to the ground and quickly climbed up the wall. Then, he flashed away. If he wanted to escape alone, it would naturally be easier for him to escape. It was hard to say what would happen if he dragged along a burden who could not be of help. Comparing other people's lives to his own, of course his own life was more important. Arbor raised his eyes and looked at him coldly. He lowered his eyes slightly and sneered mockingly. Escape? Where can you escape to? On the other side, Mu Xiaoxue, who was casually thrown aside, was completely frozen on the spot. The hatred in her heart once again turned the sky and earth upside down. That Qin Grass actually left such a delicate and weak woman like her and ran away by himself. Where was his conscience? Where was the justice of the pugilistic world? Were all these things eaten by dogs? Seeing that the black fire was coming and she was about to die, Mu Xiaoxue cried out and screamed, "No, please spare my life, Your Highness. Please spare Xiaoxue, Your Highness. Xiaoxue won't dare to do it again." Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a figure was suddenly kicked in front of Mu Xiaoxue like a ball. The newcomer widened his eyes and looked in horror at the clusters of black fire coming from the opposite side. He was suddenly hit by the black fire. His entire body couldn't help but boil and burn. Mu Xiaoxue, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, was quickly picked up by a tall man and flashed to the side. "Father!" Mu Xiaoxue cried out in surprise and joy. At the crucial moment, City Lord Mu appeared and saved her life. As expected, her biological father was awesome. The one who was kicked in front of Mu Xiaoxue to block the attack was the unlucky Mu Jingfeng. Mu Jingfeng was originally tied to the side after Old Master Mu took him down. When everyone's eyes fell on Mu Xiaoxue and Qin Grass, even Old Master Mu didn't notice Mu Jingfeng's sudden appearance. When he realized that something was wrong, Mu Jingfeng had already been kicked out to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, Mu Jingfeng's body suddenly swelled up and mutated exaggeratedly. "It's you!" Old Master Mu stared at Mu Jinghong in shock, his eyes revealing a trace of a strange light. Arbor glanced at Old Master Mu and felt that the old man's gaze was a bit strange. Was City Lord Mu of the City of Shadows very famous? He actually made Old Master Mu reveal such a shocked expression. Looking at his expression, it seemed to be unusual. You are Mu Ye's descendant, aren't you? How are you related to Mu Ye? Grandpa Mu suddenly asked. Mu Jinghong glanced at Old Master Mu coldly. She grabbed her daughter and took 2 steps back. Mu Ye is my father. You're Mu Ye's son. He's a child of Mu Ye's bloodline. Grandpa Mu exclaimed and nodded. No wonder he looks exactly like him when he was young. Grandpa, who is he? Mu Wuzi asked curiously. Mu Ye was the old master's half-brother. According to Mu Jinghong's generation, he and Mu Jingfeng should be cousins. Seeing his ruthless appearance earlier, using Mu Jingfeng as a shield without hesitation, it was clear that he did not have the slightest bit of affection for the Mu family. Arbor also felt that it was a little strange. Mu Jingfeng, Mu Jingxing, Mu Jinghong, she should have associated this name with them long ago, shouldn't she? They were all members of the Jing generation, but Mu Jinghong had chosen a homophonic name. Actually, his real name should be Mu Jinghong. How ironic. How much did this Mu Jinghong hate the Mu family? Not only did he secretly have an affair with his cousin's wife, he even secretly let her give birth to a daughter. So the green grassland above Mu Jingfeng's head was given to him by his own cousin. Ridiculous. How much enmity does Mu Jingfeng have with you? Arbor asked curiously. Not only did you make him a cuckold and secretly have a child with his wife, you're even pulling him down to shield your daughter. Qiaomu shook her small head and lamented, you really don't leave any leeway for him. There was a lot of information in his words. Everyone could not help but look sympathetically at Mu Jingfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground. Due to being hit by the black fire again, Mu Jingfeng was severely injured. Although the black flames on his body had automatically extinguished, he was so severely injured that he could not speak. Now, he could only glare at Arbor with resentment and point his trembling finger at Mu Jinghong. He wanted to question her, but the only sound that came out of his throat was a forced roar. It was as if a breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not hold it in or lift it up. He was depressed and uncomfortable. Arbor glanced at him indifferently and nodded. Your guess is right. Your wife, Mu Qingya, had her with this city Lord Mu. This Miss Mu Xiaoxue is the second daughter that your Mu family announced to the public that eldest madam had died. As soon as Qiao Mu finished speaking, she saw Mu Jingfeng roll his eyes. He was probably so angry that he was about to go crazy, right? From the looks of it, he might not be able to open his eyes again if he were to turn his back on it. Arbor gave Yuba a look. The hidden guard walked up and flipped Mu Jingfeng upside down, reaching out to give his back 2 heavy massages. Mu Jingfeng let out a long sigh, and his complexion looked a little better. Old Master Mu looked at the absurd scene before him and sighed. Mu Yi, you have no right to mention my father. Mu Jinghong snorted and pointed at Old Master Mu. If it weren't for you back then, why would my father be expelled from the Mu family? Huh. You still dare to hypocritically mention him now. You're simply shameless. Old Master Mu glanced at him and shook his head. No one was right or wrong back then. It's just that we had different standpoints. If you insist that I caused it, I have nothing to say. Of course you have nothing to say. You hypocrite, you don't have to say anything. Just remember that I, Mu Jinghong, am at odds with your Mu family. Mu Xiaoxue looked at Mu Jinghong in a daze, then looked in the direction of the Mu family. Father? If that was the case, was her surname also Mu? She and that Qiao Mu were actually, cousins? Jojo was also a little surprised. Mu Xiaoxue was her cousin. How could such a little white flower have the same blood flowing in her body as her? How could they share the same bloodline? Who would believe it? Are you kidding me, sister-in-law? That weird woman is your cousin? And Wu Shuang asked with a strange expression. Then the two of you are really, too different. Princess Wu Shuang shook her head honestly. If I hadn't seen and heard it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Little sister-in-law's martial arts were peerless and the universe was invincible and adorable, while Mu Xiaoxue was a cripple who couldn't cultivate. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Mu Xiaoxue also thought of this at this moment, and her face was as white as a sheet. She felt that most of the people present were looking at her. They were laughing at her. As the daughter of a talisman aristocratic family, she couldn't even compare to half a strand of hair of a sex eldest miss. These people must be laughing at her for being a pheasant and that she would never become a real phoenix. But in fact, she felt guilty and thought too much. Not many people were looking at her. Instead, they were all staring at Mu Jinghong behind her. Mu Jinghong suddenly revealed his identity. Everyone did not expect this. In addition, he was so ruthless earlier, kicking Mu Jingfeng to death with one kick. His actions were swift and fierce, causing everyone to be shocked. Mu Jinghong looked coldly at old Master Mu and the others. I know you hate me so much that you want to kill me. Old Master Mu sighed and shook his head. You're called Mu Jinghong, right? That's not the case. I know that it's actually you who resents our Mu family in your heart, but actually we. You don't have to say this hypocritically. Mu Jinghong waved her hand and sneered. Mu Jinghong, if you still have a trace of kindness to us, then let us go today. No way. Without waiting for old Master Mu to speak, Princess Wu Shuang jumped out and reprimanded angrily, Mu Jinghong, as the city lord of shadows, you had an affair with the hall master of Tianyun Soaring Heaven's Hall and even had a daughter. I don't think you're innocent. You have a cooperative relationship with Tianyun, right? You're slandering us. Mu Xiaoxue was so angry that her face turned pale. She held her father's arm and said coldly, we don't know what you're talking about. What Tianyun, how can we? Miss Mu, can you stop pretending? Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes and interrupt her. The person who was standing beside you and protecting you just now. Do you think we're all blind? Isn't that the dog by family head Qin's side? What's his name again? Guqin Grass. Little fatty Ko Hongwen hurriedly said. Yes, isn't that Guqin Grass? Ha, you just knelt down and begged him, asking him to save your life. Your memory is really fed to the dog. You and your father are both related to the Qin family. Now, everyone knows that the Qin family is the culprit behind the entire Tianyun Empire. Princess Wu Shuang nodded and said, what? Do you still want to deny it? Mu Xiaoxue cowered behind Mu Jinghong. Her eyes were red, as if she had been wronged. In fact, Mu Xiaoxue really felt that she had been wronged. What did the whole thing have to do with her? She had never joined the Tianyun Empire, she was only doing things for the sake of that talisman that could change her fate. None of the people present found Mu Xiaoxue's behavior pitiful at all. In fact, they found her even more unpleasant to the eye. Evidently, Crown Prince Mo didn't plan to continue listening to this father-daughter pair's nonsense. He waved his hand, and a dozen hidden guards immediately pounced forward, encircling Mu Jinghong without any room for objection. Father! Mu Xiaoxue screamed in horror. In the blink of an eye, Mu Jinghong clenched his fist, took out a black bead and smashed it on the ground. None of the shadow guards took a step back. Instead, they activated their defensive spiritual weapons to block the attack. The power of the spiritual bead was completely blocked by the shadow guard's defensive barrier. Mu Jinghong picked up his daughter, Mu Xiaoxue, and did not continue fighting. He turned and flew to the top of the wall to escape. After dozens of whooshing sounds, Yubao led more than 10 secret guards and chased after them. Lady Jojo rolled her eyes in a very vivid manner. How naive. Mo Lian suppressed the smile on her lips. She held her hand and deliberately asked, Jojo, why do you say that? The entire Changle Avenue is within my talisman matrix. She swung her small hand, and several dozen jade talismans glowing with a faint purple light darted out from her sleeves again. They flew out in all directions with a swish. Who can escape? Qi Xuanchuan's eyes lit up, and she laughed out loud. My heavens, when did you set up the matrix? That's right, that's right. My Jojo, when did you set up the talisman matrix? Hurry and tell your husband. Arbor glanced at him exasperatedly and rolled his eyes at him. This guy acted as if it was real. He clearly knew everything, alright, even if the others didn't notice when she secretly threw out the talismans earlier, she couldn't have hidden it from this guy's sharp eyes. Just as Arbor finished speaking, everyone soon discovered that Qin Chao, who had fled by himself earlier, was running back with a dumbfounded expression. When he discovered that there were many more people beside Mo Lian and Arbor, his expression abruptly changed, and he immediately flipped over the wall and jumped onto the eaves, escaping again according to his previous escape route. Everyone was speechless and silently looked at each other. "How is my trapping formation?" The little stoic looked up at Mo Lian in high spirits. Prince Mo nodded vigorously. "Good, it's very good." On the side, third young master Fu couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He simply couldn't bear to look at the crown prince's fawning appearance. "Do you know how funny you are when you're in front of your wife?" The little stoic proudly raised her head. "I also think it's very good. Just watch, they'll all be back in a while." As expected, just as Arbor finished speaking, Qin Chao's figure appeared beside them again. This guy's expression was truly dark with bewilderment right now. He glanced doubtfully at Arbor and the others before his figure once again pounced onto the wall. Prince Mo raised his hand and released a black fireball. Bang! It exploded on his back. Poor Qin Grass had yet to figure out what was going on when he fell from the wall and rolled back and forth on the ground, wailing. "He looks so pitiful," Arbor said faintly as he glanced to the side. 3 to 5 shadow guards immediately obeyed the order and pulled the unlucky fellow up from the ground, dragging him in front of Arbor and Mo Lian. Little Fatty chuckled as he stepped forward and punched Qin Grass in the stomach. "Run, run, I'll let you run. Why didn't you run away? You've done all sorts of evil deeds and are utterly devoid of conscience. As a lackey of the Qin family, you should know quite a lot of things. All of you, don't expect to get any news from me." Qin Chao gritted his teeth and looked at everyone. "You're pretty stubborn." Little Fatty grabbed the man and turned to Arbor. "Can I soul search him?" Arbor narrowed his eyes and sized up Zither Grass. As family head Qin's most loyal lackey, perhaps soul-searching him really wasn't a feasible option. Arbor didn't believe that there wasn't a restriction in Zither Grass's head. If he forcefully soul-searched his soul and triggered it, everyone present would probably be more or less affected. Kill him. There wasn't much use in keeping a worthless lackey of the Qin family. Since they couldn't obtain any useful information from him, then they might as well get rid of him and save them the trouble. Xiaomu waved her hand, and the words that came out of her mouth stunned Qin Grass. He truly didn't expect that in this stoic-faced young crown prince consort's eyes, his life was actually so cheap. It was as if the person she said she would kill just now wasn't him, the Zither Grass, but merely a dog. If the little crown princess could hear his thoughts right now, she would definitely give him a scolding. Dog? Since when did she casually kill small animals? You're worse than a freaking dog, so baffling, you still have the cheek to compare yourself to a small animal? How shameless are you? Wait. Seeing that those two idiotic hidden guards were really going to press down on his head and kill him, Qin Grass panicked. He hastily twisted his hands and struggled with all his might. You don't plan to interrogate me? Interrogate me? Was there really something wrong with this crown princess? She finally caught an important enemy figure with great difficulty, but when she heard that soul-searching wasn't feasible, she actually skipped the interrogation step. Arbor couldn't resist glaring at him like he was looking at an idiot. He suddenly lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked his dumbfounded face. The little stoic said angrily, "Damn liar." Everyone couldn't resist covering their faces. Why did this guy's temper that flared up so easily feel a bit comical? "You're lying to Jojo again." Arbor was so angry that he stomped on Qin Grass's head twice in a row and scolded indignantly, "You said yourself earlier that I shouldn't expect to get any information from you. Now you're saying why you won't interrogate me anymore? What's the point of me interrogating you? You already said yourself that it's impossible for you to reveal any information. You're contradicting yourself and baffling. Which sentence exactly is lying to me?" Arbor stomped on him twice and said angrily, "You're all a bunch of liars. From top to bottom, from Big Qin's Omega Kotoku to young Master Song Feng's 7 Flowers, they were all damn liars." The little fatty couldn't resist covering his face again. Jojo must have thought of something again and vented his belly full of anger on Qin Grass. Qin Grass deserved his bad luck for provoking the temperamental Jojo for no reason. Look at his bad luck. No, don't kick, don't hit. Qin Grass squatted on the ground. His hands were held down and he couldn't resist. He could only shout, I just want a promise from you. Promise to spare my life. I can tell you. Two-faced, despicable. Arbor was furious. Xianxia and Princess Wushuang hurriedly rushed forward to stop her. Jojo, don't. Sister-in-law, let me. I'll kick her for you. You can't move, so watch me kick her. Everyone was speechless. Who are these people? Qin Chao was kicked several times by Xianxia and Princess Wushuang. He fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp. Preposterous. Arbor snorted and turned to Emolian. Husband, this person. Ignore him. He's just stalling for time. How can we be tricked by a despicable person like him? Emolian grasped the little stoic's fingers and nodded. It's fine, this person is useless. After saying that, he waved his hand. Qin Grass felt that Prince Mo's attitude when waving his hand was like waving an insignificant fly. In reality, Emolian also thought so. What could a mere zither herb do? Tianyin's higher-up secrets were probably only in the hands of a few people like family head Qin, eldest Qin, and Omega Kotoku. Even if they interrogated these lackeys, it probably wouldn't be of much use even if they searched their souls. Since that was the case, they might as well resolve this quickly so as to avoid leaving him there. I know where the seed fragment is. Qin Grass suddenly yelled, his entire body trembling as he curled up. He felt a cold, thin blade sticking to his neck's main artery. At the moment of imminent peril, at the moment of life and death, Zither Grass roared. Emolien's pitch-black phoenix eyes flickered, and she sneered, Oh? But the Holy Maiden of Light previously said that the seed fragment is currently in their saint's hands. Yes, I know. Qin Grass suddenly pointed in Mu Jingfeng's direction. He is the saint, he is the saint. Just as everyone's gazes simultaneously turned to Mu Jingfeng, Qin Grass gritted his teeth and abruptly slapped a talisman on himself. However, in a split second, his entire body shrunk into a ball and slipped out of a pile of clothes, disappearing into a corner with a whoosh. Arbor blinked. Transformation talisman. The hidden guards did not expect this person to be so shameless as to turn into a rat and slip away. They were unable to react in time. Your Highness. Crown Princess. Yuba's brows were tightly knitted, his expression somewhat gloomy. It's fine. The little Crown Princess waved her hand and said, turning into a stinky rat was unexpected. Crown Princess. A hidden guard swiftly came to everyone's side and bowed. Please go to the tea house at the end of the street to take a look. Everyone followed him to the end of Changle Street and saw an obvious transparent ladder in front of a tea house. Only half of it was still hanging in the air. The other half had already disappeared into the horizon. Arbor curled his lips. Stairway talisman. This big shot of Providence who could draw the stairway talisman was still hiding in some unknown nook and cranny. It's fine. Prince Mo smiled mockingly. A monk can run away, but the temple can't. In my opinion, Duanyu has nothing to do recently. What do you think of having him lead those 30,000 elites to flatten the City of Shadows? Arbor tilted his head and silently glanced at his husband. I think you're digging a hole for Duanyu. Is this really okay? Why not? Prince Mo's smile was warm and gentle, as if spring had returned to the earth. He seemed especially down to earth. Look, Duanyu can't be idle all the time. I heard that he's been so idle that he's moldy, so he's already started leading people to mine. Arbor, what mine? I heard that a holy stone mine was discovered in the Tsang Prefecture. Is that so? Jojo's eyes lit up. Prince Mo secretly gritted his teeth. He rubbed the communication jade talisman hard with his fingers. Unexpectedly, he put on a bright smile at his wife. Yes. I heard that the scale is not small, so he went there personally. Lian, I found a holy stone mine for my godson. It's so big that it's as wide as 2 mountains. When that kid comes out, I'll give him all the ores. What do you think? Why didn't I know that you have a godson? Don't you know? In Jojo's stomach. We'll be able to meet soon. Let me count the days. Isn't there still 3 more months? Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. The above was the message that Duanyu sent yesterday to greet them. Bah. This guy just came to show off that he had mined a holy stone mine that was as big as 2 mountains. Sure enough, when his Jojo heard the words holy stone mine, her eyes brightened. Her pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes were glowing. He had to hurry and send this guy off to do something else. Don't just idle around all day and think about how to win his Xiao's favor. Bah, Arbor blinked and waved his hand in front of Mo Lian's face. Jojo's Lian, you're daydreaming. Mo Lian returned to her senses and flashed a dazzling smile at her wife. She firmly grasped her small hand and said with a grin, "It's settled then." Settled what? Arbor was exasperated. I'll send him a message right now. Mo Lian said with a grin, Duan Yu will definitely be very happy. Really? Arbor glanced at him. Duan Yu really knew how to be happy, of course. Mo Lian nodded and said with a smile, think about it, it's such a blissful thing to be able to command the elites of the 3 provinces. How about we have Naas go? Arbor suggested after some thought, isn't he also idle? That won't do. Mo Lian quickly and sternly vetoed Jojo's decision. How can we hand over such an important matter as wiping out the City of Shadows to that guy? We must find a reliable one. Arbor abruptly flung his hand away and turned to leave. Mo Lian glanced at her hand that was flung away and followed after him in bewilderment. Jojo? So in your heart, Duan Yu is the most reliable person. You might as well live with him. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he hastily caught up to them. He held Xiao Mu's hand and remarked with a smile, compared to Mias, that hairless fellow, that punk is more reliable. Arbor pursed his lips. How could he not understand? But she was also considering the dangers of waging war with the City of Shadows. Did the 2 of you secretly send a message? Xiao Mu's small face was stoic as she solemnly turned her head to ask her hubby. And no. Mo Lian quickly shook her head. Why would I send a message to him? What do we have to talk about? Is that so? Arbor looked at him suspiciously. Looking at her husband's guilty expression, it was obvious that he was hiding something from her. Don't tell me you 2 are up to something big again and are hiding it from Jojo. Arbor suddenly felt that the 2 of them were up to something. After all, it wasn't their first time, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, and the third time was natural. No, no, no. Mo Lian shook her head repeatedly. She blinked and said, don't worry. I've copied the quote 100 times. I've memorized every line. I won't do it again. It's good that you know. Mr. Jojo stuffed the book back into his pocket and glanced at Mo Lian. If you do it again, you'll have to copy it 1,000 times. You can't enter my room for a month. Mo Lian's handsome face immediately turned bitter. Achoo. Your Majesty, don't read by the window. Did you catch a cold? Yuanjun took out a blanket and handed it to Duan Yu, who was sitting by the window. Duan Yu tossed the blanket aside and said exasperatedly, with my cultivation, do you think I could catch a cold? He was already warm in winter and cool in summer, regardless of whether it was the scorching summer or the cold winter, it had no effect on his constitution. As a mid-stage godly venerable realm cultivator, he could completely ignore the outside world's environment. Yuanjun was both amused and annoyed. He nodded and said, if that's the case, then just now, Your Majesty, someone is secretly talking about us. Duan Yu casually swiped his hand and took out a jade messenger talisman. His watery peach blossom eyes narrowed as he focused on the jade talisman. Mo Lian, this guy, really dared to find trouble for him, brother, here's the trouble. Today, that old geezer from the City of Shadows came to Changle Street to cause trouble and fled back. I hope you can lead the elites from the 3 provinces to encircle and annihilate him as soon as possible. We can already confirm that the City of Shadows is 100% connected to the heavenly fate. Duan Yu poked the jade messenger talisman with a talisman pen and heavily penned, did this person scare my godson? After a long while, no, finally came back. Then why do you look like someone stepped on your tail? Duan Yu couldn't help but gloat. The City of Shadows came to provoke you, but you actually escaped. You really are stupid. Scram. Then why don't you scram to my place first and try to make me scram? As Duan Yu poked the jade messenger talisman, he inwardly grumbled, asking for help, that's not a good attitude. He escaped from Jojo's talisman matrix. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Alright, I got it. I'll bring people over tomorrow. After Arbor finished bathing, he expressionlessly walked in wearing a loose-fitting moon-white nightgown. He saw Jojo's Lotus sitting by the window, holding a jade messenger talisman in her hand and writing something with a talisman pen. She silently moved to his side and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Sure enough, you're secretly colluding with him. This shout frightened Prince Mo so much that his hand trembled, and he almost dropped the jade talisman on the floor. Twitching his mouth, Mo Lian turned around and exasperatedly glanced at his angry darling. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wifey, what kind of idiom are you using? Stupid idiom. What did you say to Duanyu? It's about the City of Shadows. Mo Lian pulled over his wifey's hand and stroked her slightly damp hair, using a wisp of fire spirit to steam it dry. Mo Lian hugged his wifey through her stomach and tilted his head to nuzzle her neck. Jojo, it's fine as long as you're happy. You don't need to care about anything else, okay? Arbor pinched him discreetly. In fact, she had been lazy recently and was too lazy to care about many things. In addition, it was around the new year, and the imperial court was about to be on holiday, so the officials were slacking off. There were no major events in the Eastern Palace, so Sir Jojo only wanted to sleep and eat every day. Oh right, how should we deal with Mu Jingfeng's matter? Mu Jingfeng was detained in the Mu family's dungeon, and old Master Mu sent a message saying that he was on his last breath. Arbor was silent for a moment and then said, let's go and take a look tomorrow. She was tired today, so she didn't want to run around again. The most important thing now was Jojo's baby. It was time for her to get some sleep. She didn't want to think about anything else. Alright. Mo Lian also knew that Jojo had been very sleepy recently. Every time he came back from the shower, he would see that Jojo was already asleep. Today was no exception. Not long after Prince Mo hugged her and laid down, he began to study her stomach. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that Jojo's stomach had been faintly hot ever since she fell asleep. When he touched it with his hand, there was a strong force that bounced him away. Could it be that the person inside was cultivating every night? Mo Lian couldn't help but want to cry at his own stupidity. How could it be? It wasn't very likely. However, he thought of what Jojo had said before. Husband, I feel that my cultivation speed has increased a lot every day. It seems that when I sleep, I'm constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Have you felt it recently? The spiritual power in our star domain seems to have thinned out quite a bit. Mo Lian inwardly pondered Xiaoxia's words as he glanced at her stomach suspiciously. It couldn't be that. The person inside was really cultivating every night, right? She really wanted to let Jojo use her inner vision to see what was going on. However, Jojo also said that every time she used her inner vision, she couldn't see what was going on inside. That little brat was wrapped in a cloud of white mist, so she couldn't see anything clearly. Mo Lian carefully placed her hand on Jojo's belly, but in less than a minute, her hand was flung away in disdain. Prince Mo secretly gritted his teeth and secretly said in his heart, I'll wait for you to come out. Arbor didn't know that this childish man was competing with the unborn baby Mo. She slept all the way until daybreak. Staring at her husband's smiling face, she was momentarily at a loss. Why didn't you answer the call today? I had an early holiday, wife. Are you happy? Are you happy? Arbor's eyes lit up. She nodded and allowed him to help her up. Your father didn't find you for this or that again? He has the ability to handle it himself. Prince Mo was all smiles as he helped her off the bed. He turned and kissed her little face. Jojo, let's have a sumptuous breakfast. Mo Lian personally cooked for breakfast. She made fish porridge, which was boiled with colorful divine fish. Arbor's appetite was greatly stimulated. She ate 3 bowls in a row. Rubbing her little round belly, she muttered to herself, I can't eat any more. Xianxia is eating too much. Mo Lian's fingers paused. She looked at her little wife with a serious expression. Jojo, are you talking to baby Mo? N. Arbor looked at Mo Lian with a serious expression and said expressionlessly, he's really like you. Why do you say that? I love to eat. Arbor threw down these 2 words and slowly got up while holding his stomach. he walked towards the door. When you helped me in Kyoto village, I even left enough money for you to buy good food. The little stoic shook her head as she walked outside. I love eating too much. Alas, the daughter resembles her father. I reckon this should be a girl. Mo Lian, come back, wife, who likes to eat it? Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she stared at her back and hurriedly stood up. When I helped you buy clothes, shoes, and socks for 10 years in Kyoto village, weren't you the one who insisted on leaving some money for me to buy some good food? He didn't ask for it. Hey, the rest of the porridge is mine. A voice came from the side of the table. Mo Lian turned her head and glared at He-Chen, who had suddenly appeared. When did you come out of seclusion? Just now. He scooped a bowl for himself and said, oh yeah, what were you guys talking about just now? I heard Jojo say that you like it. You're the one who likes it. Your whole family likes it. After quickly drinking 2 bowls of porridge, He-Chen moved out the door and shouted, hey, where are you guys going? Bring me along to play. At this time Arbor had already lightly jumped onto the carriage. Beside her, Saisho hastily supported her. Crown Princess, take it easy. You're nervous for nothing, Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. She was a level 8 Divine Realm expert, yet she was merely riding a carriage. These people, as her stomach swelled up, each and every one of them became neurotic. When she turned around, she saw a man dressed in red floating up and smiling at her. Jojo, long time no see. Your stomach has gotten a lot bigger. Come give me a hug. Hug your head. Mo Lian resisted the urge to kick him off the carriage and shouted, go to the Mu residence. So fierce. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at Mo Lian and humped before docilely sitting properly in the carriage. Then, he took out a jug of wine from his inner world and said as he drank, Jojo, Mo Lian has been fierce to me this whole time. Arbor fiddled with the jade bracelet on his wrist and glanced at Lotus. Don't be fierce to him. Meanwhile, Mo Lian was currently ducking into the carriage with his head lowered. Then, he saw his wife rub his head and say earnestly, don't always quarrel. Sigh, I really feel vexed on your behalf. Ma Shurchen nearly spat out a mouthful of wine and choked on his laughter. He couldn't resist teasing, did you hear that? Jojo told you not to bully me all the time. Mo Lian wished for nothing more than to spit in his face. Could this stinking shameless guy be any more shameless? Scram. The latter gave him a sidelong glance and directly leaned back. I won't. When Arbor saw the two bickering there, he simply took out a book from his inner world and silently read it. Men, they were just this kind of comical creatures. They could wear the same pants when they were on good terms, but their noses and eyes didn't match when they were angry. The little stoic sighed ruefully. The two people looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Jojo, you're holding the book upside down. A certain Jojo, who was pretending to read the book, quickly flipped it back and expressionlessly said, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Be quiet. Oh. Ma Shurchen nodded. But he couldn't resist saying a second later, Jojo, look, do you think I've changed in any way? Can you tell, Jojo? Arbor examined him from head to toe several times before saying in all seriousness, you've become more beautiful. Mo Lian, a certain person, who was waiting for praise, abruptly widened his eyes and stared dumbly at Arbor. The little stoic wasn't just casually complimenting him. When Rotten Peach Blossom came out of the star field, she was indeed more handsome. It was as if her entire body was covered in a layer of light. Her entire person was shining. Mo Lian. Why? Your wife teased me. Bah. Mo Lian brushed him an irritated glance. She then pulled the stoic's small hand and said seriously, Jojo, Rotten Peach Blossom has advanced. Advanced? Arbor looked at him again, then pursed his lips. How would I know if he advanced or not? This fellow's cultivation was much higher than hers, so how could she know that this fellow had advanced? No wonder he looked like he was shining. It was because of his advancement. Arbor suddenly understood. Are you in the divine venerable realm now? Arbor looked at them in surprise. A certain Peach Blossom nodded furiously at the side. I didn't expect this. She really didn't expect that her cultivation, which hadn't broken through for so many years in the holy domain, would actually break through in Jojo's star field. Of course, many holy stones played a role in this as well as the Phoenix Springs assistance. But overall, the star field contributed the most. And the star field was merely a divine realm. She really didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this divine realm turned into a holy domain one day. Ciao ciao. I feel that if this divine domain of yours is transformed into a holy domain, it might be more suitable for the cultivation of a transcendent realm than. Jichen pointed in the direction of the sky, than that old holy domain. The little stoic raised her chin, feeling a bit smug. Of course. Didn't she see whose portable divine realm it was? Those people outside, including Xianxia from Tianyun, probably thought that she only had a portable divine realm. Who would have thought that she was actually strolling around with a portable god realm? Just a portable spirit realm alone attracted many envious gazes. Many people wished they could replace her with their own bodies. Not to mention a place like a portable god realm. Once people found out, who knew how many people would covet it and cause her a lot of trouble? Arbor couldn't help but shake her head at this thought. Different situations call for different actions. She wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. If they rushed over, she would just fight them. Suddenly remembering something, Arbor asked Ma Shurchen, "What's wrong with you?" She looked at him in confusion and sized him up. Didn't Heavenly Law have any reaction when you advanced to Godly Venerable Realm? Strange. This didn't seem to conform to Heavenly Law's deceptive style. With Heavenly Law's vengeful temper, it would definitely come out and ruthlessly send down a heavenly punishment or something at this time to teach this fellow a lesson. Wasn't this the rule? After reaching Godly Venerable Realm, one was bound to be tempered even more. It was just a small heavenly punishment. It was impossible that it wouldn't send rotten peach blossoms. Why didn't it come today? Unexpectedly, a certain someone actually smiled at her and wagged a finger. That's why I have to appear beside Jojo. As long as he followed Jojo, heavenly punishment wouldn't descend. He knew it would be like this. Jojo was simply a divine weapon that blocked heavenly punishment. Bah, the little stoic was truly amazing. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless. You can hide from the monk, but you can't hide from the temple. It will come sooner or later. I'm not in good spirits these 2 days. Ma Shurchen said with a chuckle, after a few days, when I'm full and refreshed, I'll let it come. Arbor looked at her speechlessly. It turned out that heavenly punishment could be sent down with such consideration. She really learned something new. Jojo got angry at the mention of this. She asked, "Say, why doesn't Heavenly Law send down heavenly punishment on me? Do you think this guy is brewing for me, waiting for me to let my guard down so that he can give me a fierce blow?" Ma Shurchen sat up straight with a frown. It can't be that sinister, right? What's so certain about it? Arbor's round eyes revealed a hint of distrust. It's not a good bird. Previously, he even kidnapped my master and martial uncle. Mo Lian couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Don't you think that the Heavenly Tao actually has a lot of feelings for you? Arbor shook his head with a wary expression on his face. How could anyone, the Heavenly Tao, have feelings for someone for no reason? That's why you're always prepared for heaven's punishment, Mo Lian said emotionally. It's because you're afraid that the heavenly axiom will set you up. Are you afraid that you won't be able to withstand the heavenly punishments? The little guy's cautious attitude was good, but Mo Lian felt a little sorry for him. She was instinctively on guard, just like when they first met in Kwoto village. She was full of thorns towards everyone and treated everyone with such a distrustful attitude. In fact, she did not trust the Heavenly Tao. Mo Lian put away his wandering thoughts and raised his hand to stroke her head. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. If the Heavenly Tao dares to set you up, it's no big deal. Arbor blinked, a serious expression on his little face. I've calculated before. Mo Lian and Ma Shurchen's mouths twitched silently. I feel that the most likely time the Heavenly Tao will set me up is the day I give birth. Xiao Mu's small face was solemn as she solemnly extended a finger and made a vow. The 2 men, that day is when my combat strength is at its weakest and most vulnerable. The little stoic's expression was especially serious. This Heavenly Law might take advantage of my weakness. Someone might also come to steal my baby. The little fellow pointed at the sky. It definitely won't be peaceful then. The two men, Sir Jojo's expression became more solemn as he spoke. I've thought it over and over. That day absolutely can't be born in the outside world. It's best if I can hide in the star domain and give birth. But I feel that it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm also not particularly certain about my due date. What if my baby suddenly comes out at a certain time? The corner of Hu Shirchen's eyes twitched, and he did his best to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. No, he couldn't laugh. If he did, he would definitely be kicked off the carriage by Sir Jojo. But, looking at his Jojo's solemn and serious expression as if he was an emperor of analysis, he really wanted to laugh. As they continued to listen, the two men couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Jojo was really looking forward to the birth of the baby. She had almost rehearsed everything once. She had thought about all the unexpected situations during the labor process again and again. It was really tiring. Mo Lian couldn't be bothered with Hu Shirchen's candlelight flickering on the side. He pulled the little stoic into his arms and softly comforted, Jojo, I'm here for everything. Don't worry about those trivial matters, alright? We'll give birth in the palace. Mother has already chosen a stable wife and wet nurse long ago. Now, they're all staying in the court to secretly observe. We can't bring all these people into the star domain. It'll be troublesome with too many people and too much gossip. So, you don't have to worry about these messy things, okay? You just have to be happy and cheerful every day. Then at a certain point in time, the baby will suddenly come out. Mo Lian repeated her words as he looked at her seriously. Then make it come out quickly. Don't dawdle. Get out here right now. Xiamu gazed at her husband with her beautiful, pitch-black eyes, and she was unable to hold it in and burst out in laughter. Haha, scoundrel father, how can you say that about my baby? Mo Lian pursed her lips. You don't know? This baby hates me. Every time I touch your stomach, it bounces me away. It's really annoying. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived near the Mu family's Winter Moon Mountain forest. The entire Winter Moon Mountain forest was enveloped in the bright sunlight. The mountain gate of the Talisman patrician family appeared extremely spacious and empty. When the two children guarding the gate saw the carriage coming, they hurriedly ran forward in an orderly manner. Patriarch. Little Helper recognized the person who got out of the car at a glance. It was the newly appointed young master, so he hurriedly bowed to salute. Arbor waved his hand. Patriarch, the carriage can go up, no need. Arbor got off the carriage and looked up at the plaque hanging high in front of the mountain gate. It's not a long way. Just take a walk. Yes. It wasn't like she couldn't walk. Taking a walk and breathing in the fresh air wasn't bad either. Especially this Winter Moon Mountain forest. After Mu Jingfeng brought people to destroy it last time, it was completely rebuilt. Now, at a glance, the trees and flowers were neatly trimmed, making people feel comfortable. The three of them strolled up the mountain and soon arrived at the Mu estate's gate. Mu Jingyuan, who had received the message from the mountain guarding boy, had already led a group of people over. When he saw Arbor, his face was full of smiles. Mu Jingyuan greets family head. Then, he bowed to Mo Lian and He Chen. The three of them hurriedly avoided it and returned the greeting. Third uncle, why are you being so polite to me? Arbor wrinkled her little nose. Mu Jingyuan smiled. Etiquette cannot be discarded. You are now our family head, so you should be like this. There are no outsiders here. As soon as Arbor finished speaking, she saw the group of Mu family disciples behind Mu Jingyuan step forward and respectfully bow to her. Her heart stirred slightly. Third uncle was helping her establish her prestige in front of the clansmen. When he took the lead to bow, the Mu family disciples naturally followed suit and were extremely respectful to her. As she thought this, Arbor lamented in her heart. This third uncle had always supported her from the first time he saw her. Unlike the rest of the Mu family, a portion of them supported her because they were completely disappointed in Mu Jingfeng. Mu Jingyuan was different from them. Arbor could feel that third uncle had been good to her from the beginning. That person is being held in the dungeon. Should we go take a look now or? The little crown princess nodded. Let's go now. Okay. Mu Jingyuan nodded and turned to lead the way. Jojo, this Mu Jingfeng's situation. I'm afraid it's not very good. Mu Jingyuan was silent for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. N. When he was kicked out by Mu Jinghong to block that move, it was basically a direct hit to the heart. It could be seen that the furious Lian was wholeheartedly trying to kill Mu Xiaoxue at that time and did not give her any chance to live. You probably don't understand what I mean. Mu Jingyuan was silent for a while before saying, "You'll understand when you go take a look." Arbor raised her brows slightly. She really did not understand what Mu Jingyuan meant. They arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and walked down the dark stairs. Finally, they saw the dying Mu Jingfeng in a dark iron cage. At this time, Mu Jingfeng's body had swelled up like a ball. It looked like it was about to self-destruct. But what was strange was that there were no signs of self-destruction. This should be the drug that Tianyun gave him. It's a different kind of drug reaction, Mu Jingyuan said. Arbor looked inside. Mu Jingfeng's arms and legs, as well as his neck, were each tied to a thick iron chain. He was unable to move at all. Furthermore, he seemed to have lost all consciousness and was constantly letting out low growls. I remember that when Mu Jinghong kicked him to block the attack, his body began to swell. At that time, he also mistakenly thought that he might explode, but in the end, even until now, he still looked like a weirdo. Arbor took a closer look at Mu Jingfeng and saw that the latter's body had expanded to an exaggerated degree. His head had shrunk into his neck and was almost invisible. Such a person, where was the elegant and graceful Mu family head of the past? He probably didn't understand how he ended up like this after taking Tianyun's medicine. Arbor took a deep breath and took 2 steps forward. Mo Lian also took a few steps with him. She pulled the little stoic to her side vigilantly and sized up Mu Jingfeng. Something's not right. Logically speaking, this person's heart and lungs were attacked by the black fire and dragged on for an entire night. He should be about to die by now. However, although he looked like he was about to die, he seemed to be hanging on by half a breath and didn't look like he was about to die. This was abnormal, unless there was a mutation in his body. Jichen nodded. Be careful. This person doesn't seem to be in a good state. Is there a problem? Mu Jingyuan asked with a frown. Third uncle, has he been in this state ever since you detained him here? N. Mu Jingyuan nodded. He's been in this half-dead state with his head hanging down. His body has swelled a little strangely, and the disciples don't dare to approach him for fear that he'll self-destruct. This underground prison has been reinforced with several layers of defense. Even if he self-destructs, it won't affect us on the surface. It's just that, his current state is a little strange. From last night until now, he's swollen like a ball, but he hasn't exploded. Jojo, look. He pointed at the 4 elderly men sitting beside the iron cage. These are our Mu family's 4 elders. Because we're worried that this person will suddenly self-destruct and cause a commotion, Father specially arranged for the 4 elders to keep watch here. When Arbor came in, he already saw the 4 elders sitting with their eyes closed. They looked like they were completely immersed in their own cultivation world, so they didn't go up to disturb them. Arbor nodded. This situation is indeed a little strange. If this person was in this half-dead state, it would be quite troublesome. Then do you plan to continue detaining him now? Seeing Mu Jingfeng's delirious state, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Even if he was locked up in the Mu family's underground prison, it wouldn't be of any help. Mu Jingyuan sighed. Father means to leave it like this for the time being. Arbor nodded slightly. He understood the old man's meaning. No matter what, he was still his biological son. He probably couldn't bring himself to kill him. Before Qinggrass escaped, he said that he was the Radiant Saint. Arbor silently glanced at Mu Jingfeng through the iron cage. However, looking at Mu Jingfeng's current state, he definitely wouldn't tell him the whereabouts of the sapling's fragments. And even if he was awake right now, Arbor couldn't be sure that he would tell him the truth. Forget it, we'd better. The little stoic's small face was cold. She was about to say that they should have Jojo's Lotus send people to investigate that rundown temple again. Suddenly, an angry roar that sounded like a human came out of the iron cage. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Mu Jingfeng in the cage. At the same time, the four Mu family members who were originally sitting quietly in the four corners of the cage also opened their eyes at the same time. Their movements were extremely fast. They pushed out their hands at the same time and shot out several defensive talismans. After several streaks of light flashed past, runes spread out in the air, forming a crisscrossing rune net that surrounded the struggling Mu Jingfeng from all directions. At this moment, Mu Jingfeng raised his head and roared. The 5 iron chains shook back and forth on his body. Arbor frowned as he looked at the person before him. With a tap of his finger, he drew a suppression talisman in the air and stuck it on Mu Jingfeng's head. The talisman, flickering with purple light, rapidly imprinted itself on Mu Jingfeng's skull. The four elders widened their eyes at the same time and looked in the young crown prince consort's direction. They had long heard that this young family head was a rarely seen master of void talisman creation. Truly, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. What they saw today was truly an eye-opener for the four elders. Not only was their young patriarch's talisman crafting speed superb, but, if their eyes weren't playing tricks on them, the talismans he released just now seemed to be top-grade purple talismans. The young patriarch was truly unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, several top-grade purple talismans were simultaneously pressed against the irritable Mu Jingfeng's forehead. Several formless binding forces pressed Mu Jingfeng tightly against the iron cage's pillar, causing him to howl in pain. Mu Jingfeng was currently in a state where he couldn't recognize anyone. He screamed and yelled with all his might as he continuously struggled against the iron chains binding his limbs. However, his neck was also bound by the iron chain, and his body was now suppressed by several suppression talismans, so he couldn't move for the time being. Get into formation. One of the four elders hurriedly shouted in a low voice. At the same time, the other 3 elders erupted at the same time. The talismans in their hands converged into a formless sword, and a majestic force rushed toward Mu Jingfeng's swelling body. Wait! Xiao Mu's pupils contracted, and she abruptly shouted. However, the elders' momentum was already set, so how could they withdraw in time? The formless sword's force instantly struck Mu Jingfeng's body, which had swelled into a ball. In a split second, a loud boom was heard. Mu Jingfeng's ball-like body suddenly emitted rays of light, as if his body's insides had been pierced, and he suddenly leaked air. Upon seeing this, Arbor hastily signaled Mo Lian and He Shurchen with his eyes. The two waved their hands at the same time, and a defensive barrier was erected. At the same time, Mu Jingfeng's limbs and body were rapidly elongating and growing uncontrollably. His throat emitted loud noises as his head drooped abnormally. All the bones in his body were making crackling noises. The four Mu family elders quickly retreated to Arbor's side, their eyes shining. Is this a mutation? However, Mu Jingfeng's mutation was a bit too ugly. Not only was his entire body constantly growing, but his limbs were also withering like grass. The flesh on his body was doing its best to shrink, and his body was becoming increasingly withered and dark. His skin was practically black. What's going on? Mu Jingyuan asked in astonishment. Did he really take some medicine from Tianyun? Arbor was also puzzled by the situation. The mutated zombies I've seen in the past seem to be better than this. Yuan Shurchen clicked her tongue and said softly, isn't that so? At the very least, after the transformation, he more or less looked like a human. Look at him. He doesn't look like a god anymore. Mu Jingfeng, on the other hand, no longer looked like a human. His limbs were like black branches, and his head had shrunk to the size of a fist. His entire body was trembling strangely. If he was as fat as a ball before, he was now as dry as a noodle. Hu Shurchen flicked an arrowhead made of wood spirits through the barrier. The wooden arrow hit Mu Jingfeng's body with a thump, but was suddenly deflected away. The wood spiritual energy was unable to harm Mu Jingfeng in the slightest, only leaving a scratch on his shriveled black body. As a result, even Mo Lian couldn't help but be shocked. After all, that was the power of someone who had just entered the godly venerable realm. Although Rotten Peach Blossom had only used a negligible 20% of her power, Mu Jingfeng's body was still very sturdy. However, Mu Jingfeng's hard skin was a little out of her expectations. Was his entire body covered in a layer of armor? Xiao Mu's eyes shifted, and she pointed out with her finger. Countless ice needles flew towards Mu Jingfeng with a whoosh. At this time, Mu Jingfeng was already unconscious. As he slapped with his black palms, he occasionally let out unpleasant roars. Arbor's ice needles shattered one by one in his withered black palms, turning into transparent water traces that disappeared into Mu Jingfeng's skin. The little stoic calmly pursed her lips and suddenly released a blue spiritual fire with a wave of her hand. Mu Jingfeng forcefully swatted away the blue flames with a bang. However, at the same time, that cluster of flames strangely rose with a resplendent blue radiance in his palm. Mu Jingfeng's body shook wildly as he slapped the walls everywhere while howling. Fortunately, this dungeon had been reinforced countless times, so it didn't budge even when he randomly crashed around like this. Arbor's eyes flashed, and he pointed at Mu Jingfeng. Burn, burn it. The four elders moved their lips and looked at Arbor hesitantly. However, Arbor simply didn't look at their expressions. On the other hand, Mu Jingyuan, who was standing on the side, said indifferently, "He's no longer our previous family head, Mu Jingfeng. He's already been transformed into a powerful monster by heavenly fortune. He only has himself to blame for being treated like this by family head." The elders couldn't help but sigh softly. As if they had thought of something, they remained silent and didn't speak. While they were conversing, Ma Shurchen flung out several dozen wood spirits, which instantly formed a net and enveloped Mu Jingfeng from head to toe. Mo Lian flicked out 7 to 8 clusters of black flames, which landed on Mu Jingfeng's pitch-black body. Everyone immediately heard him let out inhuman howls. Arbor's small stoic face was calm as he expressionlessly looked at the monster enveloped in black flames. Not the slightest ripple could be seen in his heart. It was as if what was being burned right now was nothing more than a piece of charred charcoal. He couldn't blame anyone for reaching this stage today. If he wanted to blame someone, then he could only blame himself. Why did he believe in heavenly fortune so easily? Why did he join heavenly fortune? Why did he take heavenly fortune's so-called medicine that could mutate his body? This kind of mutated pill might allow him to reach the heavens in a single bound, but it was more likely that he would sink into a sea of bitterness and be consigned to eternal damnation. There are so many people in the world, so why did you have to try this kind of abnormal pill? He had to be responsible for the path he had chosen. He had to bear the consequences and responsibility for all his actions. This was the path Mu Jingfeng had chosen. Arbor looked at Mu Jingfeng, who was burning within the black flames. He withdrew his indifferent gaze and exchanged glances with Mo Lian. "I don't know if he'll be able to regain some of his consciousness in the end, but I'm afraid it will be quite difficult." Arbor couldn't help but laugh out loud. So what if he regains his sanity? This kind of person won't change even if he dies. So be it. Let the black flames burn all the filthy and withered things under the heavens, including Mu Jingfeng's heart that had long since deteriorated and moldy. Jojo. Mo Lian knew that she was in a bad mood, so she raised her hand and patted her head. There are many things that we cannot change. We can only let nature take its course. Yes, I know. Arbor nodded. Take her father-daughter relationship with Mu Jingfeng as an example. Let nature take its course and gradually deteriorate. Let nature take its course and make it difficult to recover. Then, let nature take its course as she watched the person in front of her wither away piece by piece. This was all fated. No one could change it. Arbor sighed softly and muttered to himself, "It's fated." The four elders frowned slightly and wanted to say a few words of advice. However, she also felt that she didn't seem to have any standpoint. After all, Mu Jingfeng had been targeting this current young family head from the start and had never treated her as a daughter. Hence, there was no father-daughter relationship to speak of right now. Did Mu Jingfeng's mutation fail? Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but ask. Mo Lian nodded hesitantly. If the mutation succeeds, it should be like the zither playing corpse puppet. I'm afraid that Tianyun's medicine depends on fate. If the mutation succeeds, perhaps you will obtain one or even many special abilities. Perhaps no one could match Qiao Mu's understanding of the heavenly fate. I think Jojo's words make sense. Yuan Shurchen pondered and said, Tianyun isn't stupid, right? He definitely hopes that more people in the organization can become stronger, and Mu Jingfeng's situation, it should be developing in the opposite direction. However, as Lian said, Mu Jingfeng's corpse puppet isn't even comparable to the zither-playing corpse puppet we encountered before, which has its own thoughts and special abilities. Everything depends on talent. Yuan Shichen was somewhat gloating. It's also fate. This shows that his talent might really be mediocre. If Tianyun finds out, he'll definitely scold him for wasting a precious pill. The Qin family has a good plan, Arbor said indifferently. That old man Qin thinks that if Mu Jingfeng's mutation succeeds, he might be able to control Mu Jingfeng and once again take over the talisman patrician family in Divine Prefecture. The four elders widened their eyes at the same time. Tianyun actually still harbored such thoughts? Truly terrible. Previously, they actually sympathized with Mu Jingfeng, feeling that it was indeed a bit desolate for him to be dealt with by his own daughter like this. Now that they thought about it, they really shouldn't have thought that way. This Mu Jingfeng deserved it. As a member of the Mu family, he didn't think of seeking benefits for the Mu family's disciples and instead thought of harming the family all day long. He truly deserved to die. Just like how he controlled Prince Fulin. Tianyun originally planned to use Prince Fulin's identity as a starting point to control the entire Divine Prefecture. Mo Lian couldn't help but shake her head helplessly at this thought. She didn't know if she should say that Tianyun was too naive. Did they think that a little Prince Fulin, a deposed prince who had left the center of the imperial court for so many years, could grasp the core of the imperial court? He had underestimated the great emperor of the divine land. Oh. The 5 iron chains on Mu Jingfeng's body had all been melted by the black flames. But at this moment, his mutated black body was bound by the wood spirit's large net and couldn't move. He fell to the ground, with 7 or 8 clusters of black flame still burning on his body, burning him into ashes. Rebellious girl. Mu Jingfeng bellowed as he struggled. Although the voice was muffled, Arbor heard it clearly. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. He actually woke up? Was he awakened by the fever? Or was this, the final radiance of the setting sun? Rebellious girl. Mu Jingfeng scolded weakly, why you caused the death of your own father? Why you won't be able to reincarnate in your next life? Bang! A huge force flipped his body over and smashed him heavily. Mu Jingfeng rolled twice, his back slamming heavily against the cage. He was barely able to catch his breath. Arbor wasn't angry at all. She held on to the enraged Mo Lian and said with a smile, reincarnation or not, it's not up to you to decide. Big brother. Mu Jingyuan took a deep breath and said indifferently, a person's death is like an extinguished lamp. You can go in peace. However, Mu Jingfeng suddenly started crying. His body had already mutated very strangely to begin with, and he looked like both a human and a ghost. Now, only howling could be heard, but no tears were squeezed out from his dark eyes. This crying indeed looked a little frightening. Arbor glanced at the thing on the ground that he did not know whether it was a human or a ghost, and his gaze coldly swept over. The 4 elders could not bear it and sighed as they asked, Jingfeng, do you have something to say? A person's words are kind when he's about to die. If you have something to say, just say it. Arbor sneered in his heart, but the cold glint in his eyes did not recede as a hint of mockery surfaced. These people were quite funny. Each and every one of them was surrounded by holy light. Those who did not know would think that they were monks from a temple who had to be merciful. He had already been beaten to such a state, so stop putting on airs. All right, they were originally life and death enemies, and there was an unresolvable enmity between them. To Arbor, it was truly a little mushy and disgusting for him to insist on saying something before he died to reconcile. Could a conflict that had never been resolved in one's lifetime really be able to repent at the moment of death and have one's heart soften? Stop joking, alright, those were all nonsense written in those books on the market. In reality, they could not possibly exist. Asterisk thump, thump, thump. Asterisk Mu Jingfeng pounded the ground again and again as he let out loud howls. Arbor turned to leave, but Mu Jingfeng's pounding became even more urgent. A dark-skinned elder immediately blocked in front of Arbor and said with a somewhat complicated expression, family head, just listen to what he has to say. This little family head's heart was truly ruthless when it twisted. Mu Jingfeng was about to die, yet there was not the slightest bit of gentleness between her brows. On second thought, Mu Jingfeng indeed did not have the slightest bit of father-daughter feelings for her, so it was no wonder. The elder sighed and earnestly advised, Jingfeng is about to die. It's fine for family head to listen to what he has to say. It's all nonsense. What's there to listen to? Arbor said coldly and glanced at the elder. Put away your thoughts of holy light. Don't put on a show of father-daughter love on the verge of death. These things, you can't see them. Ma Yingchen giggled. She leaned against the iron bars and laughed. Aya, our Jojo is about to get angry. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block the way. Old man. Old man. Arbor didn't need to look back to hear the sound of hurried footsteps. Accompanied by Mu Jingyang, Mu Wuzi, and the others, Old Master Mu quickly walked in. When they saw Mu Jingfeng's condition, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Mu Jingfeng slammed the ground again and again, as though he was pounding heavily on everyone's hearts. Mu Wuzi stood at the back of the crowd and carefully glanced at the young crown princess' cold expression. His heart skipped a beat. The little stoic's complexion didn't look good at all. It seemed like she was about to explode. He shouldn't provoke her at this time. If she started coughing crazily and got angry, the entire family would probably have to bear the consequences. Roar, roar. Mu Jingfeng panted heavily and crawled with his withered claws. He turned his head with difficulty to glare at Arbor. What's wrong with him? Mu Jingyang stomped his feet in anger. Why did he become like this? Mu Jingyuan said indifferently, after taking Tianyun's whatever pill, his body's transformation probably failed. Why is eldest so muddle-headed? Mu Jingyang and Mu Jingzhuang sighed in unison. Seventh uncle Mu Jingrui was also very calm. He shook his head and took out a wooden box to take out a life tablet. Eldest brother's life lamp has already completely shattered. Logically speaking, he should already be dead. Mu Wuzi cried out, it can't be, right? Then eldest uncle right now, isn't he? Corpse puppet? This word popped up in everyone's minds. Mu Jingrui threw the box into the iron cage and sighed. Eldest brother is muddle-headed. Mu Jingfeng suddenly pounced over, but he was stopped by the iron bars. He was squeezed between the iron bars, and his deformed face was firmly pressed against the iron pillar. His two eyeballs were practically unable to move as he stared at Xiaomu from the corner of his eyes. I'll bury me with your mother. Mu Jingfeng pounced over to stare at Arbor, only to spit out this sentence with much difficulty. Everyone was startled and looked at him in astonishment. Could a corpse puppet still have a clear mind? What did this mean? It meant that Tianyun's methods might have completely leveled up. Would the corpse puppets they created in the future still retain the wills of the people when they were alive, or would they all have thoughts? If that was the case, it would be even harder to deal with. A corpse puppet's body that was impervious to swords and weapons, in addition to a brain that could think, would it be able to compete with a cultivator's world? Xiaomu gazed at him coldly. Mu Jingfeng's mutilated and mutated body was clearly reflected in her eyes, which were only bones without a shadow of a person. Everyone saw that Mu Jingfeng, who was a corpse puppet, actually shivered in a very human-like manner. When they saw the cold light in the young family head's eyes, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Too cold, the young family head's eyes were so heartless that it was simply frightening. You're not worthy. She coldly spat out these 3 words, but each word was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly struck everyone's hearts. That pitiful Mu Jingfeng already had no eyelids. Otherwise, his eyelids would probably tremble a bit. At that moment, even his bean-like eyes didn't move. They just stared sluggishly at Arbor. Mu Jingfeng, until the end of my life, my mother, will never forgive you. You don't deserve to be buried with her. Look at yourself. You're just a pile of bones and a disgusting body. Do you have the nerve to sully her eyes? Don't be so pretentious before you die. You don't trust her at all, and you don't love her either. You don't deserve her from head to toe, even your hair. In this lifetime, I won't have the chance to see her one last time. The little stoic's abnormally malicious words simply shattered everyone's hearts and souls. The elders looked at her in shock. Old Patriarch Mutsong's hand that was holding onto his cane was trembling slightly. They didn't know what words to use to describe the shock in their hearts at this moment. The little stoic's decisiveness, viciousness, straightforwardness, and sternness practically suffocated everyone. When the elderly patriarch looked back again, he saw that Mu Jingfeng had already stopped trembling and was silently hanging on that metal pillar. His pitch-black eyes were staring fixedly in the direction that the little stoic turned to leave. Jingfeng. The elderly patriarch gripped his cane as tears streamed down his aged face. This was his biological son. He had raised him by his side and nurtured him since he was young. Now that he had to send off his own son, it was always sad. Arbor ran all the way out of the dungeon with a long water spirit whip in his hand. With 2 whooshes, he flattened the 2 stone statues in front of him. She clenched her fingers tightly. Until her husband quickly floated over and hugged her in his arms. He gently pried open her fingers one by one. Jojo, don't be sad, okay? Don't you think I'm cruel? Don't you think I'm abnormally vicious? I didn't even agree to a dying person's request. How heartless I am, how ruthless and heartless. But I don't want him to disturb my mother's rest. Because he doesn't deserve it. Nonsense. Jojo is the most soft-hearted person in the world. Mo Lian hugged her and gently comforted her. He really doesn't deserve it. When they first returned to China, although Jojo didn't say it, Mo Lian knew in her heart that she had some expectations. She would be nice to anyone who showed her kindness. However, Mu Jingfeng personally, bit by bit, destroyed this originally thin father-daughter relationship with his own hands. I'll definitely kill the person who gave him the drug and told him to die. This is the last bit of obligation I can do for him as his daughter. She would avenge her father. Whoever killed him, she would kill that person. He should be fond of your mother. Mo Lian was silent for a while before finally saying. Arbor sneered. I don't want that kind of impure feeling. Perhaps, Mu Jingfeng always thought that the person he liked was his childhood sweetheart, Mu Xianxia. He was unhappy that his family had married his mother. Or perhaps, after his mother left, he suddenly realized his own feelings and began to look for substitutes all day long, hoping to find some of his mother's shadow from them. For example, his mistress, Yuan Xiong had eyes that resembled his mother's. However, it was only a slight resemblance. No one could become Long Chuyun, and no one could be Long Chuyun. Long Chuyun was already dead. She could never come back. The past was the past. There was no turning back. Arbor didn't stay long in the Mu family and left. Old Master Mu was saddened by the death of his eldest son. Since it was an undignified death, he ordered his men to burn the body at the back of the mountain. He found a secluded place, erected a cenotaph, and sent someone to inform Arbor. After Arbor sent the Mu family away, he stood quietly in front of the window for a long time. In the end, he didn't say anything. Mo Lian walked in from outside. When he saw his wife's sullen expression, he couldn't help but frown. He walked up to her and hugged her. It's all in the past. Don't think too much about it, okay? Arbor nodded. Let's not think about it. There's no point in thinking about it. Now that we've touched the pastry that is the city of shadows, the celestial luck will surely retaliate. We have to be prepared. Alright, you don't have to think too much about these troublesome matters. Leave them all to your husband. Mo Lian lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Go to sleep first. Baby Mo will only be happy if you sleep well. Arbor touched his belly and thought that he was right. Even if she didn't sleep, baby Mo had to sleep. For the sake of Jojo's baby, she had to have a good sleep. Who would have thought that her husband was implying that the baby Mo in her stomach would only start to meditate after she fell asleep? It wasn't that her husband was blindly guessing. He had discovered it after days of careful observation. He felt that his conjecture was quite accurate. This mother and son pair was truly interesting. During the day, she would meditate and cultivate. When they slept at night, he would meditate and cultivate. They really complemented each other quite well. Sir Jojo didn't notice that her husband secretly rolled his eyes at her stomach. The next day, Arbor woke up early and was planning to take a group of little radishes for a stroll in the garden when she encountered Duan Muqing, who was walking up the steps. Duan Muqing was dressed in a cyan robe and appeared to be in high spirits. Arbor hastily walked closer to him and sized him up, her gaze landing on his wrist. The little stoic's face involuntarily darkened. The latter hastily explained, "Don't worry, it's just a small injury. I just tied it up to put on an act recently." In reality, the wound has already subsided. After that day, the bleeding stopped long ago, and the scars are almost gone. "Actually, you didn't have to do this," the little stoic muttered softly. However, Duan Muqing smiled faintly at her. "There's nothing wrong with me. Jojo, there's no need to worry. I'm just putting on a show to the public." Arbor grunted in response. She naturally understood. At that time, Lotus announced to the public that Yellow Crane's team was leading everyone to research the antidote under her instructions. Duanmu immediately went with the flow and cut his own wrist. He played along with Lotus's words and finished the show. It was all to prove that the holy fruit was ineffective. They still had to concoct the antidote themselves and cooperate with the pharmacists. They weren't willing to see Sir Jojo become the target of public criticism, even though these targeted citizens probably couldn't do anything to her. But they just weren't willing. They weren't willing to see Jojo receive such a bad reputation. Arbor knew their thoughts, but she was still unwilling to see Duan Muqing disregard his own life every time. She glanced at him and slapped a bottle of medicine into his hand. "1 pill a day to replenish your blood and qi." Duan Muqing was taken aback and was momentarily speechless. Heavens, he had only made 2 small cuts on his wrists. With his current level of cultivation, did he need to replenish his qi and blood in such a comical manner? It's unacceptable for a man to not cherish himself. Sir Jojo waved his hand at him and said with a cold face, "Be careful of your qi and blood." Duan Muqing had a dazed expression on his face as he watched Sir Jojo stomp down the stairs. A hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched the bottle of medicine from his hand. "Hey, Duanmu, is that the medicine that Jojo gave you to replenish your qi and blood? Doesn't your vitality look good? Why do you need to replenish it?" Duan Muqing looked at the little fatty in front of him speechlessly. He uncorked the bottle and poured out a pill. "Since Jojo told you to take it, it must be for your own good. Hurry up and eat. Don't let Jojo worry." Duan Muqing looked at him expressionlessly. He silently took the bottle and stuffed it into his arms. Then, he stared at the pill in the little fatty's hand. "Hurry up and eat it. Don't let Jojo down." The little fatty stuffed the pill into his hand and urged him. Duan Muqing had no choice but to swallow the pill in one gulp. In the next second, he froze on the spot. The word bitter was written all over his face. Heavens, Jojo was such a scammer. This was really bitter. It was the first time in his life that he had taken such bitter medicine. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Xianxia, who had been hiding at the side, suddenly jumped out and laughed wildly while slapping her thigh. How much coptis did Jojo add to the medicine that replenished Duanmu's blood and qi? It was so bitter that Duanmu was showing an expression. Jojo was so funny, ha 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 ha. She used this bitter medicine to punish Duan Muqing for acting on his own accord and not taking himself seriously. Xianxia looked at Duan Muqing sympathetically and patted his shoulder. "Remember to take it every day until Jojo tells you to stop. Otherwise, Jojo will ignore you." Duan Muqing's face was completely scrunched up. His gaze followed Xuanxuan's laughing figure, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. What kind of stupid teammate was this? How dare she laugh at him? Qin Hong flipped over all the items on the table and glared at the guard who reported the news. "Are you sure? This is the news from Lord Qin Herb." "I'm very sure," the guard said hurriedly with his head lowered. Lord Qin Herb also said that he hasn't fully recovered yet, so he temporarily returned to the City of Shadows with Mu Jinghong and her daughter's stairway talisman to heal. "Idiot!" Qin Hong scolded. "Idiot, idiot." They were all idiots. They couldn't even do such a small thing well. What else could he use them for? The guard lowered his head and didn't say anything. At this time, he would be punished by the patriarch if he said anything wrong. For safety's sake, he should speak less. What have eldest young master and second young master been doing recently? Eldest young master has been listening to music and watching dances in the courtyard. Miss Ran is serving him by his side. Huh. Qin Hong laughed instead of being angry. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. He seems to be living a carefree life. The guard didn't dare to say anything. What else could he say? If Lord Qin was here, he would still listen to Patriarch Qin and scold eldest young master. He was just a small guard and didn't dare to say anything. It was safer to say nothing. Where's second young master? I haven't been able to find second young master's whereabouts recently. The guard lowered his head even more. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, family head Qin slapped him across the face. The guard groaned inwardly. Following the momentum of the palm wind, he rolled to the door and hurriedly rolled twice on the ground to show that he really had to accept his punishment. Scram! Qin Hong got angry when he saw him like that. As expected, he roared at him. The guard heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly covered the crooked hat on his head and rushed out in a panic. They are all troublesome things. Qin Hong angrily smashed an inkstone beside him, a trace of anger flashing through his heart. He had asked Mu Xiaoxue to do something for him, and it turned out to be like this. This young lady's ability to handle matters was truly incomparable to her mother's. One was up in the sky while the other was down on the ground. It was really depressing. Qinpa angrily sat down and flung off her robe. She wanted to pick up the kettle, but when she looked, she found that everything on the table had been thrown to the ground. Bastard! He slammed the table and shouted outside, "Are all the people outside dead? Hurry and clean up this place for this patriarch." Two trembling servants came in and quickly cleaned up the place with their heads lowered. Then, they brewed a new pot of tea for family head Qin. Qin Hong's face was cold. He drank half a bellyful of tea. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. With a bang, he put down the teacup and walked out. Where's eldest young master? He didn't do proper work all day and didn't think about how to complete his mission. Instead, he mingled with some orioles and swallows. How did he give birth to such a disappointing son? Eldest young master is at Xianlan Mountain's small courtyard, the guard said with trepidation. That was eldest young master's own property in the capital. It wasn't like the shops of the Heavenly Fate organization that Prince Mo had ordered people to seize and raid. The two young masters had many open and secret properties, and most of them were still in good condition. These two were shrewd people. They basically entrusted all kinds of shops to various shopkeepers, so they hid it well. Qin Hong's face was filled with anger. Go. If anyone dares to blabber, inform him and I'll kill you. He wanted to see how carefree this eldest son of his was. When everyone saw that family head Qin was angry, they hastily followed him with fear and trepidation. In the capital, one naturally couldn't wantonly ride spirit beasts on the streets, much less ride flying beasts. Not everyone had the same privilege as the young crown prince consort. If an ordinary person dared to use a flying spirit beast to approach the capital, they would probably be mistaken for invaders. Family head Qin obediently had someone prepare a carriage, and he angrily headed for Xianlan Mountain. Xianlan Mountain was located in the eastern district near the city gate. It was neighboring to the Qin estate's original residence, but because it was separated by Xianxia Lake, it was still quite a distance to go around. Ever since the Qin estate's Heavenly Fate identity was exposed, Prince Mo, that shameless person, directly led people to seize the Qin estate. The land within 100 kilometers of Xianxia Lake, including all of the Qin estate's medicine gardens, incense gardens, and so on, were all included in the imperial court's assets. This stinking, shameless crown prince moved so quickly that it made one's hair stand on end. Ever since the crown prince returned from the River of Forgetfulness and entered the capital, he had already made such a big move. He swiftly seized the Qin estate, confiscated all of the Qin family's properties in the capital, and dispatched troops to guard Xianxia Lake. Was he shameless? He was extremely shameless. He and that stoic-faced crown princess were simply a perfect match. They were a pair of black-hearted and shameless goods. Bah! Family head Qin spat at His Highness the Crown Prince the entire way. He circled around Xianxia Lake's encampment and angrily rushed to Fragrant Orchid Mountain's small resort. Fragrant Orchid Mountain was not large, but because of the beautiful environment, many wealthy families had bought land and houses nearby and built their own gardens. There were also many farmsteads at the foot of Xianlan Mountain. When the tenant farmers saw the carriage coming, they only glanced at it and didn't do much. Family head Qin had the carriage follow the spiraling mountain path and arrive at the entrance of his eldest son's manor halfway up the mountain. There was a plaque hanging at the entrance of the villa with the words "Heavenly Wind" written on it. There were also 2 bronze lions placed at the entrance, which was quite awe-inspiring. When family head Qin got out of the carriage, he was so angry that he laughed. Look at this son of his. Planting willows at the front door and planting flowers at the back door, he really lived a very carefree life. Every day, he had to deal with the organization's matters. He couldn't sleep well night after night, but this guy was still here leisurely. Bang! Family head Qin got angry and kicked the door. The door was tightly shut and didn't move at all. It seemed like this stinky brat had set up a restriction. Where did he put his crooked thoughts? Why didn't he put this attentiveness and patience into the organization's business? That was a long-term foundation that the ancestor had laid down step by step, unfilial son. Bang, bang. Family head Qin stepped forward and kicked the door a couple more times. Seeing that he couldn't kick the door open, he said exasperatedly, "Are you all dead? Come over here and take down this door." Patriarch, there are many villas in Xianxia Mountain, and there are also many rich people. Everyone knows who you are. What if someone sees you? Patriarch Qin was furious. What? Is this patriarch unpresentable? F***ck, it's not that patriarch is unpresentable, but the current situation doesn't allow you to see anyone. Once you show your arrogance, the imperial court might immediately get wind that this is the Qin estate's property. It will be seized and returned to the national treasury at any time. Creak. As he spoke, the door opened from the inside, revealing a small gap. A red-clothed young man who was wearing revealing clothes and showing off his beautiful legs hurriedly ushered family head Qin in like a thief. He lowered his voice and said, "Family head, lower your voice. Don't alarm the neighbors and attract people here. This is the private property that young master saved with great difficulty. If it's gone, young master won't know where to live." The guards behind Patriarch Qin twitched their mouths at the same time. They could clearly see that the vein on Patriarch Qin's forehead was throbbing several times. He was probably so angry that his brain was congested. He came to visit his son, and his son greeted him like a thief. Where was his dignity as the patriarch of the family? He would be a joke if word got out. "Where's boss? Where is he? Get him to come out and see me immediately." Patriarch Qin angrily rebuked, but that red-clothed young man hurriedly came up and covered his mouth. That fragrant wind blew in his face, making Patriarch Qin so angry that his head kept throbbing. What kind of coquettish sluts were these? Men didn't act like men, all of them revealing their chests and legs. Could it be that his son had been led astray by these coquettish sluts? Abruptly flinging that young man's hand away, Qin Hong pointed at him and was about to shout. Hong Yi hurriedly opened the door a little and beckoned everyone in with his finger. "Hurry, hurry, come in. Let's talk inside." The guards' mouths twitched fiercely. They lowered their heads and hurriedly followed their master into the room. Reddy slammed the door shut, patted her chest, and winked at the crowd. "Aya, you scared me to death. This is one of young master's few private properties. If it's seized, then our family can only sleep on the streets." Qin Hong pointed at Hong Yi and roared, "Scram!" Hong Yi quickly turned around and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone was speechless. F***ck, what kind of weirdos are those around eldest young master? Family head Qin was so angry that he was panting. Then, he saw a person slowly walking over from a small path. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, he actually covered several miles with each step. In an instant, he was right in front of them. "Greetings, family head." The handsome man bowed to family head Qin. Family head Qin had a belly full of anger. "Where's Xianxia? Tell him to come see me. This subordinate has already informed the young master. Patriarch, please take a seat here for a moment." Family head Qin angrily followed Fan Meng through the corridors and aisles. They entered the side door of the garden and arrived at a tea pavilion. Then, they heard a lazy voice laughing. "Father, I heard that you made a scene at the front door. What are you doing? This son doesn't have many private properties in the capital. If you make a scene and everyone knows about it, it will definitely attract that brat surnamed Mo, who will seize my property as well." The elderly patriarch turned around to take a look. He was so angry that his nose twitched. His eldest son is sitting next to the swing, with a table in front of him. He's tasting good wine and good food. Beside him are two graceful beauties who are covering their mouths and chuckling. There's a lead dancer on the lawn in front, followed by a string of women. Compared to others, it's really infuriating. While he was painstakingly planning for the organization day and night, making plans for the organization until he was bald. His eldest son is here singing and dancing, feasting day and night. There's no trace of his second son, not even a ghost shadow can be seen. These are his two most outstanding sons. It's all because of that little slut. So he wants to kill that little slut and fish up his two outstanding sons from the abyss. Achoo, achoo. Arbor sneezes a few times, looking around with a puzzled face. Is someone secretly cursing Jojo? Why do I feel like something's wrong with my whole body when I come out today? Don't tell me I've been cursed by someone. The two little radish heads who are playing in front of her jump and run to her side. They shake her sleeve and say, Xianxia. Benefactress. Arbor expressionlessly looks at Guangguang Darren. The little monk turns around with a startled face and also stares at Guangguang Darren. I'm the one who called her benefactress. Then you've already called her Xianxia. Can't I call her benefactress? You should call her aunt. The little monk angrily corrects. I'll call your sister aunt. I'm a condensing mirror who has lived for 10,000 years. You want me to call? Ouch. Guangguang Darren's head gets hit by Arbor. Then you should also call her Xianxia, lest you get it wrong. The little monk pinches his bald head. Such a small child, calling himself a senior all the time, it's simply comical. What? Guangguang Darren stares at the little monk with a stupefied face. Can he, a condensing mirror who has lived for 10,000 years, put down his old face? Impossible. Arbor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly picked him up and pulled the little monk with one hand. You two aren't young anymore. From tomorrow onwards, after you finish your morning classes, go to the kindergarten. Otherwise, these two little rascals would spend all day fighting chickens and walking dogs, playing crazily day and night without proper manners. A bolt from the blue, Guangguang and Guangguang looked at each other. Both of them could see the word suffering written on each other's faces. Mother. The little monk raised his head in protest. Why? Learning culture is the only way out in the future. Otherwise, do you want to be an illiterate little monk? The little stoic said expressionlessly, Mother, I also learned along the way back then. But Principal Yun said that you haven't graduated from the royal school. You're listening to his nonsense. The little stoic ground her teeth. She didn't beat her nephew Yun Yunji enough back then. But I've even read the Buddhist scriptures many times. That won't do, it's not like you'll be a monk your whole life, the little stoic muttered. Mother, what are you muttering about? I'm not muttering anything. The little stoic pinched his meaty little hand. Don't be scared, little monkey will accompany you to study. You two have a companion, and Guangguang will accompany you, so you don't need to be scared. Guangguang Darren was stupefied and baffled. What was going on? A condensing mirror still had to go to school. You're freaking kidding me, right? Arbor took out 3 porcelain bottles that looked like jelly beans on the outside but were actually pills. Are you going? Yes. Little monkey pounced over from behind and kept nodding his head while hanging from her leg. The little monk also nodded and raised his small hand to pick up the medicine. This move was quite useful against foodies. Arbor nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Guangguang, who had a conflicted expression. Are you going or not? Guangguang snatched the porcelain bottle from her hand and muttered, I'm not going for the sake of the pills. I'm going to protect them. Humph. If it weren't for Sir Guangguang's protection, who knew if these two weaklings could survive past 3 days, Arbor's lips curled into a faint smile. You're the best. Then it's settled. I'll send someone to escort you there tomorrow. You have to work hard, understand? Mother will test you on what you've learned when we get back. Sir Condensing Mirror, whose actual age was over 10,000 years old but who only appeared to be around 3 years old, nodded very solemnly. The little monkey, whose actual age was over 300 years old but who appeared to be 5 years old, also nodded very solemnly. We will study well. After the new year, the little monk, Kong Kong, who was 6 years old and half a head taller than these 2 old monsters, nodded reluctantly with a bitter expression. All right then. After reaching a consensus with the three children, Arbor was also quite happy on the inside. With one in her arms, one hanging from her leg, and one holding her hand, Prince Mo saw his wifey dragging three children in her direction from afar. He immediately dashed forward and took the condensing mirror from her arms. "Jojo, where are you going?" "We're going for a walk in the garden." Arbor held the little monk's hand and looked up at Mo Lien. "I'll go with you." Mo Lien immediately pulled over the little monkey hanging from Jojo's leg to lighten the burden on his wifey's leg. Qiu said that Shintu Jing, who was previously imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment, might be about to die. "I'll go in and take a look later." Xiaomu and Mo Lien led the little radish heads to the garden. After walking around a few times, they let the three of them go off to have fun. The little stoic yawned. "I'm going to sleep in the star domain later. Recently, I feel that baby Mo especially likes to stay in the star domain. When I come out for a long time, he will remind me to go in." "That's because this fellow cultivates at night and likes to stay in a place filled with divine energy," Mo Lien muttered softly. Arbor turned to look at him. "Husband, what are you muttering about?" Mo Lien reached out and grabbed her. "Nothing much." "Wifey, why don't you sleep in the star domain tonight?" Arbor thought about it and nodded. "I don't have much to do recently, so I'll go to the star field and stay there for a while." Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. She looked at her husband and said, "After I got pregnant, I actually didn't like to stay in the star field." "Do you know why?" Mo Lien held back her laughter and nodded. "Because you stayed in the star field for a long time. When you came out, you realized that only 3 to 5 days had passed. This way, you'll feel as if you've been pregnant with baby Mo for several years." The little stoic patted the back of her husband's hand in passing. "Husband, you understand me too well. But in truth, if you don't have anything to do, just stay in the star field and draw talismans and refine pills. If you're mentally strong, you can also personally plant medicinal herbs." The main reason was that firstly, it would be safe and reassuring. Secondly, baby Mo liked it. If this fellow cultivated, perhaps it would be twice the result with half the effort. The little stoic nodded reluctantly. "All right then. I'll go visit Shintu Jing later and won't come out if there's nothing." Then the three little ones, "Tomorrow, I'll arrange for them to go to the preschool to study and train. I'll leave you for a while." These three little rascals were truly troublesome. His wife was not in good spirits recently, so it was best to let her rest and recuperate. Xiaomu yawned again and said with a nod, "Then keep a good eye on them." "Recently, Mo. I don't know what she's up to. I saw her meditating for a long time." "Forget it, just let her be. You worry too much. Everyone is doing quite well. You, on the other hand, must be well nourished and be happy for me every day." Mo Lien cupped her small face and planted a kiss on her cheek. "You're not allowed to make me worry." "What do I have to worry about?" Arbor looked into the distance. Looking at the three little radishes playing together, he curled his lips in amusement. A 10,000-year-old bachelor actually gets along so well with two little kids. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. It's just that it sounds a little old. Actually, it's been suppressed in the abyss for so long, so it doesn't have any intelligence at all. Its intelligence is about the same as Kong Kong's. Then Kong Kong is much more mature than him." Arbor shook his head in amusement. "It's pretty good to be a child." Arbor sighed softly. How could there be so many complicated things in a child's world? They could laugh and play, fight today, and make up tomorrow. Mo Lien reached out to pinch her nose. "Relax, you're not allowed to think too much." Sir Jojo turned and bit him, tilting his head mischievously. "Got it." Mo Lien stroked his chin, unsure whether to laugh or cry. On the other side, family head Qin stared at a maidservant who bowed and retreated after serving tea. He was so angry that he almost smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground. "Qin Xian." Family head Qin sternly called his son's full name. Eldest young master Qin was leaning lazily against the swing. His hand trembled when he was caught off guard by the old master's yell. He almost spilled all the wine from the wine glass he was holding. "Father, what are you doing?" Eldest Xianxia Qin looked back helplessly at his unusually indignant old father and pursed his lips in exasperation. Father, it's bad for your liver to be angry. It's better for you to calm down a little. You also know that anger is harmful to the liver, and you also know that you should calm down your old father's emotions. Then why can't you work harder for your old father? Pack up and follow me back. Where are you going? Eldest Xianxia Qin was rather exasperated. He stared at his father and said, Father, can you focus on your career and not meddle in your son's affairs? Qin Po was so angry that her teeth itched. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you want to betray the organization now that your wings have hardened? Qin Xian sighed. He put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up. Don't you take care of those matters in the organization? It won't collapse. Smoke rose from the top of Qin Hong's head as he roared angrily, after the failure of the kingdom of Daluo, you also have to think of countermeasures for the future. Don't forget, forefather has high hopes for you two brothers. Qin Xian's eyes flashed. I understand, father. Qin Hong was even angrier when he saw his son's poor attitude. The problem was, what was the use of just knowing? If he didn't take action, everything would be zero. Xianer, don't forget our mission. Qin Hong looked at him seriously and said, don't be muddle-headed. You mustn't give up your bright future because of a woman. Father, what are you saying? Eldest Xianxia Qin interrupted him with a grin. Don't you understand my temperament? He understood this son of his too well. He looked like he was indulging in debauchery. If he had always been like this to all women, then he would be at ease. But now, he felt that, this punk treated that D*MNB*TCH differently. He could tell during the previous incident at the Red River Canyon. Back then, he sent so many people and used so many spirit stone cannons in order to annihilate the little Stoics group in one fell swoop. His primary target was actually that Stoic face. He wanted to kill this uncertain factor, but with her standing in the way, he felt that his two sons weren't that reliable when working for the organization. They were bound by her influence. As long as she died, everything would be easy to handle in the future. Moreover, he indeed wanted to kill those elite disciples from the patrician families. The best method was to capture the corpses and use corpse poison without restraint to see how valiant these mutated elite disciples could be. In the end, because boss sent Gong Song Feng, the underground hall's hall master, to intervene, the entire operation was completely bound and couldn't operate normally. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless trouble. This was why he was so vexed. Later on, he kept wanting to kill the Stoic face, but things always went against his wishes. This also included the fact that his two sons sabotaged the operation. The more they valued this Stoic face, the angrier he became. Fortunately, this matter hadn't been exposed to the ancestor yet. If the ancestor knew, they probably wouldn't end well either. Father, don't worry. Give me some time to think it over. I promise to help you think of a good way to oppose the imperial court, eldest Xianxia Qin said to his old father with a chuckle. It's best that you can think this way. Qin Hong reminded him worriedly, the matter in the state of Daluo was a complete failure. I think there's no need to continue with that Lilier plan. Eldest Xianxia Qin's eyes flickered, and he softly made a sound of agreement. Qin Hong suddenly paused, and he abruptly turned to stare at his eldest son. Do you know where your second brother went? These two brats were like dogs biting dogs all day long. On the surface, they were polite, but on the inside, they were wrestling with each other. He didn't know where his second son had gone, but it was impossible for his eldest son to not know, because his eldest son would definitely keep an eye on his second son's movements. Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something and cried out involuntarily, could it be that second brother has gone to the Pingjin Prairie? He went to exterminate those Lilier? Otherwise, why would they suddenly lose track of their whereabouts without any news at all? This meant that second brother was not in the imperial capital at all. The old nest of the country of Daluo had already been annihilated once by the Tsang prefecture's emperor. Now, it was pretty much in decline. However, Lilier's hidden base had always been well hidden and had never been discovered. Only his family knew where Lilier's experimental base was. He's crazy. Qin Hong shuddered and hurriedly walked out. No, he had to stop his son. His actions were tantamount to betraying the entire Sky Fate organization. If the old ancestor knew about this, Qin Hong could not imagine how the old ancestor would punish his outstanding son. He couldn't let his son be ruined by a woman. Father. Eldest youngster Qin flashed in front of him and said with a smile, "Why are you so flustered? You knew long ago, didn't you? When did he leave? Tell me. Hurry up and tell me." He set off the night before yesterday. The base should be in ruins by now, the eldest youngster said with a smile. Why did you do that? Qin Mu reprimanded angrily. Father, don't you think those things are disgusting? Eldest youngster Qin blinked innocently. I wanted to gouge out their eyeballs the first time I saw them. You guys. Qin Hong muttered to himself. Crazy, really crazy, crazy. No matter how bad those things were, they were nurtured by Tianyun. They were also part of the organization. Even if they were to be destroyed, it shouldn't be his second son who personally led people to destroy them. Only when the old ancestor gave the order that he didn't want these things could they be destroyed. But now, he muttered to himself, what the hell was this? Your second uncle found out about this. Second uncle has always been serving the patriarch. If father doesn't say anything, I don't say anything, and we don't say anything, who will know? Your second uncle has been eyeing my position this whole time. Qin Mu reprimanded angrily. If he finds out, you should know what will happen to your second brother. Don't worry, father. He won't find out. Qin Mu shook his head fiercely, still muttering, crazy, you guys are really crazy. What exactly is so good about that stoic face that you guys treat her like this? No matter how well you treat her, you are still enemies in that stoic face's eyes. Do you understand? Eldest youngster Qin nodded obediently. MHM, I know. Father, don't worry too much. Go back. How about staying for dinner before leaving? Qin Hong forcefully flung his son's hand away and angrily turned to stride out. He said hatefully, you two brothers will be buried in this vicious woman's hands sooner or later. Eldest youngster Qin watched his father leave aggrievedly. He turned to exchange a glance with Fan Meng, who was standing silently behind him. Why is father so impatient? Old clan head is also worried about young master. Fan Meng said slowly. Do you think the little stoic will kill me? He muttered softly, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking Fan Meng. After a long while, he still didn't hear Fan Meng reply. Qin Xian curiously turned around to look at him, only to see that he was lost in thought, and his thoughts were nowhere to be found. A cool breeze blew past. Zhao Qiran had already stopped dancing and was currently gazing at the northern sky, lost in thought. Far away, in a secret place in the black gold swamp of the Pingjin Prairie. The flames that filled the sky dyed half of the sky red. Qin Xian led Du Guling and the others to the entrance of the cave, looking coldly at the group of women who were crying in a mess. The entrance of the cave had been completely sealed off by iron pillars. At this moment, the women were all blocking the entrance of the cave. They were crying and wailing across the red-hot iron pillars. They didn't care that their hands were pressed against the pillars, and their skin and flesh were already burnt to a crisp. Their eyes were filled with terror as they cried and begged for mercy, howling loudly. The faces were all squeezed at the entrance of the cave, struggling to breathe in the fresh air. Unfortunately, none of them were able to come out. Even when one of them reached out and tried to pry open an iron pillar, she was hit by a lightning bolt. But soon, she realized that her hand had been hit by someone. Her entire arm fell into the fire and was burned away in an instant. I can finally burn these things, young Master Omega Kotoku said expressionlessly. A light chuckle came from behind. I was wondering why it was so lively here. So they were burning corpses. The second young master's gaze turned severe, and he coldly turned around to look at the young man who raised his hand to greet him. Why is family headlong here? Second young master doesn't need to guard against me. Long Yin waved his hand at him with a grin. I'm not interested in your Qin estate's internal strife, and I won't speak carelessly to others and expose second young master's movements. Young Master Omega Kotoku stared at him coldly. And then? Nothing. Long Yin was still chuckling as he glanced at the second young master and said, I was just passing by and was slightly curious when I saw the thick smoke here. Passing by, you freaking passed by the river of forgetfulness and came to the Pingjin Prairie. Do you think others are stupid, or are you stupid? What kind of path did you take? Long Yan took the opportunity to look forward and clicked his tongue repeatedly. It seems that all these lily are here. Second young master is indeed generous to dispose of all the lily in one go. If the little stoic knew about this, she would definitely be very happy. Sikong Fuling, who was following behind young master Long, harumphed and muttered inwardly, happy my ass. Regardless of whether she was happy or unhappy, her eternally unchanging stoic face was always cold and infuriating. Family Head Long is also quite generous. Young Master Omega Kotoku glanced at him meaningfully. Unifying the river of forgetfulness in just a few short months, your methods are truly outstanding. You flatter me. It's just that the Long clan of forgetfulness has a great foundation and I'm merely inheriting the foundation of my ancestors. Ha, ha ha. Omega Kotoku glanced at him coldly. You're too modest, Master Long. You are now the family head of the Forgotten River Dragon clan. He was also the leader of the demon sect. Being overly humble was equivalent to being arrogant. Omega Kotoku said coldly, the Wangchuan Duo clan only exists in name. The other two small aristocratic families of the River of Forgetfulness are no match for your dragon clan. Aside from Murong of the River of Forgetfulness, you, as the head of the Long family, can be considered the most powerful family in the River of Forgetfulness. Ayaya, I didn't expect second young master to praise me like this. Long Yan laughed heartily, looking very happy. As expected of my partner, your analysis is on point. Second young master said expressionlessly, what are you doing here? Don't talk about passing by, it was on the way. So fake. Long Yan blinked and chuckled as he nodded. Alright. Let's be frank with each other. As for me, I happened to pass by the Tsang prefecture 2 days ago and noticed that someone was acting strangely. Young Master Omega Kotoku's eyes flickered. Couldn't Duanyu be kinder? What kind of trouble was he up to now? He was even more detestable than when he was in the lower star domain. He would jump out from time to time like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Right, you didn't guess wrong. That person is acting strangely. That person gathered 30,000 elite troops from the 3 prefectures and personally led the troops. From the direction I saw, they seemed to be heading straight for the City of Shadows. That 30,000 soldiers is merely an overt move. I feel that with this guy's black-bellied level, it's impossible for him to only bring 30,000 people over. He must have set up many spies, and he might have even secretly ordered people to bring another 300,000 soldiers as reinforcements. Duga Ling's small fan nearly fell from his hand. He revealed a shocked expression. It can't be that bad, right? Would His Majesty of Tsang Province be so shameless? With the elites of the 3 provinces gathered, 30,000 soldiers are still not enough to take down a City of Shadows? He wants to secretly cause a commotion with 300,000 soldiers? No way, did he have to be like this? Do you know what he can do when he's shameless? Long Yun chuckled. We have to guard against him, don't we? The second young master expressionlessly said, it's not like he's shameless for the first time. He and that MO fellow were simply different tunes to the same effect. They were both shameless people and were more adept at deceiving others. Duga Ling hastily picked up his small fan and waved it. Then are we going over? Of course we're going. Family Head Long revealed a warm-hearted expression. But we can't just go like this. We have to make all the necessary preparations before going. Duga Ling glanced at him. It seems you already have a very good plan? Tell me, the second young master coldly said. We can lure the enemy deep into the city and then encircle and annihilate them one by one. Long Yun's smile deepened. Duga Ling's eyes widened. You mean, we're going to use the empty fort strategy and invite the enemy into the trap? Young Master Dugu is brilliant, Long Yun praised. It was so effortless to talk to smart people. He only had to say the first half, and the other party could immediately guess the second half. Young Master Omega Kotoku glanced at him and said aloofly, I can tell you very responsibly that this isn't a bad idea. However, Duanyu isn't a fool and might not fall for your trap. That's not true. The more conceited and intelligent a person is, the less likely they are to consider everything thoroughly. That person is also like that. Young Master Omega Kotoku's expression involuntarily flickered when he heard this, and he quietly said, then this young master will wait and see, in the knockoff Tower of Punishment. As soon as Arbor entered the first floor, he saw the residual shadow of the small tree swaying back and forth on the opposite wall. The branches were swaying and dancing, and the residual shadow was emitting weird laughter. He felt as if he had entered the first level of hell. It's me. Arbor rolled his eyes weakly. Chocho's afterimage immediately stopped swaying and asked in a methodical manner, Master, please feel free to look around. From the 1st to the 12th floor, each floor has a new experience. Which floor is Shintujing on? Shintujing is now in the 6th layer of the Forest of Thousand Blades. Arbor said expressionlessly, send me there. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing at the entrance of the 6th floor. Looking into Arbor, the simulated environment was really a small forest. However, what was hanging on the tree were not leaves, but small shiny throwing knives. He saw Shintujing hanging from a huge tree on the verge of death. Her entire body was bleeding, and it was impossible to see how many small bloody holes there were on her body. You said she was looking for me? That's right, Master. She said she wanted to tell you something and begged you to give her a straightforward way to die. It looked like this Shintujing was really screwed over by the sapling Chocho to actually say something like this. Chocho, wake her up, Arbor said. Yes, Master. The little treant abruptly hopped on the ground and stomped its tiny feet. Several thin, sharp blades fell from the top of Shintujing's head and pierced through the back of her ears with a few whooshes. A squeal akin to a pig being slaughtered abruptly rang out. Shintujing couldn't help but shudder. When she opened her eyes and saw the little stoic's expressionless face, she actually heaved a sigh of relief and wailed mournfully, Crown Princess, I've thought about it and remembered the location of Lily Er's base. I'll tell you right now. This is the last thing I know. I've already told you everything I know. Please finish me off immediately, Crown Princess. Give me a quick death. Arbor blinked. She didn't expect that the knockoff Tower of Punishment that Sapling set up would actually frighten a demoness to the point of crying and even repeatedly asking for death. Sapling was truly capable. Arbor glanced at Chocho, who had its head held high and was pacing back and forth with its hands on its hips, and couldn't resist saying, although your Tower of Punishment is a knockoff. But now, it looks rather formidable. That's only natural, Master. Chocho shouted with its hands on its hips, don't look down on my Tower of Punishment. My Tower of Punishment is only a few levels lower than the one set up by Heavenly Law. Arbor hooked her finger at it. Chocho jumped into her palm. Arbor stroked it and paused for a moment before suddenly asking, did you hear strange cries? Oh, it should be coming from the realm of misfortune. Sapling waved its branches without being surprised. Do you still remember, Master? Earlier, you sucked that duo clan member into the heart of misfortune along with a large ship. I remember. Arbor nodded. It was a bit shameful to say that after absorbing the entire fiery nightmare ship, the heart of misfortune was in a saturated state and couldn't absorb anything else. Jojo-sama completely forgot about it. Of course, she wouldn't tell Chocho that she had long forgotten about this matter. So Chocho couldn't see anything from her stoic little face. She answered with a serious expression and even nodded her head in a serious manner. Chocho thought that little Master really remembered this matter, so it jumped up and down enthusiastically and continued, you kept that duo in the realm of misfortune. That unlucky guy gets beaten up by a bunch of wooden people in the realm of misfortune every day. Sometimes, when he escaped, he would run into the 5 disciples of the City of Shadows and get beaten up. I think he's pretty miserable. He's even more miserable than Shintujing. Arbor glanced at Chocho expressionlessly. Chocho's beady eyes suddenly widened as it let out a strange cry. Master Silver, did you forget? You don't even remember the name of that duo something, right? Also, you don't remember the 5 disciples of the City of Shadows either, do you? You took their souls and told them to train in the realm of misfortune until they broke through to the godly realm. Then, you would let them out. They had already broken through to the godly realm level 6 or 7 not long ago, but you haven't done anything yet. I thought you were still unsatisfied with their cultivation, but I didn't expect you to have completely forgotten about them. Heavens, his little master's memory was so bad. Baby Xianxia was so anxious. Needless to say, looking at master's expressionless but actually blank little face, Xianxia already knew that this fellow had completely forgotten everything. It was said that pregnancy makes one stupid for 3 years. Master was also, master. Xianxia sang and hung on a strand of her hair, crying as it tugged at her long hair. You can't be stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. Xiaoqiao's heart will ache, sob sob sob. What are you sobbing about? Arbor's mouth twitched, resisting the urge to slap this little imp away. She secretly told herself to calm down, calm down. This was Xiaoqiao, the most important little friend in her life. She couldn't slap him, she couldn't slap him. She raised her hand and took out the heart of misfortune from her inner world. I'll go in and take a look, she said expressionlessly. Master, the environment inside is too bad. Not to mention the yellow sand everywhere, you even kept some corpse poison sand inside. Although these things won't attack you, it's still dirty. You still shouldn't go in. Just drag them out. Arbor thought about it and felt that little tree's words made sense. Thus, she expressionlessly glanced inside the heart of misfortune. With this glance, her little jaw almost dropped in shock. What did she see? A wild man running wildly, Xiaoqiao. Arbor suddenly shouted. He's covered in tree bark and has a tree branch in his hand. Is he being beaten by a bunch of wooden men? Xiaoqiao said stiffly. Those are the mechanical wooden men that senior apprentice brother Tian Tuzi made. I really sympathize with this duo something. He's being beaten by 17 to 18 mechanical wooden men every day. He's pretty miserable. Xiaoqiao, what's his name again? Master Silver, even you have forgotten his name. How could I possibly remember? Xiaoqiao rolled its eyes speechlessly. Arbor thought so too. She sighed and said to Xiaoqiao, where are my 5 subordinates? Why don't I see them? Master, why don't you take a closer look? This realm of misfortune isn't big, but it's not small either. Do you see that boat? When Xiaomu saw that large fire nightmare ship, she looked up at the deck. Sure enough, she saw 5 disciples from the City of Shadows meditating with their heads lowered. It seemed that the fiery nightmare ship, which had a lot of supplies, had been taken over by the 5 lean disciples. This was the path of the strong. Although the ship originally belonged to Dor or something, in this environment, he couldn't defeat the 5 disciples of the City of Shadows at all. Arbor nodded, his voice faintly entering the ears of the 5 City of Shadows disciples. The 5 of you have all met my requirements. I can release you now. The 5 disciples of the City of Shadows opened their eyes at the same time. A trace of excitement flashed across their eyes. Actually, if the 5 of them were to be said to have been rather disapproving and resentful at the beginning, then they would have been very dissatisfied. As time passed, their ranks rapidly increased in the realm of misfortune. They didn't have any resentment or thoughts anymore. They weren't particularly elite disciples in the City of Shadows. Compared to those outstanding disciples, the 5 of them were nothing at all. Therefore, they were very clear that the realm of misfortune was a powerful place for cultivation. It might also have something to do with the elixirs that their little master had given them. With the help of the elixirs, the environment, and their own efforts, each of them had a qualitative and rapid improvement. This meant that there was no need for them to resent this matter. It was true that they had handed over a strand of their soul, but in reality, they had received countless benefits. If it had been any other time, they might not have been able to improve to this level even after 10, 20, 30 years. By now, they were already completely convinced of his strength. As long as they did not have any second thoughts, their future would be smooth sailing. The 5 of them only felt the scenery in front of them change, and they appeared in a dark green forest. But upon closer inspection, they realized that there were thin green blades hanging from the trees above and all around them. The 5 of them did not dare to ask any more questions, and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Greetings, Master. Arbor nodded slightly and glanced at the 5 of them. The speed of your improvement is not bad. Arbor said, now I can let you out to do something for me. Thank you, Master. The 5 of them were overjoyed and cupped their fists together. From now on, you will be called E1, E2, E3, E4, E5. Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. In the future, all the people cultivated in the realm of misfortune would start with the word E, so she would not forget it. Thank you, Master, for giving us names. Although the names were not much, the fact that their master had given them names meant that he approved of them, and the 5 of them were somewhat happy. Arbor said, you should be very familiar with the geography of the City of Shadows. I want you to set off immediately and head to the Tsang Prefecture military camp. I've already informed them. Once the 5 of you arrive, just head straight to the camp. Once you're there, someone will naturally receive you and tell you what to do. The 5 of them bowed in unison without any objections. Yes, Master. Arbor nodded with satisfaction. I'll let the Blue Phoenix send the 5 of you on your way. Go now. With a wave of his hand, he released the 5 of them from the star region. The 5 of them looked back and saw that a young man had been waiting by the side for a long time. Come on up. The Blue Phoenix let out a cry and revealed its beast form. The 5 people on its back did not say anything unnecessary and immediately set off on their way out of the Eastern Palace. When the guards saw the divine bird pass by, they only raised their heads to look at it. Master, did you send the 5 of them to the Tsang Prefecture Emperor to help? Yes, after all, they stayed in the City of Shadows for a long time, so they should be very familiar with everything there. With them leading the way, it should be more efficient. Master, are you worried about the Tsang Prefecture Emperor? What am I worried about? The little stoic said haughtily, he's just a Transcendence Realm cultivator. Is there a need for me to worry about him? Humph. The pitiful Xianxia, who had been rebuked in the face, silently shut his little mouth. Of course, Master time, of course, of the Tsang was for Mo to be Tsang to the Tsang. Master, of Tsang, master of to be, to. To forget to Tsang to be, to forget to Tsang. Arbor glared at Tsang and casually released a savage with a wave of his hand. This savage still did not know that the environment had changed and jumped in front of Xiao Mu. He was still waving the branch in his hand as he muttered, scoundrel, you wouldn't trash dare to gang up on me? See if I don't kill you. This person was dressed in tree bark and was barefooted as he waved a withered branch in front of him. Arbor glanced at him and said indifferently, what's your name? She had no choice. She really had forgotten this person's name. She only knew that he was an ignorant Duo clan member, but now, the Duo clan was almost completely wiped out in the battle with the Dragon clan of Forgetfulness. Her grudge with Forgetfulness had also ended with the appearance of Long Xuanji and the migration of the Dragon clan members to the cold valley of Forgetfulness. As for how the Dragon clan of Forgetfulness were punished by Ding Yun had nothing to do with her. She couldn't be bothered to intervene in the grudge between Ding Yun and the Dragon clan of Forgetfulness. She didn't even intend to care. There was always a cause and effect. Who could say for sure what the cause and effect were? Duo Shanming initially thought that he had heard wrongly. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last heard this hateful voice. He turned his head abruptly, his eyes flickering with renewed emotions. He stared at Arbor in front of him and shouted sternly, it's you. It's you, woman. He remembered this damned woman. This damned woman, this ghost-like woman had left him in that nightmarish place for so long, causing him to eat sand and stones all day long and unable to sleep well. How could she do such a thing? How big was it that she had to punish him like this? Women were vicious and vengeful. She would immediately take revenge on such a small matter and even torture him to death. Arbor glanced at him. Xiao is here. The little treant waved its branches and rushed forward, jumping up without a word. It stretched out 2 small branches and waved them at Duo Shanming's face. Master is asking you a question. Why are you staring at her instead of answering? Look at your unconvinced expression. What, do you want to take revenge? I think you're looking for shit in the latrine. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to take revenge. The little treant punched him twice in the face. First of all, you can't get past me. Duo Shanming was furious. After being beaten up by the little treant, he shouted, you woman, I only offended you once or twice. How dare you take revenge on me like this? Do you need to be so vengeful? Vengeful? Stinky man. How dare you scold my little master? I think you're really tired of living. The little tree ant raised its two black beady eyes and pounced forward. Its two branches formed a green halo and smashed towards Duo Shanming's head with a bang. Duo Shanming was so scared that he fell to the ground. He could sense that the mighty power of the tree spirit was not something that someone of his level could resist. Other than waiting for death or begging for mercy, he had no other choice. Before Duo Shanming could say, "Spare my life." Yet Xiaomu waved her hand and directly picked up that irascible tree ant. "What are you getting angry at a fool for?" The little Trent's green halo failed to smash down and nodded. "Yes, what's there to be angry about with a fool?" The little fellow's eyes narrowed, emitting black flames. "He dared to scold you, so I'm going to beat him to death." "Alright, I'll ask him." Arbor pacified the little tree ant and turned to look in Duo Shanming's direction. "You haven't answered my previous question," the little stoic asked aloofly. Duo Shanming's originally despondent arrogance rose again. He gritted his teeth and said, "You actually don't even remember my name. Then why did you King capture me and throw me into that kind of land filled with yellow sand?" The irritable tree ant was angry again. It flew out of Sir Qiao's hands and stepped on Duo Shanming's head, stomping hard twice. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Answer whatever I ask you. Tell me, what's your name?" Although the tree ant was short and looked weak, it was still able to withstand the pressure. Who would have thought that the strength behind that kick would be so great that it nearly crushed his head off? Duo Shanming was indignant, but he didn't have the strength to fight against the little tree ant. He could only say sullenly, Duo Shanming." The little tree ant stretched out a small branch and jumped onto Arbor's shoulder. "Master, I remember now. He has an older sister. I met her in the Lotus Realm of the Forgetfulness Pond before. I think she's called Duo Shanmei." Arbor nodded expressionlessly. Seeing its little master's expression, the little tree ant couldn't help but roll its black eyes. Well, no matter what Duo Shanming or Duo Shanmei, Master definitely didn't remember anything. Arbor stared at Duo Shanming for a while. "Is this person the one who drove a big ship to crash into us in the Forgetfulness Pond?" "Yes, it's the fire nightmare ship that Master kept in the realm of misfortune." The little tree ant glanced at the unlucky Duo Shanming. Speaking of which, this guy was really unlucky. After being thrown into the realm of misfortune by his master, he completely forgot about it. It wasn't until a few months later that he remembered it. Of course, it was because of Qiuqiu's reminder. Otherwise, he reckoned that it would take years before Master would remember this idiot. Duo Shanming shuddered from head to toe as he stole a glance at Xiao Mu. Realm of misfortune, from what the tree ant said, the broken place where he was previously, with yellow sand covering the sky and rocks everywhere, was actually a realm of misfortune. But this woman, what method did she use to stuff him into that realm of misfortune? And now, how did she bring him out? Duo Shanming carefully looked at his surroundings. At first, he thought he was in a mountain forest, but when he took a closer look, he was shocked. It turned out that the leaf-like green objects above his head were actually thin, sharp blades. What was going on? Could it be that he was still not standing in the outside world? Arbor paused for a long time before responding with an "oh." Qiuqiu looked at her curiously. "Master, how should we deal with this person?" "Continue throwing them in." The little stoic waved her hand disinterestedly. As if struck by lightning, Duo Shanming hurriedly took a step back. His eyes stared cautiously at the stoic face, and his voice was almost mournful. What did you say? You've locked me up for so long? Why couldn't they call it even? You woman. How can you be so vicious? I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Duo Shanming yelled. Arbor blinked his big eyes and had a strange expression on his face. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Duo Shanming shouted angrily. He really regretted it now. Back then, because he failed to marry Wu Chunhua, he bore a grudge against her father, Wu Qing. In order to spite Wu Qing, he purposely made him drive his ship to crash into this woman's ship. Who would have thought that this crash would bring him such bad luck? He regretted it very much, but there was nothing he could do. That was why it was said that a petty thing like a woman really couldn't be offended casually. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Arbor looked up and down at Duo Shanming with some astonishment. That kind of caring gaze made Duo Shanming's heart burn with anger. My father won't let you go. Duo Shanming roared angrily. Don't think that you can keep me here for the rest of my life. Arbor curved the corner of her lips. Locking this person in the star domain, Duo Shanming's father would never be able to find this son of a bitch. Besides, Duo Shanming's father, Duo Chang, had already run away with his tail between his legs after the Battle of Forgetting River. He couldn't even protect himself. How could he think of such a son? Arbor couldn't be bothered with his hoarse roar and looked back at him. You really don't want to leave? Thinking back, Duo Shanming was full of regret. He might as well go to the yellow sand to eat sand. No wonder this vicious woman had looked at him as if he was an idiot. He actually strongly requested to stay in this tower of punishment, to stay in this devil's land. Call me when you admit your mistake. Arbor looked at him meaningfully. In this world, not everyone will tolerate your willfulness. Arbor carried the small tree Chocho and left, leaving Duo Shanming alone. Duo Shanming angrily shouted at the place where she disappeared. Do you think I will submit to a vicious woman like you? Stop dreaming. Half an hour later. Duo Shanming hugged his head and cried bitterly on the ground, trembling as he looked at the rustling trees around him. Let me out, let me out. I admit my mistake, I admit defeat, I admit my mistake, I admit my mistake. Please let me out. Your Excellency, please let me out. In just half an hour, he was cut by the blades of the thousand-knife forest to the point where he wished he was dead. The skin all over his body was almost bleeding. It was just that the bleeding was very slow, and the cuts on his skin were not deep. But it was the terrible feeling of a blunt knife cutting his flesh that kept provoking his nerves. He did not know what the rules of this saber forest were. He did not know when the next wave of sabers would fall. The feeling of waiting for death was unbearable. Master, how long do you think he can last? Chocho asked with a strange expression. He never thought that there would be a fool who would insist on staying on the 6th floor of the Tower of Punishment. It was rather comical. No wonder Master Silver had been looking at that person as if he was an idiot. This was truly foolish to the extreme. The Master Silver had asked him several times already, but this fool was still stubborn and insisted on staying. It was really fated, and there was no one to blame. 2 days later, at the boundary of Spirit Peak Valley. In front of a large camp, many soldiers were setting up camp in an orderly manner amidst the chaos and cooking. Duanyu was sitting inside the tent in a daze as he held a jade messenger talisman in his hand. Suddenly, he heard a clear and resonant cry coming from outside the tent, and his spirits involuntarily perked up. He hurriedly opened the curtain and walked out, looking up at the sky. He saw a large bird with green wings rapidly flying over from the other side of the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in the sky above the large tent. Countless soldiers rushed over from all directions. They were ready for battle, and their faces were cold and solemn. The soldiers of the archery camp vigilantly raised their bows and aimed at the sky. Duanyu hastily waved his hand. Withdraw, don't move. Let him come over. The soldiers in the outer ring retreated slightly and put away their bows and weapons in unison. Upon closer inspection, they actually saw that the cyan bird seemed to be carrying 5 people on its back. Qingluan let out a cry and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a human and stood there with a straight back. The other 5 people also swiftly flew over and stood behind Qingluan, respectfully bowing to this Song province's emperor. Duanyu's heart stirred, and he asked softly, "Do you have a letter?" Qingluan glanced at him and dug around in her sleeve for a long time before taking out a crumpled letter. She looked at him in confusion. "How did you know there was a letter?" "I guessed." Duanyu took the letter and skimmed through it. The little stoic actually wrote quite a lot. Those 5 people's origins and experiences informed him, as well as some of her plans. She even left a message at the end, telling him to pay attention to his safety. Duanyu's lips curled up, and he untied a jade ornament from his waist and tossed it to Qingluan. "Give it to her." Qingluan's expression was a bit conflicted. If Crown Prince the Great found out about this, he would definitely skin him alive. Wasn't this just a private exchange? Flirting with eyes? Bah, a jade ornament to express his feelings? No way, absolutely no way. What are you thinking about? It's for my godson. Duanyu waved his hand. Go. When Qingwan turned around and flew away, her mind was still a bit muddled. What the hell was a godson? Who was his godson? Why did he give something to his godson to Master Silver for? Baby Mo, the figure that was flying all the way suddenly tilted. Qingwan almost fell from the sky, flying crookedly all the way. Pitiful Crown Prince the Great, his son hadn't even been born yet, but half of him was already snatched away. Starfire illuminated the night, and the moonlight was as warm as water. 30,000 elites from the 3 provinces set up camp here to settle down. Although there were many people, the entire army was silent. Only the occasional crackling of barbecued food could be heard. After Duan Yu entered the tent, he held that letter in a daze for a long time. Several hidden guards paced back and forth outside, exchanging glances with each other. One of them couldn't hold it in anymore and simply flipped open the tent to enter. His Majesty was sitting in front of the desk, thinking about something, and had yet to come back to his senses. Your Majesty. The shadow guard hurriedly called out and stepped back to let a soldier come in to light the lamp. After the lights lit up, Duan Yu also returned to his senses. He nodded at them and said, "Serve the meal." The few shadow guards heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked people to send in the food and drinks. Actually, it didn't make much of a difference to Duan Yu whether he ate or not. However, these elite soldiers of the 3 prefectures had somehow developed the habit of eating 3 meals a day, so he just let nature take its course. More than 80% of them had broken through to the god realm and were god masters. It didn't matter how often they ate. This 3-meal problem reminded him of his Zhou. When Charles raised these soldiers on the snowy island, it must be those weird subordinates of Charles who raised the elites of the 3 provinces. They were all following his chow. Just looking at them made him feel incomparably close. So be it if you eat. It won't waste much food or spend a few spirit coins. Duan Yu picked up his chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls before expressionlessly putting down his chopsticks. Why is it so noisy outside? The few hidden guards also heard it. That clamor was not far from the camp, and it sounded like a woman's shriek. It was ear-piercing. This subordinate will go take a look right now. Soon, Ing brought back news. Your Majesty, it's a group of bandits who caught 2 women and passed by here. Duan Yu replied with an "oh." Seeing that he didn't continue, everyone knew that he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, the sudden increase in the volume of the crying caused the camp to become a bit chaotic. Ing swiftly dashed out of the tent and coldly looked at the 2 women who were rampaging inside the camp. Duan Yu walked to his side and expressionlessly looked at the rowdy scene. Several bare-chested burly men were furiously whipping at the 2 women with rods and whips. The 2 women wailed and stumbled before abruptly pouncing toward the large tent. Ing instantly pulled out the sword at his waist and held it in front of him. If the 2 women had taken one more step forward, they would have thrown themselves onto the sword and died. Seeing this, the 2 women wailed and fell to the ground with a plop. They simultaneously looked up and raised their hands, begging bitterly, "Save, save me. Your Majesty." When Prince Qing's heir, Rong Qing, hurried over with his men, he saw his good king staring expressionlessly at the 2 women on the ground. 8th Youngster Qi Rui, followed behind Rong Qing and said with a chuckle, "Don't act in front of His Majesty. Let alone His Majesty, even we can see through these little tricks with a glance." Prince Rong walked up and questioned with a frown, "Why didn't you surround them? Let them barge in front of His Majesty?" The surrounding soldiers crowded forward with sharp gazes and turned their swords and spears around to aim at the 2 women sprawled on the ground. The dozen or so bandits who barged into the camp. Those people were startled and dumbfounded. 8th Youngster Qi said with a chuckle, "Everyone, don't tell me you think that the elites of the 3 provinces are so weak that you rookies can casually charge in? How can you be so naive and pure?" 8th Youngster Qi chuckled. "If it weren't for Prince Rong's signal to let you people in, do you think you could enter the center of the large tent in this important camp?" One of the bandits gritted his teeth and deliberately put on a smile. "Everyone, is there some misunderstanding? We came here by accident because we wanted to catch these 2 runaway women." Rong Qing glanced at the person who spoke and waved her hand. Dozens of swords and sabers were pressed against the man's back. As long as he uttered another word, the swords and sabers would pierce his back. 30,000 elite troops from 3 prefectures are stationed here, all pointing their swords and sabers at you. No matter how skilled and courageous a person was, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and his heartbeat quickened. These people were actually able to tell at a glance that they were not trespassing unintentionally, but had done so intentionally, so the chaos in front of the camp just now was to lure them into the important area of the camp so that they could catch the turtle in the jar. Duan Yu's sharp gaze shifted slightly. The group of soldiers immediately got into formation and charged forward. In a short while, they killed the group of bandits until only 2 were left. The Emperor of Xianxia didn't even blink when he dealt with so many people in a matter of minutes. His merciless and cold demeanor scared the remaining 2 bandits to the point that their hearts trembled. "Can you tell me now? What did the City of Shadows send you here for?" some youngster asked with a grin. One of the bandits knelt on the ground with a plop and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. This lowly one is only an ordinary disciple of the City of Shadows. Yes, Master instructed me to investigate the situation and find out what's going on." Master said, looking down from the reflection wall, "There seems to be a figure moving. It seems that Spirit Peak Valley has infiltrated." "That's right, I've long heard of it. The City of Shadows is extremely high, and the reflection wall at the back mountain can see everything within 1,000 kilometers. Realization dawned on 8th young Master Chi's face. No wonder someone immediately came to scout the situation as soon as they arrived at Spirit Peak Valley. Presumably, the city lord of the City of Shadows was already aware of their arrival. Duan Yu swept an indifferent glance over them and raised his hand slightly before turning to enter. Soon, wretched screams were heard outside the tent. Morale was greatly boosted, and roars boomed like thunder. "His Majesty has ordered that we rest on the ground for 2 hours before setting off for the City of Shadows overnight. They should be able to reach the City of Shadows gates by daybreak." However, since the other party was already aware of their movements, they would obviously be on guard. They just didn't know what would remain of the City of Shadows under the hooves of 30,000 elite soldiers. After passing through Spirit Peak Valley, the 30,000 soldiers rushed to the City of Shadows under the cover of dusk. In fact, this battle with the City of Shadows could be said to be an overwhelming battle where the strong bullied the weak. How many people did the City of Shadows have? Could it use 3,000 disciples? Or 5,000? If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't take more than half a day to conquer the City of Shadows. However, when the soldiers arrived at the city gates, 8th young Master Chi and company couldn't help but be startled. The city gates were wide open, and there was no one at the entrance. It was a desolate sight. Duan Yu blinked. They ran away? Where could they have run in such a short time? Rongqing frowned and leaped off her spirit horse. The drawbridge at the city gates had already been lowered. Looking from here, the opposite side of the drawbridge was silent and empty. "It looks like a trap," 8th young Master Chi muttered softly. Duan Yu nodded in agreement. It was indeed a trap, and it wasn't an ordinary trap. This empty city stratagem was to lure them inside. 8th young Master Chi turned to ask, "Your Majesty, how about we summon our flying beasts and fly over?" In terms of conspiracy theories, the suspension bridge in front of them must have been destroyed by someone. Even though it appeared to be in perfect condition, it was only the enemy's camouflage. The corners of Crown Prince Rong's mouth twitched. "His Majesty has many teleportation talisman arrays. It would be a waste not to use them. Let's use them." Duan Yu expressionlessly glanced at him before suddenly pulling out a storage talisman. "Come in." 8th young Master Chi's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Stay behind. You and Chiba stay behind. The rest of you go in first." Since the other party had come up with a strange empty fort strategy and didn't seem to want to fight them head-on, then they shouldn't blame him for making a fool of himself. Rongqing silently took the storage talismans and put them into the storage talismans in groups of 1,000. F***ck, just how many storage talismans did the little stoic Crown Princess give His Majesty? Why do I feel that Her Majesty will make me bleed? Crown Prince Rong silently stuffed a blank jade talisman into his waist and threw the rest back to His Majesty. He really couldn't converse with a nouveau riche. He felt a bit of a headache whenever he saw those talismans. In the blink of an eye, only 4 people remained out of the 30,000 elites. The corners of 8th young Master Chi's eyes twitched as he weakly turned to look at the expressionless shadow guard. This shadow guard seemed to be called Ing. He was often seen accompanying His Majesty. He was expressionless and icy, so it was obvious that he was groomed by the deceptive His Majesty. His Majesty is truly extravagant. 8th young Master Chi was truly at a loss for words. As the #1 talisman patrician family in Song Province, their Chi clan had never seen anyone take out so many storage jade talismans. It's alright. Duan Yu put away the jade talismans and stored the storage talismans containing 30,000 elite soldiers into the space ring on his finger. He then said, "Let's go." At his command, the other 3 leaped at the same time and followed him across the suspension bridge. 8th young Master Chi even tossed a flying dagger onto the bridge, waiting to watch a good show. To everyone's surprise, with a thump, the dagger stabbed into the center of the suspension bridge. The entire bridge only trembled slightly for a moment before it stopped shaking. Shadow Guarding lowered his eyes and secretly twitched the corner of his mouth. His Majesty, 8th young Master Chi, and heir apparent Rong Qing, these 3 people with super high IQ combined were analyzing the possibility of someone setting a trap on the suspension bridge. They definitely couldn't step on it or they would fall into a trap. In the end, the other party didn't set any traps at all, and they were the only ones who were nervous for nothing. 8th young Master Chi pointed at the suspension bridge and said, "Do the opposite and treat it with caution." Heir apparent Rong nodded in agreement. That's probably the case. Ing. Can you two stop praising each other's IQ? His Majesty has already flown far away. Seeing that Duan Yu's figure was as fast as lightning and left them far behind, the 3 hastily chased after him with all their might. However, as they chased, their expressions slowly froze. Something wasn't right. Why was the distance between them not too far and not too close? It was as if His Majesty was always in front, but they couldn't catch up no matter how hard they chased. 8th young Master Chi was the first to react. It's a talisman array. Good lord, there was no trap on the suspension bridge, but a trap was set up after crossing it. It was even a trap array for Dao obstruction. Come with me. At that moment, His Majesty's voice rang in their ears. The 8th young Master Chi turned around and almost broke out in a cold sweat. He saw that His Majesty was following closely behind the 3 of them like a ghost, only a few feet away. However, the 3 of them did not notice that he had appeared behind them. "Oh my God, can you not scare me? That's not right. I clearly saw you running ahead of us just now." Duan Yu waved his hand, and a guide talisman floated up and down in front of him. "I ran for a while and realized that something was wrong, so I turned back to look for you." He took out a thunderfire ball from his pocket. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Duan Yu remained silent. With another wave of his hand, he released Yi and the others. "Lead the way to Mu Jinghong's residence." After saying that, he casually threw out a thunderfire ball. With a loud rumble, the brick wall behind them suddenly collapsed, giving Yi and the others a fright. "Please follow me, Your Majesty." Yi didn't dare to say anything else and quickly led Duan Yu's group of 4 to Mu Jinghong's dormitory. Loud rumbles could be heard along the way. Duan Yu threw out firearms along the way. When he saw everyone looking over, he kindly asked, "Want one to play with?" Rong Qing and the others glanced at him exasperatedly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You can play by yourself." His Majesty seemed to be having a lot of fun as he forcefully demolished the nearby buildings and bombed them into a mess. As his subordinates, the most important thing for them was, as long as His Majesty was happy. "I'll blast a path out here so we can walk more safely." Duan Yu turned around and explained to them, "There are trapping arrays nearby, so we might get trapped inside if we're not careful. Don't worry, I'll just blow it up. And look, there seems to be no path ahead, but a path will appear after I blow it up, right?" Yi and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They felt that this Songzhou emperor behind them was a bit similar to their little master. Similarly deceptive? The same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. The entire city of shadow seemed to have sunk into a dense fog. With their cultivation, they couldn't see more than 20 meters ahead. They heard His Majesty urging them from behind. "Hurry, don't worry. I'll clear a path for you from behind." You just need to run in the direction you know. Don't worry about anything ahead, I'll clear all obstacles for you. As you command. EE and the others nodded respectfully and started sprinting forward. The 5 of them had a good sense of direction, so they only needed to look around for a bit before deciding on a direction. After the 5 of them sprinted forward, Duan Yu, Rongqing, Ying, and Qi Ba also followed. Your Majesty, it's easy to set up a trap ahead. Boom. The sound of a thunderfire bullet's explosion shook the sky. EE and the others silently shut their mouths as they watched His Majesty continuously take out all kinds of firearms of various sizes from his inner world. Your Majesty, there's a silver hook bridge ahead that connects the 2 inner cities on the left and right. The city lord lives in the Eagle City on the left. It's very likely that there's an ambush up there. Boom. Boom boom boom. Just as EE finished speaking, he saw His Majesty untie a small green bamboo tube from his waist and shoot a string of concealed weapons at the nearby silver hook bridge that was buried in the fog. The power of the 9 Thunder Jade Heavens was naturally incomparable to the Thunder Fireball from before. This series of crazy explosions caused E1 and the others to be dumbfounded. His Majesty was definitely a tycoon, a peerless tycoon. Where did all these hidden weapons come from? There were all kinds of hidden weapons, each with their own power. Along the way, they watched as he changed his tactics and blasted them all the way. Dozens of rapid breathing sounds could be faintly heard from the fog, and then it became silent. Rongqing and Qi Ba looked at each other. These people were really unlucky. They were hiding in some dark corner and waiting to ambush them. In the end, they met His Majesty, who did not play by the rules. A round of random gunfire didn't give them any advantage at all. Instead, many people lost their lives. City Lord Mu Jinghong, who was standing in front of the main hall of Eagle City, was jumping up and down in anger as he cursed. Mu Xiaoxue, who was hiding behind him, was already trembling in fear. Father? Now, what should we do? Today, I worked overtime and came back late. I didn't have time to write. I'm going to sleep. Let me inform you. Make up for it tomorrow. I probably have to visit Grandma in the hospital during the day. Judging from this situation, if I don't make up for it during the day, I'll make up for it at night. I'll finish it. Mu Jinghong was annoyed. At this moment, how could she be in the mood to comfort her frightened little daughter? Beside Mu Xiaoxue stood a slightly plump young man with a smile on his round face. Seeing Mu Xiaoxue frightened, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to put his arm around her shoulders. He comforted her in a low voice, Sister Xiaoxue, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Brother Kong. Mu Xiaoxue wiped her tears with a handkerchief and quietly glanced at her father's back. She said softly, I'm worried about father. Kong Yaofa hugged Mu Xiaoxue and comforted her again, don't worry, Uncle Mu has a way to deal with it. Is that so? Mu Xiaoxue's gaze swept across the screen wall in front of her. She saw flames soaring into the sky. Countless buildings in the city had been razed to the ground by firearms. Judging from this situation, could the City of Shadows really survive the night? Not good, City Lord, City Lord. A cry of alarm came from behind everyone. Mu Jinghong's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he fell into a deep rage. Since 2 hours ago, he had been receiving all kinds of not good reports. The news came one after another, and there was no good news at all. When was there a time when it wasn't bad? There was no better news, only worse, so when he heard the words not good now, he was furious and wanted to kill the guard in front of him. When the guard who came to report the situation saw the city lord's murderous expression, he immediately took a step back in panic. He knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly, City Lord, Madam, she. Mu Jinghong roared, if you have something to say it quickly. Why are you stuttering? It was tiring to listen. How could he raise such a group of useless subordinates? What happened to Zhui Yan? Say it. Madam packed up a lot of valuables and left from the back slope with eldest miss and eldest young master. What? Mu Jinghong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhui Yan actually left with her children? Was there anything more despairing and infuriating than this? When the city was destroyed, his wife and children abandoned him first. This was his, Mu Jinghong's, good wife and good children, in the face of a great disaster, each of them flew off separately. This was really good, really good. Mu Jinghong was so angry that she almost broke her teeth from clenching them. She looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar as if she had gone mad. Mu Xiaoxue hid beside Kong Yafa and was so scared that she did not even dare to breathe. Gu Yishuan, who was standing behind the two, clenched her fists tightly as she looked at the chubby young man with uncertain eyes. This fatty was the young master of the Kong family and was originally the fiancé of the eldest Miss, Mu Feixia. Later on, for some unknown reason, he got together with little junior sister. Now that he had broken off the engagement with eldest Miss, he claimed to be little junior sister's fiancé, which made Gu Yishuan gnash her teeth in hatred. He never thought that after killing Zhao Yi, another Kong Yafa would jump out. How could he not be enraged? Gu Yishuan's face was gloomy as he looked at the two people standing in front of him. He thought to himself, one day, I'll kill this Kong Yafa as well. Big brother, big brother. Wearing two thick fur cloaks, the third city lord ran over with a sullen face. He could not help but ask, Big brother, do you really want to join Tianyun? Just now, his second brother sent someone to inform him to prepare for war. Only then did he wake up from his dream and suddenly realize. Previously, he stood up for his disciple, Xianxia, and went to the banquet in the Palace of Divine Prefecture. The little crown princess pointed out that Xianxia was the disciple of Tianyun, but he did not believe it. Could it be that the arrogant and despotic crown princess really did not wrongly accuse his disciple? Looking at his eldest brother's situation, it seemed that he was very familiar with the people of Tianyun. The second city lord slowly followed behind the reckless third brother. Along the way, he sighed and said, Third brother, what else is there to ask? Second brother, you already knew? The third city lord stared at the second city lord with an incredulous expression. So my disciple, Xianxia, is really an alchemist cultivated by you? Why? Why did she join Tianyun? Isn't she courting death? Now the city of shadows has become the target of the three provinces. Mu Jinghong's face was very ugly, and he interrupted his words angrily. I haven't questioned you about Xianxia acting on her own, and now you're questioning your eldest brother? Eldest brother. Second brother told me that Tianyun came up with a plan for us to play such an empty fort strategy. Is it true? What do you mean by leading the Xianxia emperor to our door and then fighting behind closed doors? The third city lord roared with a face full of shock and anger. What about now? Who's fighting who now? Eldest brother, you're muddle-headed. Aren't you asking for trouble? Shut up. Mu Jinghong's face turned red after being yelled at by his third brother. He looked completely embarrassed. He really did not expect that he, Mu Jinghong, would be so miserable one day. Not to mention that his wife and children ran away with the money. Now even his third brother, who had always been simple and honest, came to question him loudly. It made him feel like he was in an awkward situation. A fire was reflected on the screen wall. Now it seemed that the entire city of shadows had fallen into a sea of red fire. Mu Xiaoxue nervously held the handkerchief in her hand, lowered her head and sobbed. She was too scared. She did not expect that someone would bring thousands of troops to the city of shadows. If she had known this, she would not have fled back to the city of shadows with her father in a panic. She should have hidden in Long Yan and Changle Villa in the capital. Maybe there would have been a glimmer of hope. She was still young and had a good time ahead of her. She didn't want to waste it here. Kong Yafa acted like a flower protector as he hugged Mu Xiaoxue's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, little sister Xiaoxue. It's not the end yet. If worse comes to worst, we can use the teleportation glyph array to escape from this place. Gu Yishuan couldn't help but sneer behind his back. Young Master Kong is really promising. The battle hasn't even started, and you're already thinking of running away. Kong Yafa cast a sidelong glance behind him. What do you think, young Master Gu? Gu Yishuan naturally couldn't have any wise ideas. Now that the city of shadows was on fire and the city was under siege, the situation couldn't get any worse. However, when he saw Kong Yafa's pretentious look, he couldn't help but get angry. Second brother, follow the original plan and bring people to the Eagle City's entrance to ambush them. The entrance of Eagle City was a natural opening, as long as the right amount of manpower was deployed, they would definitely be able to catch the enemy off guard. The third city lord could not help but stomp his feet again. Big brother, what are you thinking? Aren't you sending second brother to his death? How many firearms have the enemy thrown out so far? Do you know how many firearms he still has on him? Although many people can hide at the Eagle City's entrance, we can't guarantee that the enemy is already prepared. Shut up. Mu Jingheng roared at the third city lord, you're still in the mood to make more trouble at this time. If you don't want to work together to resist the enemy, then get out of here. The third city lord was enraged by Mu Jingheng's roar. His eyes were wide open and his heart was burning with anger. But now everything was still under Mu Jingheng's control, so he could only watch as his second brother picked 20 disciples and walked quickly towards the entrance of Eagle City. The third city lord stomped his feet anxiously and angrily. He turned back and called his dozens of disciples to follow the second city lord in a hurry. Second brother, how many people did they send? The third city lord asked anxiously as he followed his second brother all the way. The second city lord was silent for a while, but he still told the truth, it's not clear at the moment. I saw a mass of people outside the city. Then it disappeared. It should have been put away by something. The third city lord clenched his fists. Second brother, do you think there's still room for negotiation? The second city lord sighed deeply, I don't think so. Third brother, you have to be mentally prepared for the worst. The third city lord was stunned when he heard this. It was self-evident what the worst psychological preparation was, that was to die on the spot. Was the situation really so serious? Hurry up and keep up. The third city lord waved his hand and led a group of disciples to the entrance of Eagle City. With a look, the crowd immediately scattered and found a hiding place to squat. They were waiting for the prey to come to them and immediately rush forward to kill. At this time, it was almost the end of the year. The cold wind was blowing and it was very cold. The crowd squatted in the hiding place in fear, as if waiting for the fierce beasts to come to them, their hands tightly clenched in cold sweat. The third city lord hid in the dark and gestured to several disciples, reminding them that when the people came in a while, they should immediately release the spirit beasts first. The crowd nodded secretly, and the bad premonition in their hearts became stronger. For some reason, they felt that tonight's battle, the chances of the City of Shadows winning were close to zero. The rumbling of firearms came from the distance, and the second city lord and the third city lord's mood tightened again. Your Majesty, the entrance to the City of Eagle is right in front of us, E1 explained concisely. It's easy to be ambushed at the entrance. E-Air nodded. The entrance seems to be a bottleneck. It's rather narrow, so it's not suitable to release a large number of troops here. It won't be too late to let him out after we go in. Duan Yu nodded and casually took out a handful of penetrating bone nails from his pocket and scattered them. A few intermittent screams came from the dark night. Duan Yu quickly pointed ahead. Oh no, there really is an ambush. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Why do I feel that His Majesty is a drama queen? It's a little funny. Before they had time to speak, they saw their Majesty valiantly take the lead and fly out. Before they could catch him, he had already flown into the City of Eagle's entrance. Rongqing and Qiba looked at each other and felt like crying. With such an unreliable emperor, who could they find to reason with? They had all said that there might be an ambush at the entrance, but His Majesty had rushed over first regardless of his own life. If he was so valiant, what did he need his subordinates for? E-Air and the others were taken aback, but they quickly followed after him. As they ran, they summoned their accompanying spirit beasts from the spirit beast space. At the same time, the second city lord and the third city lord had already clearly seen the newcomer. There were only a few people. When they saw the two of them, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly called for their subordinates to charge forward. Those disciples of the City of Shadows originally harbored the thought of fighting to the death. Now that they suddenly saw that there were only a few enemies, they were immediately overjoyed. They summoned their spirit beasts and charged forward with a roar. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yu abruptly took out a pile of glistening weapons from his inner world. Everyone was baffled for a moment. There were dozens of these weapons, including hammers, scissors, and all kinds of strange shapes. Duan Yu snapped his fingers and shouted, "Explode!" Under everyone's watchful eyes, he abruptly exploded this batch of abandoned spirit weapons. The spirit weapon's violent explosion directly sent the dozen or so disciples of the City of Shadows, who had rushed forward, flying into the sky. The light from the fire illuminated the faces of the people who were in disbelief. Duanyu decisively released Chestnut and pointed forward. Chestnut. 8 furry tails brushed through the air, and a snow-white little fox followed his finger with a whoosh and pounced forward. It turned into the size of a small hill in a matter of minutes, and its 8 enormous tails smashed into several spirit beasts that couldn't escape in time with a rumble. In a flash, the spirit beasts were smashed into minced meat. The pitiful owners of those spirit beasts didn't even have time to move before they violently vomited a mouthful of blood, and they subsequently collapsed to the ground. Chestnut nimbly moved its limbs and dashed toward the third city lord as fast as lightning. Shocked, the third city lord barely had time to draw a defensive wall when that 8-tailed celestial fox's sharp claws abruptly tore 3 deep marks on the defensive wall. Old Third. The second city lord shouted and hastily recalled his spirit beast into the space. In front of a terrifying sacred beast, his spirit beast simply wasn't enough to fill the gaps between the 8-tailed celestial fox's teeth. Why bother summoning it and asking for trouble? Second brother, be careful. The third city lord took a deep breath and abruptly drew a long spear out of thin air. He activated his defensive spirit weapon and charged at Duanyu. Now, there seemed to be no other choice but to fight to the death. You're courting death. The 8th young master Qi waved his hand, and a dozen attack talismans flew out and collided with the defensive walls around the 3 city lords. Third city lord gritted his teeth and flew to Duanyu, pointing a spear at Duanyu's chest. Only by capturing this person would he have a chance at survival. The plan of the 3 city lords was indeed good, but unfortunately, they had underestimated the strength of the Emperor of Xianxia. In a flash, Duanyu's hand had already flicked away his pike, and it heavily deviated to the side. The third city lord was shocked. After all, the one in front of him was a young man in his early 20s. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. With just a flick of his finger, he was able to deflect all the energy he had accumulated all over his body. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he was about to turn around and flee to a safe place. Suddenly, the young man in front of him moved his finger and drew out a long curved shadow. A silver flame that seemed to have no temperature was bent into the shape of a bow in his hand. The arrow on the bowstring took shape in a matter of seconds. This kind of mastery of the fire spirit made the third city lord stunned. This was impossible, no one in the world could control the fire spirit so skillfully. And, what was this pure white flame that didn't seem to have any temperature at all? The third city lord's heart trembled slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge backward. Hearing the second city lord's anxious roar, the third city lord took heavy steps. Only then did he clearly feel that his entire body seemed to have been frozen in midair. He only managed to take one step before his entire body was completely frozen. 5 to 6 immobilization talismans faintly floated in midair around him. That youth had already sealed off his escape route when he made his move. The third city lord glared at that youth in astonishment. In the cold wind, under the night sky, this young monarch's expression was almost frighteningly calm. His long hair swayed slightly against the wind. His pair of resplendent and bright eyes stared fixedly at him, and his entire body was filled with a frightening aura of death. Whoosh, the demon emperor's fire transformed into a fire spirit arrow. With lightning speed, it almost arrived in front of the third city lord in a breath's time. It directly pierced through the heart of the third city lord, who was unable to move. Third brother. The second city lord's mournful scream came from behind. He staggered a step forward, barely managing to block the fierce attacks from both Crown Prince Rong and 8th young master Qi. In the end, the second city lord couldn't withstand it, and his body abruptly fell to the ground. When he looked up, a bloody flower exploded on the third city lord's chest, and his entire body emitted bright and beautiful flames as if he was ignited by fireworks. The third city lord was ignited from head to toe like a large human-shaped mushroom, and a mushroom cloud sprayed out of his head, and then there was no end. His body was burned to charcoal by the silver-white flames. However, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a handful of ashes in that low-key flame that did not ignite, and scattered in all directions. Third brother. The second city lord cried as he sprawled on the ground with tears streaming down his face. His hateful gaze landed on Duanyu, and he looked like he couldn't wait to devour Duanyu's flesh and bones. This lofty monarch merely glanced indifferently at his third brother, who had turned into flying ashes. That glance was like looking at a small ant crawling on the ground. It was incomparably arrogant, containing supreme contempt and endless ruthlessness. The second city lord forcefully pounded the ground and staggered up from the ground. He used a black spear to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from falling. The remaining dozen or so disciples of the City of Shadows either looked pale or had fear in their eyes. They huddled around the second city lord, trembling in panic. In their eyes, the plain-clothed emperor of Xianxia was so handsome, but he was as dark and frightening as a ghost. Their third city lord was taken care of in one blow, with so many people present, who could be his match. No one had the strength to fight against him. They were all very clear about the strength of the third city lord. To be able to crush the third city lord like crushing an ant with just one blow, this person's strength must be above mystique venerable rank, right? Let them, a group of deity realm minions, deal with a transcendent realm mighty figure. All the disciples of the City of Shadows felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. Facing a transcendent realm expert, no matter how they struggled, they could not escape death. Everyone in the City of Shadows colluded with the Heavenly Fate dynasty to harm the compatriots of the three provinces. This crime is unforgivable and deserves 10,000 deaths. Duanyu's cold voice drifted in the dark night. He waved his hand, and a faint sneer slid across his lips. The disciples of the City of Shadows, who were originally looking at each other in a trance, involuntarily widened their eyes. Hundreds of black figures suddenly appeared behind this Xianxia emperor. Every second, hundreds of figures would appear from behind him. Hundreds of figures would appear one after another. They lined up in 4 rows, standing neatly behind this expressionless Xianxia emperor. Cold sweat dripped down from the second city lord's head. Look at this lineup. His Majesty had indeed brought thousands of people with him. Unless they had someone to help them, otherwise, the foundation that the City of Shadows had built over so many years would be destroyed today. Duanyu lightly waved his hand and said indifferently, "Kill them all on the spot." Kill. Impassioned roars erupted from all around. The elites of the three provinces had been cooped up in the storage talisman for a long time. Now that they were released, their momentum was greatly boosted. The second city lord tightly gripped the black spear in his hand, and his eyes widened in shock and fury, revealing a helpless expression. "My life is over today." The second city lord closed his eyes and shouted angrily, "Go." However, the numerous disciples of the City of Shadows simultaneously retreated more than a dozen steps at his command and turned to flee for their lives. The second city lord stared dumbfoundedly at this scene before him. In the blink of an eye, the elites of the three provinces had already rushed to his side. Dozens of longswords stabbed at his body. The second city lord didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he could only flee in panic. He was in dire straits as he resisted everyone's pursuit. Those dozen or so disciples of the City of Shadows didn't manage to escape far before they were all slaughtered by the elites of the three provinces who surged forward like a tidal wave. Their speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Everyone was clearly a God realm expert, but under the siege of the elites of the three provinces, the dozen or so disciples of the City of Shadows had no power to resist. Waves of bird cries came from the sky. Duanyu expressionlessly looked up. He saw a dense mass of fine-necked, eagle-bodied beasts rapidly moving over along the dark horizon. Duanyu was already prepared and raised his hand slightly. Dozens of spirit stone cannons were pushed out. The muzzles of the cannons were aimed at the sky in an orderly manner. Then, a series of loud rumbling sounds rang out. The spirit stones were thrown in handfuls after handfuls, and the sound of the cannon rumbled. A certain emperor did not care about the consumption at all and kept waving his hand to let the people behind push the spirit stone cannon forward to fill the position. After the first round of bombardment was over, when the spirit stones were loaded, he had the people behind him take over and continue bombarding. The unlucky eagle beasts were still struggling in the air when they were bombarded by the cannons, unable to descend. Unable to go up or down, it was as if they had deliberately flown here to seek death. They were bombarded by more than 20 spirit stone cannons from the front and back, causing them to fall from the sky one after another. The elites of the three prefectures had originally been divided into 300 small teams. Each team consisted of 100 people, and each team took turns to defend a direction. Seeing that something was about to fall, he disregarded everything and hacked the old master to death with a flurry of blades. That pitiful harpy was directly chopped into pieces in a matter of minutes, unable to be pieced back together. Tisk, tsk. Your Majesty of Xianxia, you are truly ruthless. A faint teasing voice was heard. Everyone looked over with vigilant gazes. They saw several figures floating down from the sky above where the eagle beasts were gathered. Duga Ling, who was dressed in a red robe with a girdle, chuckled softly as he opened the ink-colored folding fan in his hand with a whoosh. Sir Duga looked at the crowd below with a grin. What should we do? So many elites from the three provinces have gathered. It's clear that they want to uproot the City of Shadows. Although the City of Shadows transcends the three provinces, it has always lived in seclusion. I truly didn't expect that it would usher in such a bloody calamity today. Ayayaya, if word gets out that the three provinces have gathered so many people to oppress and threaten a reclusive clan like the City of Shadows, their reputation won't be good. Duan Yu expressionlessly said, tell them who you are. Kill the heavenly fate. Kill the heavenly fate. Kill the heavenly fate. 30,000 voices rang out in unison under the starry sky. Their voices traveled far and wide, causing Mu Xiaoxue, who was already mentally weak from fright, to shrink into a ball in a panic. Kong Yaofa's expression shifted. How many people have come? Judging from this momentum, there were probably more than 10,000 people. The fan in Duga Ling's hand nearly dropped. He speechlessly smacked his lips and pitifully glanced at Duan Yu. Your Majesty probably didn't come up with this name, right? Kill the heavenly fate, kill the heavenly fate. What a melodramatic and stupid name. Rongqing stepped forward and very politely nodded. May I know who this is? Duga Ling also very politely replied, this one is the Hall Master of the Star-Picking Hall, Duga Ling, Hall Master Dugu. The name, Kill the Heavenly Fate, was given by our Crown Princess of the Divine Province. Vassal Prince Rong pointed at the horizon and cupped his hands in apology. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Hall Master. Duan Yu speechlessly twitched his mouth. Why did it feel like this brother of his was a bit retarded sometimes? Duga Ling was also speechless. As expected, only the little Crown Princess could come up with such a simple, straightforward, and murderous name. Sigh, what a cold-blooded, heartless, and vexing little thing. Duga Ling pitifully blinked. Can I see her? Rongqing shook her head. You can't see her, and she also won't see you. We are people from two different worlds. Our organizations are different, our goals are different, and our missions are also different. I hope you won't have any more improper thoughts. Duan Yu, 8th young Master Qi held back his laughter and coughed lightly to interrupt Rong. Rong, now is not the time to reason with them. Then, he cupped his hands at Duga Ling and felt that his actions were a little foolish. Both sides were enemies. What was the point of arching? She had been with second young Master K for so long that her behavior was starting to resemble him. Hall Master Dugu, you brought so many eagle beasts here today. It's obvious that you're here to support the City of Shadows. Duga Ling said innocently, what if I insist that I'm just passing by? A soldier suddenly jumped out, raised his saber, and shouted angrily, kill, kill, kill. Even if they're just passing by, we'll kill them. Duan Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect a soldier to suddenly jump out from behind him. Several voices were heard in unison. That's right. The Crown Princess has given the order to kill members of the Tianyun group. He would definitely slaughter everyone in the Heavenly Fate realm. It didn't matter if it was just a passerby, even if it was just a chicken raised by Alseer's family. We can't let him go either. Kill. 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 Slaughter all the animals of the Tianyun group. Kill all the dog heads of the Tianyun group. Long live the Crown Princess. Eternally immortal. Duan Yu, Duga Ling's mouth twitched. Just how much did the little Crown Princess have against them? Look at how she had educated a bunch of hot-headed subordinates. The young Crown Prince Consort would live on for all eternity. Duga Ling's face darkened amidst the drum-like chants. This blind worship was simply comical. It was clearly an extremely infuriating matter, but why did it seem a bit funny now? You have to maintain your rationality. Hallmaster Dugu cried out pitifully. He blinked his eyes and looked at the group of soldiers on the left and the group of soldiers on the right. You can't overly blindly worship little crown princess. Dugu Ling mused what kind of bewitching potion this imp fed the soldiers to make them worship her like this. He reckoned that it really was little crown princess who used her identity as a pill alchemist to obtain many pills that could allow people to advance quickly and safely, so, these soldiers from the 3 provinces had all become the little stoics' die-hard fans without any surprise. It had to be said that Sir Dugu's brain turned rather quickly and guessed the crux of the matter. The Jewel Sky's Jade Dragon pills that little crown princess distributed had indeed won her a group of loyal die-hard fans. Regardless of whether they were from the Divine Province or not, they were extremely jubilant when they called her crown princess. Everyone, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Kill him, a soldier yelled furiously, and everyone shouted in unison. The crowd's fervent enthusiasm scared Hallmaster Dugu into repeatedly retreating, aggrieved and pitiful. You guys, don't be so agitated. Hallmaster Dugu stretched out his hands and pressed them down, making a please be quiet gesture. Duanyu glanced at him and suddenly chuckled. There's no use stalling for time. Dugu Ling's expression flickered, and he couldn't help but inwardly praise. Sigh, any little tricks were truly useless in front of smart people. I heard that the City of Shadows has an incredible city guarding treasure. It's called Fire Glazed Glass. It's divided into levels 1 to 9. Duanyu curled his lips and looked meaningfully at Dugu Ling. Mu Jinghong is plotting something? Dugu Ling couldn't help but inwardly admire him. It was said that the rulers of the 3 provinces weren't easy to deal with. This Songzhou emperor thought for a moment and connected the dots to the fire-glazed glass. He didn't need anyone to point it out. Dugu Ling couldn't help but admire his brain. Take a guess. Dugu Ling had no choice but to continue delaying. Mu Jinghong said that he would need about an hour to set it up. As for how to set it up, he had no idea. In the end, he was not familiar with the terrain here. Everything depended on what City Lord Mu did. I'm guessing that old geezer Mu Jinghong will risk his life and abandon this city in a futile attempt to bury us here. Duanyu couldn't help but snicker. Will that work? I don't know. Dugu Ling exchanged glances with him, then suddenly took a step back. A silver flame streaked across the sky and landed on Dugu Ling's back with a swoosh. The burning flame soared into the sky. The 2 disciples behind Dugu Ling couldn't dodge in time and were set on fire. They screamed and fell from the sky. She threw herself onto the ground and rolled several times before hastily reaching Duanyu. Crown Prince Rong pursed his lips tightly as if he was facing a great enemy. He raised his hand and hundreds of soldiers rushed forward. They drew their swords and slashed down in a flurry, killing the 2 unlucky fellows on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and the second city lord's heart was filled with iciness. Dugu Ling dodged very quickly and disappeared into the pack of harpies in the blink of an eye. He quickly shifted to the back. Hallmaster Dugu. The second city lord couldn't help but panic and hurriedly shouted. He was currently surrounded by the soldiers of the 3 provinces, so he had basically fallen into the enemy's hands. If it weren't for Hallmaster Dugu's help, he definitely wouldn't have ended well today. Therefore, when he saw Dugu Ling planning to slip away, he was very anxious and couldn't help shouting. In fact, Dugu Ling had already seen the second city lord being besieged. Given the current situation, it was absolutely impossible to rescue the second city lord. Moreover, Mu Jinghong just called him over to buy some time and didn't ask him to help the second city lord escape. Since that was the case, he didn't need to meddle in other people's business. The second city lord watched Dugu Ling swagger away, and he was both anxious and angry. He quickly turned to look. Only to see the flood-like iron guards of the 3 states surrounding him, there was nothing he could do. The second city lord was instantly disheartened. He threw away the black spear in his hand and simply allowed himself to be captured. Everyone tied him up and brought him to Duanyu. Ing kicked the second city lord's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground with a plop. Although the second city lord was resentful, he was naturally very helpless when his life fell into someone else's hands. Did you see that? Duanyu curled his lips at him and said with a spurious smile, the City of Shadows you believe in will only consign you to eternal damnation in the end. You think the first city lord will send people to save you? They didn't come to save you. They're just stalling for time. The second city lord straightened his neck and said coldly, kill me or torture me as you wish. Since I've already fallen into your hands, I'll be at your disposal. Of course I will punish you. Duan Yu nodded. Do you think you're a good person? You helped Mu Jinghong cooperate with the Heavenly Fate dynasty and secretly harmed countless innocent people. We're only enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by executing you. The second city lord's eyes revealed substantial murderous intent and anger. He raised his head to glare at Duan Yu and roared, the winner takes all. I have nothing to say. Shui Yan of the City of Shadows requests an audience with His Majesty of Tsangzhou. As he spoke, a clear voice attracted everyone's attention. He saw a few soldiers pushing a tied-up middle-aged woman forward, along with 2 young men and a young woman. It was none other than Shui Yan and her 2 children who had packed up some valuables and fled in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, although they moved quickly, they didn't know that all the entrances and exits outside the City of Shadows had already been blocked by Duan Yu's people. Long Yan's prediction was not wrong. Duan Yu had indeed brought more than 30,000 troops. This guy still had a trick up his sleeve. He placed them in the periphery of the city to capture those fish that escaped the net. In the middle of the night, he had caught 3 big fish. It could be said that he had a bountiful harvest. Your Majesty, I, Shui Yan, can swear to the heavens that my son and I will never participate in the heavenly fate. I know nothing about what my husband has done. Shui Yan said in a deep voice. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be killed by the heavenly Tao. Duan Yu raised a brow as he indifferently swept a glance at the 3 people before him. Mu Feixia anxiously called out, Mother. Shui Yan turned to look at her daughter, indicating for her to shut up. She raised her head to swear to the heavens and straightforwardly bit out a mouthful of blood to swear a heavenly Tao blood oath. A streak of blood flashed across the horizon, indicating that the oath had been completed. Shui Yan looked at Duan Yu with a face full of rage. I already knew that Mu Jinghong would be killed by that mistress outside. That Mu Qingya really had some tricks up her sleeve. She was just a housewife, yet she was able to bewitch her husband with her tricks. Of course, Mu Jinghong also wanted to take revenge on the Mu family, so he got involved with that woman. But, they had been together for so long, but Shui Yan never expected that Mu Jinghong, a harsh and ungrateful man, would actually have feelings for Mu Qingya. Mu Jinghong had fallen in love with that mistress. That was why she was fooled by the Soaring Heavens Hall's hall master. She was completely used. Not only did he bring disaster to the entire City of Shadows, but he also brought disaster to the 3 of them. When Shui Yan thought of this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. If Mu Qingya was in front of her at this time, she would have rushed forward and torn this vicious woman apart without saying a word. I was right. I found out before that he had a close relationship with that mistress, as if he was planning something. Shui Yan gritted her teeth. I didn't expect that Mu Jinghong would be so brainless. He actually believed the words of that mistress and really led so many people in the City of Shadows to join Tianyun. When Mu Jinghong joined, he didn't ask for my opinion at all, nor did he ask for the opinion of his children. He didn't care about anything and sold all of our lives. Shui Yan was so sad that she wanted to cry out loud. The 3 of us added together can't even compare to that bitch Mu in his heart. Shui Yan suddenly laughed wildly. In that case, when disaster strikes, everyone flies away. I naturally won't care about his life or death. I didn't expect that your Majesty would catch me red-handed when I escaped from the City of Shadows with my 2 children. Your Majesty, I can tell you everything about Mu Jinghong. Shui Yan took a deep breath and pleaded, I can also tell you the approximate location of all the assets he buried underground. I just want you to promise me one thing, Your Majesty. Let my children go. Even if you want my life, it doesn't matter. Mother. Mu Feixia and Mu Yuanying hurriedly called out. Mother, if you don't leave, we won't leave either. Mother, we'll leave together. Mu Yuanying and Mu Feixia were tied together. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. Shui Yan glanced at her children. Don't worry about Mother. Mother has lived for so long, I can see through everything. Mother only wants the 2 of you to be well. Duan Yu looked at the 3 of them before his gaze landed on Shui Yan's pale face. For a moment, his gaze was a bit absent-minded. Son, I don't have any other requests. Mother only wants you to be happy. It would be even better if you could bring a daughter-in-law back to mother. Your Majesty. Crown Prince Rong immediately noticed that His Majesty was in a daze. He quickly reached out and tugged at his sleeves. Duanyu returned to his senses in a daze and said with a slight nod, in that case. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard a soldier in front of him shouting, "Who's there?" More than a dozen people with sluggish footsteps and tilted heads walked out of the City of Eagles and approached the entrance step by step. Their movements were very sluggish, and they seemed to be walking with great difficulty. Shuyan's expression abruptly changed when she saw these sluggish zombies. She hastily said, "Your Majesty must be careful. These zombies might have fire glass buried in their bodies. Mu Jinghong probably wants to make these zombies detonate the fire glass effortlessly and perish together with us." The surrounding soldiers' expressions changed when they heard this, and they surged to Duanyu's side like a tide. They were fearless and had to block the fire glass even if they had to act as human flesh walls. "Protect His Majesty." Duanyu smiled faintly, but his expression remained indifferent as he said, "No need to be nervous. With us here, no firearms can harm us." Rongqing immediately tensed up when he heard this, and he hastily reached out to grab his willful emperor. He knew this guy too well. If there was any danger, he would rely on his skill and boldness to take the lead and leave all his subordinates behind. However, just as he reached out, he saw His Majesty leaping into the air as expected. With a flash step, everyone felt their vision blur. They saw a dagger glowing with purple light in his hand, and he had already teleported from their midst to the group of corpse puppets. Eighth young Master Qi's heart nearly stopped from fright, and his face paled instantly. Rongqing even leaped up, wanting to chase after Duanyu. Unexpectedly, he crashed into a defensive wall with a thump, and a bump formed on his head. He was directly bounced back by a force and fell to the ground. Heavens! Rongqing's handsome face darkened, and he abruptly turned back to glare at Duanyu's back. This guy was truly incomparably deceitful. He actually added a defensive wall around them to prevent them from following. Shuyan's face changed color when she saw this, and she anxiously shouted, "Hurry and help. How can he withstand it alone? There are more than a dozen zombies here, so there might be more than a dozen fire glass." Previously, the City of Shadows used 3 ninth-grade fire glass to annihilate a small city and killed more than 1,000 cultivators. This is not a joke. "This fire glass is extremely powerful," Shuyan said anxiously. "There might be about 20 pieces of grade 9 flame glass in the entire Shadow City. I'm guessing that there might be fire glass buried in each of these zombies." Boom. A soaring flame instantly interrupted Shuyan's chatter. Everyone felt that the ground was shaking slightly. Everyone couldn't help but sway left and right along with the shaking of the ground. Rongqing's darkened face turned ashen. She squeezed through a group of soldiers from the 3 continents and charged forward with all her might. However, he was still blocked by the defensive wall in front of him. F*CK, who could break the defensive barrier set up by a transcendent god. There was a burst of fire outside, and it was impossible to see what was happening. Rongqing's heart sank as she roared, "What the F*CK are you all doing? Hurry up and work together to break this barrier. Nothing must happen to their willful emperor." Just as everyone was bashing at Duanyu's defensive wall like headless flies, they heard Mu Feixia exclaim, "Everyone, don't be impatient. Quickly look." Everyone hurriedly turned their heads, and when they saw who it was, their jaws almost fell to the ground. They saw an 8-tailed celestial fox as large as a snowy mountain in the air, swinging its 8 tails left and right as if it was whipping a toy. It sent those crooked zombies flying one by one. Their willful emperor was currently standing on the 8-tailed celestial fox's back, playing with a transparent glass bead in her hand. Completely unharmed, Rongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, the 4th update will be made up. 8th young Master Qi was taken aback and couldn't resist covering his face. Heir presumptive, quickly look. Did His Majesty snatch the fire glass from those zombies? Heir Rong nodded expressionlessly. You're right. D*MN, this bizarre His Majesty's actions were truly comical. Those pitiful zombies didn't even have the time to ignite the fire glass before it was snatched away, His Majesty truly deserved to be their family's willful His Majesty to even snatch things from corpses. So dirty. It was unlucky to have been touched by those disgusting zombies, Duanyu grumbled inwardly as he tossed a handful of colored glass beads into the air. He waved his hand to release a circle of silver flames that enveloped the beads. However, after a short while, he raised his hand and wiped away the flames on the glass bead. Everyone could see very clearly through the barrier. Those originally transparent colored glass beads were now emitting a faint golden glow. Each bead was round and bright, practically reflecting a person's reflection. The city lord's wife, Zhuyan, who was originally worried, silently shut her mouth. Her voice was a bit dry as she said, "His Majesty's actions are truly beyond our expectations." Could it be that he had smelted the fire-glazed glass again with his bare hands? From the looks of it, this firearm seemed to be even more resplendent and dazzling after being refined again. Its power was probably far greater than before. Rong and the others involuntarily chuckled. They really wanted to tell this Madame Mu that she wasn't the only one with this idea. They also felt that His Majesty's actions were rather out of line. Duanyu took out a box and tossed all the colored glass beads inside. That not-so-gentle technique made the onlookers tremble in fear. He was truly the ancestor of playing with fire. He wasn't worried that these things would explode in his hands. After doing all this, Duanyu tossed the box back into his inner world and leaped into the midst of the zombies. He raised his hand and used the purple shadow dagger to knock on the head of one of the zombies. In a split second, everyone watched as the group of zombies surrounding him suddenly disintegrated into fine powder and dissipated with the wind. Duanyu stood in the midst of the dispersing powder and looked over indifferently. Due to the airflow around his body, the scattered dust didn't touch his body at all. From the beginning to the end, he was very calm and collected, as if he hadn't killed more than a dozen corpse puppets and resolved the crisis of the fire-glazed glass. The mouths of Zhuyan and the others immediately opened wide. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Heaven and earth could bear witness that this was the first time they had seen someone use the strength of one hand to turn a group of corpse puppets into ashes. The worst thing was that a powerful firearm like the fire-glazed glass was like a toy in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted with it. A trace of bitterness once again surfaced in Zhuyan's heart as she shook her head speechlessly. What kind of powerful enemy did the City of Shadows provoke? Mu Jinghong was too confident in herself. Little did they know that the world had long since belonged to those astonishingly talented young people. Duanyu removed the defensive barrier and waved his hand. His gaze landed on Zhuyan, and his lips curled into a faint smile. "Madame Mu, please." Zhuyan's heart relaxed slightly. She was very clear that this meant that His Majesty had accepted her surrender and was willing to spare her children. She couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. If she hadn't made the prompt decision to swear the heavenly Tao blood oath, who knew how long she would have to explain before the other party would believe her. Thank goodness, everything did not turn for the worse. Zhuyan nodded lightly in Duanyu's direction. She bowed respectfully and formally. "Please follow me." Duanyu nodded and turned to instruct Rongqing before transferring 1,000 people to follow Zhuyan. Rong turned to instruct the members of the Heavenly Fate Army, "Everyone, put on your special defensive spirit clothing and follow me in. We will exterminate all the zombies in the city." In an instant, the sounds of battle shook the heavens and earth. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses followed Crown Prince Rong's group. Under the guidance of Yi and the others, they all lined up and entered the City of Eagles. At the same time, Mu Jinghong led the remaining disciples into Eagle City's underground passageway and sent people up to scout for information. Mu Xiaoxua nervously twisted her handkerchief and hesitated for a long time before asking timidly, "Father, should we leave this place in advance?" Mu Jinghong angrily paced back and forth. How could he be in the mood to pacify his nervous daughter? He grumpily reprimanded, "We haven't even cleared out the items in the treasury yet, and we're leaving now? Are you going to hand over the foundation of the City of Shadows that we have built for so many years to someone else? But the situation outside is so grim. If we don't leave earlier." Mu Xiaoxua sobbed and choked on her words. Mu Jinghong impatiently waved his hand. "Enough, don't say any more." This daughter was truly useless. She only knew how to sob whenever she encountered a problem. What else could she do? She did not have the slightest ability to share his burden. Seeing Mu Xiaoxue crying pitifully, Kong Yaofa quickly hugged her shoulders and softly comforted her. Younger sister Xiaoxue, don't worry too much. It should be fine. I also brought more than 300 people with me, so we can hold them off for a while. As long as City Lord Mu cleans up most of the things in the treasury, we will be able to leave. Don't worry, younger sister Xiaoxue, I will protect you even if I have to risk my life. Mu Xiaoxue nodded gratefully at Kong Yaofa and smiled through her tears. Thank you, brother Kong. She twisted the handkerchief in her hand as she stood on the side and watched her old father pacing back and forth in the passageway. Her heart was also in turmoil. Weren't the things in the vault just worldly possessions? At a time like this, her father still wanted money more than his own life. He insisted on collecting all the money and didn't cherish his daughter's life. Judging from her father's expression just now, he seemed to be complaining about her for not being able to help at all. At the thought of this, Mu Xiaoxue felt frustrated again. Mu Jinghong paced for a while and then heard a flurry of footsteps. 2 disciples limped over, dragging their broken limbs. Their faces were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with panic. When they saw him, they hurriedly went forward and cried, City Lord. City Lord. When Mu Jinghong saw her weeping appearance, he was filled with anger. What happened? Mu Jinghong scolded in a deep voice. His face immediately became gloomy, and his eyes revealed traces of cold light. The 2 disciples didn't dare to hide anything and cried out, City Lord, Madam, eldest young master, and eldest young miss brought His Majesty and his people to the underground vault and killed many of our brothers. What? Mu Jinghong only felt his vision turn black. His footsteps were a little unstable, and his entire person was a little dizzy. That woman, she actually dared to do this? End of chapter 5308. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.